The realm of human interactions extends beyond mere conflicts. It embodies the intricate web of social relationships. This is particularly true in the bureaucratic sphere, where a single favor owed may entail substantial costs for repayment. On a Sunday, Chen Bo found himself summoned to the office by his cousin. Yi Yushan, the director of the finance bureau in Nangang City, held a position that, while not lofty, wielded considerable influence. It was he who orchestrated Chen Bo's job arrangement upon his demobilization, and for this, the Chen family harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards this distant cousin. Brother, still working on the weekend? Chen Bo had arrived early and waited at the entrance of the finance bureau for some time. You're here. Let's head to the office for some tea. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? Not at all. I just arrived, he replied. Given that it was the weekend, this floor was devoid of any other presence aside from the two of them. Upon entering, Yi Yushan subtly inquired, Chen Bo, if I recall correctly, you've been demobilized for 2 years now. Have you found yourself a girlfriend yet? Chen Bo responded with a wry smile. Brother, you know better than anyone that my work is akin to being incarcerated. I spend my days watching others operate sewing machines, with little opportunity to interact with women. Most of those who marry in our unit have done so internally. Without a house or a car, I wonder when my turn will come. As a prison officer position arranged by his cousin Chen Bo initially appreciated the role due to its stable salary and benefits. However, the lack of freedom rendered it comparable to the lives of the inmates he oversaw, severely limiting his interactions with women. Yi Yushan's expression brightened at this revelation, and he warmly gestured for Chen Bo to sit and enjoy some tea. Since entering his cousin's opulent office, Chen Bo had been keenly observing Yi Yushan's demeanor, acutely aware that since securing this position, he had sought to leverage his cousin's stature in hopes of advancing his own career. Yet, following this initial engagement, Yi Yushan had seemingly avoided him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, providing no opportunities for face-to-face interaction. Even attempts to visit his cousin's home with gifts had been thwarted by his cousin's wife. Thus, when Yi Yushan so eagerly invited him to the office, Chen Bo suspected that if there were no pressing matters at hand, it would indeed be an anomaly. However, he refrained from probing further, curious to discern the true intentions of his influential cousin. Yi Yushan engaged in a lengthy conversation covering a wide array of topics, including inquiries about Chen Bo's family situation. Subsequently, he opened a safe and retrieved a bulging manila envelope, placing it before Chen Bo. Brother, this is, my dear brother, within this envelope lies a sum of 100,000 yuan. I find myself in a predicament and I seek your assistance. Chen Bo did not verify whether the envelope indeed contained the promised sum, but he pondered the gravity of the situation. Surely, he would not be asked to engage in unlawful activities. Hesitating, he remained silent, fully aware that having come this far, whatever his cousin requested would present an opportunity, a chance to escape the confines of prison. The stipulation was that once involved, retreating to the prison's sewing machines was not an option. Initially, Yi Yushan seemed somewhat reluctant, noticing Chen Bo's lack of inquiry into the matter. Eventually, he circled back and disclosed the troubles he faced, leaving Chen Bo utterly astounded. Yi Yushan had been clandestinely maintaining an extramarital affair, and through an unfortunate misstep, a seed had been inadvertently sown, taking root and flourishing. The rightful owner of the land was now displeased, demanding a divorce. Otherwise, he threatened to create a scene at Yes' workplace, resulting in mutual destruction that would benefit no one. After much effort, Yi Yushan had managed to placate the woman involved, though the specifics of the compensation remained unknown to Chen Bo. However, the task Yi Yushan was proposing was indeed beyond Chen Bo's imagination. Brother, this is rather inappropriate. Will she truly agree? I have assured her. She merely wishes to find someone to marry, to ensure the child is born within lawful confines, thus providing a semblance of accountability to her family. Currently, I am in a crucial period. Vying for the position of deputy mayor. Divorce is out of the question. Just 1 year once the child is born, you will divorce her. What do you think? Yi Yushan's casual demeanor, as if the matter were trivial, struck Chen Bo as profoundly unsettling. He mused to himself, for you it may be simple, but for me, this would obliterate my chances of a first marriage. Should I wish to marry again, it would be considered a second marriage. Brother, this is indeed quite sudden. I am unprepared for such a decision. Could I have some time to contemplate? Chen Bo was reluctant to grasp this hot potato, and his request for time was a veiled refusal. Yet, Yi Yushan, a seasoned player in the political arena, would not allow him to evade responsibility. Handing Chen Bo a cigarette, Yi lit his own, inhaling deeply before speaking. Brother, I exerted considerable effort to secure your current job. As family, we must support one another. Besides, you are currently unattached. This is merely a matter of a nominal marriage. I assure you, complications will be minimal. Brother, I understand, but I truly have not contemplated this. I wish to discuss it with my parents, if you would. Chen Bo felt an urgent desire to depart, wishing to avoid entangling himself further in this predicament. Yi Yushan seemed to sense Chen Bo's internal conflict, extinguishing his cigarette but in the ashtray filled with water. The hiss of the extinguished ember mirrored Chen Bo's own sense of suffocation in the moment. As he struggled to rise from his seated position, Yi Yushan spoke again. You mentioned that your sister has just graduated and is yet to secure a job, correct? How fortuitous. The Bureau is currently in need of talents like her. Therefore, I propose that you have her come to work at the Finance Bureau tomorrow. Next year, I will request additional positions from the Personnel Office, and at that time, your sister will be able to join the Finance Bureau with a formal appointment. Assist me in this matter, and I assure you, you shall not suffer any losses. As he spoke, Yi Yushan pushed a file containing 100,000 yuan across the table to Chen Bo. While he had often witnessed others reaping the benefits of such arrangements, Chen Bo never envisioned that he would find himself entangled in a similar predicament. Observing Chen Bo's hesitation, Yi Yushan finally delivered a weighty ultimatum. Chen Bo, after this matter, we shall be even, and you needn't hold any debts of gratitude regarding the job I secure for you, nor your sister's position. Just this once, what do you say? The gravity of his words was palpable, implying that the favor he sought was not merely a request, but a demand without his assistance. Chen Bo's career prospects would be bleak, and his current circumstances were entirely a result of Yi Yushan's influence. Chen Bo understood the implications of his words. Although he could refuse to assist his distant cousin for the sake of his own career, the matter of his sister's employment weighed heavily on him. Since her graduation, she had tirelessly sought work, yet met with only disappointment, even in her attempts to pass civil service examinations. Chen Bo's interest was piqued by his trust in Yi Yushan's capabilities. If he promised assistance, it was likely he could deliver. Thus, for the sake of his sister's future, he found himself tempted. After all, marrying a stranger merely for a piece of paper hardly seemed consequential, especially since they would not reside together. Surely, this could not be equated to infidelity. A minute later, Chen Bo turned to Yi Yushan and said, Brother, I am willing to help you, but regarding my sister's job. Yi Yushan's heart leapt with joy as he promptly rose and strode to his desk, retrieving paper and pen to hand to Chen Bo. Please write down your sister's name, ID number, and phone number. I will make arrangements immediately. Over the next 10 minutes, Chen Bo witnessed the extent of power being wielded. An ordinary university graduate faced either the prospect of servitude or the alternative of returning home to rely on parental support. He vividly recalled his sister's struggles to find employment and prepare for examinations, yet after such arduous efforts, they had achieved nothing. Yi Yushan captured a photograph of the paper containing his sister's information and promptly sent it to his office director. To convey his sincerity and influence, he placed the call on speakerphone, allowing Chen Bo to observe and listen. The office director, without inquiring about the matter, simply responded with a series of affirmations. Yes, yes, yes. He witnessed Yi Yushan arrange a job for his sister, and in that moment of astonishment, he couldn't help but reflect on the undeniable allure of power. It is no wonder that so many strive relentlessly to ascend, for power signifies the ability to procure most of what one desires. There may be certain aspirations beyond the reach of power, but such limitations can often be attributed to insufficient authority or a position that lacks elevation. That evening, Yi Yushan escorted him to an upscale restaurant. However, he did not arrange for them to sit together, leaving him to wait from a distance. At 8 o'clock, a tall woman clad in a long coat entered. Even without high heels, her height was approximately 175 centimeters. As she walked, her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen. Due to the distance, Chen Bo could not discern her features clearly until she approached Yi Yushan's table. It became evident that she was, without a doubt, his prospective bride. Yi Yushan had brought him there to facilitate an introduction with this woman. For Chen Bo, her appearance held little significance, as he had no intention of sharing a life with her. However, she needed to assess the merchandise first. If he were too unattractive or unpresentable, it would not suffice. Thus, tonight served as the moment for her evaluation. As anticipated, after conversing with Yi Yushan for a few minutes, he gestured for Chen Bo to join them. The woman did not turn around until Chen Bo reached her side and took a seat. She looked up, momentarily stunned, before her expression brightened considerably, clearly pleased with his appearance. Having endured the trials of life, Chen Bo exuded a masculine charisma in his every gesture. Additionally, as a prison guard, his demeanor was stern and authoritative. Standing at 180 centimeters, he was a notable presence among most men. The woman merely glanced at him and fell silent. Chen Bo expected Yi Yushan to introduce them, but instead, upon seeing Chen Bo seated, Yi Yushan nodded and stated, "We'll take my leave now, you two converse. Brother, feel free to call or text me if you need anything." Astounded, Chen Bo thought to himself that even a matchmaker should at least provide introductions. Yet, Yi Yushan had chosen to withdraw just like that. At that moment, Chen Bo found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the two sat facing each other, and once Yi Yushan departed, she finally mustered the courage to scrutinize Chen Bo intently. "Does this meet your expectations?" Chen Bo inquired with a smile. "Mr. Chen, is it? There is nothing amusing about this. You just outlined your circumstances, and I am genuinely surprised that someone is willing to assist with such a task. Do you believe you can see this through? There will be numerous responsibilities ahead. Not only must you relocate to live with me, but you're also required to care for me during my prenatal examinations and childbirth, and your presence will be necessary for signing documents. This is not merely about obtaining a marriage certificate." Chen Bo was taken aback. He realized he had been maneuvered by Yi Yushan. Their discussion had not involved such complexities, but now, it appeared he was expected to cohabit and tend to her needs. Would he also have to support Yi Yushan in raising the child? Just as Chen Bo opened his mouth to respond, his phone rang. Noticing it was his sister calling, he offered an awkward smile, picked up his phone, and stepped out of the dining area. "Hello, what's up, Xiaoyan?" "Brother, I just received a call from the director of the Finance Bureau office in Nangang City, asking me to report for duty tomorrow. Was this arranged by you? Mom mentioned that our cousin is the director. Did you reach out to him?" "I'm absolutely thrilled. Oh my goodness, I can work at the Finance Bureau. It feels like a dream come true. Was it you? Please tell me you set this up behind my back." Chen Bo was momentarily speechless. Listening to his sister Chan Yan's exuberant excitement on the phone, he turned back to glance at the woman still waiting at the table, and he understood that he had no way out. "Yes, go ahead and give it a try," Chen Bo replied. 10 minutes later, he returned to face the woman once more and smiled, saying, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chen Bo, currently a prison guard. As for your request for me to care for you at home, that may prove challenging. I have work commitments, and the prison is 50 kilometers away. It will be quite inconvenient for me to commute. Perhaps you could consider hiring a nanny instead. It's all right, Yi Yushan will facilitate your transfer back to the city. Wherever you wish to go, it's best to inform him promptly. I plan to obtain the marriage certificate next Monday, and today is Saturday." Chen Bo was left utterly stunned. The woman did not even spare him a glance as she stood up, placed a business card on the table, and gracefully departed. Chapter 3. Aggressive Lu Hanyan, the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, was left with only her phone number. Chen Bo glanced at the card in his hand, the subtle fragrance emanating from it striking his senses. As he stood to leave, he tore the card into several pieces and discarded it into the trash bin without a trace of regret, a scene that Lu Hanyan observed clearly from her car. She waited until Chen Bo had departed before she drove away. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the Southport Grand Hotel, a man with a grim expression sat in a chair, surveying the entirety of Southport City. He was the owner of the hotel. The sound of a door opening broke the silence, and Lu Hanyan entered. "Is everything settled?" the man inquired, turning to face her. Upon entering, Lu Hanyan kicked off her shoes, making it apparent that she felt at home here. "It's settled. The person he found is his cousin. The reasoning is that he is easy to control. He owes this person a favor, and he has just arranged for this person's sister to join the finance department. So there shouldn't be any issues. My current concern, however, is the child. We cannot ascertain that this child belongs to Yi Yushan. If he does not, you know the potential consequences," Lu Hanyan replied darkly. The man remained silent, continuing to gaze out over the city. After a long moment, As the sound of a shower echoed from the bathroom, he rose and approached the door, catching a glimpse of Lu Hanyan's silhouette through the glass wall. He swallowed hard, but ultimately returned to his seat without taking further action. When Lu Hanyan emerged again, she resembled a lotus flower freshly bathed in water, her complexion glowing with a healthy hue. She walked barefoot across the carpet soundlessly, yet the man sensed her presence, for the fragrance of her arrival preceded her. Regardless of certainty, you must carry the child to term. Before he becomes suspicious, marry him, and keep a close watch on that young man. Do not let anything go awry, the man instructed, rising to his feet. Do not forget your promise. I will help you keep old Yi in check. You must fulfill your end of the bargain. Otherwise, do not blame me for revealing this matter to him. Lu Hanyan warned, her expression darkened. In response, the man approached her, a cold smile gracing his lips as he seized her face with his hand. He showed no inclination of tenderness. The pressure he applied was painful. Yet she endured it, understanding that the more she revealed her discomfort, the more ruthless he would become. I have told you, do as I command without placing conditions. You are not worthy. Execute this task well, and I shall deliver what is due to you. Fail, and we both face dire consequences, he sneered, ultimately giving her face a harsh twist that nearly sent her stumbling. Regarding Lu Hanyan's demands, Chen Bo could not refrain from informing Yi Yushan. It was Saturday, and the registration was set for Monday. It felt rather rushed. Yet, when Yi Yushan received Chen Bo's call, he remained unusually calm. Follow her instructions. Do as she says without seeking my approval for every detail, Yi Yushan replied. With a sense of indignation, he thought, if I am not to consult you, whom should I consult? After all, she is your woman. I must make you aware of the progress of this matter. Surely, you do not intend to pass this hot potato on to me. I refuse to take on this burden, even if that means it will end in failure. This is merely a pretense of taking over. Do not expect me to be ensnared alongside you. Just after hanging up, Chen Bo's phone rang, revealing a call from Lu Hanyan. Though the business card had been shredded, his memory remained sharp, thanks to his training during military service. Miss Lu, what are your instructions? Chen Bo inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Where are you now? At Yi Yushan's residence? No, I'm wandering the streets. I haven't eaten all day. I'm looking for a place to dine. Is there something to discuss? Our collaboration hasn't officially commenced yet, has it? ISNT, it's set to begin after the registration on Monday. Chen Bo quitted. Is that so? I haven't eaten either. Why don't you come to the Nankang Grand Hotel? It's my treat. Since we're registering on Monday, we ought to take the time to get acquainted. Otherwise, how shall we introduce one another to our families? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, after the registration on Monday, I will be hosting a family banquet, and you must attend. Chen Bo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why did it increasingly seem that this situation was destined to backfire on him? In the opulent private room of the Nankang Grand Hotel, Chen Bo sat alone, waiting in vain. Although this was Lu Hanyan's territory, she exhibited no sense of urgency. Despite the dishes being served, she remained absent. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan observed Chen Bo through the surveillance monitor, while a waiter whispered reports nearby. Wei asked him several times and informed him he need not wait for you, yet he insists on waiting to eat together. As time passed, he initially glanced at the dishes but now seems indifferent to their presence. This trivial tactic to test Chen Bo's character revealed her misguided assumptions. She underestimated the discipline ingrained in those who have served in the military. Originally, Lu Hanyan intended to assess his qualities through this method, but she now found herself disappointed. When Lu Hanyan finally appeared at the entrance of the private room, Chen Bo merely turned his body slightly, remaining seated without rising to greet her. You had me waiting here. I am here out of respect for you. Even if I am here to take over, it is not out of reverence for your presence. Therefore, do not expect me to be at your beck and call, nor should you anticipate any tender attentiveness from me. For the land you cultivate does not yield my grain. Apologies, I am quite busy today. I understand that you are occupied, and there is truly no necessity for us to share this meal together. Please send me the details of your home situation, including photographs. I assure you there will be no complications. As for my side of things, do not expect any information from me, for I have no intention of disclosing anything. Since this is a transaction, let us keep it straightforward. You should safeguard your principal, and it is rather unrealistic to anticipate substantial interest from my end. I have no intention of deriving any benefits from you. We should merely act our parts and settle the accounts. Regarding your suggestion of cohabitation, I find it somewhat futile. If you believe it holds no value, then so be it. My opinion is sufficient for me. Should you be unwilling to proceed, I can promptly contact Yi Yushan. He will either find me another partner or consider divorce to marry me. How do you suppose he would choose? Lu Hanyan fixed an intense gaze upon Chen Bo, demanding an answer. Chapter 4. Under the eaves, your work and your sister's work have all been arranged by Yi Yushan, right? I'm well aware of this. If you are unwilling to take it on and choose to oppose me, very well. I can call Yi Yushan right now and ask him to devise another plan. In the coming months, I will be in confinement. At the very least, my mood should be elevated. With your demeanor, how can I possibly feel at ease? Lu Hanyan firmly stated, immediately dialing Yi Yushan's number. However, before Lu Hanyan could articulate her intentions, Chen Bo capitulated. Fine, you have the final say. Whatever you say goes, okay? Chen Bo replied, exasperation evident in his voice. Yet his inner turmoil was palpable, veins throbbing at his temples. Under the eaves, one is compelled to bow their head. Society is stratified, and so too is destiny. At that moment, Chen Bo felt his dignity trampled upon by the woman before him. The harsh reality is that no one cares for your dignity. It is only you who values it. Lu Hanyan felt a sense of satisfaction with her performance. She leisurely approached Chen Bo, pulled out a chair, and sat down, bringing them almost face to face. The fact that Yi Yushan seeks you out indicates that he still holds considerable trust in you. Thus, by assisting him, you are also aiding me. Both he and I are grateful to you. Remember, we will ensure you suffer no loss. It is merely a performance, Lu Hanyan expressed earnestly. Chen Bo gazed at the woman adorned with exquisite makeup. Yet his mind conjured not images of her allure, but rather the balding head and greasy face of his cousin, causing him to furrow his brow in discontent. Lu Hanyan, perceiving his expression as doubt, raised her delicate nose in disdain, clearly interpreting his demeanor as defiance and distrust. Ms. Lu, I'm merely curious. You possess such beauty, easily one of the most outstanding women I have ever encountered. How could you possibly be interested in my cousin? He is significantly older than you, is he not? Chen Bo inquired. Lu Hanyan was taken aback by the question, slowly rising to her feet. Ultimately, she distanced herself by several meters, picking up chopsticks in an attempt to eat, only to set them down again. She then walked towards the door, stating, "You can eat by yourself. Your accommodations have been arranged." Chen Bo watched as the door closed, then turned back to his meal. Within arm's reach lay a bottle of flying mitai, yet he did not spare it a glance. In such circumstances, he recognized the necessity of maintaining absolute sobriety. Any hint of intoxication could lead to a loss of control. After finishing his meal, Chen Bo reported his situation to his cousin. "Very well, just follow our instructions. We will never harm you. You have assisted me immensely. Rest assured, I will honor my commitments. I only hope this matter concludes smoothly. Ah, brother, should I overcome this hurdle, I shall remember you for a lifetime." Yi Yushan spoke with deep emotion over the phone. Chen Bo is the kind of person who reciprocates respect. You offer me an inch, and I will give you a mile. Thus, although he accepted this favor from Yi Yushan to secure a good job for his sister, to claim that he was entirely willing would be disingenuous. Nevertheless, if Yi Yushan were to humbly implore him, he felt it was unnecessary. Yet he understood the difficulties Yi Yushan faced. "All right, brother, I understand. We shall discuss it later. I will keep you informed of any new developments," Chen Bo stated. After hanging up, he stood and stretched his body, glancing at the luxurious suite arranged for him by Lu Hanyan, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn, it's good to be wealthy." This was his first experience staying in such an opulent hotel suite. After finishing his call, Yi Yushan sat silently on the sofa, facing his wife, Zhu Wenjun. At that moment, Zhu Wenjun's expression was as frosty as ice, casting a cold glare at her husband, the director of the finance bureau, who was typically authoritative and sought after in Nankong City, yet now seemed devoid of any indignation. "Is everything arranged?" she inquired. "Yes, it's all set. You can rest assured there will be no issues." Lu Hanyan trusts it, and so does Chen Bo. Once they obtain their marriage certificate, everything will fall into place. Yi Yushan replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yi Yushan, we are husband and wife. We rise and fall together. If it were not for your bid for the vice mayor position at this critical juncture, I would make you wish you were never born. Do you remember what you said when you married me? Surely, you haven't forgotten, Zhu Wenjun questioned, her voice icy. My dear, you must trust me. I did not intend for this to happen. I only had dinner with her once, and somehow, we ended up together the following morning. All along, I believed this was a trap, yet the evidence is in their hands. I cannot act or provoke her, Yi Yushan stammered. Yi Yushan, are you trying to deceive me? Just once and you fell into this? Why don't you have the same capability with me? For years, I have desired a child, yet you struggle with that. I assure you, this child must not be born. If you dare let her give birth, I will not let this rest. If you no longer wish to be with me, then let us sever ties. Have you forgotten who helped you secure the vice mayor position? You are utterly shameless. Zhu Wenjun seethed, almost ready to slap him. Yes, I understand. Let us just hold off for now. Once the vice mayor situation is resolved, you can do as you please. I will follow your lead. All right? Yi Yushan quickly nodded in acknowledgement, instinctively aligning himself with his wife. In the hotel room, Chen Bo noticed the hour was late and called home. His sister remained absorbed in her joy of finding a job. After a brief conversation, Chen Bo felt fatigued and lay down on the grand bed. It felt enormous and incredibly soft, with everything within reach being plush, more resilient than genuine cotton, and exuding a warmth akin to jade. In the haze of faint awareness, he detected a barely perceptible soft hum. Years of military vigilance instantly snapped his eyes open. Memories flooded back. He remembered where he was. Yet, this room was not occupied by just himself. More precisely, the large bed before him was not a solitary sanctuary. The woman, in her early 20s, possessed a visage that only a true beauty could command. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth as polished jade, and her figure was tall, graceful, and irresistibly enchanting. At this moment, she was dressed solely in a set of deep crimson lace lingerie. Lying on her side at the edge of the bed, could it be that what he had just touched was from Chen Bo's vantage point? He was perfectly positioned to observe her profile. Her exquisite side face, her captivating legs, and delicate feet were all vividly displayed before him. Chapter 5. Hidden Agendas. How did you end up here? Chen Bo's mind buzzed, instantly realizing that this situation was far from simple. Exhausted from the previous night, he suddenly recognized that he might have been set up. As he mentally replayed the scenes from the night before, his gaze fell upon the bottled water he had consumed upon entering. Lu Hanyan maintained a smile, dressed in scant lingerie that was decidedly too revealing. What left Chen Bo speechless was her audacity to answer the door in such attire. With a loud bang, as the door closed, Chen Bo slapped his own face, affirming that this was no dream. This woman was indeed real. Half an hour later, the phone in the room rang, and a woman's voice, Lu Hanyan, resonated through. Come to the dining room. I have something to discuss. Chen Bo quickly gathered himself and made his way to the dining area, which was notably quiet. Lu Hanyan had already begun her meal, while Chen Bo sat across from her, simmering with indignation. He was determined not to let the matter slide so easily. Ignoring the neatly arranged cutlery before him, he fixed his gaze on Lu Hanyan and said, Ms. Lu, what do you mean by last night? I just inspected the water in the room, and every bottle had a tiny pinhole in its cap. Did you have someone drug me? There is no need for such measures, considering we are about to be nominally married. Is it truly entertaining for you to set this trap? In response, Lu Hanyan displayed no sign of discomfort, as if Chen Bo had indeed spoken the truth. Just as he was about to reclaim some semblance of dignity regarding the previous night, she produced her phone, tapped a few buttons, and presented it to him. The screen displayed footage of him and Lu Hanyan together. What does this mean, Ms. Lu? Chen Bo asked, his face a mask of anger. Nothing significant, merely a form of insurance. Yi Yushan trusts you, but I do not. Therefore, you ought to carefully consider what you say to him. If you disregard my advice, this video will find its way to Yi Yushan. Contemplate the consequences. He certainly does not wish for a mere act. As she spoke, Lu Hanyan reclaimed her phone, leaving Chen Bo in a state of bewilderment. What had he gotten himself into? Lu Hanyan was evidently capable of anything. Think it over. prepare your household registration. Tomorrow morning, I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau on Chunjiang Road. Purchase a decent outfit, as my family will also be present. Do not embarrass me," she concluded, turning to leave. Chen Bo watched the astute woman vanish through the door, stroking his chin. He had a habit of plucking his beard when anxious, using the pain to quell his rising frustration. On his way to buy clothes, Chen Bo's thoughts spiraled deeper. This situation could not simply be brushed aside. If he allowed it to pass, he would truly become their puppet. On one side, he was bound by Yi Yushan's favors, and on the other, threatened by Lu Hanyan's video. What hope remained for him? Initially, he had envisioned a promising plan. According to Yi Yushan's arrangement, he would merely act as a talisman, appearing when necessary and remaining distant at other times. He was determined not to let the affairs of Lu Hanyan and Yi Yushan entangle him. When the time came, he would gracefully withdraw, pocketing a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan along with securing a job for his sister. A mere year's price he was willing to pay. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Hanyan's actions were indeed excessive. Although the meaning behind her intentions remained unclear, it was evident that she sought to position him on her side, compelling him to heed her words. Otherwise, she would hand over the video to Yi Yushan, revealing that the person he had recruited was now entangled with her, none other than her cousin. This maneuver would serve a dual purpose, humiliating Yi Yushan while simultaneously wielding his influence to obliterate Chen Bo. The ruthlessness of this woman was indeed striking. It appeared that both parties were engaged in a dance of deceit, each harboring ulterior motives. After purchasing the garments, Chen Bo stepped into a vehicle parked by the roadside, which promptly set off towards the outskirts. "Bogo, what's with the sudden urgency? Why the hasty announcement of marriage? And with whom?" inquired the driver, glancing back at Chen Bo. "It's a long story. Has your father been particularly busy lately?" Chen Bo smiled and responded, "Ah, indeed, busy with trivial matters. Bogo, is there something pressing? You call me out in such a rush. What is going on? Please, be quick. I've only managed to secure an hour off from work, and we have numerous cases piling up. Even while acting, I must keep my presence known at the office, or my father will not let me off easily." "Enough of that. I know your character well. During your military service, you were the laziest of the lot. Are you suddenly diligent now? I need you to look into someone. The manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, Lu Hanyan. Are you familiar with her?" Chen Bo asked. "Oh, her? Yes, I know her. She's quite the renowned socialite in Southport City. What do you need to investigate about her?" At that moment, the traffic light turned red, and the driver turned to face Chen Bo, inquiring further. Chapter 6 Gowning. Why do you have so much nonsense? I asked you to investigate, and you should just do it. Can't you handle such a trivial matter? Chen Bo said with displeasure. All right, class leader, don't be angry. I'll look into it, and by this time tomorrow, I will surely provide you with a thorough report on our background, all right? Gowning replied. Gowning and Chen Bo had served together in the military, with Chen Bo holding the position of squad leader while they both completed their service and were discharged. Gowning had previously mentioned to Chen Bo that he could speak to his father and arrange a job for Chen Bo, but Chen Bo had declined. He did not wish to owe Gowning a favor, as such debts are arduous to repay. Once incurred, they linger for a lifetime. However, he did not foresee that while he owed no debt to Gowning, he was in fact indebted to his distant cousin, Yi Yushan, and the time had now come to repay that favor. The thought of doing so in this manner made him feel utterly humiliated. Had Lu Hanyan not schemed against him the previous night, he might have feigned ignorance and settled the matter effortlessly. Yet, Lu Hanyan had overstepped her bounds, and he was not the type to remain passive in the face of provocation. Before departing the vehicle, Gowning pondered for a moment and said, Boge, there is something I'm uncertain whether to mention. Speak freely. What is there between us that cannot be discussed? We've shared meals, stood shoulder to shoulder in battle, and while we may not have visited a brothel together, does our bond not speak for itself? Chen Bo replied, playfully patting Gowning on the shoulder. Indeed, you are right. Brother, it's about Lu Hanyan. She is quite a prominent figure in the city. If you truly have feelings for her, I advise you to reconsider. I've heard there is more to her than meets the eye. Be cautious, lest you offend someone powerful and find yourself in an undesirable situation. My greatest concern is that you might end up imprisoned, and that would be far from merely being a prison guard. It can mean actual incarceration, Gowning cautioned. Chen Bo nodded and said, enough of this idle chatter. Just help me investigate. I simply wish to ascertain what makes her so formidable. That night, Chen Bo hardly dared to sleep. The following morning at Yi Yushan's home, he arose early to prepare breakfast. The couple sat across from each other, and Zhu Wenjun took a sip of water, yet she did not touch the food on the table, completely lacking an appetite. As thoughts of Lu Hanyan resurfaced in her mind, did they go to register this morning? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Yes, don't worry, everything's fine. Finish your breakfast and head to work. You have a surgery today, don't you? Yi Yushan attempted to divert his wife's attention by asking. Zhu Wenjun was a skilled surgeon. Yi Yushan had recently been promoted to the position of director of the finance bureau and was now aiming for the role of deputy mayor, all thanks to Dr. Zhu's remarkable skills, having once saved the life of the wife of the secretary of the Nanguang Municipal Committee twice with her surgical expertise. Thus, Zhu Wenjun and the secretary's wife shared a relationship that transcended that of doctor and patient, blossoming into a deep friendship. It could be said that without Zhu Wenjun, there would be no present-day Yi Yushan. My concern is not Lu Hanyan, it is Chen Bo. Can we truly rely on your cousin? Knowing full well that the child is not his own, yet still daring to proceed, one might consider that a secret marriage could suffice. However, Lu Hanyan intends to hold a wedding, which, once whispered into the ears of his family, could unravel everything. If he cannot withstand the pressure and reveals the truth to his family, it would ultimately mean disclosing it to everyone. Are you certain he can endure such a burden? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Yi Yushan, upon hearing this, too felt a pang of concern, yet he found himself with no retreat. He must first silence Lu Hanyan. Thus, despite his wife's lingering doubts, he resolved to adhere to his decision. Early on Monday, Chen Bo contacted his sister, requesting her to bring the household registration book from their hometown, as the entire family was listed under one book, sparing them any suspicion. Chen Bo had little experience with matters of obtaining a marriage certificate, thus he deferred entirely to Lu Hanyan's arrangements. As numerous guests arrived at Lu Hanyan's home, Chen Bo felt akin to a puppet, being led about by her as she made introductions. She was at a loss, having never before presented a man to her family. Now that they were wed, she had no choice but to drag Chen Bo into endless introductions, which he complied with, responding to the incessant calls of distant relatives. Zhu Wenjun's car was parked at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, patiently awaiting Lu Hanyan and the others to emerge. When a throng surrounded Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan as they exited, Zhu Wenjun approached them. Lu Hanyan spotted Zhu Wenjun first, her expression shifting dramatically as she gradually halted her steps. As rivals, they were familiar with each other, at least in Lu Hanyan's records. She recognized the woman before her as Yi Yushan's wife. Conversely, Chen Bo was entirely unaware of his cousin-in-law, having intended to express his gratitude to Yi Yushan after being placed in a job, but Zhu Wenjun had barred him from entering the community, making any encounter impossible. Congratulations. May I have a word with you? Zhu Wenjun questioned with a cold smile. Do we know each other? Lu Hanyan replied, forcing a smile. Zhu Wenjun stepped forward, speaking softly. If you wish to avoid me striking your face right now, come with me and converse properly. Escalating this will do no one any favors. Chen Bo, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that this was indeed Yi Yushan's wife. Goodness, she had come to confront them today. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to call Yi Yushan. Yet before he could, Zhu Wenjun's frosty demeanor interrupted. Chen Bo, you should join us. We have much to discuss. Only 4 words echoed in Chen Bo's mind. It's over. Lu Hanyan likely shared his sentiment. They exchanged glances and then turned to Zhu Wenjun, who was already moving away. Lu Hanyan whispered, if she strikes me, you must intervene. I'll make a run for it. On what grounds? Chen Bo retorted. Lu Hanyan, upon hearing this, nearly erupted in fury, nearly hurling the marriage certificate at Chen Bo's face. The 3 of them distanced themselves from the surrounding relatives, standing awkwardly in a corner of the Civil Affairs Bureau courtyard. Zhu Wenjun was the first to steady herself, her gaze fixated on Lu Hanyan's abdomen, as if her eyes bore daggers. Instinctively, Lu Hanyan covered her belly with her hands. How many months along are you? Zhu Wenjun asked with a chilling smile. Lu Hanyan's complexion stiffened, and she remained silent. Zhu Wenjun cast a cold glance at Chen Bo and sneered. How does it feel to become a father unexpectedly? This child isn't yours, is it? Chapter 7. The Wedding in Theory. Chen Bo was not acquainted with his sister-in-law, Zhu Wenjun, and thus had no reason to ingratiate himself. Logically, Zhu Wenjun should have been oblivious to the fact that the child in Lu Hanyan's womb belonged to Yi Yushan. Yet, how did she so precisely track down the Civil Affairs Bureau to confront them? The conclusion is quite plausible. Yi Yushan may have succumbed to pressure, and Zhu Wenjun was now fully aware of everything. Another possibility is that Zhu Wenjun had come to extort them. Perhaps her knowledge was scant, her certainty wavering, and she lacked evidence of Yi Yushan and Lu Hanyan in a compromising situation. Thus, her visit was merely an attempt to deceive them. Having promised Yi Yushan, they could only grit their teeth and endure the situation. Who is this relative? Chen Bo inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Lu Hanyan. His feigned ignorance not only infuriated Zhu Wenjun, but also left Lu Hanyan in shock. You really are good at pretending. She is your sister-in-law. You truly do not recognize her? Keep playing the fool. Chen Bo, your cousin Yi Yushan has already clarified everything. He knelt before me last night, begging for forgiveness. Lu Hanyan, the child in your womb belongs to Yi Yushan, does it not? Are you truly planning to carry this child to term? Zhu Wenjun's voice rose an octave, capturing the attention of many. Hey, what are you talking about? We do not know you. Keep spouting nonsense, and I swear I will strike you. Leave now. If you truly have evidence, report it to the authorities. What are you blabbering about here? I warn you, if you dare slander my wife again, I will not let this go. We are leaving. Chen Bo firmly grasped Lu Hanyan's hand and departed. Zhu Wenjun stood frozen, while Lu Hanyan was also bewildered. At the moment Zhu Wenjun uttered those words, Lu Hanyan nearly faltered, but Chen Bo's abrupt reversal pulled her away, and Zhu Wenjun did not pursue them further. Once in the car, Lu Hanyan took the wheel, and Chen Bo immediately dialed Yi Yushan, demanding to know his intentions and whether he had confessed everything at home. To ensure Lu Hanyan could hear every detail, Chen Bo activated the speakerphone. Yi Yushan, of course, denied having disclosed anything to his wife. Lu Hanyan interjected, Yi Yushan, listen carefully. If there is a next time, we shall sever all ties. I am in a very fragile state. If this continues, what will happen if I miscarry? This is your child. By the way, I underwent a pregnancy test, and the doctor confirmed it is a boy. Do you not care for your son's well-being? Really? Yi Yushan paused on the other end, astonished by the news. Of course. If you doubt it, go ask at the hospital. Had it not been for Chen Bo today, your wife would have taken drastic measures. Do you even care about me anymore? As Lu Hanyan spoke, tears began to stream down her face. After pouring her heart out over the phone and ending the call, her expression shifted instantly to one of sunshine. Her ability to change moods was unparalleled. In truth, all of this was well within the control of the couple. Zhu Wenjun went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to confront Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan, fully aware of her intentions to test Chen Bo's resilience under pressure. The objective was to ascertain whether Chen Bo could still uphold his defense of Lu Hanyan when faced with her direct approach. Should he falter, it would necessitate finding someone else, as it would imply that Chen Bo was not secure. If someone were to coerce Chen Bo into revealing the truth, what would happen if he could not withstand the pressure? Yi Yushan was on the verge of assuming the position of deputy mayor, and at such a critical juncture, he was under increased scrutiny. Although it was not akin to the lengths one might go to in foreign elections to fabricate scandals, any hint of impropriety could lead to serious repercussions, especially if it involved a formal complaint. The ramifications of anyone discovering the relationship between Lu Hanyan and Yi Yushan, and subsequently pressuring Chen Bo, were dire. Even if it ultimately proved inconsequential, the fallout would be irreversible. Thus, both Yi Yushan and Zhu Wenjun were determined to leave nothing to chance. By silencing Lu Hanyan through Chen Bo and securing a legitimate father for the child she carried, they could deflect any suspicions regarding Lu Hanyan's relationship with Yi Yushan. With a legal husband and a child, it would render any further inquiries futile. Hence, Chen Bo's role was crucial, remaining indispensable until the deputy mayor's situation was resolved. He had to stabilize Lu Hanyan while enduring the myriad of hidden threats surrounding him. Souvenir's caution was entirely justified. I caught them off guard, and Chen Bo handled it adequately, she remarked. Yi Yushan, you must fulfill your promises to him immediately. Do not delay. We need him to understand that we keep our word. On her way back to the hospital, Zhu Wenjun called Yi Yushan. I'm aware. Everything has been arranged. His sister started her position today, and I will ensure that other commitments are honored in the future. Zhu Wenjun paused for a moment, and just as Yi Yushan thought she had ended the call, she spoke again. Old Yi, I believe it would be prudent for you to give him a heads up and transfer him to your department. Since there is a formal position available, the transition should not be difficult for you. I am quite uneasy about him being in prison. It is too far away, and communication is inconvenient. I prefer to have him close at hand. Yi Yushan yearned to mention that Lu Hanyan had expressed similar concerns, but he swallowed his words. He knew that if he revealed this connection, it would jeopardize their plans. He understood his wife well. She would never align herself with Lu Hanyan, even in the most desperate of circumstances. I understand. I will consider how best to arrange this. I must attend a meeting now. We can discuss this later. He concluded hastily, ending the call. Upon returning to the hotel, he faced a series of banquets, all attended by members of the Lu family. Chen Bo's appearance was quite acceptable. If one were to draw a comparison, he bore a striking resemblance to Mr. E from Lust, Caution. Hence, when he donned a specially purchased suit and appeared before Lu Hanyan's relatives and friends, they were generally satisfied. The only thing that displeased them was why none of Chen Bo's family members had shown up. Did they look down on the Lu family? Lu Hanyan's explanation was the most ruthless. She claimed that Chen Bo's family disapproved of their marriage, believing he was unworthy of her and that their future would be unhappy. They insisted on finding him a village girl from their hometown instead. However, Chen Bo was so devoted to her that he severed ties with his family. Chen Bo listened in stunned silence, his fingers itching to slap her across the face. Where the hell did you get such confidence? He seethed internally. I've only just realized your face is thicker than your backside. How can you spout such shameless words without a shred of shame? He leaned in and whispered the biting remark into Lu Hanyan's ear. Chapter 8. The information overload. Lu Hanyan, upon hearing those words, almost impulsively slapped him. Yet she restrained herself. Casting a glance back at him, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chen Bo, with a smile gracing his lips, departed from the banquet hall. He had received a message from Gao Ning, requesting a meeting, claiming he had uncovered some information regarding Lu Hanyan. Since he was to marry this woman and spend a year together, it was imperative to understand her thoroughly. Otherwise, any attempts at filming would be trivial, potentially leading him into a significant pitfall. Brother Bo, when did you attract her attention? This woman, if not the dream lover of all men in Nansong City, is certainly not someone within your reach. Here's the information about her. Take a look yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be cautious of igniting a fire you cannot extinguish, Gao Ning cautioned. Chen Bo said nothing further, taking the dossier and leaving. Before his departure, he remarked, Gao Ning, if you have no pressing matters, refrain from business trips for a while. I'm getting married. I'll need you as my groomsman. Not a problem. Should I invite some brothers from nearby cities to come and celebrate with you? Gao Ning inquired. That won't be necessary. Just you will suffice, Chen Bo replied. Upon returning to his hotel room, Chen Bo locked the door and immediately perused the materials concerning Lu Hanyan. At first, he thought it would be inconsequential, but upon reading, he was drenched in cold sweat. It must be said, Gao Ning's words held truth. This woman was indeed formidable. Notably, one name recurred frequently, Kuan Zhengde. This surname was exceedingly rare in Nansong City, yet this individual was a household name. The Nansong Grand Hotel was constructed by Kuan Zhengde's Gui Lu Group, and according to the documents, Lu Hanyan possessed a 30% stake in this hotel. Moreover, Chen Bo stumbled upon the name Yi Yushan, hearing rumors of her close association with him. Certainly, the documents listed several officials from Nansong City closely linked to Lu Hanyan, but the Gui Lu Group instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Bo. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Chen Bo hastily concealed the materials, shoving them beneath the bed. What is it? Upon opening the door, he found Lu Hanyan standing there. She ignored him, stepping inside directly, surveying the room's arrangement. Turning to Chen Bo, she inquired. Are you certain you don't want your family to attend the wedding? This weekend, I've instructed the hotel to prepare everything. I wish to expedite the process. The longer we delay, the more inconvenient it becomes for me. Chen Bo nodded, replying, it matters not. Whether they come or not is irrelevant. After a year, we shall part ways. There is no need to complicate matters. Lu Hanyan approached Chen Bo, standing uncomfortably close. Gazing up at his face, Chen Bo frowned and glanced down at her, suddenly exclaiming, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? We have an agreement. Once the time is up, we'll divorce, and you can't renege on that. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes dismissively, stating, if your family discovers this, you'd better handle it. Otherwise, I will still seek out Yi Yushan to settle scores. Don't think that merely placing you with me resolves everything. After Lu Hanyan departed, Chen Bo continued to peruse the materials. The Gui Lu Group was quite renowned in Nangang City, and its proprietor was equally famous. The growth of the Gui Lu Group to its current stature was inextricably linked to Kuan Zhengde's earlier exploits on the streets. He was now a representative in the Municipal People's Congress and a member of the Political Consultative Conference, undoubtedly a prominent capitalist. If Chen Bo were to inquire about the relationship between Lu Hanyan and Kuan Zhengde, she would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped. Such a question would be futile. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, Chen Bo chose to remain silent. Initially, he believed that, while the situation was distasteful, it would not escalate into significant trouble. Yi Yushan would ensure that this matter remained confidential. However, it had become evident that he had underestimated the gravity of the situation, and it appeared that troubles were arising in quick succession. Early in the morning, Chen Bo contemplated returning to the prison for work, as his leave had expired. However, he received a phone call from Zhu Wenjun. At that moment, with Lu Hanyan absent, Chen Bo dutifully addressed her as sister-in-law. She seemed pleased and immediately invited him to lunch. Chen Bo expressed his need to return to work, but Zhu Wenjun insisted that she merely wanted to discuss work-related matters, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Anxious, Chen Bo arrived early at the appointed restaurant. Zhu Wenjun appeared significantly more attractive than the previous day. It was clear she had made a special effort to present herself. When a woman invests time in her appearance, even if her natural attributes are modest, the results can be impressive, especially since Zhu Wenjun was already quite striking. At that moment, Zhu Wenjun was pouring herself tea with a grace that suggested she had cultivated such finesse through leisure. Her fair complexion, graceful figure, and elegant attire exuded an air of sophistication. As Chen Bo approached, Zhu Wenjun noticed his presence, turned to him with a smile, and rose to shake his hand. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the rejection he had faced a year and a half ago, and it diverged significantly from her attitude the previous day. He felt it prudent to remain cautious. Chen Bo, your sister has secured a position at the Finance Bureau. Congratulations. Your brother mentioned that with a formal examination next year, she will be able to obtain her permanent position. This is all thanks to my cousin's arrangements. I appreciate you and my cousin, Chen Bo replied sincerely. Zhu Wenjun delicately grasped the lid of the teapot, scraping it gently, as if waiting for the tea to cool. However, each movement seemed to pierce Chen Bo's heart. Regarding that little vixen, I regret the trouble it caused you. You have been a tremendous help to us this time. So whether concerning your sister's position or your own, we will ensure everything is arranged. I have spoken with your cousin about transferring you to the Finance Bureau, allowing you to work alongside him, which will facilitate your future promotions, Zhu Wenjun declared. Her words left Chen Bo utterly astounded. The implications of her statement were overwhelming, and he found himself struggling to process the magnitude of the information. Zhu Wenjun observed Chen Bo's expression, smiled gently, and said, in truth, I am fully aware of the affair between Lu Hanyan and your cousin. I also understand that the child is not yours. Your cousin has made that abundantly clear to me. There is no need for you to conceal the truth. I have chosen to swallow my pride for the sake of your cousin's career. Otherwise, I would have made this matter public long ago. Zhu Wenjun's words left Chen Bo at a loss for how to respond. If what she said was indeed true, then she was far from an ordinary individual, and certainly not an ordinary woman. It could be said that I brought this upon myself. Your cousin's recent promotion was largely due to my efforts on his behalf. If he were to encounter a scandal now, it would be a slap in the face for me. Hence, upon learning of his entanglement with Lu Hanyan, I could only grit my teeth and endure. What else could I do? As Zhu Wenjun spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, and Chen Bo offered her a tissue. But she abruptly turned to him, her gaze piercing and formidable. Chapter 9. This is a bit much, Chen Bo, to speak candidly. You and your brother's treatment of our family is acknowledged. Indeed, we are relatives, albeit distant ones. Your brother could assist you with your work, or he might choose not to. Wouldn't you agree? Sister-in-law, the kindness that my cousin has shown us is deeply ingrained in our hearts. Chen Bo's words were deliberately concise, as he refrained from elaborating further, uncertain of the depths of Zhu Wenjun's intentions or the true purpose of her visit. Was it merely to inquire about the identity of that child? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun anticipated Chen Bo would continue, yet he remained silent. She discerned his lingering caution, indicating that Yi Yushan had indeed chosen the right person. He would not easily divulge the underlying details to anyone. Consequently, in Chen Bo's presence, Zhu Wenjun dialed Yi Yushan's number, activating the speakerphone and placing it in front of Chen Bo's wife. What is it? I am about to attend a meeting. Nothing much. I came to see Chen Bo, but he refuses to say anything. Why don't you have a word with him? Zhu Wenjun spoke with an air of nonchalance. Then she cast a glance at Chen Bo, signaling that he could now speak. Brother, it's me, Chen Bo. I'm having dinner with sister-in-law. I know. I'm aware that your sister-in-law came to find you. In truth, she knows everything. There's nothing to hide. Just say whatever you need to say, and heed your sister-in-law's words. I have a meeting to attend. We can talk later. With that, Yi Yushan ended the call. Chen Bo was left bewildered, watching as Zhu Wenjun reclaimed her phone. Sister-in-law, I don't quite understand. My brother said you know everything about the child and Lu Hanyan's wound. I am fully aware, including the disputes with Lu Hanyan, the insistence on a divorce, and the need to stabilize Lu Hanyan first, ensuring the child is born before addressing anything else. I know all of this, including the decision to involve you. That was my idea. What else could you possibly conceal from me? Zhu Wenjun inquired with a smile. Chen Bo was taken aback, scratching the back of his head, feeling a mix of confusion and amusement. Goodness, it seems I'm the only one ensnared in this web of schemes. Chen Bo, we are relatives, and you have no ties to Lu Hanyan. Moreover, that woman is not as simple as she appears. I asked your brother about it. He mentioned they had only shared a drink once, and things escalated from there. When he awoke, they found themselves in bed together. It was not his intention. To put it plainly, he was ensnared by Lu Hanyan's machinations, Zhu Wenjun explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's expression shifted. The narrative struck a familiar chord. He nearly blurted out that he too had been ensnared by Lu Hanyan, yet he swallowed the words. If he disclosed this to Zhu Wenjun, would she still believe him? Zhu Wenjun noticed Chen Bo seemed on the verge of speaking, yet when prompted, his countenance grew even more strained, and he remained silent. Nevertheless, his fists were clenched tightly, indicating that Lu Hanyan was indeed a formidable adversary. I came to seek your assistance, not just for us, but for your own benefit as well, Zhu Wenjun stated. What is it that you need? Chen Bo asked anxiously, increasingly convinced that the situation was becoming extraordinarily perplexing, a tangled web into which he had carelessly stumbled. I want you to help me find a way to terminate the child in Lu Hanyan's womb. This child must not be born. I know her too well. She intends to use this child to forge an unbreakable bond with your brother. Once the child is born, my marriage with your brother will be over. What else besides his power does your brother have to captivate Lu Hanyan? He understands that marrying her would make him her puppet, ending his life as he knows it, Zhu Wenjun explained. Chen Bo understood this reasoning even without Zhu Wenjun's words. Especially after learning about Lu Hanyan's background, her motives to cling tightly to Yi Yushan became clearer. Thus, Zhu Wenjun's concerns were entirely justified. Yet, since the child was undeniably Yi Yushan's, and seeing his genuine excitement upon learning it was a boy, Chen Bo wondered how much Yi Yushan knew about Zhu Wenjun's plan. Rest assured, your brother is a discerning man. He knows Lu Hanyan's schemes and will consent. If you doubt, you can ask him when the time comes, Zhu Wenjun reassured. Chen Bo thought to himself, this was evidently no simple matter. Initially, Pretending to marry Lu Hanyan and appearing only at critical moments seemed manageable. But now being asked to eliminate the child in her womb was a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. Just as Chen Bo grappled with this dilemma, Zhu Wenjun raised the stakes further. "Chen Bo, have you ever had a girlfriend?" she asked, sipping her tea. Chen Bo was taken aback. "I dated one, but we parted ways when things didn't work out. And what do you think of Lu Hanyan?" Zhu Wenjun inquired bluntly, never one to beat around the bush. "A sister-in-law in what sense?" Chen Bo hesitated. "Well, just her appearance." "Is she attractive?" Zhu Wenjun pressed. Chen Bo seemed to grasp her implication. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Wenjun, understanding her line of thought. It was odd that she brought up Lu Hanyan's looks and asked about his romantic history. "She's all right," he replied. "That's good. Honestly, as a woman, I envy and resent Lu Hanyan's beauty. She is undeniably alluring, which explains why she has captivated so many men. But to me, she is no different from a common femme fatale. So, when you proceed to terminate her child, you can act as if it's all a performance. You need not be emotionally involved. Just treat her as a mere temptress. Besides, she has always been." Zhu Wenjun's voice trailed off, her teeth grinding audibly, revealing the depth of her hatred for Lu Hanyan. Chen Bo clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Sister-in-law, that's a bit much. When my brother and I agreed upon this, there was no such condition." Zhu Wenjun smiled, glanced around the empty second floor, then placed a business card on the table, sliding it toward Chen Bo. "I have previously mentioned that Lu Hanyan can offer you nothing, whereas both your brother and I can provide you with employment and business opportunities. There is a medical equipment merchant who has approached me several times. I have been preoccupied and lack the time to engage with these matters. If you find yourself with spare time, perhaps you could enlist someone to establish a company on your behalf, and we could venture in a partnership. How does that sound?" Su Venyun gazet at Chen Bo, her expression filled with anticipation. "Sister-in-law, I fear I cannot partake in this. My responsibilities at the prison keep me exceedingly busy. I informed your brother about transferring you to the finance department so that you could work alongside him. You would surely have ample free time." Zhu Wenjun's smile was perfectly calibrated, seemingly accounting for every conceivable point of rejection from Chen Bo, leaving him with no escape routes, or rather, suggesting that all paths had been meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 10. The noble deer group, Chen Bo, found himself in a perplexing predicament. A donkey that has been perpetually tethered to a millstone has no choice but to comply. However, should this donkey be liberated to frolic freely in all directions, it may not necessarily choose to do so. "Sister-in-law, if my brother learns of the two matters you discussed today, he will surely take my life. I implore you, spare me this time. As for the child, I shall arrange for your brother to speak with you. However, regarding this masquerade that has turned all too genuine, you must weigh your options carefully. I assure you, should you proceed, the benefits I bestow upon you will far exceed what I have offered thus far," Zhu Wenjun stated. One cannot deny Zhu Wenjun's eloquence. She possessed a remarkable ability to articulate her thoughts while standing upon a moral pedestal that made it exceedingly difficult for Chen Bo to refuse. Furthermore, they were relatives. Who else would he assist, if not family? After perusing the materials provided by Gao Ning, he had come to realize the formidable influence of Lu Hanyan, a woman of considerable clout in both the political and commercial spheres of Nanshan. Gao Ning had also remarked that Lu Hanyan might be the ideal of every man in Nanshan. Previously, he had never entertained such thoughts, believing her to be Yushan's woman and himself merely an auxiliary presence destined to depart once his assistance was rendered. However, now that Zhu Wenjun had introduced this novel proposition, Chen Bo found himself somewhat distracted. This little vixen has likely been with countless men, so do not burden yourself with any psychological pressure. As I mentioned, consider her merely as a woman of easy virtue. This is my personal request, and the medical equipment supplier is also a form of my personal recompense. You may choose how to proceed, Zhu Wenjun articulated. Chen Bo felt his throat dry as he listened to her words, instinctively raising his teacup to take a sip. Although they were ostensibly discussing how to manipulate Lu Hanyan, the nature of their conversation was decidedly adult. Thus, when Chen Bo heard Zhu Wenjun instructing him on the course of action, His gaze inadvertently wandered to the slight exposure at her collar, captivated by the tantalizing imagery her words conjured, leading him to misdirect his attention. Zhu Wenjun, noticing the way his eyes strayed, quickly realized his thoughts and coughed softly, pulling Chen Bo back from his reverie. Sister-in-law, this task is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, Lu Hanyan is highly guarded against me. I have no opportunity, he expressed. She is a woman, and you are a man. If you desire it, there is nothing unattainable. Furthermore, I can procure some medication from the hospital for you. At the opportune moment, you can administer it when she is least aware. Chen Bo, the child is already over 4 months along. If you do not act soon, your chances will diminish further. Time is of the essence. The wedding this weekend presents the perfect opportunity amidst the chaos, Zhu Wenjun insisted. You want me to act during the wedding? Chen Bo asked, frowning. Precisely. To be more specific, on the wedding night, when her defenses will be at their lowest. At that juncture, it will be up to you. I will provide the medication tomorrow. Chen Bo, I cannot guarantee success, but if you do succeed, it will alter the fates of many, including your own. Zhu Wenjun stated gravely. Zhu Wenjun's prowess in manipulation is indeed remarkable. Upon leaving, Zhu Wenjun departed first, followed after a while by Chen Bo, who exited through the back door of the restaurant. When Chen Bo next encountered Yi Yushan, he realized that much of what Zhu Wenjun had claimed was rooted in truth, all of which was under Zhu Wenjun's meticulous control. Brother, are we truly discarding that child? Chen Bo inquired. Yi Yushan appeared tormented, tossing a cigarette to Chen Bo before lighting one for himself. As he inhaled deeply, his entire being became enveloped in smoke. And only after some time did his expression become discernible. What a pity, it's a boy. You might not know this, but your sister-in-law and I are in our second marriage. My ex-wife took our daughter to America, and I've always longed for a son. Alas, this time it truly feels like a misfortune, Yi Yushan lamented. Chen Bo glanced at him and replied, Brother, whether it's a boy or a girl is uncertain. Who hasn't accompanied her to the hospital? She can say whatever she pleases. Upon hearing this, Yi Yushan looked at Chen Bo in astonishment, glanced towards the office door, and leaned in to suggest, you two have registered now. Why not accompany her to the hospital to confirm whether it's a boy or a girl? Chen Bo hesitated. There's no time. The weekend is just around the corner, and Lu Hanyan has been preoccupied with the wedding preparations, which seem to be quite elaborate. How could we possibly go for a pregnancy checkup at this juncture? Besides, my sister-in-law mentioned that any procedures during the wedding would be problematic. Yi Yushan fell silent. Chen Bo pressed on, Brother, if it truly is a boy, will that suffice? Will she be agreeable? At this, Yi Yushan slumped back onto the sofa in despair, remaining silent, which rendered Chen Bo quite uncomfortable. He refrained from mentioning Zhu Wenjun's intention to turn their charade into reality, as such a revelation would likely provoke Yi Yushan's ire. Truth be told, I understand her perspective. I am currently pursuing a position as deputy mayor. If all goes smoothly, I can continue to advance. She is a businesswoman, an ISNT business all about weighing immediate and long-term gains. Therefore, I have a clear understanding of Lu Hanyan's thoughts. Yet, being entrenched in the situation often makes it exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, Yi Yushan mused, staring at the ceiling in resignation. Realizing he had perhaps divulged too much to Chen Bo, Yi Yushan promptly fell silent. Chen Bo awaited his final decision. Let us proceed as your sister-in-law suggests. Sigh. I initially thought this matter could be postponed, but I've come to learn that many underlying issues are not as I had imagined. Ultimately, I find myself at an impasse, Yi Yushan said, sitting up with a dejected expression. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bo finally posed a question. Brother, is it possible that Lu Hanyan is connected to Kuan Zhengde? Yi Yushan immediately perked up, not out of a desire to continue the conversation with Chen Bo, but rather from sheer astonishment, gazing at Chen Bo as if he were a ghost. Yi Yushan had not anticipated that Chen Bo could uncover Kuan Zhengde's involvement in such a brief span of time. This revelation was precisely what had compelled him to take decisive action regarding Lu Hanyan, a conclusion drawn from the analysis of his wife. Did your sister-in-law mention this to you? Yi Yushan inquired. Chen Bo shook his head and remarked, I had someone investigate Lu Hanyan's background. After all, I will be entangled with this individual for over a year. It is imperative to understand who they are. Upon completing the inquiry, I found this person exceedingly complex, which sent a chill down my spine. I am familiar with Kuan Zhengde. Several individuals incarcerated in prison are connected to him, and naturally, he has a share of enemies. Thus, I discovered that Lu Hanyan is a shareholder of the Nangguang Grand Hotel, along with the Gui Lu Group. What an uncanny coincidence. Chapter 11. Indeed, professional behind this facade lies an abundance of untold stories, particularly those that must remain concealed from Chen Bo. Consequently, although Yi Yushan was taken aback, he composed himself and refrained from responding to Chen Bo's inquiries. Observing Yi Yushan's silence, Chen Bo chose not to press further, understanding the subtle nuances of social interaction. Brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Chen Bo remarked. Yi Yushan merely nodded, lacking the inclination to accompany him. However, Chen Bo sought a definitive answer. Despite the numerous discussions he had with Zhu Wenjun, certain matters required Yi Yushan's explicit confirmation. Brother, shall we proceed as sister-in-law suggested? Chen Bo pressed, his determination evident. Yi Yushan lifted his gaze to meet Chen Bo's, nodding gravely in acknowledgement, yet remaining reticent. Chen Bo, take some time in the next couple of days to return to your workplace and finalize your paperwork. I will arrange a position for you at the Finance Bureau. It is time to leave the confines of the prison. Upon your return, it will be more convenient for us to deliberate on matters, Yi Yushan advised. Are you truly transferring me back? Wouldn't he, that mean Lu Hanyan would seek me out daily? I had envisioned never returning to the prison, and now, if I reside in the city, how shall I manage her pursuits? Chen Bo implored, seeking guidance from Yi Yushan, wary of being saddled with blame later on. We shall address that when the time comes. For now, focus on completing your paperwork, Yi Yushan replied. After Chen Bo departed, Yi Yushan reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to ponder the entangled history with Kuan Zhengde. Though he had sensed the currents, he had not anticipated Kuan Zhengde would so readily offer Lu Hanyan as bait, ensnaring him without a trace. The mere thought of his involvement with Lu Hanyan provoked a deep self-reproach. At present, he found himself caught between two worlds. At home, his partner was fervently propelling him toward a political career, aiding him significantly, particularly through her medical profession, which allowed her to seamlessly integrate with the wives of officials and affluent individuals in Nansong City. Whenever those women required assistance, a simple call to Zhu Wenjun would prompt her to abandon her patients to assist them, especially now, as he stood on the brink of becoming the deputy mayor. It was Zhu Wenjun who had tirelessly courted the city's secretary on his behalf. Left to his own devices, he would have only ever attained the position of finance director. Lu Hanyan's intent to bind him with a child was not merely her desire, but rather Kuan Zhengde's strategy to ensure Lu Hanyan tethered him irrevocably to their lives. Once the child was born, he feared he would become nothing more than Kuan Zhengde's obedient dog for life. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan sat in her office, cradling a tablet, engaged in a video call with a 5- or 6-year-old girl. Kuan Zhengde sat nearby, his cigarette smoldering, indifferent to Lu Hanyan's pregnancy as he smoked casually. The girl on the screen was preoccupied with her toys, and despite Lu Hanyan's efforts to coax laughter from her, the girl only called out Mama when she felt inclined. Lu Hanyan, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth, terrified of succumbing to tears. Yet time always seems to pass so swiftly. The little girl across the way is preparing for bed, and the video was abruptly severed by the caregiver. Lu Hanyan covered her mouth, unable to suppress her sobs once more. A tissue was handed to her. I implore you, after I marry, may I visit Japan? I long to see the child. Lu Hanyan looked up at Kuan Zhengde, beseeching him. It is not possible yet. I have already stated that you must first give birth to the child. Once Yi Yushan is completely ensnared by your charms, I can return the child to you. You may choose to raise him discreetly within the country or abroad, but it hinges upon Yi Yushan's sentiments. That is of utmost importance, Kuan Zhengde replied. Lu Hanyan understood that no matter how she pleaded, it would be futile, for she had implored him countless times before. Another plea would yield the same outcome. She dried her tears and, fixing her gaze upon Kuan Zhengde, asked emphatically, how can you be so certain that this child is undoubtedly his? Do not forget the actions you have taken. Thus, the paternity of this child is still uncertain. If it is not his child, How will you extricate yourself from this situation? Kuan Zhengde nodded at her words, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. From this vantage point, atop the highest point in Nankong City, he felt as though the entire city lay prostrate at his feet. With only a few days until the wedding, you should undergo a paternity test before the child is born. If he is not his, then he is mine. I will arrange a place for you to raise the child properly, but of course, this charade must continue until he notices something amiss, Kuan Zhengde asserted. This was an exceedingly intricate play, with each party believing themselves to possess greater cunning than the other. Following Kuan Zhengde's instructions, when Lu Hanyan went for her prenatal checkup at the hospital, she added an amniocentesis for paternity testing. The wedding arrived as promised, and Chen Bo's role reached its climax. On the eve of the ceremony, Chen Bo received a call from Zhu Wenjun, summoning him to her home, where Yi Yushan was also present. Chen Bo, please have a seat. I appreciate your efforts. This is your first marriage, correct? It must be quite troublesome, Zhu Wenjun remarked, regarding Chen Bo with newfound favor. Indeed, it is my first time. Brother, sister-in-law, you call me here. Was there something you wish to discuss? Chen Bo feigned ignorance, knowing full well the gravity of the matter at hand. In truth, this was not mere pretense. He sought to ensure that the couple clarified their concerns, for the stakes were substantial. He had to be cautious, guarding against the possibility of the couple disavowing their prior agreement, leaving him to shoulder the blame alone. Thus, before entering, he activated the recording function on his smartwatch, discreetly fastening it to his ankle, while wearing metallic watch on his wrist to obscure any signs of his habitual watch-wearing. Zhu Wenjun cast a glance at Yi Yushan, then turned to retrieve a white pill bottle from her side, placing it upon the table. Tomorrow night, administer this medicine to her. Within 24 hours, the child will become a stillborn. Therefore, your task for tomorrow night is to ensure she consumes this medicine, accompanied by a bit of alcohol. This way, the child's predicament can be attributed to her drinking, leaving no suspicion cast upon you. As a physician, Zhu Wenjun indeed exhibits a commendable level of professionalism when discussing her field of expertise. Yet, Zhu Wenjun's demeanor alone is insufficient. Yi Yushan must also contribute verbally. Thus, Chen Bo reached for the medicine vial, turned to Yi Yushan and inquired, "Brother, will this suffice?" Chapter 12. The rescuer Yi Yushan was initially reluctant to speak, but upon being questioned by Chen Bo, he felt compelled to respond. He nodded and said, "Let us proceed as your sister-in-law suggests." Chen Bo then inquired of Zhu Wenjun, "Sister-in-law, will this medication have any side effects? I need to be informed, as I cannot allow any fatalities to occur. At the very least, we must avoid any major incidents." Chen Bo's concerns were both rational and reasonable, and his inquiries fell within the realm of normal intelligence. Thus Zhu Wenjun had no choice but to respond. This was no ordinary substance. It was a medication intended for human consumption, particularly for a pregnant woman. Should any adverse effects arise, the repercussions for Chen Bo would be dire. Therefore, it was imperative for him to ensure that Zhu Wenjun clarified the potential side effects of the medication and the immediate steps for emergency intervention, with the utmost priority being to avoid any loss of life. Rest assured, this medication is colorless and tasteless, and it will not pose any issues for Lu Hanyan herself. Even concerning the fetus, any effects would not manifest immediately. Hence, I suggest allowing her to consume some alcohol, as any subsequent consequences would likely be attributed to that. Zhu Wenjun explained. Yet, Chen Bo remained unconvinced. He needed to ascertain the origin and name of this medication. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he needed to be able to inform the doctors of what Lu Hanyan had ingested. After all, one must keep personal matters separate from obligations. He could not afford to entangle himself in this predicament. This medication was given to me by a friend brought back from abroad, Souvenyun Bagan. That merchant of medical supplies? Chen Bo interjected, and Zhu Wenjun nodded in tacit agreement. Chen Bo felt a sense of helplessness. This meant that the medication was not available domestically, and he was unaware of its name. A furrow appeared on his forehead. Zhu Wenjun, worried that he might reconsider, reminded him that they had already obtained the certificate and were on the verge of holding the wedding ceremony. The newlywed night was approaching, and they needed to act. Once that night passed, everything would be settled, and they could not afford any missteps at this juncture. Chen Bo, I assure you, this medication will not cause any trouble for the adult, and it will be expelled from the body quickly. Even if she were to suspect and request a blood test, it would not be detectable. Do you still doubt me? I am a doctor, Zhu Wenjun stated with unwavering conviction. Chen Bo gazed into her eyes, which were filled with hope. At that moment, Yi Yushan also spoke up. Chen Bo, since I sought you out, we are bound together in this. We will not betray you. You can rest easy. If anything were to go awry, do you think we could simply flee? Indeed, we would never engage in actions that harm others without benefit to ourselves, Zhu Wenjun added. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Bo found himself unable to withdraw. He could only push forward with determination. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Bo was immediately summoned to Lu Hanyan's office. By now, Lu Hanyan had fully regained her commanding presence as a strong woman, although her abdomen had begun to show a slight protrusion, and her expression appeared quite displeased. What does Yi Yushan want with you? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo was taken aback and promptly asked, Have you sent someone to follow me? I feared you might run away. The wedding is tomorrow, and I have several matters to discuss with you to avoid any complications later. If I did not seek you out, who else would I turn to? Now tell me, what did he want with you? Lu Hanyan pressed. Chen Bo walked straight over and sat on the sofa, saying he, like you, is afraid I might run away. So he promised me some perks to come work at the finance bureau. I understand your intentions. You simply wish to keep me under your watchful eye, right? You fear I might cause a disruption to your plans. Is it really necessary? Although Lu Hanyan did not entirely believe Chen Bo's words, she could not fathom why Yi Yushan sought him out. Is your wife at home? Lu Hanyan inquired. Yes, she is. I think it would be wise for you to be cautious in the future. Perhaps bring a bodyguard when you go out. With your condition, if someone were to push you and you fell, it could lead to a tragic outcome for both you and the child. Who would be held accountable for that? Chen Bo continued, seemingly struck by a sudden thought. By the way, I have an idea. Do you think it's necessary? What is it? We VE obtained our marriage certificate, and tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. Legally and traditionally, we are a married couple. If something were to happen to you suddenly, how would the inheritance be divided? Wouldn't I be entitled to a share? Therefore, you should draft a will. If you were to pass, your assets would have nothing to do with me. Otherwise, I could profit significantly. Chen Bo's words were indeed audacious, discussing their impending wedding in such a manner. Had he not fled swiftly, Lu Hanyan would have hurled her phone at him. The so-called wedding ceremony felt more like a mere formality for him. So he invited Gao Ning to the hotel for tea. Gao Ning was aware of his impending marriage and had agreed to be his best man. But upon arriving at the hotel and discovering who the bride was, he was momentarily stunned. Brother, what are you thinking? How did you end up with her? Don't you know her reputation in our city? Gao Ning swallowed the rest of his words to protect his older brother's dignity. I merely made a mistake that any man might make. A few months ago, I came to the city for leisure and, after a night of drinking at a bar, I met her. She claims that the child in her womb is mine. So what else could I do? I had to marry her. I can't let the child grow up without a father, can I? Chen Bo spoke with a gravity that suggested he bore great responsibility. Gao Ning, taken aback by this, quietly asked, Brother, how can you be so certain that the child is yours? She is quite well known in the city. As your brother, I don't want to see you taken advantage of. Becoming a father unexpectedly warrants caution. Chen Bo nodded in agreement. Yes, you have a point. However, if the child isn't mine, she can't hide that truth forever. Once the baby is born, I'll have a paternity test done. We'll see the results. If she dares to deceive me, I won't be an easy target, you know? Gao Ning wanted to inquire why he didn't pursue the test now, but held his tongue, recognizing that his brother had never been one to be easily exploited. Perhaps he was overthinking the matter, so he chose to remain silent. Gao Ning, I recall you have a sister, right? What is she up to at home? Chen Bo asked. Gao Ning glanced towards the door and replied softly, Boss, what is your intention? You're getting married at dawn, and now you're asking about my sister? Chen Bo felt an overwhelming urge to kick him out of frustration, but managed to respond calmly. I have a friend who works in a hospital and aspires to establish a company focused on supplying medical equipment. Initially, I intended for my sister to take on this venture, but she is solely focused on pursuing a position in the civil service and has no interest in it. Therefore, I wonder if your sister might be interested. Chapter 13, isn't it my business? If such a fortunate occurrence exists, why not? Shall I summon her now for a discussion? Gao Ning inquired eagerly. Chen Bo shot him a disapproving glance, noting that it was already the dead of night, with merely 4 or 5 hours until dawn. Hence, there was no urgency in the matter. Gao Ning and Chen Bo had spent the night together, during which Chen Bo made a visit to the top floor to see Lu Hanyan. Although Lu Hanyan possessed her own residence, she had opted for the convenience of arranging her marital home at the hotel. This meant that on their wedding night, they would be spending their first evening together in a hotel suite. The presidential suite was adorned in a festive manner, primarily for the sake of her family. Chen Bo was merely invited to fulfill the occasion. Once her family departed, he intended to leave as well, but was halted by Lu Hanyan's call. "So, how do you find the arrangements? Do you like it?" Lu Hanyan provocatively asked. Chen Bo gazed out at the nightscape of Nongguang City and replied, "It's acceptable, but whether I like it or not is of no consequence. I shall not be residing here. You seem to fit well in this space, albeit it is rather expansive. If any situation arises, you would need to call someone. I mean, if there were any signs concerning the child you carry, would you be able to summon help in time?" Lu Hanyan felt an urge to sew his lips shut with a needle and thread. Although they shared no personal connection, they were bound by both legal and nominal ties as husband and wife. Moreover, regardless of her feelings towards Yi Yushan or Kuan Zhengde, Lu Hanyan wished for their demise. At least she had a handsome young man at her side. After a few days of acclimatization, she gradually felt an impulse to engage him in conversation. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, she admired the nocturnal view of Nongguang City, the glass reflecting Chen Bo's every movement. "Please sit. No one is around now. Let us converse. I have long been curious as to why you agreed to Yi Yushan's proposal." Lu Hanyan inquired. "Curious? Did he not enlighten you?" Chen Bo responded. Without turning, Lu Hanyan retorted, "Do you truly think I would believe his words? Ultimately, we are all exploiting each other. Who can genuinely trust another's words? It's merely a fade we present to one another. Would you deceive me?" Chen Bo moved to another chair and replied with a calm demeanor. "After my discharge, I struggled to find employment. Yi Yushan is my cousin. My family sought his assistance, offered gifts, and I passed the examination. He facilitated my entry into the prison system, where I have worked as a guard for 2 years. Therefore, when he approached you, this favor became unavoidable. If it were solely a matter of favor, I would certainly have declined, as there are countless ways to repay such debts. This is the most absurd method. My sister recently graduated and is unemployed. Yi Yushan arranged for her to work in the finance bureau, and she just started a few days ago. Thus, I found myself with no choice. We're just me. I would rather forego my prison job than become a mere placeholder." After speaking, Chen Bo cast a glance at Lu Hanyan's abdomen. Lu Hanyan nodded, suddenly smiling as she remarked, "The examination results from yesterday were excellent." Chen Bo shrugged, contemplating that whether it was good or not had nothing to do with him. However, a sense of unease washed over him. Yesterday's examination results had been exceptionally favorable. What if he administered the medication, and then, unexpectedly, there was a miscarriage? Such thoughts left Chen Bo feeling quite uncomfortable. At the wedding, Gao Ning stood beside Chen Bo, who held a bouquet, listening to the endless chatter of the officiant. Countless eyes in the audience scrutinized him, and he could only wish that none of these individuals recognized him. "I told you, her energy is immense. Just look at the guests here, from both political and business circles. They certainly know how to show respect. My sister-in-law is quite remarkable, brother. I'm beginning to worry whether you can truly handle her," Gao Ning whispered beside him. Chen Bo mused to himself that he was well aware of her formidable nature. However, he had no desire to control her. After all, she was not his horse to tame. A few whips would not be dictated by him. Thus, he could only serve her cautiously, as one would care for a steed in the stable. As for whether it would kick or when it would foal, those were concerns he need not shoulder. His responsibility was merely to ensure the little foal was delivered safely. As for control, whoever wished to take on that challenge could do so. Yi Yushan and his wife were quite clear that as long as the little foal was lost, he could divorce and regain his freedom. For them, the loss of a child would lift the alarm. During the ring exchange, Lu Hanyan gazed at Chen Bo with deep affection, momentarily leading him to believe it was genuine. It must be said, Lu Hanyan was a rare beauty. Even in her pregnant state, she exuded charm and grace. Yet, as soon as he recalled her connection to his cousin, Chen Bo's interest waned. You better show some respect. The photographer is capturing every moment. Who are you sulking for? Lu Hanyan squeezed Chen Bo's hand, quietly reminding him. Chen Bo quickly snapped back to reality. They were still in the spotlight, so he plastered on a commercially polished smile. Bored, he glanced down and unexpectedly spotted Yi Yushan and his wife. To his astonishment, Zhu and Jun was smiling and signaling to him, leaving Chen Bo utterly speechless. However, Yi Yushan's expression was far less favorable. After all, the groom should have been him. Yet here he was, playing the role of a marionette. At long last, the wedding day concluded. Yet, that evening, Lu Hanyan's family had yet to depart, and they had booked a room at the hotel, lingering long into the night without returning to their own quarters. Chen Bo attended to the last guest's departure, and just as he intended to leave, he suddenly recalled his task. He sank into the sofa, tearing off his tie and removing his ill-fitting shoes. Directing his gaze toward Lu Hanyan. Should I leave now, or wait until tomorrow? Chen Bo inquired. My family is all here. If you go down now and encounter them, what will you say? Perhaps it would be best to wait a bit longer. Alternatively, you could sleep on the sofa. I trust you are not the kind of person who would make things difficult for a pregnant woman, are you? Although Lu Hanyan's words suggested concern, they dripped with disdainful provocation. Without a doubt, during the wedding ceremony today, as she gazed upon the dashing young man standing opposite her, placing the ring upon her finger, she yearned for it to be real. Alas, it was not. Chen Bo, longing for the unattainable, offered a polite gesture and refrained from further refusal. When Lu Hanyan emerged after freshening up, a bottle of red wine was set upon the coffee table, with Chen Bo indulging in solitary libations. Would you care for a drink? Chen Bo inquired. I'm pregnant. How could I possibly drink alcohol? Lu Hanyan replied, furrowing her brow. Chen Bo ritortit candidly. It's not mine. Whether the child is clever or foolish has nothing to do with me. Chapter 14. A twist of fate. When Chen Bo extended the wine glass towards her, Lu Hanyan hesitated for a moment. Yet, she accepted it. When a woman harbors no affection for a man, the notion of a child becomes a trivial matter. The two glasses clinked together, producing a melodious sound. Chen Bo took a sip and found it quite agreeable. Thus he drained the glass in one go. This was red wine, meant to be savored. Have you never tasted it? Your manner of drinking suggests a lack of understanding. Yet you chose to open such an expensive bottle. Do you even know the price of this wine? Lu Hanyan inquired after taking a sip herself. Chen Bo shook his head and replied, I am not well versed in this. I simply find the taste acceptable. Acceptable? This bottle costs 110,000. Of course, it is more than just acceptable. Lu Hanyan could hardly reproach Chen Bo for his ignorance. After all, tonight marked their wedding night, and causing a scene would not be prudent. Although Chen Bo felt the wine was indeed exorbitantly priced, he merely registered his surprise internally before pouring himself another full glass, which he again consumed in one go. Then he glanced at Lu Hanyan and said, I'm heading to bed now. I'm quite fatigued. The charade can end here for tonight. I will return to my own room to sleep. I feel uneasy sharing a bed with you. In response to Chen Bo's teasing, Lu Hanyan remained silent, offering no reply. Nor did her expression change. Her thoughts drifted to her daughter, the one taken to Japan by Kuan Zhengde. She also contemplated that man, the one who had captured her heart 5 years prior, only to perish under dire circumstances, leaving no trace behind. She could surmise that as Kuan Zhengde's most capable accountant, a Harvard graduate privy to numerous secrets of the Gui Lu Group, he would never be allowed to leave the country alive. Between her child and that handsome man, Lu Hanyan chose the daughter who was still in her womb at that time. From then on, her daughter became her greatest vulnerability. Lu Hanyan became Kuan Zhengde's plaything, and a knife that could be wielded at any moment. Presently, that knife was directed at Yi Yushan. With a tilt of her head, Lu Hanyan downed the wine in her glass, while Chen Bo on the sofa had already succumbed to deep slumber. She merely cast a glance in his direction before retreating to the bedroom. Chen Bo, observing the now empty wine glasses on the table, silently prayed, Child, please do not blame me. I am left with no choice. Otherwise, I would never commit such a heinous act. Child, if you must assign blame, direct it towards your unreliable parents. None of them are virtuous. Chen Bo dared not sleep, listening intently to the sounds from the bedroom, fearful that Zwenjin might lead him into trouble. After all, this was an abortive medication. Should anything go awry, it would be a case of 2 lives lost. Therefore, he remained alert, ready to call the hospital at the slightest sign of trouble. However, to his surprise, the bedroom remained remarkably quiet for some time. Could this foreign medication truly be so miraculous? Yet, just as his relief settled in, he heard a considerable commotion from the bedroom. This was a presidential suite, finely insulated. Thus, the sounds he was now hearing were quite pronounced. Prior to this moment, the bedroom had not been devoid of sound. However, due to her physical discomfort, Lu Hanyan had not given it much thought. Yet, whether it was the effects of alcohol, the memory of that man, or the fact that it was indeed her genuine wedding night, she soon found herself engulfed in a wave of heat. As a woman who had experienced such sensations before, she was acutely aware of the underlying cause. Thus, she acted with great caution, first retreating to the washroom to splash cold water on her face, employing a chilled cloth to wipe her face and neck, those areas being the most heated and intolerable. However, her efforts bore no fruit. Lying in bed, not only was sleep elusive, but it was also challenging to suppress thoughts of the young man outside her bedroom door. Deep within her subconscious, a voice incessantly reminded her that tonight was her wedding night, and that the man outside was her husband, her lawful spouse. Whatever transpired tonight would be entirely natural. Yet, another voice cautioned her that he was merely her nominal husband. If Kuan Zhengde were to discover this, the consequences could be dire, potentially resulting in a long separation from her daughter. Thus, she resolutely decided against seeking the man's company. One voice represented her will, while the other embodied her physical desires. At this moment, her mind was devoid of space to contemplate the origins of her predicament. She was locked in an internal struggle. Occasionally, she contemplated abandoning all restraint and simply seeking him out, but her reason admonished her against such folly. If Kuan Zhengde were to find out, her situation would be irretrievable, leaving no room for negotiation. The sound she had just made was a result of her opening the door, but reason pulled her back, causing her to slam the door shut with a resounding thud. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma, caught between 2 choices. Nevertheless, the effects of the medication seemed to intensify, with desire enveloping her like a thick fog, rendering her unable to discern its boundaries. She felt as though her body was on fire. "Are you all right?" A voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. It was Chen Bo knocking at the door. The sound, while initially manageable, became an unbearable pull on her senses, compelling her to spring up and fling open the door, throwing herself into Chen Bo's embrace. "Damn it! This is wrong. Is this some sort of abortion pill?" As Chen Bo struggled to extricate himself from Lu Hanyan's fervent grasp, he recognized the gravity of the situation and the inherent wrongness of it. He maneuvered toward the bathroom, turned on the cold water tap of the bathtub, and once the water reached halfway, he scooped Lu Hanyan up and tossed her into the frigid water. Plunged into the icy depths, Lu Hanyan was jolted awake, clarity returning to her mind. She attempted to climb out, but Chen Bo firmly pressed her head down, submerging her in the cold water. For her current state, a mere splash of cold water would suffice. She needed to be thoroughly immersed from head to toe to achieve true relief. Indeed, after being pressed several times and taking a few sips of water amidst her coughing, Lu Hanyan gradually extinguished the flames of her distress. As she remained submerged in the cold water, gazing at her nearly bare form, she suddenly let out a startled cry. Chen Bo stepped out to fetch some clothes, closing the bedroom door behind him. The room was soundproof. She could utter her cries freely without fear of being overheard. "What are you doing here?" As soon as Lu Hanyan regained her composure, she began to turn the tables. Chapter 15. The chaos of the night lingered even before dawn. As Chen Bo was unceremoniously expelled from the premises, Lu Hanyan felt an overwhelming sense of shame at her recent actions, particularly the fact that she had sought him out only to find herself forcibly submerged in icy water. "What a predicament!" Once she extricated herself from the bathtub and steadied her tumultuous emotions, she promptly made her way to the living room to evict Chen Bo. Having suffered a restless night, it was not until 9 in the morning that the jarring sound of the telephone roused Chen Bo from his slumber. "Hello, who is this?" he murmured, bleary-eyed, failing to register the caller's identity. "Still in bed at this hour? You must have had quite the exhausting night," Zhu Wenjun remarked coolly over the line. Instantly alert, Chen Bo recalled his growing suspicions regarding the dubious abortion pills, coupled with Zhu Wenjun's insinuations on the phone. He was now convinced that the so-called abortion medication she had provided concealed some ulterior motive. "Sister-in-law, were there issues with the medication from last night?" he inquired. "Is that so? What kind of issues? How did your night unfold? Are you still recovering? That friend of mine mentioned that the drug is potent. Even those who are forewarned cannot withstand its effects. It seems you were successful last night," Zhu Wenjun whispered, glancing cautiously at the office door. Chen Bo refrained from confirming or denying, simply stating, "Sister-in-law, your aim was to terminate her pregnancy, but that may not suffice. Is this what you meant by taking action? Did she suspect anything?" Zhu Wenjun pressed. "Not at all. I was rather clever about it. She attributed it to the alcohol," Chen Bo continued, eager to discern his astute sister-in-law's true intentions. Prior to last night, Chen Bo was utterly convinced that Zhu Wenjun sought to eliminate Lu Hanyan's child, thereby liberating her husband from the entanglement and silencing Lu Hanyan's threats. Once the child was gone, her words would hold no weight. However, he now found himself increasingly perplexed by her motives. "Well, that settles it. By the way, I have a lunch appointment today with someone involved in medical supplies. You should join us and make their acquaintance," Zhu Wenjun casually mentioned. "Do not have to go to work?" Chen Bo inquired. "I'll handle things with your brother. Just come and meet this individual. They've been pressing me for a while now, and I cannot keep them waiting indefinitely lest they seek another opportunity," Zhu Wenjun replied. Chen Bo, not having encountered Lu Hanyan since the previous night, suspected that she might refrain from seeking him out for a while. Their relationship had always been a performance for others. With no audience present, there was little reason to remain on stage. At noon, Chen Bo arrived punctually at the restaurant Zhu Wenjun had chosen, where she sat alone, sipping tea and scrolling through her phone. "Has no one else arrived?" Chen Bo inquired upon taking a seat. "They'll be here shortly. So how was last night? Quite the spectacle, wasn't it? Surely you had never seen Lu Hanyan in such a state? As I mentioned, there's no need for formality. Treat her as merely a plaything. Women like her are of such a caliber, engaging in the most sordid and shameless acts. Why be polite?" As soon as Zhu Wenjun opened her mouth, venomous words poured forth. Chen Bo did not intend to defend Lu Hanyan. He merely had witnessed another side of her the previous night. Perhaps, being under the same roof as Lu Hanyan, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the harshness of Zhu Wenjun's words. However, he would not express this discontent outwardly, not even with a response. "Sister-in-law, you haven't given me an abortion pill, have you? It seems more like another type of medication." Chen Bo did not speak directly, but his meaning was unmistakable. "Indeed, I believe you have contributed significantly to our family. Both your brother and I are quite grateful to you. Just last night, I mentioned to your brother that encountering you, our relative, was fortuitous. Who else would assist us in such matters?" Zhu Wenjun replied with a smile. "So, regarding last night's affair, consider it a reward for you. As for the child, let us not act hastily." "Not act hastily? What does that imply?" Chen Bo was taken aback, wondering if his cousin had persuaded Zhu Wenjun to allow the child to be born. Zhu Wenjun took a sip of tea, remaining silent. Chen Bo quietly inquired, "Are you planning to keep this child? Is it because the child is a boy?" Zhu Wenjun appeared momentarily stunned and replied, "Who informed you that we intend to keep this child? If I desired a child, would I not bear one myself? Why would I want a child born of that wretched woman?" Realizing his error, Chen Bo promptly fell silent, aware that revealing the contents of Yi Yushan's conversation with Lu Hanyan could lead to further turmoil. "Well, souvenez hesitatet before le continuum. Ever since that wretched woman threatened your brother with a pregnancy, I consulted with my colleagues in obstetrics. Consequently, I am well aware of her checkups and results. Recently, she underwent a pregnancy examination and even added a paternity test to the mix. I pondered if she were entirely certain that this child is your brother's. Why would she need a paternity test? Moreover, the person she is undergoing the test with is not your brother, but someone else. Can you guess who? Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. Although a pseudonym was used, I accessed the obstetric monitoring footage and discovered Kuan Zhengde, the owner of the Gui Lu Group. Consider this. If Lu Hanyan's pregnancy has nothing to do with him, would such a prominent figure accompany her for a paternity test? This led me to the conclusion that your brother ought to undergo a paternity test concerning the child within Lu Hanyan. If it is indeed your brother's, I shall devise a plan. If not, well, there exists a 50-50 chance of either outcome, Zhu Wenjun articulated. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo covered his head with his hands, overwhelmed by the chaotic web of relationships into which he had become entangled. Yet, he also glimpsed a semblance of hope. Sister-in-law, what if the child is not his? Can I promptly initiate divorce proceedings and part ways? Chen Bo queried. At that juncture, it will depend on your choice. Should you opt to remain and indulge, that is your prerogative. After all, Lu Hanyan possesses ample resources. Why not seize the opportunity to gain what you can? Since you have already engaged in relations, I could arrange for more of that medication for you. Just a few uses, and Lu Hanyan would likely comply with your wishes, Zhu Wenjun responded. Zhu Wenjun inquired with a smile. Chen Bo gazed at her smile, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. This woman was truly calculating. What if she plotted against him? What should he do then? In my opinion, the most favorable outcome would be if that child were not your brother's. Then you could indulge freely without a care. Seize the opportunity to enjoy life to the fullest. One must indulge oneself. Do you not agree? Zhu Wenjun asked with piercing eyes. Chapter 16. Shui Shanshan's sister-in-law. I'm merely here to assist you. We can discuss these matters later. If that child is not my brother's, what shall we do next? Chen Bo inquired. We will address it when the time comes. I have yet to formulate a plan. That wretched girl. If the paternity test reveals the child is not your brother's, I shall see how to deal with her, Zhu Wenjun replied, her tone resolute. As Chen Bo was about to inquire further, Zhu Wenjun appeared to recognize someone and stood to wave. Turning around, Chen Bo observed a tall woman striding towards them. Someone he did not recognize and awaited Zhu Wenjun's introduction. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s. Graced with an exquisite beauty that only the most stunning could possess. Her skin was as pale as snow, smooth and radiant as fine jade, and her figure was tall and graceful, captivating in its elegance. From the moment the woman spotted Zhu Wenjun, Chen Bo sensed her pace quicken significantly, discernible by the sound of her high heels striking the ground, indicative of her esteem for Zhu Wenjun. Dr. Zhu, you have finally decided to see me. If I had to wait any longer, I would surely turn gray, the woman exclaimed, her voice a melodious lilt that starkly contrasted with her professional attire, expressing both discontent and an air of vulnerability. You are well aware of the nature of my work. By the way, allow me to introduce a handsome fellow. This is my brother, Chen Bo. This is General Manager Shui. Please do make each other's acquaintance. Zhu Wenjun introduced Chen Bo to the illustrious Shui Shanshan. Shui Shanshan was acutely aware of the purpose of their meeting. Without even taking a seat, she promptly produced her business card and presented it to Chen Bo with both hands. Once seated, Chen Bo examined the card. Taikong Biopharmaceuticals, Sales Manager Shui Shanshan, followed by a string of numbers. Dr. Zhu, have you been busy with surgeries lately? Despite sitting across from a reasonably attractive man, Shui Shanshan understood that her primary focus today was on Dr. Zhu. Indeed, there hasn't been a single day without surgeries. My back feels as though it might collapse under the strain, Zhu Wenjun remarked, adjusting her posture to emphasize her fatigue, indicating her earnestness rather than mere reluctance to meet her. However, before Zhu Wenjun could finish her statement, Shui Shanshan snapped her fingers, adopting a rather casual demeanor, and said, Dr. Zhu, how fortuitous. I have been learning to give my mother massages lately. Allow me to try my skills on you. As a doctor, you surely know better than I do. Please guide me on where I might improve. With that, she effortlessly set her phone and bag aside, preparing to massage Zhu Wenjun's lower back. Taken aback by Shui Shanshan's boldness, Zhu Wenjun hesitated, but ultimately could not refuse, turning her body slightly to allow for a few token attempts. Watching the interaction unfold, Chen Bo could not help but marvel at the current competitiveness in the pharmaceutical representative field. It seemed one needed to know how to massage as well. It appeared that Shui Shanshan had ample experience in this regard. With this thought in mind, he was tempted to ask, did General Manager Shui previously work in massage therapy? My brother was once a soldier, bearing many injuries. Chen Bo, Shui Shanshan's technique is commendable. Would you care to give a try? Zhou Wenjin teased, genuinely amused. Chen Bo waved his hand dismissively and replied, no, thank you. My back is just fine. Shui Shanshan, ever the opportunist, stood up and turned to offer Chen Bo a massage, only to be politely declined. Junjia, look, President Chun is shy. I shall continue to serve you, she remarked, returning to her previous seat. As the trio dined and conversed, Shui Shanshan learned that Chen Bo was not merely there to partake in the feast, but was to be her primary contact henceforth. In other words, Chen Bo was to become Zhu Wenjun's right-hand man and representative, meaning that any future matters would require her to consult him. Sometimes, I am unable to answer calls for hours during surgeries. If you have urgent matters and cannot reach me, please contact him. He has recently transferred to the Finance Bureau and is not overly busy, so do maintain contact with him, Zhu Wenjun explained. Upon hearing Zhu Wenjun's introduction, Shui Shanshan's attitude towards Chen Bo transformed dramatically, shifting her focus from Zhu Wenjun to him. Chen Bo, eavesdropping on their discussions regarding business, grasped the situation. The serum currently utilized by the hospital was priced at 3 times that of Taikong Pharmaceuticals, whereas they could offer it for 2/3 of that price, thereby saving patients a significant amount of money while supplying the hospital at 1/3 of the cost. Furthermore, Shui Shanshan had established connections with most pharmacies surrounding the hospital, all represented by their agents. Whenever a pharmacy received an order from Zhu Wenjun's department, they could undercut the hospital's prices by an additional 20%, with their profit margins being quite substantial. Had Chen Bo not accompanied Zhu Wenjun to meet Shui Shanshan, he would likely remain oblivious to these intricacies. This illustrated why, despite numerous rounds of centralized procurement at hospitals, drug prices remained exorbitantly high. Moreover, certain medications gradually vanished, often re-emerging under new names and packaging, perpetuating inflated prices in the most unscrupulous of environments. The three enjoyed their conversation, and after the meal, Shui Shanshan took her leave, while Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo continued to sip tea. How do you feel? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Well, it seems to me that you all find it exceedingly easy to make money. The so-called policies from above meet countermeasures below. Quite the clever game. Chen Bo replied with a smile. Had you been an outsider, learning of these matters would surely make you curse. Now that you are within, do you not feel fortunate? I have spoken to your brother. You will not be mistreated. Have you decided whom you wish to appoint as the agent for this company? Zhu Wenjun asked. I have begun searching. A comrade's sister runs a beauty salon. I am uncertain of her business acumen, but during a recent wedding, I mentioned it to my comrade, who assured me it would be no problem. Chen Bo responded. Oh, that sounds promising, as long as the person is reliable. What does your comrade's family do? Zhu Wenjun inquired, intrigued. She had skillfully elevated Yi Yushan from a budget section chief to the position of director of the Municipal Finance Bureau. She was no ordinary woman, but a real-life Claire. My comrade's name is Gao Ning. His father is Gao Xingyan. Chen Bo hesitated before continuing. He clearly sensed Zhu Wenjun's body tense at the mention of the name, and she promptly inquired, is that the Gao Xingyan from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Otherwise, during the demobilization, my comrade once mentioned to me that he would have his father put in a good word for me, as I was his squad leader. If I neglected this favor, I would forever be at a disadvantage to him. Thus, I sought out my brother and went to the prison. Chen Bo smiled as he spoke. Outside the restaurant, Shui Shanshan drove away. After starting the car, she made a phone call. Mr. Liu, everything has been agreed upon. However, the person she found truly surprised me. You must be curious about who Zhu Wenjun intends to connect me with. Chapter 17. Who is Kuan Zhengde? Lu Hanyan furrowed her brow and inquired. Your husband, Chen Bo. I wouldn't mistake him, although I only caught a distant glimpse at the wedding. It was indeed him. This man also goes by the name Chen Bo, Shui Shanshan replied. Zhu Wenjun certainly knows how to keep the juicy opportunities close to home. Very well. I understand now. President Liu, I feel compelled to caution you. Zhu Wenjun is not to be underestimated. How could you allow your brother-in-law to grow so close to her? Although they share a sister-in-law and younger uncle relationship, one can never predict what Zhu Wenjun is capable of. Their camaraderie appears rather strong. Do be careful, Shui Shanshan expressed, believing she was looking out for Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan chose not to respond, and simply stated she was busy before hanging up. The intricacies of her marriage with Chen Bo were known to fewer than 5 individuals, rendering the union seemingly nefarious to outsiders. Yet the true nature of their relationship remained a mystery. Even Shui Shanshan, who was close to Lu Hanyan, was oblivious to the underlying truths. After ending the call, Lu Hanyan recalled the events of the previous night and contacted Chen Bo, urging him to return immediately. Frowning, Chen Bo relayed this to Zhu Wenjun. Looks like she wants me back, Chen Bo remarked. Zhu Wenjun, adopting the demeanor of someone well-versed in such matters, commented, then returned. Women often behave this way. Once they savor the first taste, they become reluctant to indulge in anything else. Brother, indulge yourself. In a few days, the truth will reveal itself. So seize the opportunity to enjoy these days while you can, for such a woman is not easily found. Just remember, when the time comes to confront reality, don't be disheartened. Chen Bo felt his face flush at her words, and the two departed the restaurant. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Hanyan's secretary had been waiting in the lobby. Spotting Chen Bo, she promptly approached and whispered, President Lu is furious and awaiting you upstairs. Where have you been? I went out to dine with friends. What has happened? Chen Bo asked nonchalantly. Since learning that the medication was not an abortion pill, he felt considerably more at ease. As long as no lives were at stake, he could only navigate one step at a time. After all, he was firmly ensnared in the situation orchestrated by Zhu Wenjun and her husband, with his job and his sister's job on the line. And now being drawn into Zhu Wenjun's newly established pharmaceutical company, he found himself thoroughly entangled. Ascending the stairs, he entered Lu Hanyan's office, which contrasted with the suite upstairs, exuding a more pronounced business atmosphere. Upon his arrival, someone was presenting a report to Lu Hanyan, who didn't spare him a glance, treating him as if he were invisible. Chen Bo patiently waited for an hour until her work was concluded. What instructions do you have for me, President Lu? He inquired with a smile. Pack your belongings and come home with me. My mother will be staying with us to take care of me before I give birth, Lu Hanyan declared. Chen Bo paused momentarily, then inquired, Your mother looking after you is certainly a good thing, but does that mean I'm no longer needed? I can manage well in a hotel. If you feel I'm wasting the hotel's resources, I can simply switch to another one. Chen Bo, are you unable to comprehend my words? Chen Bo was well aware that she intended to draw him back to her home. It seemed unreasonable for a son-in-law to be absent while his mother-in-law resided under the same roof. The thought alone made Chen Bo's head spin. It felt as if he was stepping into a pit with every move he made. Lu, I understand perfectly. I merely think this conflicts slightly with our previous agreement. Don't you agree? Chen Bo replied. Lu Hanyan glanced towards the entrance, then clicked her heels as she approached him, whispering, I haven't yet accounted for last night's events. After you made me drink, something felt amiss. Pray tell, what transpired? If you possess the audacity to drug me, why do you lack the courage to confront me directly? Are you reveling in my embarrassment, or is there something else at play? Chen Bo, I advise you to refrain from playing games with me. No one is fooling anyone here. If you dare to cause me harm, I assure you, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Do you believe me? This was the first time Chen Bo had witnessed Lu Hanyan display such ferocity. Perhaps it was due to the events of the previous night, where his actions had indeed crossed a line, or perhaps she genuinely recalled what had occurred, though lacking concrete evidence. It was your room, your wine, even the water was from your room. And now you suspect me? I must say, that seems rather unreasonable. Chen Bo began, but was abruptly interrupted as Lu Hanyan slapped him across the face. Startled, he instinctively seized her wrist, preventing any further movement. Lu, I believe we should adhere to the spirit of our agreement. As for your home, I can periodically visit, but living together daily is simply unrealistic. I am quite popular. After all, what if your mother takes a liking to me? Once you give birth, she may start pressuring for a second child. Will it be with you or with me? Chen Bo jested. Release me. Hanyan was taken aback by Chen Bo's defiance, especially as he held her so firmly. She hesitated, fearing for her condition. You're carrying a child. Do not let anger consume you. Let us stick to our original terms and avoid introducing new conditions midway, Chen Bo suggested. And what if I insist on adding conditions? You may voice your requests, but I must insist that you stay at my home for several days each month. My mother has always been quite displeased with your family, and if you remain passive, I fear she may eventually seek you out at your hometown, Hanyan stated. Startling Chen Bo goodness. If this opportunistic mother-in-law truly traced back to my hometown, it would indeed create quite the spectacle. Thus, for the time being, I must acquiesce to Hanyan's wishes and stay at her home. Let us negotiate. I can stay at your home for a few days as a gesture, but you should promptly send your mother away and hire a reliable nanny instead. We cannot have her monitoring your every move as you prepare to give birth. It would be far too cumbersome, Chen Bo proposed. As soon as Chen Bo's words fell, the office door was pushed open without a knock. The newcomer was instantly recognized by Chen Bo. It was Kuan Zhengde. For a moment, all three were taken aback, and Hanyan was particularly incensed. Who might this be? Chen Bo feigned ignorance and inquired. Kuan Zhengde, a seasoned veteran adept in both legitimate and underworld dealings, smiled and replied, I have an appointment with General Manager Lu regarding a project. Have you concluded your discussion? Chapter 18. Implicit conversations. Chen Bo was uncertain about the relationship between the two individuals. Yet he was aware that the hotel held a significant portion of shares in the Gui Lu Group. Turning to Hanyan, he remarked, Let us postpone the discussion about moving back home for now. I must attend to some formalities at the prison, and it may be a few days before I return. With that, he did not wait for Hanyan's response and walked away, disregarding the presence of Kuan Zhengde as he passed by. Upon hearing the door slam shut behind him, Kuan Zhengde continued forward, while Hanyan sank into a chair, rendered speechless. What did he mean by moving back home? To your house. Kuan Zhengde inquired. My mother is aware of my pregnancy and insists on living with me to take care of me. Chen Bo and I have just married, and now with my pregnancy. How can I explain to my mother if he does not reside in my home? Hanyan's reasoning was solid, leaving even Kuan Zhengde without a counterargument. Chen Bo had no place to stay except for the hotel. But with the task entrusted to him by Zhu Wenjun regarding the establishment of a new company, he could not afford to delay. Consequently, he reached out to Gao Ning, who soon arrived to pick him up. Is your sister busy at the moment? Chen Bo asked. Let's head directly to her beauty salon and see if she has time for us. Due to my father, my sister has managed to attract numerous ladies from various departments in our city to purchase beauty cards from her, earning quite a sum in the process. She is essentially leveraging my father's authority. Despite my father's repeated warnings, she remains undeterred. Given my father's position, who would dare refuse to patronize her? Gao Ning lamented. From what you imply, your sister is effectively collecting protection fees, is she not? Chen Bo queried. Gao Ning shot him a glance and cautioned. Please refrain from saying that later. Her beauty salon is quite legitimate, and while the services are excellent, they come at a premium. Just be mindful of your words. My sister can be quite volatile. Understood. By the way, what is your impression of Kuan Zhengde? Chen Bo asked. Kuan Zhengde? He is quite the prominent figure in our city, often referred to by the moniker Minister of Underground Organizations. It is no surprise considering that, to this day, the Gui Lu Group remains the largest private enterprise in our city. Just think about it. To achieve such stature in Nangang, he must be no ordinary individual, Gao Ning reflected. So, he is even more formidable than your father? Chen Bo inquired. Gao Ning chuckled softly. How should one put it? Power, when held, possesses a charm that surpasses wealth. Yet, power is ever elusive, much like money, albeit wealth tends to endure longer than power. Would you not agree? Gao Ning, I did not expect you to possess such philosophical insights, Chen Bo replied with a smile, gazing out the window. Gao Ning was not only his comrade in arms, but also the most accessible ally he could rely upon at present. It was difficult to ascertain whether the opportunity presented to him by Yi Yushan was a blessing or a curse. As Chen Bo observed the lifeless inmates in the prison, mechanically repeating their mundane routines, he could not help but reflect on his own circumstances, finding them not so different after all. having passed the initial excitement. He found himself devoid of any ambition. Prison, a true reflection of human nature, served as the backdrop to his daily encounters with anonymous reports from fellow inmates, each driven by a singular motive: to secure a reduced sentence and escape sooner. As for him, if he were to toil away in this place for a lifetime, even with successive waves of prisoners coming and going, his chance of liberation seemed bleak. Thus, Yi Yushan offered him a rare opportunity to flee. It was the only chance that would allow him to inhale the fresh air of the outside world. His momentary resistance vanished when Yi Yushan mentioned transferring him to the Finance Bureau. At that instant, he resolved to cling tightly to Yi Yushan's support, vowing not only to avoid returning, but also to remain outside and work diligently. When a single phone call from Yi Yushan obliterated years of effort put forth by his sister, Chen Bo experienced, for the first time, the intoxicating allure of power. This was a matter occurring in his own life, resolved before his very eyes. He realized that those beneath him were compelled to execute orders issued by someone occupying that position without questioning their validity. As for Lu Hanyan, she could do as she pleased. Her choice of a partner and whether to bear children was her own affair, utterly irrelevant to him. Upon meeting Gao Ning's sister, a woman who exploited their father's connections to effectively extort protection money, Chen Bo's worldview was utterly shattered by the insidious nature and reach of power. "Ah, handsome fellow. Gumin, Gao Ning has spoken of you countless times, yet I have never seen you until now," Gao Anqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was clearly a businesswoman, exuding confidence and speaking with refreshing candor. "Hello, Sister Anqi. Gao Ning has mentioned you frequently. Our classmates all know he has a capable and beautiful sister." Chen Bo replied courteously. "Is that so? This brat can still flatter me?" Gao Anqi playfully swatted Gao Ning on the arm, the force of the gesture indicative of a true sisterly bond. She dismissed her own responsibilities, leading the two of them to the tea room upstairs. "Sister, I'll step out for a moment. You two chat. I'll find someone to give me a massage. My shoulders have been aching from all the overtime lately," Gao Ning said, a grimace on his face. "Get lost, and don't get any funny ideas. I only deal with serious people here. Don't bring in nonsense," Gao Anqi warned, fully aware of her brother's intentions. Gao Ning, familiar with the surroundings, departed with ease, leaving Chen Bo and Gao Anqi alone in the tea room. Gao Anqi smiled and remarked, "I heard from Gao Ning that you just got married. I never expected that the thorny rose of Nangang City would end up in your hands. I must say, I admire your tenacity. I heard your family disapproved?" Her words stirred a sense of irritation in Chen Bo, who contemplated finding a chance to reprimand Gao Ning for his loose tongue, preventing him from spreading such tales. "It's manageable. Every family has its own struggles," Chen Bo replied with a smile. "Indeed, Lu Hanyan possesses commendable qualities. Although she has a child, her situation remains favorable. Currently, in our hometown, widows with 2 children have no difficulty in finding suitable partners, let alone someone of Lu Hanyan's caliber. You are a comrade of Gao Ning, who repeatedly refers to you as his elder brother. Therefore, please do not take offense at my candidness. Being a stepmother can be quite challenging, while being a stepfather tends to be less arduous, as men usually have fewer responsibilities. Wouldn't you agree?" Gao Anqi's words left Chen Bo in a state of perplexity. Chapter 19 Farewell. At the outset, Chen Bo assumed that Gao Anqi was simply forthright in her speech. However, as he pondered further, he began to sense an underlying disquiet. The matter of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy was already known to very few, and even fewer were aware that the child was not Chen Bo's. How then? Did she come to know? Deliberating on this, her mention of stepfather only deepened Chen Bo's conviction that they were not on the same wavelength. "Sister Anqi, I fail to comprehend your words. What do you mean by stepfather and stepmother? It is all rather bewildering. Surely you jest. You didn't know? Lu Hanyan had a daughter before, a delightful little girl whom I have seen." Gao Ning mentioned that his former class leader married Lu Hanyan, and I questioned how someone would choose to marry her, given that she already had a child. Hence I thought, you genuinely did not know? Noticing the change in Chen Bo's expression, Gao Anqi inquired further. Indeed, Chen Bo was oblivious to this revelation. He felt utterly perplexed. How could this group of people keep altering the script? One moment, he was in one scene, and the next, it was entirely different. Upon learning that Lu Hanyan had a daughter, he was torn between feelings of joy and anger. Should he claim prior knowledge or admit his ignorance regarding Lu Hanyan? This convoluted narrative was becoming increasingly untenable for him. To be candid, I was unaware. She never mentioned this matter, and our acquaintance is rather brief. We met a few months ago, and afterward, she informed me of her pregnancy, asserting that the child was mine. I thought, since the child is mine, we ought to marry. Yet to discover she has another child. While Chen Bo was indeed furious, he recognized that now was not the time for an outburst. The performance must continue. However, since Gao Anqi seemed well acquainted with Lu Hanyan, why not seize this opportunity to learn more about her? Although he had no intention of pursuing any relationship with her, gaining insight could potentially prevent future pitfalls. Observing Chen Bo's genuine anger, which he deemed not a mere fade, and considering he was the class leader of her younger brother, Gao Anqi instinctively sided with him. Thus, she divulged everything she knew about Lu Hanyan, allowing Chen Bo to gain a comprehensive understanding of the woman in question. Chen Bo, you may call me sister, as I'm also a comrade of Gao Ning. I have shared all I know with you. Upon your return, strive not to confront her. Anger would be detrimental to the child. Those are merely her past affairs. Regard them as unknown. Focus on building a good life moving forward. One must look ahead, right? Heed my advice, will you? Noticing Chen Bo's considerable vexation, Gao Anqi sought to reassure him, encouraging him to contemplate Lu Hanyan's positive attributes. Chen Bo managed a smile, feigning a semblance of calm, and then proceeded to discuss the venture of starting a company. As I am still within the system, launching a business is not feasible without your assistance to navigate the necessary procedures. At the hospital, my cousin Zhu Wenjun will help, as she is quite resourceful there. Eventually, we can secure collaborations with local pharmacies. My cousin Yushan works at the Finance Bureau, and with time, I hope to establish connections with hospitals citywide, Chen Bo articulated. This business is quite lucrative. When one falls ill, they simply take medication or receive an injection. There is no haggling over prices, and everyone must comply and pay. There is no more profitable endeavor than this. All right, I understand. I'll consult a finance company and begin the registration process tomorrow, Gao Anqi exclaimed with a carefree demeanor. As Gao Anqi exited, Gao Ning was fast asleep in the massage room, and Chen Bo did not wait for him. Instead, he took a vehicle back to the prison to handle paperwork. By the time he arrived at the prison, the day was already waning. With nowhere else to go and needing to wait until the following day to seek approval from his superiors, Chen Bo voluntarily requested to work overtime, substituting for a colleague to allow them to return home a day early. After all, he was leaving the institution he had been with for 2 years. Leaving a positive impression was paramount. Yet, Chen Bo displayed no signs of joy, as if this matter were entirely disconnected from him. At all times, maintaining a low profile is the key to survival. In this place that starkly reveals the darker facets of human nature, Chen Bo felt as though he was suffocating under the weight of it all. There exists a saying that there are places darker than prisons, such as the secluded courtyards of royal palaces. That evening, Chen Bo summoned a particular inmate whom he had looked after over the years. Officer Chen, it's been several days since I last saw you. Have you been on leave? An elderly man with a slight hunchback and simple glasses entered, appearing relatively sprightly. In the presence of this elder, Chen Bo displayed no airs. As soon as the man stepped inside, he stood up, poured tea from the tray, and presented it to him. Thank you. This is excellent tea. I haven't tea savored this aroma in quite some time, the old man said, inhaling deeply with enjoyment. Please, do try it, Chen Bo gestured modestly. The elder picked up the teacup, and despite the prison setting, his decades-old habit of appreciating tea remained intact, showcasing a refined taste. Old Bai, I'm about to change jobs. It's likely we won team meet again easily, Chen Bo suddenly declared. Old Bai savored the fragrance of the tea, initially dismissing Chen Bo's words. After a moment, he inquired, You're no longer working in the prison? Yes. I've secured a position at the Municipal Finance Bureau through connections. I'm here to handle paperwork and will depart tomorrow, Chen Bo replied. That's wonderful. You're still young. Prolonged exposure to this place, alongside individuals like us, can lead to a sense of stagnation, detrimental to both body and mind. Old Bai remarked with a smile, displaying a broad-minded attitude. In truth, those who end up here must cultivate a sense of openness, for time is abundant in this place. One must engage in contemplation to endure, otherwise, life becomes unbearable. This so-called openness is the ability to disregard matters beyond one's control. Chen Bo had always been attentive to old Bai, having been here for over a decade, and he had treated him with particular kindness. Whenever Chen Bo had leave, he would bring back a few books for him, providing a means to pass the time. Old Bai, having spent decades within the system, you must possess some wisdom to impart. Tonight, share your insights with me, lest I return and find myself in your company, Chen Bo inquired, half serious and half joking. Before arriving here, Lao Bai served as the secretary to the top official of Donghai province. By an unfortunate turn of events, he found himself in this place. There are numerous narratives surrounding his arrival, yet many remain shrouded in obscurity. Upon hearing this, Lao Bai fixed his gaze on Chen Bo for a considerable moment before inquiring, "Young man, I knew you were not here without purpose. Pray tell, who sent you? What is it that you seek from me? I have shared all that is pertinent. Should I divulge what should remain unspoken, the consequences would be." Lao Bai made a gesture across his throat, startling Chen Bo. "Lao Bai, what do you mean?" "No one sent me. I simply wish to come and bid you farewell," Chen Bo replied, somewhat irritated. "Where are you going with this?" "Very well, you may return. Consider my words as if they were never spoken." Chapter 20. Bai Yongnian. Old Bai's excessive reaction left Chen Bo both amused and perplexed, prompting him to escort the man back to his cell. "Are you truly not sent to test me?" Old Bai inquired as they walked. "You are overthinking it. You are confined here. Even if something monumental were to occur, it pertains to the past and has concluded. What relevance does it hold for me? What purpose would it serve to test you? Your affairs have already reached a definitive conclusion," Chen Bo replied nonchalantly. "Enough of this. The tea remains unfinished. Let us return and indulge a bit more, for I have not had my fill," Old Bai insisted, halting in his tracks, adamant about returning for tea. This marked Chen Bo's willingness to accommodate him, fully aware that once he departed, it would be exceedingly difficult to see Old Bai again, and such fine tea would be a rare indulgence. Chen Bo was cognizant that Old Bai had fallen from the position of the foremost secretary of the provincial committee. Thus he treated him with particular regard, unlike others who would reprimand him. Compassion was extended, especially given his advanced age. Having spent a lifetime within the bureaucratic system, Old Bai was adept at discerning nuances in social interaction. Though he did not apply his political flattery directly to Chen Bo, their meetings invariably left Chen Bo feeling elevated, almost euphoric from the praise. Despite recognizing that he had been ensnared by the old man's charm, Chen Bo found himself ensnared in his web of persuasive discourse time and again. After several encounters, Chen Bo came to perceive Old Bai as a master of crafting an inviting atmosphere amidst unfamiliar company. Not only Chen Bo, but many within his detention also received his attentive care, as the subtlety of his influence became apparent. "You just mentioned visiting the Finance Bureau in Southport City?" Old Bai probed. "Indeed. My cousin Yi Yushan is the director there. It may facilitate matters for me," replied Chen Bo. Old Bai shook his head, remarking, "The Finance Bureau, while seemingly crucial, is rather insular if you aspire to ascend. The government is primarily engaged with the two offices and the Finance Bureau. However, the latter merely serves as the purse for leadership rather than a profit-generating entity. In time, you shall comprehend this. If opportunities arise, seek out other departments. The two offices are bustling with activity and prospects. No matter how adeptly you manage the finances within the Bureau, the higher-ups will remain oblivious." Chen Bo chuckled. "At present, I have no alternatives. I must adhere to my cousin's arrangements." "True, when circumstances bind you, one can only wait for their opportunity. When it arrives, seize it without hesitation. Align closely with the influential leaders. Divide your attention between your work and the upper echelons of leadership. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to grasp the opportunities presented," Old Bai advised. In light of the fine tea and Chen Bo's prolonged care, Old Bai, for the first time, shared a personal anecdote with an outsider. Leaving Chen Bo in awe, Old Bai, whose name was Bai Yongnian, recounted an experience from his tenure as deputy county chief. One day, He learned of the passing of the city secretary's father and felt compelled to extend his condolences, recognizing it as an opportunity. However, when he inquired with the county magistrate, the latter feigned ignorance, ostensibly reluctant to accompany him, and informed him that only the heads of their respective units typically attended such condolences. Nevertheless, Bai Yongnian was determined not to miss this rare opportunity, as visits from high-ranking officials to their homes were infrequent. Thus, he borrowed a vehicle and drove over 100 kilometers to pay his respects. Upon arrival, he found that, as he had anticipated, the attendees were indeed the leading figures from the county and municipal offices, with him occupying the lowest position among them. After bowing in tribute, these leaders were ushered into a nearby courtyard for tea and rest. Bai Yongnian felt it inappropriate to join them, particularly since the county magistrate he had consulted was seated among them. After the condolences were rendered, he exchanged handshakes with the municipal secretary, offering a brief expression of sympathy before lingering at the entrance, observing the rows of floral wreaths. Only one elderly gentleman was tasked with crafting the memorial banners, while the secretary's aide busily assisted him. At that time, the municipal secretary had only a vague recollection of Bai Yongnian, as there were numerous vice-county magistrates in a prefecture-level city, and he had only recently been promoted, having met the secretary on just one occasion. With a boldness that surprised even himself, Bai Yongnian offered to assist the secretary's aide in affixing the memorial banners to the wreaths. The aide initially objected, stating that he was a guest and should not be burdened with such tasks. Bai Yongnian replied that given the multitude of attendees, the secretary must be exhausted, and it would be prudent for the aide to remain close to the secretary. He assured the aide that he could manage the repetitive task of affixing the banners with ease. Recognizing the logic in his words, the aide relinquished the task to Bai Yongnian. Given the overwhelming number of visitors, Bai Yongnian spent the entire day attaching memorial banners. After the official attendees had paid their respects and departed, he remained, dedicating the second day to assisting with other arrangements, not leaving until all matters concerning the secretary's family were concluded. Over the course of those 3 days, Bai Yongnian busied himself at the funeral site. All the while the secretary observed his diligence, though they exchanged no words. He kept his head down, focusing on his tasks. When it was time to depart, the secretary shook his hand, expressing gratitude for his hard work during the taxing days. Bai Yongnian replied simply, "Secretary, during such times of mourning, the greatest burden falls upon you. Please take care to rest." Having said this, he took his leave, never voicing any requests. However, Bai Yongnian sensed a marked acceleration in his career trajectory following the secretary's bereavement. He was inherently diligent and earnest in his work, but the opportunity to be seen by leadership altered everything. In a system where everyone bears the same weight on their shoulders, the distinction lies in the opportunities to catch the leader's attention. Chen Bo fully agreed with Bai Yongnian's sentiments and chose to remain the following day, engaging in lengthy conversations with him. During this time, Hanyan attempted to reach him by phone, but her calls were unanswered. It was not until his formalities were completed and he was en route home that he received a call from Zhu Wenjun. "Sister-in-law, I have finalized my paperwork and am on my way back," Chen Bo remarked. "Return to me, for I have consulted with the obstetrician. The paternity test conducted by that wretched woman has confirmed the results entirely consistent with the sample she provided. Is this not a remarkable turn of events?" The excitement in Zhu Wenjun's voice was unmistakable. "What do you mean?" Chen Bo inquired, bewildered. "It implies that the child in Lu Hanyan's womb is not your brother's. This should be good news for you, right? We must discuss this further upon your return. I believe we cannot let this matter slide. We ought to seize this opportunity, lest it be squandered," Zhu Wenjun articulated over the phone. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback, just as Lu Hanyan's call came through. Chapter 21. The Showdown Sister-in-Law. Lu Hanyan's call came in as well. Chen Bo remarked, "All right, you take her call first and see what she has to say, then come back to our home," said Zhu Wenjun. After Chen Bo hung up on Zhu Wenjun, Lu Hanyan's call ended too, prompting him to call back. "Who are you just calling?" Lu Hanyan inquired, her tone rather displeased. Chen Bo chuckled lightly, replying, "Are you perhaps too immersed in your role? Given our relationship, do you really think you can dictate whom I call? Now what is it? Speak quickly. You need to come back. I have something to discuss with you. Have you resolved the work matters? Lu Hanyan appeared to express concern. Almost done. We can talk about it when I return, Chen Bo concluded before terminating the call. After hanging up, Lu Hanyan glanced at the opposite Kuan Zhengde. They had initially intended to stage a grand performance, but it seemed that their plans were precariously close to collapse. What should we do now? What if Yushan finds out? Lu Hanyan questioned. It's unlikely. What are the odds that he would learn of the outcome just as you've reached a conclusion? Just delay it as long as possible, Kuan Zhengde advised. He continued, as long as no one discovers this, keep Chen Bo calm. As long as nothing goes awry on his end, Yushan will remain oblivious. Any verification will likely occur only after the birth. Kuan Zhengde exuded confidence, believing others to be fools. Yet he overlooked the fact that despite Yushan's rough exterior, he had a remarkably astute wife. After all, how could Yushan have risen so swiftly? Sometimes having a wife skilled in diplomacy can be an invaluable shortcut. Firstly, one must have a socially adept spouse. Secondly, she must possess some talents, allure, or wealth. Essentially, she must have something of value. Upon returning to Nankang City, Chen Bo went directly to Yushan's home. He felt that this turn of events was fortuitous. Since the child was not Yushan's, the necessity of his marriage to Lu Hanyan was nullified, and he should expedite the divorce. Come in, take a seat. Oh, after so many years, I have never been as joyous as I am today. Chen Bo, wouldn't you say this is a case of finding light after darkness? Zhu Wenjun welcomed Chen Bo inside. To Chen Bo's surprise, Yushan was not at home. Is my brother not back yet? Chen Bo inquired. He is at a meeting, but we'll have dinner together tonight at home. Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare the meal, Zhu Wenjun cheerfully replied. Watching Zhu Wenjun bustling about in the kitchen, Chen Bo leaned against the kitchen door and asked sister-in-law, since Lu Hanyan's child isn't my brother's, can I expedite my divorce from her? After all, this marriage holds no significance anymore, and I wish to sever all ties. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun smiled, holding a bunch of celery, and while removing the leaves, she asked, What, do you no longer wish to continue the game? The child is not your brother's. Therefore, there is no need for you to consider her feelings any further. If you require medication, I can provide it at any time. Chen Bo, although the child is not your brother's, I still harbor this lingering resentment within me. As a public servant, I cannot stoop to the level of a shrew publicly berating someone. Thus, could you assist your sister-in-law in venting this frustration? Chen Bo paused, inquiring, Sister-in-law, I am not inclined to engage in such actions either. Who has asked you to berate anyone? I merely suggested that you endure a little longer. Enjoy yourself for a time. For every day you spend with her, my resentment diminishes. Once you have had your fill, you should inform her that you have known all along the child is not Yushan's, and that your intent was simply to toy with her. Zhu Wenjun spoke with a piercing gaze. Goodness, that is truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. Chen Bo was not one to be manipulated. Now that he was aware of the child's disconnection from Yushan, how could he possibly continue this marriage? Furthermore, his interactions with Lu Hanyan were limited, allowing him to withdraw promptly. Given Lu Hanyan's complicated background, the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of entanglement. Thus, it was prudent to extricate himself while he still could. Chen Bo shook his head, asserting, I hold no interest in her. When my brother returns, we shall discuss how to proceed. I wish to clarify matters swiftly and divorce her. Observing Chen Bo's resolute expression, Zhu Wenjun recognized that if Chen Bo was unwilling to cooperate, many subsequent matters would be challenging to continue. With a sigh, she nodded in tacit agreement. Feeling a weight lift from his heart upon Zhu Wenjun's acquiescence, Chen Bo was relieved. Just then, the secretary at the front desk announced that a Mr. He had arrived to see her. Lu Hanyan's heart raced, for she had only just received the results and informed Kuan Zhengde. Although he was busy, upon learning that Lu Hanyan was carrying his child, he had come to comfort her. Yet now, Yushan had also arrived. After tidying her appearance and applying a touch of makeup, she stood decorously at the elevator door, awaiting Yushan's arrival. In his presence, she portrayed the image of a delicate and pitiful entrepreneur, a persona that had once captivated Yushan's heart. Whatever Lu Hanyan desired, he had always obliged. Despite the tumult of pregnancy and forced marriage they had endured, the situation had since stabilized, allowing Lu Hanyan to revert to her former guise. As Yi Yushan exited the elevator and beheld the smiling Lu Hanyan, he would have once felt a flutter in his heart. However, after the ordeal of pregnancy and forced marriage, coupled with the revelation that the child was not his, he felt deceived and humiliated. His anger simmered just beneath the surface, nearly overwhelming him. "Why do you have the time to see me today? Aren't you afraid of being seen together?" Lu Hanyan approached with a smile, linking her arm with Yi Yushan's, and they walked together into the general manager's office. Yi Yushan remained silent. Upon entering the office, Lu Hanyan closed the door and, with a glimmer of springtime allure in her captivating eyes, gazed at Yi Yushan. Her expression brimmed with desire, now that Yi Yushan was present, regardless of his intentions. Lu Hanyan was determined to entice him and fulfill his wishes. Yi Yushan's demeanor was remarkably cheerful, his face radiant, which gradually eased Lu Hanyan's vigilance. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Yushan's joy did not stem from reuniting with his lover, but rather from the realization that the child was not his own. He had come to confront Lu Hanyan with the truth. Indeed, Yi Yushan did not wait to return home. Instead, he detoured to Lu Hanyan's place to settle accounts with her. If Zhu Wenjin were to learn of his impatience, one could only wonder if it would infuriate her to the point of despair. Chapter 22. With a gentle smile, Yi Yushan sat comfortably on the sofa. Lu Hanyan approached him, standing right in front, ready to perch on his lap and act coy. However, Yi Yushan extended his hand to stop her. "What is wrong? Have we become so estranged after just a few days apart?" Lu Hanyan playfully pouted. Yi Yushan lifted his gaze to her face, feeling an urge to chastise her. Yet he restrained himself, merely considering it. Despite the child not being his, he and this woman had shared many intimate moments together. He then focused his attention on Lu Hanyan's belly. Finally, he raised his hand and placed it gently on her abdomen, caressing it softly. Lu Hanyan smiled, grasping his hand with both of hers. Perhaps every mother would exhibit such tenderness, even towards their most trusted husband. When another's hand caresses her belly through fabric, it is not merely a touch, it is a caress directed towards her child. Fearing that the touch might be too rough, she instinctively uses her own hands as a shield, guiding the other person to stroke her belly gently. As Yi Yushan continued to caress, he chuckled and inquired, "Oh, it has only been a short while, yet this child has frightened me quite a bit. Now, I can finally put my heart at ease." Lu Hanyan followed his lead, saying, "Your cousin is a decent man, but I find it difficult to explain to my mother. We've just married. How could I not bring him home with me? Could you perhaps speak to him?" Yi Yushan paused, momentarily taken aback, then shifted slightly, looking at Lu Hanyan and asking, "What does the father of the child say? Does he allow you to continue your life with Chen Bo? That seems unlikely. Do you truly want to leave it to him?" Lu Hanyan, who had appeared calm just moments ago, now bore a troubled expression. "What do you mean by that? Wasn't Chen Bo the one you found? Why can't you manage him?" Lu Hanyan questioned. "I can handle Chen Bo, but I am not the father of this child. You cannot expect my cousin to bear this burden. He would never agree to it. I know him well enough. He married you solely to save face for me. Now that the child is not mine, how could he possibly accept that?" Yi Yushan laid it bare. Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment before asking, "Yi Yushan, are you intending to deny everything? Are you not afraid I will cause a scene?" "Afraid? If the child were mine, I would be terrified, and I would kneel to you in supplication. However, you conducted a paternity test, and the child is not mine. I am now quite curious. Who is the father? While you were with me, whom else were you sharing your bed with?" Yi Yushan spoke harshly, completely disregarding the fact that Lu Hanyan was pregnant. It was no wonder that Lu Hanyan's relentless pursuit had driven Yi Yushan to the brink of madness. Were it not for Chen Bo's willingness to intervene, he might have faced the prospect of either divorce or exposure, jeopardizing not only his position as deputy mayor, but possibly his entire career. Now, Yi Yushan had finally released his pent-up frustration, and as he observed Lu Hanyan's clumsy performance, he felt a deep-seated disgust. Lu Hanyan had initially considered making another stand, but upon hearing the mention of the paternity test, her spirit crumbled instantly. "Indeed, I had forgotten. Your wife works at the hospital. Inquiring about such matters must be a trivial task for her. It is truly unethical for the hospital to so casually disclose such private information, murmured Lu Hanyan. Yi Yushan felt an immense sense of relief in his heart. The oppression he felt when Lu Hanyan had coerced him in the past was now replaced by a sense of liberation. After all those years of conducting business with the government, he should have realized that all rules crumble in the face of relationships. How could he not comprehend this? Yi Yushan scoffed. I understand now. You intend to evade your obligations, correct? Even though the child is not yours. It is true that you and I shared an intimate past, Lu Hanyan retorted angrily. With the cards laid bare, Lu Hanyan felt unrestrained. If she could not intimidate Yi Yushan now, her daughter remained in the clutches of Kuan Zhengde. Thus, she had to exude an air of dominance, making it clear to Yi Yushan that this matter was far from concluded and would not be dismissed simply because the child was not his. Say what you will. You are currently pregnant and still a married woman. Who would believe your words? You may speak to whomever you wish, but it no longer concerns me. As for Chen Bo, let him decide for himself. Yi Yushan quipped with a smirk, rising to head towards the door. Lu Hanyan trembled with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. However, Yi Yushan was not finished. Upon reaching the door, he turned back to her and asked, I am quite curious. Whose child is it? That is none of your concern. Get out, Lu Hanyan replied without raising her head. Yi Yushan laughed heartily, exclaiming, Indeed, whose it is matters not to me. I have never felt this joyous before. For a long time, I have carried a heavy burden in my heart, and now it has finally been lifted. Lu Hanyan, to speak frankly, you truly are a wretch. You do not even know who the child belongs to, yet you seek a paternity test. What a ridiculous predicament. How could I have fallen for your deception? With that, Yi Yushan flung the door open, slamming it behind him with a resounding crash. Lu Hanyan, nearly collapsing from anger, slowly sank to the carpet, tears streaming down her face. What did she do? She had been coerced into seducing Yi Yushan by Kuan Zhengde, with no choice in the matter. Her relationship with Kuan Zhengde was beyond her control. She was but a pawn in his game, obliged to comply with his demands, lest she forever lose the chance to see her child. Her daughter had been secretly raised by a nanny in Japan, and this formative period was crucial for establishing her personality. In a few years, even if she could bring her daughter back, would the child still be affectionate towards her? Would she even recognize her as her mother? As the results of the paternity test leaked, it seemed that everything was veering away from her anticipated path, leaving her in a state of confusion. Hello, Yi Yushan has just left. He knows everything now. He came to confront me, and the test results were obtained by his wife from the hospital. Lu Hanyan's voice trembled. Kuan Zhengde responded with a single phrase, understood. Lu Hanyan felt as though her heart had plunged into an abyss of despair. Before she could articulate her demands, Kuan Zhengde had already severed the call, leaving no doubt that she would face repercussions. The mere thought of this sent shivers coursing through her entire being. Meanwhile, when Yi Yushan returned home, brimming with self-satisfaction, and recounted his recent whereabouts to Chen Bo and Zhu Wenjun, Zhu Wenjun was left utterly astonished. Had it not been for Chen Bo's presence, she would have immediately delivered a resounding slap to his face. Chapter 23. Whose is it anyway? Have you gone to find her? Why are you so impatient? Did I not tell you to return first and discuss what to do? Zhu Wenjun was quite exasperated, yet maintained a restrained tone in front of Chen Bo. Yi Yushan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Damn it, threatening me. How can I swallow this indignation? Zhu Wenjun was rendered speechless. Faced with such an impulsive and thoughtless man, she truly found it difficult to respond. In truth, similar incidents had occurred in the past. It must be acknowledged that Yi Yushan excelled in his profession, thriving in the finance bureau. However, the intricacies of political affairs were only beginning to unfold for him after marrying Zhu Wenjun. Otherwise, he would not have ascended so swiftly. Yet, there are certain things that cannot be taught, for political acumen is a gift, largely independent of nurture. In the face of similar situations, some individuals grasp the essence immediately, knowing precisely how to act, while others may require direct instruction, yet still fail to comprehend. Brother, what did she say? Did you two have a falling out? Chen Bo inquired. Sort of. That wretched woman still pretends. If it weren't for her pregnancy, I would have slapped her several times for deceiving me. She must be tired of living, Yi Yushan replied, still simmering with indignation. Chen Bo furrowed his brow and remarked, "This situation is troublesome. If there hadn't been a falling out, you could negotiate a resolution. Now that tensions have escalated, if she reports this matter to the municipal committee, brother, you haven't even settled into your vice-mayoral role yet. Could this affect you? Once such rumors circulate, leaders tend to believe them rather than dismiss them. Look at that. Chen Bo is thinking further ahead than you. You've endured this for so long. Can't you persist a little longer? You are entirely lacking in patience." "What now?" Zhu Wenjun asked, irritated. Yi Yushan, equally vexed, initially felt a sense of relief after venting his frustrations. However, upon returning to his wife's scolding, he began to grasp the seriousness of the issue. Indeed, he had not yet received official confirmation of his vice-mayoral position. If news of his involvement with Lu Hanyan were to leak, despite her being married, such gossip would spread like the willow catkins in spring, ubiquitous and inescapable. Moreover, Chen Bo was correct. When it comes to the promotion of officials, any rumor of scandal typically results in a delay. Yet, that delay could stretch indefinitely. As long as the red-headed document had not been issued, the promise of promotion remained null and void. Leaders already face numerous challenges, and no one is willing to assume responsibility for promoting a subordinate with potential issues. Thus, if the matter between Lu Hanyan and himself were to reach the municipal committee, his promotion could very well be jeopardized. Most alarmingly, he was not entirely innocent in this affair. They had indeed shared moments together, and he could not be certain whether Lu Hanyan possessed evidence of their indiscretions. The thought sent a chill down Yi Yushan's spine. Noticing Yi Yushan's troubled countenance, Chen Bo excused himself, leaving the couple to resolve their issues, as it was not the time to add fuel to the fire. He decided to let them argue it out first and address the next steps the following day. After Chen Bo departed, Zhu Wenjun indeed stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Yi Yushan. However, Yi Yushan dared not retaliate. He merely touched the corner of his mouth, which was bleeding, a testament to the force of Zhu Wenjun's strike. "Do you possess any intellect? Have you grown wiser with age? After all these years in leadership, you are still outdone by mere youth. Chen Bo sought me out to discuss his predicament with Lu Hanyan. Yet what now shall he do? How shall he conclude this matter?" Zhu Wenjun inquired sternly. Faced with Zhu Wenjun's wrath, Yi Yushan knelt before her. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and the dubious origins of his position as deputy mayor. Thus he realized that at this moment, he could not rely on others but must plead with his wife. Kneeling before Zhu Wenjun, he slapped himself across the face, acknowledging his fault. "Dear wife, it is my error. I was overwhelmed by anger, which led me to act foolishly." Zhu Wenjun let out a cold, resigned laugh and replied, "You were angry. What of me? Am I to remain calm? My own husband engages in infidelity, and I am left to tidy up the mess. Do you presume I am inherently magnanimous, that you may act as you please? My dear, that was not my intent. I am being sincere now. I have not engaged in any indiscretion since. Please believe me. Get away. Do not obstruct my path." With that, Zhu Wenjun rose, took her bag, and left the house, leaving Yi Yushan alone in the disheveled living room. The most awkward of all was Chen Bo, who had initially come to shoulder the blame, but suddenly realized he had assumed the wrong burden. It was impossible to continue bearing it. So upon returning to the hotel and encountering Lu Hanyan, he found her weeping in her office. Chen Bo remained silent, sitting beside her, waiting for her tears to subside and for her to arrive at a decision. Of course, he could not simply let the matter rest. After all, he was sacrificing his first marriage, and one could only imagine the implications for any future unions. "They have all informed you, haven't they?" Lu Hanyan's eyes were nearly swollen from crying. Chen Bo nodded, still silent. "What do you wish? Do you intend to divorce me immediately? This child is not Yi Yushan's. I have no reason to stay with you," Lu Hanyan remarked with a bitter smile. "That may not necessarily be the case," Chen Bo replied. Lu Hanyan paused, frowning as she asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Bo continued, "You see, we have just married, and you are expecting a child. How would you explain a divorce to your family at this juncture, correct?" Lu Hanyan recognized his ulterior motives. Conditions were about to be set forth. And then, I could reluctantly endure this situation until you give birth and complete your confinement, but I too have conditions that are somewhat costly. If you find them unacceptable, we may proceed to finalize our divorce tomorrow, parting ways as you see fit, Chen Bo stated. Very well, what are your demands? You may employ me until your child is born, or until the first month is completed at a rate of 10,000 a day. How long until your delivery? Chen Bo inquired. With 10,000 a day, why not resort to robbery? Lu Hanyan exclaimed in anger. Chen Bo, calm and unruffled, replied, we are now legally married. Having registered our union, with me by your side, you can avoid a great deal of trouble and reduce the number of documents required. My signature holds considerable value at every stage, does it not? Moreover, if we were to divorce now, how would you explain it to your family? What would your parents think? We must consider not only your well-being, but also that of the elders in your family, correct? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Scoundrel? That term suits you far better. Pray tell, whose illegitimate child is this, after all? Chen Bo retorted with a sneer. Chapter 24. Do you not understand the rules? What exactly does Yi Yushan desire? Lu Hanyan disregarded Chen Bo's taunts and inquired. She was now somewhat anxious. For failing to bring Yi Yushan on board would mean she had not fulfilled the task assigned to her by Kuan Zhengde. What would become of her child in Japan? Therefore, for the sake of her child, she had to secure Yi Yushan's cooperation, yet he was now more elusive than ever. The only leverage she had was the young man before her, though she remained uncertain of Chen Bo's influence over Yi Yushan. Why did Chen Bo persist in wading through these murky waters? He too was unsure whether to continue engaging with Lu Hanyan. In truth, it would be far wiser to delay matters until Yi Yushan's vice-mayoral position was confirmed. At that juncture, confronting him would yield better results than the present. Chen Bo recognized that if Yi Yushan escalated the situation, preventing the vice-mayor's ascension, the most optimistic outcome would see him relegated to the finance bureau, while the more pessimistic result would entail Lu Hanyan severing ties and ousting Yi Yushan. This was decidedly not favorable for Chen Bo, who had just been released from prison and had only recently secured Yi Yushan's support. It seemed his dreams were cut short before they could fully materialize. Thus, Chen Bo contemplated enduring a little longer, his objective being to stabilize Lu Hanyan, ideally serving as a bridge for communication between her and Yi Yushan. Although bringing Yi Yushan on board was now an impossibility, everything in this world is negotiable, provided both parties deem the exchange equitable. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle that demands the other party to kneel and beg for mercy. This instinctive approach stemmed from his own interests and those of his sister. Although he had entered the finance bureau, his status was scarcely different from that of a temp. Should Yi Yushan fall, the repercussions of his previous actions could unravel in an instant. The bonds of camaraderie in politics are thinner than paper. The departure of a person cools the warmth of friendship, and having one's cup of tea overturned is the norm. However, Chen Bo understood that in such matters, he was powerless to effect significant change. He could only do his modest part, salvaging whatever he could. You have time to inquire about his thoughts. But why not ask me? Chen Bo remarked as he pulled up a chair to sit. Lu Hanyan held Chen Bo in contempt and was disinclined to engage with him. Very well. It appears you two are one to dismantle bridges after crossing them. In that case, you are familiar with the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please schedule a time for us to finalize the paperwork. Let this absurd dream end here, Chen Bo stated. Isn't that precisely your intention? Lu Hanyan retorted angrily. Incorrect. That is genuinely not my aim. I merely wish to spare you some dignity. It has only been a few days since the marriage, and you are already pursuing a divorce. You are a person of some standing in Nankong City, are you not? Should this word get out, it would suggest something amiss. Therefore, as per my proposal, how about 10,000 a day? You can afford this. Not only will I refrain from divorcing you, but I shall also move into your home immediately, attending to you alongside your mother. What do you say? Chen Bo stood, speaking with utmost seriousness. If Chen Bo were to pursue her without regard for any cost, Lu Hanyan would undoubtedly discern his intentions, to secure his position until the vice-mayor Yi Yushan's arrival. Thus, Chen Bo suggested a monetary arrangement, implying that for the sake of financial compensation, he could endure a little longer, all predicated on the knowledge that the child was not his cousin's. Hence, his acquiescence was solely motivated by money, devoid of any connection to others. With this buffer in place, Lu Hanyan might find stability, allowing her to negotiate terms with Yi Yushan. Although her desires remained unclear, at least discussions could commence, with all parties laying their cards on the table, abandoning any pretense. "Are you truly that desperate for money?" Lu Hanyan inquired, her tone laced with irritation. "Of course. In this day and age, who isn't short on funds? I haven't even found a wife yet. The dowry alone is a hefty sum, not to mention buying a house in her name and a car. When the time comes for children, I'll need to secure a property in a good school district. Every aspect requires finances. And if I marry again, it would be a second marriage. Perhaps her family would demand compensation, which I believe should be your responsibility." Chen Bo lamented with a lengthy tirade, leaving Lu Hanyan with a throbbing headache. Lu Hanyan found herself preoccupied with how to explain things to Kuan Zhengde. Lost in thought, she did not notice when Chen Bo sidled up beside her, reaching out to place his hand upon her abdomen, which startled her. "What are you doing?" Lu Hanyan stepped back, her voice tinged with alarm. Chen Bo shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I'm merely curious. Whose child is this?" "None of your business. Go away." Lu Hanyan retorted angrily, turning toward her office chair. Chen Bo, seeing that there was no one else in the room, followed her closely. "How can it not concern me? I plan to stay at your home and assist your mother during the confinement period. If the child's biological father arrives, I ought to know who he is, right? After all, I need to navigate my interactions with him appropriately." His words struck deep, piercing Lu Hanyan's heart like a dagger. "The more you wish to avoid mentioning this child, the more I shall speak of him. You are fully aware of the child's identity. Thus, I shall keep you in a state of unease, as long as you do not confront Yi Yushan." Chen Bo leaned against the back of the chair, leaving Lu Hanyan no choice but to sit upright without the support of the chair's backrest. At that moment, Kuan Zhengde entered, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lu Hanyan and Chen Bo together. As Lu Hanyan prepared to rise, Chen Bo firmly pressed her back down into the chair. Kuan Zhengde halted at the doorway, his bodyguard remaining outside. "Last time you visited, I refrained from reprimanding you. Do you not comprehend basic etiquette? You are a person of business. How can you be so discourteous as to neglect knocking?" Chen Bo remarked, striding around the desk to position himself 2 meters away from Kuan Zhengde, who was left speechless. This assertion was not unfounded. Under the premise that he was Lu Hanyan's lawful husband, it was only fitting that anyone, regardless of their relationship to her, be it a partner or otherwise, should exhibit a modicum of respect. Furthermore, this would reinforce Kuan Zhengde's belief that Chen Bo was rather lacking in intellect, genuinely perceiving Lu Hanyan as his wife and willingly embracing this role. At that moment, Lu Hanyan was so startled that she stood up, yet before she could utter a word, Kuan Zhengde's bodyguard entered through the door. He rushed in with swift strides, reaching out to seize Chen Bo by the collar, evidently intent on dragging him out like a mere chick. Lu Hanyan gasped, covering her mouth in fear. Yet she dared not plead for mercy, primarily because there was no time to do so. Kuan Zhengde's bodyguards were tall and formidable, and there was more than one. As one entered to apprehend Chen Bo, another stood at the door, poised to assist. Chapter 25. "I have no interest in you, hey, take it easy. Don't lay a hand on me." Amid Chen Bo's incessant protests, he was forcibly escorted out of the office by Kuan Zhengde's bodyguard. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sounds were largely confined outside, with only faint noises occasionally drifting in, their source indiscernible. "What are you doing? You've made him furious. If he goes to find Yi Yushan, it will be troublesome." Lu Hanyan exclaimed, her words tumbling out without thought. In her moment of disarray, she seemed to forget her own allegiance and the significance of Chen Bo, questioning why she would plead for him. Kuan Zhengde, seated on the sofa, disregarded her words and instead inquired, "What do you plan to do about Yi Yushan?" Over the years, he has proven as slippery as an eel. Although he has done us some favors, it has only been under duress from above. With his rising status, he has grown increasingly obstinate. This was an opportunity, yet it is regrettably squandered. Since discovering the child was his own, Kuan Zhengde had been seething, wishing he could undo the past. Months prior, he had instructed Lu Hanyan to ensnare Yi Yushan, and the plan had unfolded smoothly. He recalled clearly how it had transpired in this very hotel. It was also in this office where he had seen Lu Hanyan return from Yi Yushan's room, noticing the marks on her arm. He had merely asked if she had succeeded, to which she had nodded, igniting an unexpected jealousy within him that led him to assertively claim her on the very sofa where they now sat. This had been a race of life, and he had emerged victorious. Yet at that moment, he felt none of the elation of triumph. That fleeting encounter with Lu Hanyan had been his sole moment of intimacy in over a year. Ironically, though he had proven himself superior to Yi Yushan, he would rather forego this victory. It was not entirely fair to blame Lu Hanyan for the situation. Thus Kuan Zhengde's anger was directed inwardly. I wish to speak with him, but I cannot divorce Chen Bo just yet. Regardless of the circumstances, he serves as our conduit to Yi Yushan. Without this bridge, our relations would sour, especially given how much Yi Yushan resents me for pressuring him to marry, Lu Hanyan stated in desperation. Speak. How do you intend to do that? Kuan Zhengde asked, furrowing his brow. No matter how we engage, it is preferable to a complete fallout. If we reach that point, I will have no room for negotiation. Of course, you are the boss, and your word is final. I will defer to you. Lu Hanyan's words trailed off as a knock echoed from the door. Surprised, Lu Hanyan glanced at Kuan Zhengde. In the past, when he sought to discuss matters with her, his men stood guard at the door, ensuring no interruptions. This time, however, come in, Lu Hanyan called. The door swung open, revealing not Kuan Zhengde's bodyguard, but Chen Bo. As the office door remained ajar, Chen Bo smiled at Lu Hanyan, saying, apologies, I got a bit bloodied. I'll wash up and be on my way. At this moment, Kuan Zhengde's pupils constricted, and his 3 bodyguards lay sprawled outside the door, 2 unconscious, while the third curled up like a shrimp, groaning pitifully, clearly indicating the severity of their beating. Lu Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, speechless. Kuan Zhengde, now over 50, had spent more than a decade in the world of violence to build his current empire. Thus, he placed immense value on his safety. These bodyguards had been personally selected by him. They were former underground fighters whose skills had impressed him, leading him to enlist them as his protectors. However, this time, Chen Bo washed his hands clean, and Kuan Zhengde had just observed him entering. Both of Chen Bo's fists were stained with blood, not his own, while the bodyguards' garments remained unscathed, indicating that the blood originated from their faces. Standing in the center of the room, Chen Bo turned to Lu Hanyan and inquired, last time, I was in a rush and didn't wish to pry into your business. This time, however, I have ample time. Would you care to introduce your friends? Lu Hanyan opened her mouth, about to speak, when Kuan Zhengde interjected, I am Kuan Zhengde. The Gui Lu Group is mine. Surely, you have heard of it? Oh, I've heard of it, though I have yet to see the man himself. Little Lu, this is your oversight. Why didn't you introduce me to General Kuan sooner? Look at this. What a misunderstanding we've created. As he spoke, Chen Bo glanced at the 3 individuals lying on the carpet outside. Kuan Zhengde felt a surge of blood rise to his throat. This was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Not physically, but in terms of his dignity. This hotel belonged to him. This woman was his. And the child she bore was his as well. Yet here he was, left utterly humiliated by this scoundrel. Nevertheless, I believe that in business, it is merely an exchange. If something can be traded, then trade it. If not, let it go. There is no need to be aggressive. General Kuan, when you visited last time, you burst in without knocking, and I said nothing. This time, I merely spoke a few words, and your men attacked me mercilessly. I acted in self-defense. You may check the surveillance footage. I was merely defending myself, Chen Bo stated, his demeanor calm and assertive. Now, do you know who I am? Kuan Zhengde demanded, his face flushed with anger. I do, yet I reiterate, she is my wife. Anyone who shows disrespect to my wife will learn what it means to be courteous. Chen Bo replied, locking eyes with Kuan Zhengde, showing no sign of retreat. Kuan Zhengde found the situation laughable. In his eyes, Chen Bo was nothing but a fool. Yet before he could muster a laugh, Chen Bo furrowed his brow and asked, General Kuan, as a businessman of your stature, has the city extended any special privileges to you? Kuan Zhengde did not grasp the meaning behind Chen Bo's words and frowned in silence. Chen Bo continued, I have served in the military and patrolled the borders, so I am not unfamiliar with certain matters. I can see that the weapons strapped to their waists are genuine. Did the city provide them with gun permits? Upon hearing this, Kuan Zhengde's expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his molars. Mr. Liu, let's conclude our discussion for today. I have other matters to attend to and shall visit again another day. As Kuan Zhengde spoke, he strode towards the door, entirely unperturbed by the three men sprawled on the ground, and directly descended the elevator, with Chen Bo accompanying him, assuming the role of a bodyguard. I find you quite intriguing. Let us arrange a time for tea and conversation, Kuan Zhengde remarked as he exited the elevator. Chen Bo, accompanying him to the lobby entrance, replied, I have no interest in you. However, I can discern your interest in my wife. I advise you to refrain from harboring such intentions. Chapter 26. A tingling scowl. Kuan Zhengde was momentarily taken aback, halting his steps. He could not fathom any connection between Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan. Yet he was certain that Chen Bo was defending Lu Hanyan. In this respect, Kuan Zhengde found a modicum of admiration for Chen Bo. What was this? It was a case of holding one's position to serve one's agenda. However, I have heard that Lu Hanyan's child is not yours. You are merely bearing the brunt for someone else, acting as a scapegoat. Kuan Zhengde's words struck a fatal blow, serving as a reminder to Chen Bo that he was aware of many things and that pretenses would not suffice. Kuan Zhengde had expected that his remarks would leave Chen Bo visibly embarrassed or provoke a confrontation. But to his surprise, Chen Bo replied, The child is not mine. But the marriage certificate is genuine, isn't it? Kuan Zhengde found himself at a loss for words, faced with such an unconventional individual. When Chen Bo returned to the door of Lu Hanyan's office, she had already summoned security to escort the individuals to the security room for a respite. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, waiting until Kuan Zhengde's car had departed before returning to the entrance to await Chen Bo's return. As soon as Chen Bo stepped out of the elevator, Lu Hanyan opened her mouth to speak, but was cut short by Chen Bo, who interjected. I know what you wish to say. I simply cannot stand his insufferable demeanor. Do you owe him money or something? Don't tell me this child is his. Chen Bo's words hit the mark, leaving Lu Hanyan, who had prepared a plethora of responses, utterly speechless. Observing her reaction, Chen Bo wore an expression of astonishment as he stroked his chin, noting the stubble that had grown. It seemed time for a shave. Is it really true? He asked incredulously as he settled back onto the sofa. Lu Hanyan remained silent, prompting Chen Bo's smile to take on a more sinister edge as he continued. I truly don't understand. You possess an appearance that can be deemed exceptional. My comrades even say that you, Lu Hanyan, are the dream woman of the men in Nankong City. If they were to discover your preference for someone like Yi Yushan or Kuan Zhengde, I wonder if they would leap into the sea. Enough. Can you please keep your mouth shut? Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred? Did you already know who he was? If you want to leave, then just go. Why all this needless chatter? Are you sick? Lu Hanyan retorted angrily. Chen Bo showed no signs of fear as he replied, It matters not. I indeed did not know him before, but now I do. Moreover, I am your legitimate partner. If other men show you disrespect, it would be abnormal for me to act like a coward, wouldn't it? Lu Hanyan found herself at a loss for words, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. When Chen Bo was absent, she had firmly held the reins over Yi Yushan, but since Chen Bo's arrival, many matters had unraveled. First, Yi Yushan learned of her paternity test. Then Chen Bo had confronted Kuan Zhengde as bodyguard, and now he was aware that the child belonged to Kuan Zhengde. The situation had become quite tumultuous. Disregarding his remarks, Lu Hanyan asked, Could you do me a favor and not reveal to Yi Yushan whose child this is, please? Why, it matters not to me. My cousin is aware that the child is not his. Whose it is, be it the vagabond from the parking lot below, is of no consequence. My cousin will not harbor jealousy. Chen Bo's words are acerbic, mercilessly disparaging Lu Hanyan. I assure you, a sum of 10,000 a day until I give birth. At that juncture, I shall willingly divorce you, binding you not at all. However, we genuinely aspire to collaborate with your cousin. Kuan Zhengde is my superior, and I find myself in a predicament, burdened by unavoidable circumstances. I implore your understanding and cooperation in persuading your cousin, if you would be so kind. Lu Hanyan's demeanor finally softened. That evening, Yi Yushan placed a call to Zhu Wenjun, informing her that Kuan Zhengde wished to meet for a discussion, with Secretary Chiu also in attendance, and he might return later than expected. Yi Yushan harbored reservations about meeting Kuan Zhengde, aware that Lu Hanyan was cloaked in his influence and had heard whispers of their ambiguous relationship. Yet, he felt compelled to attend, as Kuan Zhengde presented an irresistible rationale, with the municipal party secretary, Chiu Chengyan, also present. In the past, Yi Yushan would have felt no psychological burden. However, following the events surrounding Lu Hanyan, his vigilance had reached unprecedented heights. Coupled with his wife Zhu Wenjun's incessant admonitions, he became increasingly aware of the perils of mingling with these merchants. Engaging with such affluent individuals made it exceedingly difficult to discern who was the predator and who was the prey. Yi Yushan had never shied away from dealings with merchants, for they bestowed upon him both dignity and the exhilarating sensation of being revered, alongside a myriad of intangible services and covert advantages. Yet of late, he found himself weary of engaging with Kuan Zhengde, who had transformed in his eyes from a mere opportunist into a hyena of the savannah, a creature infamous for its predatory cunning, adept at exploiting the vulnerable. The situation concerning Lu Hanyan had nearly left him exposed to such predation. Nevertheless, as Chiu Chengyan was his benefactor, he had no choice but to attend. Kuan Zhengde's villa lay at the foot of a mountain in the suburbs, part of an estate he had developed, rumored to possess exceptional feng shui. The prime locations with splendid vistas were symbolically sold to city officials, while the less favorable views were relegated to ordinary citizens. Due to the peculiar layout of this community, a legend persisted. Apart from the villas, the southernmost section, marked by 8 7-story buildings, symbolized 8 incense sticks, with the ordinary villas above serving as offerings. At the northernmost edge of the community, perched atop the highest elevation, resided Kuan Zhengde's villa, basking in the adulation of those below. Outside the community's plaza stood a sculpture of clasped hands, emblematic of prayer and reverence. The supplicants were the denizens of Southport City, located 5 kilometers south, a design crafted by a feng shui master, intended to enable Kuan Zhengde to absorb the blessings of the masses, extending his life and elevating his fortunes. Yi Yushan was reluctant to venture here, for each visit left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable, and this occasion was no exception. Is Secretary Chiu not yet arrived? Upon his arrival, Yi Yushan was escorted into the tea room, from where he could behold the entire panorama of Nankong City. Yushan, the reason I have invited you today is to request your assistance in facilitating a connection for me. What do you think? Asked Kuan Zhengde. What is it? Yi Yushan inmuted cautiously. At that moment, a young girl entered, greeting Yi Yushan with a smile, causing an unsettling sensation to ripple through him. Chapter 27. Kuan Yunlu Uncle Yi, it's been a while. The girl smiled effortlessly as she seated herself between the two, gracefully pouring tea for Yi Yushan. When did Lulu return? Yi Yushan inquired with a smile. I just got back today, and I'm still adjusting to the time difference. Uncle Yi, please take your time to talk with my father. I shall not disturb you. With that, the elegant Kuan Yunlu rose and departed. Yi Yushan nodded. Acknowledged Gink had perisance. After she left, he remarked, alas, in the blink of an eye, the child has grown so much. Therefore, while Secretary Chiu is yet to arrive, I would like to ask for your assistance. Secretary Chiu's second son is still unmarried, isn't he? Though he is 5 or 6 years older than Lulu. I believe that is of no concern. Yushan, would you consider playing the matchmaker? Kuan Zhengde suggested. Kuan Zhengde's proposal took Yi Yushan by surprise. In a typical family, such a proposition would be welcome. However, Kuan Yunlu had studied abroad in England, while Chiu Chengyan's son was studying in the United States and had not yet returned. Chiu Chengyan held power, and Kuan Zhengde possessed wealth. A union between their families would be advantageous. Yet, Yi Yushan scoffed internally, questioning whether they aspired to monopolize Nankong City. Despite his disdain for Kuan Zhengde, who had amassed a fortune through questionable means, Yi Yushan was acutely aware of the latter's reputation in Nankong City. He was reluctant to involve himself in this matter, particularly at a time when he was poised to promote a deputy mayor. Kuan Zhengde's rise was rooted in darkness, and although Chiu Chengyan had engaged in business dealings with him, those were matters of power and commerce, not personal relationships. However, should they become in-laws, the nature of their connection would irrevocably change. Should any trouble befall Kuan Zhengde, it would inevitably cast a shadow on Qiu Cheng'an. While Kuan Zhengde sought to use his daughter as a means to anchor himself securely, the question remained, would the anchor acquiesce? Kuan Zhengde believed that his wealth could pave a smooth path ahead, yet this notion was profoundly misguided. Attempting to cleanse one's past through such means was futile. It would be wiser to distance one's self sooner rather than later. The distinction between light and dark was predetermined, and the hope of transforming from shadowy origin into a virtuous persona was fraught with difficulty. Generations progress forward. Even if one generation manages to cleanse itself, the next may unearth the remnants of the past. Thus, this so-called cleansing resembles an oil painting where, despite the application of white paint over a black canvas, the darkness remains ever present beneath. Are you not aware of your own character? To aspire to align with Qiu Cheng'an, a leader of such stature, is akin to a toad dreaming of becoming a princess, Yi Yushan stated firmly. I adhere to two principles. 1. I do not act as a matchmaker. And 2. I do not provide guarantees. Therefore, I cannot assist you in this matter. Kuan Zhengde nodded in understanding. I merely inquired. However, there is something you must prepare yourself for. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Kuan Zhengde retrieved an envelope from the drawer of the tea table and handed it to Yi Yushan. Upon opening it, Yi Yushan's expression shifted dramatically. It was a letter of accusation, detailing his alleged provision of 3 funds to the Gui Lu Group 3 years prior, purportedly to assist the group in acquiring thousands of acres of desert wasteland in Ningxia, with no returns observed to date. How did this money end up in Gui Lu Group's accounts? This letter comes from someone within your unit, and at such a critical juncture, what do you propose we do? Kuan Zhengde inquired. Yi Yushan, not oblivious, immediately noticed the signature at the end. This was a formal accusation. With such a situation arising before his appointment as vice mayor, beads of perspiration quickly dampened his thinning hair, clinging to his scalp and rendering his demeanor increasingly weary. Old Yi, Kuan Zhengde continued, I have communicated with Secretary Qiu. We must find a way to clarify the 200 million yuan in question. Otherwise, we will face significant challenges. Yi Yushan swiftly regained his composure, setting the letter aside and addressing Kuan Zhengde. If I recall correctly, this fund was specially approved by Secretary Qiu. You all insisted on pursuing the coal-to-oil project in Ningxia, and I opposed it. Yet, under Secretary Qiu's relentless urging through numerous calls, are you now attempting to shift the blame onto me? Kuan Zhengde furrowed his brow at this remark. What you are saying is unfounded. It is not about placing the blame on you. We shall share this burden together. We must ensure that Secretary Qiu remains untouched. As long as he is here, we have a chance for redress. If he is not, we are both finished. Yi Yushan had sensed an ominous turn upon arriving today, and now his apprehensions were confirmed. When an individual is promoted, it is akin to being exposed to the scorching sun. Though not for an entire 180 days, the process is still arduous. The reality is that everyone harbors their own issues. So during this exposure, those with favorable fortunes may endure, while the unfortunate may find themselves utterly scalded. Yi Yushan was no longer merely concerned about securing his vice mayor position. His thoughts now revolved around evading potential imprisonment. Kuan Zhengde's casual suggestion of sharing the blame felt dissonant. He was an official, while Yi Yushan was a common citizen. Such circumstances could not be equated. To take the fall meant risking imprisonment and the loss of his official position, while Kuan Zhengde would continue to thrive. Initially, Yi Yushan had opposed the matter, recognizing it as a serious breach of financial discipline. However, under the persistent pressure from Qiu Cheng'an above and Kuan Zhengde's incessant coaxing below, he ultimately succumbed. Should one heed the directives of leadership? Certainly, but there are instances where one must turn a blind eye to disciplinary violations. Rigid adherence to protocol often leads to immediate replacement, as leaders typically do not desire a subordinate who obstinately irritates them. Yet, when such leadership poses a risk of incarceration, heightened caution is warranted. Countless leaders operate under the principle of better you suffer than I, compelling their subordinates to shoulder blame and dig their own graves. When will the investigation commence? Yi Yushan inquired, his anxiety palpable. I am still unaware. This is the letter of complaint I just received from Secretary Chiu. Since this individual has reported you, it is certainly not limited to this single letter. It could have reached the provincial level or even Beijing. How do you manage your subordinates? Kuan Zhengde said, with evident frustration. I do not know. I have always treated him well. Yushan, Secretary Chiu merely seeks your stance. What are your thoughts? You must express your position, do you not? Kuan Zhengde inquired. Chapter 28. Bone-chilling cold Chen Bo was roused from a haunting dream by the shrill ring of his phone. In his nightmare, countless hands, clawing their way from the depths of hell, grasped his ankles, intent on dragging him into the abyss. He clung desperately to a barren tree, which trembled under the scorching heat of hellfire. Just as the tree could no longer bear his weight and began to collapse, the insistent ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Soaked in sweat and still trembling, he gazed at the illuminated screen of his phone on the bedside table, momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and the remnants of his dream. Hello, sister-in-law. Why are you calling so late? Chen Bo's words were cut short by the shocking news from Zhu Wenjun. Sister-in-law, please repeat that. Is it true? Are you certain? Chen Bo sat up abruptly, his hands trembling slightly. It's confirmed. He is at the hospital. Both the driver and he are dead. I'm heading to the hospital now. Can you come with me? Zhu Wenjun's voice was a whisper, heavy with dread. Wait for me. I'm on my way. Chen Bo replied instantly. After ending the call, disbelief washed over him. Just yesterday, he had seen Yi Yushan. How could he suddenly have perished in a car accident? The very idea felt absurd. Yet, he trusted that Zhu Wenjun would not fabricate such a tale. He hastily dressed and borrowed a car from the hotel, driving to Zhu Wenjun's residence. Zhu Wenjun awaited him at the door. Chen Bo yearned to inquire about the details, but the words caught in his throat. She had just received the call and knew nothing more than he did. Sister-in-law, this cannot be true. They alighted from the car, and Chen Bo supported Zhu Wenjun as they hurried toward the hospital's entrance. Traffic police were already present, along with officials from the Finance Bureau and personnel from the municipal office. Yi Yushan was not an inconsequential figure. He was the director of the Finance Bureau of Nankang City and was soon to be promoted to vice mayor. A mismanagement of this situation could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives, and if public sentiment turned against them, none could bear the burden of responsibility. The traffic officer briefly explained the accident to Zhu Wenjun. The car had careened off the guardrail while navigating a turn, plunging down a cliff several dozen meters high. It remained unclear whether the fault lay with the driver or the road design, though it was the first incident of its kind in that area. The doctor conveyed the grim news. The individual had arrived at the hospital without any vital signs. Too much time had elapsed. There had been no pedestrians in the vicinity, and it was only discovered by patrolling officers, tragically too late. Zhu Wenjun fell silent, allowing the doctor and police to lead her to the morgue, with Chen Bo following closely behind. It was difficult to ascertain the depth of her feelings for Yi Yushan. Throughout the entire ordeal, she remained mute, devoid of tears, questions, or responses, simply standing before his lifeless form. When the white sheet was lifted, the familiar visage of Yi Yushan lay before her. Yet he was already beyond the realm of the living. Zhu Wenjun covered her mouth, as if fearing the tears would escape. This so-called final meeting amounted to little more than an identification of the body, concluding in less than 5 minutes. Rejecting condolences from Yi Yushan's colleagues and municipal officials, Zhu Wenjun directly took her seat in Chen Bo's car. Sister-in-law, why did my brother go up the mountain so late at night? Chen Bo inquired. Do you truly believe he died in a car accident? What a coincidence that would be. The fury that erupted from Zhu Wenjun's eyes was chilling. Chen Bo was taken aback, turning to glance at Zhu Wenjun in the back seat. He called me after work, saying that Kuan Zhengde invited him for dinner, along with the city committee secretary Chiu Cheng'an. He felt he had to go, and then the incident occurred. And tonight, the weather is so pleasant, with neither wind nor rain. How anxious must he have been to have such an accident? Zhu Wenjun remarked, gazing out the window. A chill ran through Chen Bo as he asked, Sister-in-law, are you implying that this is related to Kuan Zhengde? Zhu Wenjun shook her head, saying, I don't know. Your brother keeps many things from me. I have no idea what he is concealing or what could have provoked someone to take such drastic measures. Chen Bo understood that Zhu Wenjun did not believe Yi Yushan's death was an accidental car crash. Rather, she suspected foul play, though she was uncertain about the motives behind it. What do you intend to do? Chen Bo queried. Zhu Wenjun looked out the window and replied, this matter cannot be overlooked. I must ask Secretary Chiu if he visited Kuan Zhengde's home and if he saw your brother. A life has been lost. To dismiss it as merely an accident is far too simplistic. Zhu Wenjun's fortitude surprised Chen Bo. He had assumed she held little affection for Yi Yushan. Yet in this critical moment, she displayed remarkable resolve. Is it even useful to question him? The key issue is to ascertain whether this was truly an accident and whether there were any faults with the vehicle. These are the paramount concerns, Chen Bo asserted. Then what do you propose we do? Zhu Wenjun frowned and asked, should we just let it go? Letting it go is not an option. I have comrades in the police department. I will consult with them regarding the traffic department's assessment of this incident. Their official report is one thing. Any internal details they possess could be entirely different. I will investigate further, Chen Bo stated. Zhu Wenjun nodded, agreeing with Chen Bo's perspective. By the time Chen Bo returned Zhu Wenjun home, dawn had already broken. Arriving back at the hotel, he felt a deep sense of unease. He had only recently established connections within the finance bureau, hoping that his cousin would assist him. And now, just a few days later, a tragedy had struck. To be honest, Chen Bo found it hard to believe in such a coincidental car accident, yet the reality remained unchangeable. How could he match the expertise of traffic police in examining the scene? Regardless, he decided to call Gao Ning. I just heard about this too, but brother, don't be anxious. Let us have lunch together. I wish to discuss something with you. I'll find a location where no one can see us. Just come quietly when the time comes, Gao Ning whispered. Gao Ning, are you hiding something from me? What do you know? Tell me now, Chen Bo pressed, frowning. Let us discuss it in person. It's not something to convey over the phone. You should rest for a bit after working all night. We will talk later, Gao Ning concluded, ending the call. Gao Ning spoke only halfway before abruptly hanging up, which truly piqued Chen Bo's curiosity. However, given the cautious tone in his voice, it was evident that there was something amiss. Yi Yushan, the director of the finance bureau, was the financial benefactor of Nankong City. If anything were to happen to him, the news would spread like wildfire, impossible to conceal. For the entire morning, Lu Hanyan had done nothing but sit by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city of Nankong. Despite having turned off the air conditioning and donned a woolen sweater, she still felt an unrelenting chill. When a knock echoed at the office door, she trembled in fright. Turning to see who had entered, she found Chen Bo stepping inside. Chapter 29. One code is one code. Chen Bo slowly approached, standing by her side, yet she remained silent. My cousin has passed away. He died in a car accident last night when the vehicle fell from a mountain. Both the driver and he died on the spot, Chen Bo stated. Lu Hanyan, her expression unchanging, replied, I have heard. The world is indeed unpredictable. Chen Bo said nothing further. Although Zhu Wenjun firmly believed that the circumstances surrounding her husband's death were not so straightforward, Chen Bo refrained from making unfounded statements without concrete evidence. With my cousin gone, do we still need to maintain this marriage? Chen Bo inquired. Lu Hanyan remained motionless, merely responding coolly. Did you not say I could hire you for this? To help me uphold the marriage until I give birth? 10,000 a day, no negotiations. Chen Bo nodded, and for a moment, silence enveloped them until Chen Bo's phone erupted with sound. Hello, what is wrong? It was his younger sister, Chen Xiaoyan, calling. Brother, I just received a call from the office. They said there's an issue with my contract. They claim I concealed my internship experience and no longer want me. They told me to pack my things and leave. What should I do? Chen Xiaoyan's voice trembled with urgency over the line. Chen Bo was taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. Chen Xiaoyan had been placed in her position by Yi Yushan, who was now deceased. Who would care for his reputation now? Chen Xiaoyan's contract was still in the probationary period, meaning it could be terminated at any moment. This was a crushing blow for her. Just as she had been boasting about her new job on social media, she was now being shown the door. Don't panic, I understand. Don't argue with them. Come over to me, and we will discuss what to do next, Chen Bo advised, knowing that this was all he could offer at the moment. As the saying goes, when people depart, warmth fades, and what more when a life has been extinguished? Brother, I heard from someone in the bureau that our cousin has died. Is it true? Chen Xiaoyan asked in a hushed tone. Do not pry into matters. Just come over. I will send you the address. Chen Bo replied before ending the call. Lu Hanyan remained silent, turning to look at Chen Bo. He smiled faintly and said, That was my sister. She just joined the finance bureau a few days ago and was dismissed. I suspect my turn is forthcoming. I will likely return to prison. Even if I remain in the finance bureau, I will probably be marginalized now that my support has vanished. Lu Hanyan regarded Chen Bo and said, Do you feel helpless and frustrated, wishing to confront those sycophants at the finance bureau? What would that accomplish? I'm not so extreme. If there is one lesson I learned during my time in the military, it is the importance of rules and discipline. Every matter must adhere to established guidelines. Orders must be followed without exception. The Finance Bureau's treatment of my sister is within their procedural boundaries. It is a reasonable exercise of their power over ordinary individuals. They operate under the guise of regulations, and even if one is dissatisfied, what can be done? Chen Bo lamented. His lament was genuine. Power resembles weights on a scale, capable of tilting inward or outward as long as it does not lose balance. Yet, this delicate shift could determine the fate of an ordinary person. Since their acquaintance began, Lu Hanyan has never had a meaningful conversation with Chen Bo, for their relationship has been inherently distorted from the outset. To put it plainly, neither of them trusts the other, and they remain ever wary. However, Chen Bo's demeanor at this moment starkly contrasts with his reaction to Kuan Zhengde's bodyguard the other day. Logically, given that his own sister is currently suffering injustice, should he not be seething with rage? Yet on that day, he had unleashed a lethal force upon Kuan Zhengde's bodyguard merely because the latter failed to knock. Lu Hanyan had since reviewed the surveillance footage from the porch. Indeed, he had only retaliated after being attacked, yet his strikes were decisive, devoid of superfluity, had he not shown restraint. The trio of Kuan Zhengde's men would have been carried out, their recovery time uncertain. They themselves admitted that Chen Bo had spared them. Now, with his sister facing unfair treatment, he exhibits no impulse to act. Should I make a call to inquire? Lu Hanyan suggested. Chen Bo shook his head. No need. Perhaps she is simply not suited for work at the Finance Bureau. I don't wish to owe you any favors. Let us keep our dealings clear. Money matters must be settled. Lu Hanyan was at a loss for words, yet she still retrieved her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed. As she awaited the connection, she remarked to Chen Bo, Your assistance to Yi Yushan is, in essence, an aid to me as well. The fact that you Haven T insisted on a divorce is still a form of support. So consider this a repayment of favor, unrelated to financial matters. Before she could finish, the call was answered. Director Chiao, this is Lu Hanyan. You attended my wedding, and I noticed you there, but didn't get a chance to greet you. Well, might you be free for a visit? I would like to host you. Lu Hanyan inquired with a radiant smile. Chen Bo could not hear the conversation, but Lu Hanyan subsequently brought up Kuan Zhengde, indicating she would address the matter with him. The outcome would ultimately depend on Director Chiao's direct engagement with Kuan Zhengde, though she could arrange a gathering at the hotel for everyone to convene. As the call neared its conclusion, Lu Hanyan suddenly exclaimed, Director Chiao, what is going on? My sister-in-law just visited your bureau and is trying to drive a young lady away. She ended up in tears at my place. Thus, Lu Hanyan elaborated on the details of the situation, responding with affirmations until the call ended. She turned to Chen Bo and declared, I have repaid your favor. From now on, our dealings will be separate. Is it all settled? Chen Bo inquired, furrowing his brow. They had initially intended to resolve the mess left by Yi Yushan, so it was evident that his sister was among those being scrutinized, having arrived only recently to become a target. Now that matters are at ease, Xiao Wengang has ambitions regarding the director position but lacks connections. I advised him to approach General Kan, Lu Hanyan explained. Chen Bo paused for a moment and remarked, It is said that Kuan Zhengde is the underground organization minister of Nongong City. It appears there is truth to that. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, In the future, refrain from uttering such words. I do not wish to witness any misfortune befall you. It would be quite tragic to endure until the appointed time, only to receive the money without the means to enjoy it. Chen Bo forced a bitter smile and replied, I fail to comprehend. You are aware that Yi Yushan has passed away, and you know whose child this is. Why must I be the one left behind? Is it merely to provide a satisfactory explanation to your family? Lu Hanyan regarded Chen Bo and stated, that may have been the case before, but it is no longer so. Chapter 30. A thrill? What do you mean? I have my principles. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Chen Bo remarked. I harbor no such thoughts. It is you who has misinterpreted the situation. I shall not withhold a single penny that is owed to you. Yet you must also fulfill your responsibilities and obligations, he continued. What responsibilities? What obligations? It would be prudent for you to clarify now, so I may prepare myself mentally. Chen Bo insisted. Lu Hanyan refrained from elaborating, simply stating that he would understand in due time. Chen Bo, disinterested in further entanglement, retreated to his room for a brief nap. Upon awakening, he received an address from Gao Ning, readying himself for the meeting. Whether Yi Yushan's demise was an accident or a contrived misfortune remained uncertain. Chen Bo contemplated inquiring with Gao Ning to see if he could glean any insider information from the police bureau. After navigating through winding paths, Chen Bo finally arrived at the rendezvous point, a rather clandestine bathhouse. Upon his arrival, he found Gao Ning already immersed in the pool. This place is truly difficult to locate, Chen Bo remarked while standing at the edge of the pool. Join me for a soak. I've been on night shifts these past few days and am in dire need of wash. When you called, I hadn't even finished my shift, Gao Ning replied. Without hesitation, Chen Bo disrobed and entered the pool, leaving only the two of them inside. Few were aware of this location. The patrons were predominantly local residents. I grew up around here. This area belongs to the old city, and due to the challenges of redevelopment, many have relocated to the new districts where construction is thriving, Gao Ning explained, draping a damp towel over his face while resting his head on the edge of the pool. With each breath, the towel rhythmically rose and fell, and should water be poured incessantly upon it, it would resemble a form of water torture. During training, Gao Ning had consistently failed this exercise. A haunting nightmare he could never conquer. Yi Yushan was my cousin, the head of the finance bureau. His unexpected death has stirred quite the commotion in Nongong City. Surely your bureau has stirred some activity? Chen Bo inquired. Gao Ning removed the towel from his face, observing Chen Bo's bare form submerged in the water, and glanced around, disturbing the water in the pool as he drew closer. Currently, there is little commotion in the bureau. However, I did overhear my father on the phone in his study. I caught only fragments, something about a recent report against him, followed swiftly by his car accident. What a coincidence that is. Beyond that, I know nothing more. Gao Ning relayed before returning to his previous position. Someone reported him? Who could it be? Chen Bo pressed. Gao Ning shook his head, saying, Brother, do you not grasp the essence of this matter? It is not about who made the report, but rather who feared the report would be made. From what I gathered from my father, he was perplexed and furious, having just received a report and then immediately meeting with a fatal accident. The timing is indeed suspicious. Even a fool could discern the oddity of the situation. The circumstances of the death were indeed peculiar. Yet your bureau has concluded it was merely a car accident, an unfortunate mishap, Chen Bo remarked. Gao Ning shook his head and said, I am unaware of the matters within the bureau. Likely only those involved in the case and the final signatory leadership possess the full understanding of the situation. To be more explicit, it is possible that someone orchestrated this tragic accident. On such steep mountain roads, as the vehicle tumbled down, lives were lost. And even if there were traces left during the descent, it would be exceedingly difficult to draw any definitive conclusions. Chen Bo nodded, lost in contemplation. Brother, what are you pondering? She inquired. Nothing much. My sister was placed in the finance bureau by my cousin. Today, someone from the bureau called, alleging that her internship materials were fabricated, essentially serving as an excuse to dismiss her. Lu Hanyan made a call, which temporarily secured her position. Alas, there is little to be done. When people depart, warmth dissipates, especially in the face of death. Who would fear your return, anyway? Chen Bo replied with a wry smile. Oh, sister-in-law intervened. That's good. I was contemplating going to the finance bureau to advocate for her. I have shares here. Do come by when you have time. It's quite enjoyable, Gao Ning remarked. However, Chen Bo had no time to indulge in leisurely baths and conversations with Gao Ning. He needed to attend to the arrangements for Yi Yushan's funeral. At this moment, Chen Bo felt compelled to offer more assistance to Zhu Wenjun's family. Although the circumstances surrounding Yi Yushan's death remained unclear, The funeral proceedings must be addressed. Upon arriving at Zhu Wenjun's home, he found her parents present. Chen Bo did not enter, but exchanged a few words with Zhu Wenjun in the hallway. "Are you certain?" Su Venyun asked, surprised by the information Chen Bo had gleaned from Gao Ning. "Absolutely. I just parted ways with him and came straight over." "Sister-in-law, do you think my cousin's situation could be related to the report against him? Are you unaware of anything concerning him?" Chen Bo koided. Su Venyun shukiahet, indicating she knew how to respond. "Sister-in-law, given the current circumstances, we should prioritize arranging for my brother's funeral. How can I assist?" Chen Bo asked. Chen Bo owed his current position to Yi Yushan, who had secured him a job in a prison with official status. Although he had previously sacrificed his own interests to help Lu Hanyan, now that Yi Yushan had passed, many would have considered retreating. However, Chen Bo did not waver. He tirelessly assisted Zhu Wenjun with the funeral arrangements. During this time, officials from a municipal discipline inspection commission visited and spoke with Zhu Wenjun. Yet, she proved to be no ordinary woman. Not only did she vehemently chastise the commission members, but she also expelled them, clearly stating that if they had evidence, they were welcome to conduct a search. If not, they should vacate the premises. This left the commission's investigators quite incensed, but given the recent tragedy, the community was less than sympathetic to their demeanor. 3 days later, Yi Yushan was cremated and laid to rest. Reflecting on the events of this period, Chen Bo felt as though he were in a dream. A vibrant individual had, in an instant, been reduced to mere ashes in a box. Yi Yushan's daughter and ex-wife resided far away in the United States and had not been in contact for years. Upon re-establishing communication, they expressed they could not return. Thus it fell upon Chen Bo to accompany Zhu Wenjun in collecting the ashes. For reasons unknown, some bones were not entirely reduced to ash. Zhu Wenjun showed no hesitation, directly breaking the longer, less charred bones and placing them in the urn, which left Chen Bo feeling quite apprehensive. Standing before the cemetery, as loved ones gradually departed, Zhu Wenjun turned to Chen Bo, who had steadfastly remained by her side, and inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Are you truly intending to continue with that little harlot?" Chen Bo pondered to himself, "I must first focus on earning a living. Continuing with Lu Hanyan? What nonsense! I have no desire to wear the cuckold's horn, nor to play the role of father. I haven't made up my mind yet. Are you free tonight? I have an appointment. Come along with me, and I shall introduce you." Zhu Wenjun said with a hint of indifference. Chapter 31. Kindred spirits regardless of whom Zhu Wenjun intended to introduce him to, it would have been inappropriate to decline or withdraw at that moment. Guided by the principle of seeing matters through to completion and considering her recent bereavement, Chen Bo felt it prudent to accompany her. However, he was taken aback when Zhu Wenjun led him to the residence of the city's party secretary. The secretary's wife was a close friend of Zhu Wenjun, who had, on 2 occasions, wielded her surgical skills to rescue the ailing woman from the brink of death. In a sense, Zhu Wenjun was her savior. Beyond their roles as doctor and patient, the two often gathered socially. The inception of any relationship is fraught with difficulty, yet sustaining it over time poses an even greater challenge, a feat at which Zhu Wenjun excelled. Once we enter, no matter what is said, you must remain silent. Do you understand? Zhu Wenjun instructed Chen Bo as they awaited the door's opening. "Rest assured, I will heed your words," Chen Bo replied. This was an innocuous statement. Yet upon hearing it, Zhu Wenjun gazed at him and remarked, "Ah, the first time I brought your brother here, he said the same." Chen Bo felt a chill run down his spine at her words. The party secretary's wife truly appeared frail. Upon seeing Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo enter, she attempted to rise, but her trembling hand could barely grip the cane she leaned upon. It was evident she longed to stand, yet her body lacked the strength. Such encounters seemed to follow a prescribed routine. Regardless of genuine sorrow, the first act upon meeting was invariably tears, a means to express shared grief. Following this, well-meaning reassurances to move on would ensue, though they offered little in the way of actual resolution. At that moment, a man of around 50 descended the stairs. Zhu Wenjun, who had momentarily ceased her tears under the encouragement of the secretary's wife, resumed weeping upon sighting this man. "Secretary Chiu, you must seek justice for my Yushan. It was not an accident. He was murdered. In the midst of her emotional exchange with the party secretary's wife, Zhuwenjun had refrained from mentioning the accident. But upon encountering Secretary Qiu Cheng'an, she immediately asserted that her husband had been killed. The nature of the matter shifted dramatically. It must be said, Zhuwenjun was an astute woman. Prior to Qiu Cheng'an's appearance, she had tactfully avoided discussing the accident with the secretary's wife, understanding that the woman could offer no assistance. Given her own precarious state, had she broached the topic too soon, Qiu Cheng'an might not have even shown his face, especially since the traffic police had already concluded it was an accident. To overturn the police's determination, and to assert that it was either an accident or homicide, would necessitate a thorough investigation, which could lead to serious complications. Dr. Zhu, I share your sorrow over Yushan's untimely demise. We were on the verge of issuing official documents regarding his case. How could this have happened? What was he doing out on the mountain so late at night? You or his wife. Why do you not keep a closer watch? The words of Qiu Cheng'an were laced with reproach. As an outsider, Chen Bo found himself momentarily perplexed. To be candid, his greatest lament regarding Yi Yushan's demise was for his own sake. Having finally managed to align himself with Yi Yushan, particularly in matters of clandestine significance for the leadership, he believed that should Yi Yushan overcome this hurdle, he would undoubtedly solidify his position through his own capabilities. Yet unexpectedly, within mere days, the framework he had painstakingly constructed was dismantled. The trio before him resembled characters from a theatrical stage, each displaying their distinctive attributes, making it difficult to discern who among them excelled in their performance. He is your subordinate. Why should I be concerned about him? At home, all I hear is Secretary Qiu this, Secretary Qiu that, and I would not dare contest him. On the night of the incident, he was also acting under your banner, claiming that you wished to see him. How could I question him? Little did I know he would never return. Zhuwenjun articulated her grievances with clarity. On the night Yi Yushan departed, he mentioned he was going to meet you, Qiu Cheng'an. Do not think you can evade responsibility. This matter is intertwined with you. And once this case is investigated, it will inevitably begin with you. Absurd. When did I ever say I wanted to see Yi Yushan? This is utter nonsense. Qiu Cheng'an's anger was palpable. In Nangong City, it was common knowledge that Yi Yushan was under Qiu Cheng'an's purview. However, with the man's death, he could not control the rampant speculation, yet he would not tolerate Zhuwenjun coming to his home to discuss such matters. Zhuwenjun, seeing Qiu Cheng'an adamantly deny having seen Yi Yushan that night, wiped her tears and inquired, Secretary, let's not dwell on whether you met him. I wish to know if you received any reports regarding my husband, Yi Yushan. As a mere observer, Chen Bo enjoyed the advantage of minimal attention from those present. Because he was brought in by Zhuwenjun, their focus remained on her from the moment she entered, especially when she accused that Yi Yushan had not died in an accident, but rather had been murdered. This revelation drew their full attention. Thus, Chen Bo was able to scrutinize the expressions and movements of those around him. Report? What report? Qiu Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback before he dismissed the notion. I heard that someone reported our Yushan for embezzlement and bribery. He might be investigated. How could it be so coincidental that he dies at such a critical juncture? Who could possibly wish him harm? As she spoke, Zhuwenjun began to weep anew, her sobs more intense this time. An odd scene unfolded. Qiu Cheng'an appeared to disregard Chen Bo's presence entirely, casting a glance at his wife before ascending the stairs. Indeed, minutes later, as Chen Bo averted his gaze from the mayor's wife's scrutiny, she began to console Zhuwenjun with platitudes about moving forward and looking ahead, an indication that the conversation was reaching its conclusion. After a brief span, Chen Bo and Zhuwenjun exited the mayor's residence together. He is lying. He must have received the report letter, despite his claims to the contrary, Zhuwenjun remarked coolly. Indeed, I noticed it as well. When you mentioned the report letter, there was a fleeting moment of panic in him, albeit brief. After all, he is a leader of considerable stature and possesses a certain level of composure, Chen Bo replied. Do you share the same sentiment? Zhuwenjun inquired, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Chapter 32. A heart full of dread upon arriving at Zhuwenjun's residence. Chen Bo initially intended to depart, but he was called to stop by Zhuwenjun. Come upstairs and sit with me for a while. I have matters to discuss with you. In the past, This would have posed no issue, but now, with Yi Yushan deceased, Zhu Wenjun stood as a confirmed widow, and widows often attract a multitude of scandals. However, he felt compelled to follow her up the stairs. In the living room, a portrait of Yi Yushan hung solemnly on the wall. For Zhu Wenjun, a doctor, and for Chen Bo, who had witnessed the ebb and flow of life and death, it was merely uncomfortable. Zhu Wenjun prepared tea, and directly opposite them was Yi Yushan's likeness, creating a bizarre atmosphere reminiscent of three individuals sharing a drink. He Cheng on Lit. Your brother called me and said that night. It was Kuan Zhengde who invited him to dinner, and Qiu Cheng'an was also present. I refrained from mentioning Kuan Zhengde, as it seemed futile. I do not comprehend their dealings, but regardless of the outcome, your brother was the one who paid the price, Zhu Wenjun stated. Are you implying that my brother was ensnared by Kuan Zhengde and Qiu Cheng'an? Chen Bo inquired, frowning. During these days of mourning, I have pondered the sequence of events, trying to discern who wished for your brother's demise. I know not what he was privy to or what actions he undertook. This fool, I have implored him numerous times to confide in me, to not conceal matters, yet, sister-in-law, my brother was protecting you. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge is not necessarily advantageous, Chen Bo remarked, casting a glance at Yi Yushan's portrait. Indeed, yet he has lost his life. Kuan Zhengde and Qiu Cheng'an, those scoundrels, must be intertwined with your brother's death. Alas, there is no hope left. When these two conspire, no one in Nankong City can stand against them. Despair cloaked Zhu Wenjun's words. The living room fell into a profound silence. Chen Bo contemplated offering her words of comfort, yet he felt that any spoken would be mere platitudes. Eventually, Zhu Wenjun broke the stillness, turning to Chen Bo and asking, what are your plans? With your brother gone, and the warmth of companionship extinguished, your prospects at the Finance Bureau appear bleak. Chen Bo mused upon his situation. He had initially aimed to align himself closely with Yi Yushan, yet now, it seemed preferable to remain within the confines of prison, where at least he would not be targeted. His sister was a testament to this reality, and he could no longer seek assistance from Lu Hanyan, for her favors were not easily repaid. I have not yet devised a plan. Returning to prison is not an option. The paperwork is complete. Perhaps you should consider the municipal office? I could attempt to speak with Qiu Cheng'an. Given your brother's recent passing, he may be inclined to help. What do you think? Zhu Wenjun suggested. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bo entertained the notion that Zhu Wenjun's intent in sending him to the municipal office might harbor her own agenda. However, it appeared to be in his best interest, and he could not afford to disregard that. To the municipal office? Is that feasible? Chen Bo feigned reluctance, posing the question. I can only facilitate your entry. What transpires thereafter is beyond my purview. What say you? Zhu Wenjun inquired. The elderly man in prison, Bai Yongnian, once informed him that the two offices were exceedingly busy, yet possessing access to the leadership could prove advantageous. Should a leader take a liking to one as a secretary, it would herald an extraordinary ascent. However, the associated risks were substantial. Should any leader encounter a scandal, their secretary seldom emerged unscathed. Thus, such an association was fraught with peril. At times, the connection between a secretary and a leader transcended mere description. It was a lifelong entanglement. Bai Yongnian had once served as the chief secretary to the paramount leader of Donghai province. Yet one day, this leader vanished, not deceased but absconded, leaving no trace behind. Bai Yongnian endured repeated interrogations by the relevant authorities, yet remained oblivious to his superior's whereabouts. Was there a blemish on Bai Yongnian's record? Undoubtedly, for if nothing were amiss, he would not have faced such prolonged scrutiny. Nevertheless, no grave issues had been unearthed, and after a decade, his release was imminent. Thus, when Zhu Wenjun suggested he join the municipal party office, Chen Bo felt a stirring within. He had long witnessed the intoxicating allure of power, yet regrettably, had never wielded it himself, save for the minor authority held in the military, where camaraderie prevailed. Only upon witnessing Yi Yushan squander the power he possessed did Chen Bo truly appreciate its magnetism. After uttering her suggestion, Zhu Wenjun fixated her gaze upon Chen Bo, holding it until he finally became aware of her scrutiny. Chen Bo, speak candidly. Do you genuinely wish to go? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Before Chen Bo could respond, she continued, I know not what you were contemplating moments ago, yet I discern a spark in your eyes. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Zhu Wenjun was indeed formidable, not only astute in her observations, but also perceptive of human nature. Seizing the opportunity, while Chen Bo was lost in thought, she extended her hands toward him. Chen Bo hesitated, uncertain of her intentions, yet instinctively raised his hand, aiming to clasp hers. However, before he could proceed, Zhu Wenjun spoke again. Do you find my hands aesthetically pleasing? She asked, disregarding Chen Bo's expression. He pondered how to respond to such a query, realizing the delicate nature of their relationship. After all, she was his distant sister-in-law, and with his cousin's recent demise, it felt inappropriate to entertain such thoughts. He was the chief of cardiothoracic surgery, perpetually burdened with surgeries awaiting his expertise. Exhaustion was an undeniable reality. Yet it was through these very hands that he had elevated her brother from a minor clerk in the finance bureau to the esteemed position of bureau chief. Do you know why? Zhu Wenjun probed further. Chen Bo shook his head, aware that she would reveal the answer. In a small city like Nangang, if a couple consists of a doctor and a teacher, they are unlikely to face significant hardships, for these two professions encompass nearly every aspect of societal relations. As a physician, my progress in the hospital has been solely attributed to my own efforts, and likewise, my brother has also advanced thanks to my support. While I cannot claim ownership of the hospital, it is an undeniable truth that everyone experiences illness. As long as there is life, there will inevitably be individuals seeking my expertise. Regardless of your position of authority, you may command me, yet the scalpel remains in my grasp. With a mere reduction in incisions, you might find yourself requiring a second surgery, akin to the discretionary power held by a judge. Is this not a terrifying prospect? Zhu Wenjun's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet Chen Bo listened with trepidation. Nonetheless, Chen Bo understood that Zhu Wenjun did not exaggerate her capabilities. She indeed possessed such skill. At the age of 35, she serves as the chief of thoracic surgery and still actively participates in surgeries. It is no exaggeration to assert that both her position and that of Yi Yushan were carved out through her own relentless efforts. Chapter 33. The full performance. Zhu Wenjun had articulated her thoughts quite explicitly. If Chen Bo remained indifferent, he would undoubtedly appear as nothing more than a hopeless case in her eyes. Therefore, upon the conclusion of her remarks, Chen Bo ventured to ask, sister-in-law, might you be able to assist me? Should she decline, he would simply retract his words. Yet failing to voice this request would render him a mere blockhead in Zhu Wenjun's perception. They would part ways, each returning to their respective lives without further ado. In this world, nothing is devoid of potential exchange. Having made his appeal, Chen Bo pondered what value he possessed that might compel Zhu Wenjun to offer her assistance. Did she genuinely wish to aid him? Initially uncertain, he now reflected on their extensive conversation. If her intentions were not sincere, she likely would not have permitted him entry at all. His mind raced back to the time he had been incarcerated at the behest of Yi Yushan, for which he felt immense gratitude, contemplating a visit to express his thanks. However, upon arriving at the community entrance, he was summarily rebuffed by Zhu Wenjun. Why? Because, at that moment, he held no value for her, and their encounter would likely have brought her more trouble than benefit. Yet now, she had not only brought him to the home of the city party secretary, but had also introduced him to the secretary and his wife. Though they exchanged no words, he had etched their faces and their residence into his memory. Subsequently, upon returning home, Zhu Wenjun had showcased her capabilities and connections, inquiring if he harbored ambitions of working in the city party office. Every gesture, every inquiry was a subtle probe, awaiting his initiative to speak. Chen Bo recognized that Zhu Wenjun was an exceedingly opportunistic woman. If there were no advantage for her, she would never exhibit such cordiality. Even though he had once played the role of stand-in for her husband, Yi Yushan, with his demise and the revelation that Lu Hanyan's unborn child was not his, the rationale for their alliance had dissipated. Thus, if he possessed no utility for her, she would likely disregard him entirely. Her patient demeanor, sharing tea and engaging in conversation while displaying her fair and capable hands, was merely a means of coaxing him to solicit her assistance, after which she would present her conditions. Why not be forthright? Because they were still strangers, their interactions limited. She needed to assess his responsiveness and perceptiveness, all while safeguarding herself should circumstances unravel. In this world, true selflessness is a rarity. Even between parents and children, it is a facade. The bond between Chen Bo and Zwenjin had been forged through Yi Yushan, yet with his passing, their connection could easily dissolve. Nevertheless, Zwenjin's demeanor suggested otherwise. Assist you? Why should I? Your brother has burdened me with worry, and now, with everything in disarray, I have no desire to engage in such endeavors. It holds no significance. Zwenjin remarked, her enthusiasm waning. Sister-in-law, we both know that my brother's death was shrouded in mystery, and surely Secretary Chiu has lied. Moreover, my brother mentioned over the phone that he was to meet with Kuan Zhengde and Chiu Cheng'an. Is there something amiss here? If I were to visit the municipal party office, perhaps I could unravel the truth bit by bit, Chen Bo remarked. The death of Yi Yushan is an undeniable issue, one that even Zhu Wenjun finds herself incapable of addressing. Despite her extensive connections and acquaintances, this matter ultimately requires a dependable individual to pursue it, and Chen Bo embodies that reliability. In truth, there exists another intangible issue, one that is felt rather than articulated. Before voicing his suspicions, Chen Bo was uncertain, merely probing the waters cautiously. Sister-in-law, I believe that if you were to enter politics, you would undoubtedly surpass my brother. Your vast network and profound understanding of human nature would serve you well. If you were to set aside the scalpel, what need would there be for my brother? Chen Bo flattered her. Few can resist such compliments, and given the limited encounters between Chen Bo and the couple, Yi Yushan impulsively confronted Lu Hanyan, returning to infuriate Zhu Wenjun. Thus, it is clear that Zhu Wenjun harbors discontent towards Yi Yushan, feeling that her husband pales in comparison to her own capabilities. Chen Bo articulated this sentiment on her behalf. These relationships have been forged through the surgical precision of my scalpel. Without it, I am rendered inconsequential. There is no need for flattery, as I am acutely aware of my own worth. Thus, I harbor a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet what can be done? Zhu Wenjun sighed deeply. Chen Bo felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had struck the right chord. Sister-in-law, in your view, who possesses greater talent? My brother or I? Zhu Wenjun cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Chen Bo continued, Sister-in-law, my brother's death is undeniably linked to Chiu Cheng'an and Kuan Zhengde. There is something you may not be aware of. The child Lu Hanyan carries is Kuan Zhengde's. I have inquired, and she did not deny it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying the child is Kuan Zhengde's? She asked, incredulous. Chen Bo nodded, affirming, absolutely true. I am still in a relationship with Lu Hanyan, so if you assist me, I can navigate between Kuan Zhengde and Chiu Cheng'an, which may greatly facilitate uncovering the truth behind my brother's demise. As Zhu Wenjun processed this information, Chen Bo continued, Lu Hanyan has no current plans for divorce. She wishes to provide an explanation to her family. Therefore, our arrangement is that I can be employed at a rate of 10,000 a day until she gives birth. Zhu Wenjun found his words amusing, realizing she was uninformed about these matters, and her mind felt quite chaotic. What else is there that I do not know? She inquired. Well, nothing significant. Oh, except that I had a minor altercation with Kuan Zhengde at the entrance of Lu Hanyan's office, where I dealt with 3 of his bodyguards. I hear they are still in the hospital, Chen Bo disclosed. Once again, the sentiment remains. When confronted with a woman who possesses connections, resources, capabilities, and a certain elitism, one must present their own leverage in order to solicit her assistance. Otherwise, what reason does she have to aid you? After all, what if you are merely an inconsequential entity? Zwenjin indeed showed great interest in this matter and prompted Chen Bo to recount the events once more. You certainly possess a remarkable audacity. This has little to do with courage. Given that Lu Hanyan and I are legally wed, I must project a semblance of commitment. Otherwise, who would believe me? Moreover, I am uncertain whether Kuan Zhengde is aware of our sham marriage. If one chooses to act, one must commit fully, Chen Bo remarked as he observed Zwenjin's expression. Chapter 34, The Trap Before Long. Zhu Wenjun became acutely aware of a troubling issue. Not only was Qin Zhengde aware of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy, but it was highly likely that Lu Hanyan had consented to allow Yi Yushan to find another person to marry, with Qin Zhengde's approval. Thus, this matter appeared to be a cleverly orchestrated trap aimed squarely at Yi Yushan. As the situation grew increasingly intriguing, it piqued Zhu Wenjun's interest, a person who thrived on the excitement of chaos. With Yi Yushan now deceased, Lu Hanyan's turmoil bore no consequence to her. Yet, she intended to seize this opportunity to engage in a strategic dance with Lu Hanyan and Qin Zhengde. I wish to meet her, Zhu Wenjun declared. Meet who? Qin Zhengde? Why would I want to meet him? I wish to speak with Lu Hanyan, she continued. That's all, nothing more. Await the notice from a municipal office. I shall assist you. As Zhu Wenjun spoke, her demeanor visibly brightened, and a spark gleamed in her eyes. With her statement, Chen Bo felt it inappropriate to linger further. So he rose to take his leave, and Zhu Wenjun made no effort to retain him. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Bo was informed by the front desk that General Manager Lu had already departed for home. He had no intention of encountering her. Although Zhu Wenjun wished to converse with Lu Hanyan, this matter could easily be resolved with a simple phone call. As long as Lu Hanyan agreed to assist him, everything would be settled. As Chen Bo entered the elevator, he reflected on how, in the past, the front desk had never informed him of Lu Hanyan's presence during his returns. Why the sudden eagerness this time? He extended his foot to prevent the elevator doors from closing. The receptionist had initially exhaled in relief, but upon seeing Chen Bo return, her heart raced with anxiety. She was uncertain of General Manager Lu's intentions. She had merely been instructed to inform him of the gentleman's return, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Hanyan was currently in the presidential suite upstairs, entertaining a visitor. In the presidential suite, Lu Hanyan felt utterly despondent, as if hope had abandoned her. Who could possibly rescue her? No one was coming to her aid. The very phrase she had uttered was coerced from her. A desperate call made to the front desk. My father claims he can summon 3 bodyguards, but I refuse to believe he possesses such influence. Nevertheless, I must tread cautiously. Should I become cornered, I lack the courage to confront him. After all, who am I, and who is he? Struggling against him would be utterly futile. Yinlu, listen to me. It is not as you believe. This child is not your father's. I swear, Lu Hanyan pleaded, bound tightly to a rectangular coffee table. Her modesty stripped away. Though reclining, her pregnancy was unmistakably evident. The air conditioning in the room chilled the atmosphere, and, ironically, to accentuate the suite's opulence, the coffee table was crafted from a large slab of Qingtian stone. At that moment, Lu Hanyan felt as though she were lying upon a glacier. As the temperature within the room continued to plummet, she sensed her own body growing colder, and soon shivers began to overcome her. However, seated beside her, Qin Yunlu held a long watermelon knife, incessantly gesturing it across Lu Hanyan's protruding belly, occasionally making contact with her skin. She was well aware of who Qin Zhengde was. Qin Yunlu was his youngest daughter, raised in indulgence since childhood, her mother having perished from the stress she caused. Therefore, Lu Hanyan firmly believed that even if Qin Yunlu were to plunge the knife into her own belly, Qin Zhengde would undoubtedly manage the aftermath. Lu Hanyan could only desperately argue that the child within her was not Qin Zhengde's. Yet how could Qin Yunlu, having sought her out, be persuaded otherwise? I overheard your conversation with my father. I spoke with my 2 brothers over the phone. Their stance is clear. This child must not be born. The wealth of the Qin family cannot be divided into a 4th share, Qin Yunlu sneered. At that moment, Lu Hanyan grasped the reason behind her visit. Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling over as she closed them in resignation, cascading into her hair at her temples. I will go for an abortion tomorrow. Regardless of whose child it is, I will terminate it. Will you let me go? Lu Hanyan pleaded through her tears. Qin Yunlu shook her head. No. My brothers are eagerly awaiting the outcome. I have brought the medication. You must take it under my watch. If it becomes critical, I will take you to the hospital. Should our father learn of this, he may relent, and I would lose my chance. Thus, we must act decisively. At that moment, Lu Hanyan truly understood the futility of her situation, realizing that none of the Qin family could be trusted. She was entirely ensnared by them. Qian Yunlu had made it abundantly clear. If she did not take the medication to terminate the pregnancy, she would resort to violence. To be honest, Lu Hanyan had no desire to carry this child, yet she felt compelled to heed Kuan Zhengde's wishes. Without his consent, how could she dare make such a unilateral decision? Little did she anticipate that this child would bring about her demise, and she feared that she might not survive the ordeal with Qian Yunlu that night. With a soft chime, Lu Hanyan questioned her own ears, though the sound was extremely faint, barely perceptible even to Qian Yunlu. There was no mistake. She managed this hotel, and the sound of the elevator doors opening was all too familiar. Thus, despite the thick wooden door separating them, she sensed someone had exited the elevator. Chen Bo emerged, and at the elevator's entrance stood two individuals in the corridor, smoking. They paused in surprise upon seeing him, and then, as if struck by a thought, they tossed their cigarettes onto the carpet. "Who are you?" "This is the presidential suite. Leave at once." Without allowing Chen Bo to respond, they acted swiftly. Qian Yunlu, hearing the knock on the door, felt immense irritation. She had instructed the two individuals outside that unless the sky were to fall, they were not to disturb her. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed it was indeed her companions, but the moment the door swung open, she felt as if she had been struck on the head. Her vision momentarily clouded with stars, and a piercing pain surged through her skull. As she finally lifted her head, clutching her throbbing temples and ready to unleash a torrent of curses, she was met by the sight of Chen Bo entering the room. The two individuals he had brought along were left outside, and in that moment, Qian Yunlu comprehended that the situation had irrevocably deteriorated. Her reflexes remained sharp. She swiftly retrieved her phone, intending to call her father. Yet, before she could even power it on, Chen Bo snatched it from her grasp. "You," Qian Yunlu began, but Chen Bo ignored her, effortlessly tossing the phone in a graceful arc towards the fish tank nestled in the corner of the room. As she dashed forward, eager to retrieve her device from the water, she instinctively retracted her hand. Possessing a modicum of discernment, she recognized that the fish within the tank bore a striking resemblance to those in her own home aquarium, South American piranhas. Chapter 35, whose voice to heed upon seeing Chen Bo enter. Lu Hanyan's tense body immediately relaxed. However, this moment of relaxation led to her experiencing the most humiliating incident of her life. In the presence of Chen Bo and Qian Yunlu, she lost control. A yellow liquid slowly seeping from the coffee table, saturating the carpet, and a foul odor permeated the air. Qian Yunlu, though not in a much better state, sporting a bump on her forehead, was still faring relatively well compared to Lu Hanyan at this moment. Realizing that today's endeavor had failed, Qian Yunlu attempted to leave, but was called back by Chen Bo. "Wait a moment. Are you really preparing to leave? Do you not know whose ear the hotel security listens to? Is it you? Or is it General Lu?" Despite the scene unfolding before him, Chen Bo surprisingly exhibited little anger. Perhaps it was because Lu Hanyan was not significantly connected to him, coupled with the fact that Qian Yunlu was a woman. Thus, their quarrel was their own affair, inconsequential to him. Yet, Chen Bo remained unaware of the identity of the individual involved, merely deducing that they were likely connected to Kuan Zhengde. Otherwise, who in Nankong City would dare to treat Lu Hanyan in such a manner, risking their life? Chen Bo's implication was straightforward. Should you dare to leave, let the hotel security deal with you. Naturally, the hotel security would heed Lu Hanyan's commands, for she was the proprietor of the establishment. Initially, Chen Bo speculated that this woman might very well be one of Kuan Zhengde's mistresses, caught in a mutual conflict. Thus, as long as Lu Hanyan remained unharmed, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. In fact, he contemplated discussing the situation with Kuan Zhengde, clarifying the issues at hand. Provided they paid daily, how they chose to create chaos was their own business. In essence, with Yi Yushan deceased, Chen Bo's enthusiasm for matters involving Lu Hanyan had diminished, save for financial considerations. Chen Bo gently lifted Lu Hanyan and placed her into the bathtub, where warm water was being drawn, promising relief in due time. "Who is she? How did she dare to confront you? And you, how could you let come to this?" Chen Bo inquired within the confines of the bathroom. Lu Hanyan, on the verge of tears, felt utterly humiliated. Not only had Chen Bo seen her in her most vulnerable state, but she had also lost control in front of him, an embarrassment that felt monumental. Yet, it was too late for regrets. In her heart, she harbored only hatred. Hatred for Kan Yunlu, hatred for Kuan Zhengde, and hatred for the Kan family. She is Kan Yunlu, the daughter of Kuan Zhengde. They are here to pressure me into terminating my pregnancy, fearing that this child might claim a share of their inheritance. Lu Hanyan attempted to articulate, only to find her voice faltering. Just soak for a while. We shall discuss this later. Chen Bo fetched a cup and filled it with warm water from the bathtub's faucet, offering it to Lu Hanyan. At such a moment, it was best not to be overly particular. Having warm water to drink was indeed a blessing. Initially, upon hearing that the child Lu Hanyan carried was Kuan Zhengde's, Zhuo Wenjun expressed a desire to meet her. Chen Bo pondered the necessity of such a meeting at this juncture. However, given the events of the night, it appeared that this matter was indeed ripe for discussion. Even before the child was born, Kuan Zhengde's daughter had already come knocking, under the pretense of fearing a division of their wealth. Chen Bo wondered if Zhuo Wenjun would draw any conclusions from the situation. With Chen Bo present, Kan Yunlu would find no opportunity to maneuver. As Chen Bo exited, Kan Yunlu and the two bodyguards she had brought stood in the living room, watching him with hawkish intensity. Did you bring a gun? Why didn't you shoot earlier? Lacking the courage? Chen Bo provocatively inquired. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Kan Yunlu retorted, turning to draw a firearm from the waist of one of the bodyguards, aiming it directly at Chen Bo. Of course, you would dare. However, should you fail to kill me with a single shot, the one who will suffer will be you. As a young woman, how can you be so ruthless? Since you are aware that the child in her womb belongs to your father, doesn't that make her your stepmother in a sense? Is this how you treat your elders? Chen Bo's words were indeed biting. Initially, Kan Yunlu was enraged, yet as Chen Bo approached her, her hand began to tremble, eventually losing her grip on the gun, which was reclaimed by the bodyguard. The bump on Kan Yunlu's forehead had become more pronounced, evidently a result of the earlier collision with the door. You may leave. I shall not trouble you. However, do not return. As for the child she carries, you must respect her wishes. Consider this. If you were to become pregnant and someone intended to harm your unborn child, how would you feel? Chen Bo asked with indifference. Kan Yunlu disregarded his remarks, pointing at him and declaring, Chen Bo, I will remember you. Be prepared. This matter is not resolved. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Chen Bo to return to the bathroom. After such tumult, Lu Hanyan no longer concealed herself from him, reclining in the bathtub, indifferent to his gaze. Chen Bo retrieved her phone and handed it to her, saying, You should inform Kuan Zhengde about this. Otherwise, this will not be the last time they trouble you. Wait. Lu Hanyan called after Chen Bo as he walked away. Although she appeared unfazed, Chen Bo, being a typical man, felt the need to avert his eyes from the sight of her bare skin in the tub, lest he succumb to temptation. Is there anything else? He asked. Do you think I should keep this child? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo chuckled, replying, It's within your body. Can anyone else decide whether or not to keep it? His words, though crude, held a semblance of truth. Kuan Zhengde's opinion was of little consequence. Lu Hanyan suddenly recalled that, regardless of the circumstances, this child was still Kuan Zhengde's. If she were to terminate the pregnancy, what would become of her daughter? When Chen Bo waited in the living room, an hour later, Lu Hanyan emerged from the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe. She casually seated herself before him, resting her legs on the coffee table, evenly applying body lotion, as if the earlier events had not transpired in her reality, despite the lingering scent in the air. If there is nothing else, I shall retire. I've been busy with my cousin's funeral these past few days and am quite fatigued, Chen Bo remarked. I've given it some thought. I wish to keep this child, Lu Hanyan stated. Are you truly intent on claiming the inheritance? Chen Bo inquired with a smile. Lu Hanyan observed his demeanor and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Was he truly devoid of any ire? It appeared he had distanced himself completely from the situation. It was not a matter of seizing family wealth. Between me and Kuan Zhengde, aside from this child, it seemed there was nothing substantial to grasp. I must safeguard this child to reclaim my daughter, Lu Hanyan stated with a calm demeanor. She had prepared herself to elucidate further. Yet her words fell on Chen Bo's ears, still met with indifference. I mentioned reclaiming my daughter. Are you not even the slightest bit curious? Lu Hanyan inquired, her brow furrowing in question. Chapter 36. Breaking through defenses. I know, Chen Bo remarked. You know? How do you know? Lu Hanyan asked, astonished. Chen Bo offered no reply, but his demeanor suggested that her children were of no concern to him. What mattered was the financial transaction at hand. In light of this, Lu Hanyan gradually divulged her romantic history to Chen Bo. Although he found himself perplexed by the thoughts of the affluent, he chose not to delve too deeply into their affairs. Listen, you should still speak with Qin Zhengde. I will appear only when necessary. Our arrangement is merely a simple exchange of money. As for your relationship and the children, that is your prerogative. I shall not interfere. By the way, I forgot to mention that my sister-in-law is quite eager to meet you, though I cannot say for what purpose, Chen Bo stated. He assumed he would need to persuade her, yet was taken aback when Lu Hanyan readily acquiesced. The time and venue for their meeting were orchestrated by Chen Bo, and it appeared both women placed considerable trust in him. Why don't you both converse at your leisure? I shall refrain from intruding and step outside for a smoke, Chen Bo suggested, sensing that neither woman would engage in conflict. However, he was unexpectedly halted. If you wish to smoke, you may do so here. There is no need to go outside, Zhu Wenjun interjected. Chen Bo glanced at Lu Hanyan, noting the presence of a pregnant woman made smoking rather inappropriate. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Hanyan responded, if you want to smoke, go ahead. I smoke as well, and a little smoke won't kill me. With both women having expressed such sentiments, he found himself devoid of excuses to retreat and was thus obliged to sit in silence until their discussion concluded. Yet, the ensuing conversation left Chen Bo utterly astonished. Zhu Wenjun initiated the dialogue by inquiring, was Yi Yushan's death orchestrated by you? To Chen Bo's surprise, Lu Hanyan did not deny the implication. She merely refuted her involvement in the matter. However, she expressed suspicion that it was Kuan Zhengde who had acted. Casting a glance at Chen Bo as she continued, I disclosed all my affairs to him yesterday. My association with Kuan Zhengde is one born of necessity. My child rests in his hands. Everything I did to Yi Yushan was coerced by Qin Zhengde. Initially, I believed my actions were merely a means to threaten him. But upon hearing of his death, I truly became frightened. Chen Bo had already relayed Lu Hanyan's revelations to Zhu Wenjun, which explained her urgency in meeting with Lu Hanyan. Upon their reunion, there was no longer the tension that had characterized their encounter at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Instead, an air of mutual sympathy enveloped them. Lu Hanyan's fear was entirely understandable. Upon receiving the news of Yi Yushan's demise, her first instinct was to dismiss it as an unfortunate accident. Despite her disdain for Yi Yushan, she recognized that his malevolence paled in comparison to that of Qin Zhengde. It was only when Can Yunlu had confronted her, brandishing a knife and tracing it across her abdomen, that genuine terror gripped her. She realized they would never permit her to carry the child to term. Yet, if this child were to be lost, what leverage would she possess to negotiate with Qin Zhengde? Would she be left to kneel and plead for mercy? When Chen Bo mentioned that Zhu Wenjun wished to see her, she readily agreed. Furthermore, when Zhu Wenjun inquired about the cause of Yi Yushan's demise, she promptly confirmed it. Do you know why? Zhu Wenjun asked, her eyes reddening. I am unaware, Lu Hanyan replied. I heard from Qin Zhengde that Yi Yushan's ascension to the position of deputy mayor was a prearranged agreement between him and Xiao Cheng'an. The real challenge lies in how to control someone of Yi Yushan's caliber. For Qin Zhengde, managing an individual of such stature is no simple feat. It requires years of strategic planning. Thus, orchestrating Yi Yushan's fatherhood was a scheme they had long devised. Yet they did not anticipate the ensuing complications. Chen Bo, who had been silently listening, was utterly astonished. Such a plot, one typically reserved for television dramas, was unfolding right beside him, and it involved his cousin, Yi Yushan, whom he had once aspired to rely upon. The very ally he thought he possessed had already become prey for others. Zhu Wenjun was even more astounded. She had always believed that Yi Yushan's opportunity to ascend as deputy mayor was due to her own efforts in cultivating a relationship with the mayor's wife. Naturally, Yi Yushan's loyalty to Qiao Cheng'an was undeniable. Otherwise, how could the financial reins of Nangguang City be entrusted to him? Lu Hanyan had merely scratched the surface of the issues at hand. The deeper intricacies were beyond her comprehension. Kuan Zhengde only issued directives, never explaining his motives, rendering her merely a tool to fulfill his objectives. Turning to Chen Bo and then to Zhu Wenjun, Lu Hanyan spoke in a subdued tone, devoid of her previous arrogance. Almost with a hint of humility. Dr. Zhu, may I request a favor? Zhu Wenjun replied coolly, my husband has passed away. I am now just an ordinary physician. Speak your mind. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Hanyan implored, could you possibly have a word with Chen Bo, asking him to accompany me for a while? You are aware of yesterday's events. I am genuinely terrified. I know all too well the manner in which the Qin family operates. Even if King Yunlu were to cut open my abdomen to extract the child, Kuan Zhengde would manage to smooth things over afterward. I would die in vain. Chen Bo was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, I am right here, and did we not already agree that you would pay me to play this role? Why is this being brought up now? Did you not employ him? Zhu Wenjun retorted with a cold smile. Lu Hanyan, in response, uttered a truthful remark. If only money could resolve all problems. That is what he claimed, yet he did not assure me that I would be unharmed. I wish to give birth to this child. Otherwise, I may never see my daughter in Japan again. Kuan Zhengde is not a decent person. Zhu Wenjun glanced at Chen Bo, who in turn looked at Lu Hanyan, still longing to express that same sentiment. As long as you provide the funds on time, I can assist you in bringing the child to term. What do you think? If she seeks a promise from you, cannot you extend one in return? Zhu Wenjun inquired, her gaze playful as she regarded Chen Bo. Before Chen Bo could utter a word, Lu Hanyan interjected, aside for financial matters, I can also offer assistance in other areas. Over the years, having wielded power through connections, I have acquainted myself with numerous individuals. In Nangguang City, I can indeed facilitate certain matters. So, do you have any requests for my help? Just as Chen Bo was about to decline, not wishing to owe Lu Hanyan a favor, Zhu Wenjun spoke up. Yes. You could place him in the municipal committee office. He has aspirations of holding a position and is quite enamored with authority. If you can manage to secure a spot for him there, it would certainly lighten my load. No problem. I shall give it a try, Lu Hanyan readily agreed. In truth, as long as you clarify the situation regarding Kuan Zhengde's daughter, I don't see why you need to be so apprehensive, Chen Bo inquired. However, Lu Hanyan's subsequent remark left both Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo utterly taken aback. Chapter 37, it is evident that upon my graduation, I seamlessly entered the esteemed Gui Lu Group. Unsurprisingly, within merely 2 months of my tenure, I found myself intoxicated, only to awaken in the bed of Kuan Zhengde. He lightly informed me that from that moment forth, I would be his mistress. He would provide me with financial support, nurture my skills in corporate management, and offer me opportunities, leaving the rest to my own capabilities. 3 years passed in this manner, until Lu Hanyan encountered a returning overseas accountant, hired by Gui Lu Group for the purpose of listing its subsidiary in the United States. The company successfully went public, and the accountant expressed a desire to take Lu Hanyan away. It was at this juncture that Kuan Zhengde became aware of Lu Hanyan's feelings for the accountant, leading to an inevitable conclusion. The accountant had acquired numerous confidential financial documents from Gui Lu Group during the listing process and sought to abscond with Lu Hanyan, under Kuan Zhengde's guidance, had already ascended to the position of the company's secretary. Under these circumstances, it was inconceivable for Kuan Zhengde to allow the pair to escape. At that time, I was pregnant, and Kuan Zhengde compelled me to choose between the child and himself. You chose the child? Zhou Wenjun inquired. This was indeed his intent. Are you aware of who operates the funeral service company in Nangguang City? It is also managed by Gui Lu Group. It serves as their lucrative venture. Thus, they conveniently engage in whatever suits their interests. I watched as he was brutally beaten, and Kuan Zhengde summoned me to the crematorium, forcing me to witness him being pushed inside, even while he still drew breath. Even Chen Bo, with his steely heart, found his emotions stirred by Lu Hanyan's account. According to her, Kuan Zhengde could hardly be regarded as human, at least not in the conventional sense. After recounting these events, Lu Hanyan turned to Chen Bo and stated, I am not beseeching you. I am saving you. You have offended him twice, once by assaulting his bodyguard, and once by meddling in Kuan Yunlu's affairs. Therefore, heed my advice. According to Dr. Zhu, if I place you within the city committee office. Your ability to climb higher branches for your own survival will depend solely on your own efforts. It must be acknowledged that Chen Bo was indeed ignorant of the dynamics at play within Gui Lu Group and Kuan Zhengde, which emboldened him to provoke them without restraint. However, upon hearing Lu Hanyan's words, he began to comprehend the perilous nature of his situation. Kuan Zhengde fears authority, but only that which is higher than his own. To speak frankly, in Nangang City, perhaps only Qiu Cheng'an holds any significance in his eyes, Lu Hanyan remarked. Once she finished, Chen Bo inquired, "One thing puzzles me. Your overseas boyfriend has perished in the flames, yet you remain unscathed. How did you manage to carry the child to term? Did Kuan Zhengde not compel you to terminate the pregnancy?" Lu Hanyan cast a glance at Chen Bo, sighed, and before she could respond, Zhou Wenjun interjected, "Because she is still of great value. Your words resonate with me. 3 years ago, you became the belle of Nangang City, all of which Kuan Zhengde coerced you into with the child as leverage, correct?" Lu Hanyan nodded slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Bo, and remarked, "You, as a man, cannot fathom what women fear the most. Dr. Zhu is indeed correct. I do not wish to engage in this, yet the child is in his custody, and not within the country, but sent to Japan. I can only manage to video call the child, and that requires an application, a plea to him." As she spoke, Lu Hanyan's silver teeth clenched, producing a sharp sound. Everyone has their own unavoidable hardships. Had she not voiced her plight, few would have known that behind this influential socialite in Nangang City lay such an unspeakable story. After Lu Hanyan departed, Chen Bo did not leave, but remained to confer with Zhou Wenjun on what course of action to take. This situation had now bound him to her. Any future troubles would likely ensnare him as well. If she truly manages to place you in the municipal party office, it is highly probable that she will seek out Kuan Zhengde. This is also your chance to approach him. Chen Bo, this matter is no longer merely about your brother's case. It concerns you. You have already provoked him. Should he choose to retaliate, do you believe you possess the capacity to extricate yourself unscathed? What if he turns his wrath upon your family? Have you considered your sister, your parents? Zhou Wenjun inquired, her brow furrowed. Her words sent a chill down Chen Bo's spine. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had initially sought merely a chance to escape prison. Yet through a convoluted path, he found himself ensnared. Before him lay a treacherous mire. Taking even a single step into it would render his quest for innocence impossible. Behind him loomed an abyss. Retreating a step would deprive him of any opportunity to traverse the mire, potentially leading to a fate akin to that of Lu Hanyan's accountant boyfriend, who had been thrust into the crematorium, burned alive. Thus, the moment greed took root, the cycle of cause and effect had already commenced, becoming increasingly difficult to halt. Is it true that I have no further opportunities? It seems I must go to the municipal party office, the only difference being whether you or Lu Hanyan will be the one to send me there, Chen Bo stated. Zhou Wenjun stirred her coffee, pausing for a moment before responding. Chen Bo, should you find yourself in the municipal party office, you won't forget me, will you? This statement was fraught with implications. After all, there was no familial bond between them, and her words hinted at something more. Yet, he could not ignore her. Chen Bo furrowed his brow and asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Aren't we relatives? I can never forget the kindness my brother showed our family. Now that he is gone, should you require anything from me, I remain as ever, just a call away." Zhou Wenjun, observing his earnestness, burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. You seem rather anxious. Of course, I'm well aware of your character. By the way, how are things with the company?" Her inquiry served as a reminder to Chen Bo, although it was now Lu Hanyan who might facilitate his entry into the municipal party office. Their connection extended beyond mere kinship, entwined in a web of mutual interests due to their partnership in the pharmaceutical company. "I've been preoccupied with my brother's matters these days," I inquired, "and the company has already been registered. We can connect soon," Chen Bo replied. Zhou Wenjun nodded, rising to gather her belongings, and Chen Bo followed suit. As they parted at the entrance, Zhou Wenjun gazed at Chen Bo and said, "I shall not seek you out frequently in the future to avoid arousing Kuan Zhengde's suspicions. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. It would be prudent to use a different phone card. Remember, for the sake of your brother, Do not disregard me in the future, as we still have business to attend to. Chen Bo nodded and softly replied, Sister-in-law, I am aware of where warmth resides and who genuinely cares for me. Rest assured, my dealings with Lu Hanyan are merely transitional. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call. I am indifferent to what others may say. Chen Bo's words warmed Zhu Wenjun's heart, almost compelling her to invite him home for dinner. However, the invitation lingered unspoken on her lips. Chapter 38. Piercing gaze in recent years. Whenever Qin Zhengde did not visit the hotel, Lu Hanyan never took the initiative to contact him. Qin Zhengde was acutely aware of her enduring resentment towards him. After all, if their roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly wish to reduce to mere pulp the individual responsible for his lover's demise. Thus, when Lu Hanyan reached out to invite him to the hotel under the pretense of discussing matters, Qin Zhengde harbored suspicions that it was a trap intended to ensnare him, particularly with Chen Bo lingering by Lu Hanyan's side. Who could predict what this young man might do? Indeed, upon entering the office, Qin Zhengde found Chen Bo present. This time, Chen Bo was notably courteous, rising to slightly bow and greet Qin Zhengde. Qin Zhengde merely nodded, feeling that, given his stature, he need not acknowledge Chen Bo. Yet, after the incident involving his bodyguard's beating, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Regardless, this society reveres strength. If one possesses sufficient power, they will inevitably attract attention. Qin Zhengde approached the sofa and seated himself with an air of authority, glancing at Chen Bo, who showed no inclination to depart. Lu Hanyan spoke directly, stating, I have informed Chen Bo that this child is yours, hence there is nothing to hide. I have summoned you to convey my intention to terminate the pregnancy. As she uttered these words, her heart raced with fear. Her intrinsic dread of Qin Zhengde resurfaced, barely overcome in that moment. Had Chen Bo not been present, she would never have dared to voice such intentions, haunted as she was by the memory of her boyfriend being consigned to the crematorium. Upon hearing her declaration, Qin Zhengde instinctively turned his piercing gaze towards Chen Bo, as if feeling that his territory had been encroached upon. Because of him, have you lost your mind? Qin Zhengde demanded. In response, Lu Hanyan let out a cold laugh, retorting, Are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Tell me, how did Kuan Lu come to know about this child? Qin Zhengde was taken aback, perplexed by Lu Hanyan's insinuation. She lifted her hand and switched on the television, revealing footage of Kuan Lu confronting Lu Hanyan. Halfway through, Qin Zhengde could no longer bear to watch. If I insist on carrying this child to term, I fear I may not survive the delivery, Lu Hanyan queried icily. Prior to summoning Qin Zhengde, she and Chen Bo had deliberated on a strategic approach, to retreat in order to advance, announcing her intention to terminate the pregnancy while ensuring Chen Bo was present. This would plant a seed of doubt in Qin Zhengde's mind, suggesting that Lu Hanyan's decision stemmed from her association with Chen Bo. Should Qin Zhengde oppose this, they would then reveal Kuan Yunlu's misdeeds. Here, one must commend Lu Hanyan for her foresight. She had installed surveillance in her office, with the main unit securely in her room, a precaution against any nefarious activities during her absence. This was also a safeguard against Qin Zhengde. I am unaware of this. I shall inquire upon my return, Qin Zhengde stated, clearly uncomfortable, urging Lu Hanyan to turn off the video. You are unaware? Then how did she come to know? Who else is privy to this matter? Lu Hanyan relentlessly inquired. At this point, Chen Bo's role had ceased, and he simply gestured towards the door, walking out regardless of whether the two agreed. The ensuing conversation was no longer appropriate for Chen Bo to partake in. Once Chen Bo departed, Qin Zhengde took a moment to collect himself, approaching Lu Hanyan, whose tears fell like pearls from a broken string, cascading down at an opportune moment. She expressed, fearing that the child might inherit the wealth of the Qin family. She had initially hoped to give birth so that the child could accompany Yao Yao in the future. However, it now seemed unnecessary. I just wanted to inform you that I have scheduled the operation for tomorrow. With Yi Yushan deceased, there is no significance in keeping this child. I am too weary to bear it, Lu Hanyan resolutely declared. Look at you, still so temperamental. Since it is my blood, you should carry it to term. Rest assured, I will certainly ensure that you are provided for, Qin Zhengde replied. Stop right there. Do not utter such words. If that is your plan, neither the child nor I can survive. Have you not seen what your daughter has done? I could give birth, but let it be known, I do not want a single penny of your family's wealth. After giving birth, I will take the child and Yao Yao to live in America, never to return. Lu Hanyan stated firmly. Why go to such lengths? Qin Zhengde was taken aback. The assets of the Qin family amounted to hundreds of billions. Even a fraction would constitute a fortune. This woman was willing to forego every last cent? There must be something amiss. As Qin Zhengde pondered how to respond to Lu Hanyan, she continued, What is your opinion of Chen Bo? Chen Bo, what about him? Qin Zhengde inquired. I have learned that he is a distant relative of Yi Yushan. Were it not for work, their paths would hardly cross. Now, with Yi Yushan's demise, he cannot remain in the finance bureau. I suggested that he prolong the marriage until after the child is born, which would simplify many matters, especially concerning my mother, as I cannot explain this situation to her. What do you think? Lu Hanyan asked. Although Lu Hanyan had this plan, she needed Qin Zhengde's consent. Are you perhaps developing feelings for this pretty boy? Qin Zhengde asked, momentarily stunned. Lu Hanyan immediately turned hostile. Very well then, let us divorce. After all, you are single now. Let us marry instead. The child in my womb is yours, and having been with you for so many years, you cannot shirk all responsibility. Look at you, I am merely jesting. At my age, remarrying, especially to you, who's just wed that young man, how would I continue in this city? Qin Zhengde shook his head vigorously. This is my thought. He can no longer remain in the finance bureau, so perhaps you could find him a position elsewhere. He might prove useful to us in the future, while your subordinates are all inept. Who knows when we might face urgent matters requiring his assistance. A little kindness now could yield benefits later, Lu Hanyan whispered. And where does he wish to go? Qin Zhengde asked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Hanyan. Who is Qin Zhengde? This young woman has been under his influence for many years. Were it not for the child who holds sway over her, she might have long since extricated herself from his grasp. Thus, the words she utters now are met with skepticism by Qin Zhengde. I cannot say for certain. It is merely my impression. His sister also works at the finance bureau and nearly faced expulsion, but I intervened with a phone call that secured her position. Given this, one might wonder how he manages to navigate the bureaucracy of the finance bureau. He himself has remarked on several occasions that he would be better off languishing in prison. Lu Hanyan conceals her true intentions remarkably well. At most, she can serve merely as a catalyst. Chapter 39, And What About My Affairs? Upon entering, Chen Bo observed the expressions of the two individuals and discerned that their discussion had almost concluded. Particularly notable was Lu Hanyan's subtly upturned lips, which alleviated a significant weight from Chen Bo's heart. And what about my affairs? Chen Bo inquired with a smile. General Manager, Lu mentioned that you no longer wish to remain at the Finance Bureau. What prompted this change? Asked Qin Zhengde, lighting a cigarette. At this moment, he truly embodied the demeanor of a mafia boss intermingled with that of a corporate magnate. Chen Bo had nothing pressing to request from him, yet he was reluctant to provoke him at this juncture. As Lu Hanyan had indicated, the previous two incidents had already irked him. Chen Bo later deduced that Qin Zhengde had likely swallowed his indignation due to having just dealt with Yi Yushan, which restrained him from acting too brazenly. Additionally, Chen Bo's own impressive capabilities pose a threat. Should things escalate to violence, it would result in a major incident. However, if he refrained from such measures, he would need to meticulously devise a trap for Chen Bo. Yet, before this pit could be excavated, Chen Bo pivoted the conversation. What nonsense is this? The Finance Bureau is an excellent institution. Why would I not want to remain there? Chen Bo retorted disdainfully. Now, it was Lu Hanyan's turn to be taken aback, as her prior discussions had not aligned with this sentiment. Qin Zhengde glanced at Lu Hanyan, questioning her rationale, as if to say, is this truly wise? However, his doubts about Lu Hanyan dissipated. If they had indeed conferred about this matter, the two should have exhibited a united front, yet their dialogue and expressions were evidently discordant. Chen Bo continued, Gentlemen, let us reflect on the origins of our arrangement. You are both well aware. General Manager Lu's proposition is to engage me for the superficial obligations of a couple at a rate of 10,000 per day. Let us agree on this. The relationship between General Manager Lu and myself is merely formal. Please do not take offense or harbor jealousy. Should you decide to terminate my services midway, we shall settle accounts promptly and part ways amicably. As for my professional endeavors, you need not concern yourselves. Our relationship will remain strictly contractual, devoid of any further entanglements. Understood? The more Chen Bo articulated his stance, the more Qin Zhengde found merit in Lu Hanyan's assertions. On one hand, this young man possessed commendable skills. At times, he indeed required someone to handle unsavory tasks. Yet his subordinates often proved inadequate, necessitating the troublesome hiring of individuals from abroad. If this fellow could be of service, he might well serve as a valuable contingency. The work at the Finance Bureau is rather mundane. Besides, with your cousin's demise, your prospects there have dimmed. In this city, if you have aspirations or positions you wish to pursue, simply inform me. In Nangan City, there is nothing beyond my reach. Such is the nature of humanity. One's fundamental character remains immutable. Although, through diligence, layers of color may be applied to one's life like paint on a canvas, the original hue persists beneath, merely concealed. Once an opportunity arises, even the slightest external influence can penetrate the facade, revealing the true essence that has been veiled for a lifetime. Though Qin Zhengde serves as a representative of the National People's Congress, a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, a proprietor of a publicly listed company, and the minister of the underground organization in Nankan City, what does it matter? Once provoked in a particular environment, he unveils his true nature with unabashed clarity. This is not mere bravado. He possesses the capability to accomplish what he boasts of, yet some matters are simply for show. I aspire to be the secretary of the Nankan Municipal Committee. If that is too difficult, then perhaps the mayor will suffice. Is that acceptable? Chen Bo spoke with solemn absurdity. Lu Hanyan discreetly signaled him to refrain from such nonsensical chatter and to discuss more pertinent matters. Yet Chen Bo disregarded her entirely, leaving Lu Hanyan speechless. Upon hearing Chen Bo's words, Qin Zhengde was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Eventually, he rose and patted Chen Bo's shoulder, saying, "It is not feasible now. However, you might as well observe how the secretary and the mayor conduct their affairs. Who knows, perhaps in the future it will be possible. You should head to the municipal government office." "What for? To serve the leaders in their trivialities?" Chen Bo frowned, inquiring. Qin Zhengde chuckled at his unwilling demeanor, replying, "Young man, to ascend to prominence, one must first learn to serve others. There are only a limited number of leadership positions, and if you do not serve, others will eagerly vie for the opportunity. So what do you say? Are you willing to go?" Chen Bo clicked his tongue, but remained silent. "Very well. It is settled then. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with General Lu," Qin Zhengde stated. They were contemplating approaching the municipal committee office, as Zhu Wenjun had a close relationship with Secretary Qiu Cheng'en's wife. Through this connection, they could frequently visit Qiu Cheng'en's residence and gradually become familiar. However, their plans had now been disrupted. Regardless of Qin Zhengde's inquiries, they could not disclose their intended destination, given his astuteness. He would deduce their motives if they revealed which department they wished to join. Thus, they could only provide a vague direction and leave the specifics to Qin Zhengde's discretion. Moreover, as a contingency, if the placement he offered was unsatisfactory, Chen Bo could decline and later have Zhu Wenjun pursue connections through the secretary's wife. After all, with Qin Zhengde, it was merely an experiment. There were two objectives. First, to alleviate any potential danger Qin Zhengde posed to Chen Bo through their interaction, and second, to offer Qin Zhengde an opportunity to recruit him, ultimately stemming from the issues surrounding Yi Yushan's case. "Why have you sent him to the municipal government office? You should go to the municipal committee office, especially since you are on good terms with Secretary Qiu. Who at the government office can support him?" Lu Hanyan asked, perplexed. "It is merely to find him a place. I did not intend to seek someone to elevate him. If he were to ascend on his own merits, how would I be able to utilize him in the future? If he truly ascends to a leadership position, it would be rather troublesome. Li Xiaowei has been in Nankan for 3 years, remaining rather lukewarm. I have interacted with him on several occasions, and this individual possesses profound depth. Forging a genuine connection with someone like him is quite challenging. I'm also concerned about what will happen if Chengde departs. After all, he has been both the mayor and the secretary here for 12 years. It would be hard to justify his continued presence if he does not relocate soon. To avoid leaving this place, I have consulted with him a few times regarding leadership matters. If we linger any longer, it may become impossible to continue this way. Kuan Zhengde sighed and said, "Do you wish for Chen Bo to exert effort on Li Xiaowei?" Lu Hanyan furrowed her brow and inquired. Kuan Zhengde chuckled and replied, "Well, he must possess the requisite capabilities for that. Let's see. After all, it's merely a matter of extending a greeting. The rest depends on his own efforts. Concerning the child, focus on giving birth. I assure you, once the baby arrives, both you and the child should go to America. Do not linger in this country any longer." Chapter 40. Alternate plans. You may have your own plans, yet the world possesses its own designs. Thus, neither Lu Hanyan nor Zhu Wenjun, including Chen Bo, anticipated that his ultimate destination would not be the municipal party committee office, but rather the municipal government office. However, it seemed that both Zhu Wenjun and Lu Hanyan lacked any connections within the municipal government office. Consequently, when Chen Bo conveyed this news to Zhu Wenjun, she fell silent for an extended period. "Sister-in-law, whether it's the municipal government office or not, it matters little to me. In truth, I sense that Kuan Zhengde harbors considerable suspicion towards me. If I were indeed dispatched to the municipal party committee office, being close to the party secretary might prove to be even more challenging," Chen Bo remarked. "As long as you can come to terms with it, that's sufficient. My concern remains your brother's case. By going to the municipal government office, you will be even further removed from them, thus diminishing your chances of uncovering the truth." Zhu Wenjun replied. Chen Bo paused, pondering. "You have consistently aimed to place me within the municipal party committee office, surely not to have me investigate matters beside Qiu Cheng'an. Are you?" Although his cousin Yi Yushan's accident was indeed suspicious, given their current status and Zhu Wenjun's environment, even if they were to uncover the truth, the likely outcome would be that they would meet their demise alongside Yi Yushan once the truth was revealed. Of course, Chen Bo could not voice such thoughts, and instead patiently advised, "Sister-in-law, I have never forgotten about my brother's situation. The issue is, even if I were to uncover the truth now, who would stand up for us? Kuan Zhengde holds immense power in Nankong City, and you are aware of his relationship with Qiu Cheng'an. We must bide our time." "You are correct." Zhu Wenjun realized her earlier lapse in composure. "So, am I indeed going to the municipal government office?" Chen Bo inquired. "Yes, go ahead. By the way, what are your thoughts on that little vixen, Lu Hanyan? Are her words true?" "Souvenyon askit." Chen Bo chuckled. "Sister-in-law, your choice of words indicates that you still harbor doubts about her. Nevertheless, whether we believe her or not is irrelevant for now. We have no entanglements with her at the moment. As for my financial matters, once she dismisses me, our paths will diverge completely." Before Chen Bo could finish his sentence, his phone buzzed, revealing a call from Lu Hanyan. He chose to ignore it and only returned the call after concluding his conversation with Zhu Wenjun. "What instructions does the boss have?" Chen Bo inquired. "Who are you calling?" "Come to my suite," Lu Hanyan replied curtly. Upon entering Lu Hanyan's suite, Chen Bo discovered that she had already prepared herself, and her attire suggested she was poised for a formal event. "Try on that outfit on the sofa. We're going out," Lu Hanyan commanded. Unmoved, Chen Bo settled onto the sofa, glanced at her, and remarked, "We agreed that I would limit my involvement in your affairs, merely fulfilling the superficial obligations of spouse. Accompanying you to make an appearance constitutes additional labor, which warrants compensation." Lu Hanyan disregarded his words, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing her reflection in the glass. She twirled gracefully. Despite a slight bulge in her abdomen, her figure remained striking, unaffected by Chen Bo's indifference. After a few turns, she finally approached Chen Bo, slightly bowing, her lips almost brushing against his neck as she whispered, "Change your clothes and follow me. You are to go to the city government office, and I will extend my humble assistance to you, ensuring you are not lost in unfamiliar territory. Be good." With that, she surprisingly gave Chen Bo a gentle pat on the face. Instinctively, he recoiled slightly. On the way to the banquet, as Chen Bo drove, he remarked, "Ms. Lu, it would be prudent for you to be aware that our relationship is merely superficial. Do not read too much into the recent intimacy we shared in the room." Lu Hanyan appeared quite self-assured, gazing out at the night sky, and replied, "Are you frightened? Or is it that the favor he bestowed upon you has left you feeling uneasy? Let us not complicate things. We are simply in a contractual relationship, and crossing boundaries will complicate matters." Chen Bo chuckled. However, Lu Hanyan remained serious, fixating her gaze on the back of his head as she queried, "Are you afraid of developing feelings? Rest assured, I shall not harm another soul. I consulted a fortune teller, and they claim my life is worth less than the cost of a fortune-telling session." Confused, Chen Bo turned to her, awaiting clarification. "The fortune teller said my life is so cheap that it lacks even the value of a single fortune-telling fee. I witnessed someone burned to death, going in while they were still alive. From that moment, I vowed to only seek retribution against those who wronged me, and I will never harm another again." Lu Hanyan explained with a smile. Yet, through the rearview mirror, Chen Bo could see the distress etched on her face. The smile concealed a heart fractured like 1,000 needles. A single tear fell unnoticed. Lu Hanyan then brightened, saying, "Let us change the subject and discuss tonight's affairs. I know both of them well. The husband runs a company linked to the Gui Lu Group, primarily involved with hotels and serving as one of their suppliers. His wife is the deputy director of the city government office, so your visit there will be facilitated by a familiar face, which is certainly preferable to being completely in the dark." "Wait, didn't you mention that there were no connections at the city government office?" Chen Bo inquired, astonished. "I hadn't thought of it at the time. After you both left, I reviewed my records and discovered a supplier whose family member works at the city government office. Upon further investigation, I found out that person is indeed the deputy director, which is quite beneficial. I simply didn't recall it earlier. Plus, I didn't want Kuan Zhengde to know that I assisted you," Lu Hanyan replied. "And now, if you take me to meet this couple, how could Kuan Zhengde remain unaware?" Chen Bo questioned. Lu Hanyan remained silent, continuing to gaze out at the night scenery. After a while, she turned back to Chen Bo and resumed their conversation. Chen Bo then learned of Kuan Zhengde's intentions and why they had deviated from the rehearsed script. It was all performance. He understood Lu Hanyan's strategy. Her time in the country was limited, as she planned to leave for America after giving birth, never to return. "In the remaining time, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Your current status is indeed fitting, and I will endeavor to introduce you to as many of my acquaintances as possible. As for how you choose to cultivate these relationships in the future, that rests solely upon you. Each individual is quite pragmatic once we are divorced. It remains to be seen whether they will regard you with the same warmth as they do now. You must be mentally prepared for this eventuality." At that moment, Chen Bo suddenly felt a sense of affection for Lu Hanyan. Her words were indeed a form of kindness directed toward him. Thus, when they arrived at their destination, he took the initiative to open the car door and assisted her as she alighted. As they walked toward the restaurant, he continued to lend her his support. From the window on the second floor, a couple observed the scene unfolding below. It was said that this man was merely a caretaker for someone else's son. Yet the situation at hand appeared to contradict that notion. The woman inquired with a light chuckle. Chapter 41. Geng Shulan cast a glance at her husband and remarked, "As far as I'm concerned, this conversation ends here. Do not utter any more baseless claims. I am counting on Lu Hanyan to provide me with additional quotas. After all, she is backed by the Gui Lu Group, the true benefactor. I understand. I merely express my thoughts in your presence. You know my nature." Cautious, the woman added, playfully pinching her husband's arm. The man chuckled, turning to make his way toward the door, with his wife closely trailing behind. He spoke as he walked. "When we converse later, please be mindful of your demeanor. Maintain a cordial attitude. Don't presume that your position in the municipal government grants you the right to act aloof. I have arranged meetings with President Lu multiple times, yet she has always claimed to be unavailable. This time, she initiated the invitation and requested that I bring you along, which serves as a signal. Perhaps fortune is on our horizon." As the woman prepared to respond, the voices of Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan echoed from around the staircase corner. The two promptly exited the room, standing at the stairway, peering downward. Lu Hanyan noticed the man at the staircase and greeted him. But Chen Bo remained focused on guiding Lu Hanyan, constantly reminding her to watch her step while chiding her for wearing high heels. This incessant admonition began to irritate Lu Hanyan. You're supposed to follow the script, not act as if you're in a live performance, she thought, feeling at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to an exaggeratedly sweet gaze directed at Chen Bo. From this angle, Chen Bo's visage appeared resolute yet cold. Had it not been for Lu Hanyan's extensive experiences and her desire to avoid bringing misfortune to Chen Bo, she might have found herself genuinely moved. The man had been absent for 5 years, during which she lived in constant trepidation. The day Chen Bo rescued her from Can Yunlu instilled in her an unfamiliar sentiment toward him, yet she constantly reminded herself of the impossibility of such feelings. "Oh, President Lu, thank you for your efforts. Please come in," he urged, gesturing toward the entrance. "By the way, this is my wife, Geng Shulan, and this is my husband, Chen Bo. Dear, this is President Xi, the one I've often mentioned." President Xi, while leading the way, produced his business card and presented it to Chen Bo with both hands. Although Chen Bo was assisting Lu Hanyan, he promptly accepted the card with both hands. After a round of polite exchanges, Chen Bo took a seat at the head of the table alongside Lu Hanyan, while President Xi Yongbua and his wife occupied the flanking positions. Interestingly, Chen Bo and Geng Shulan found themselves seated next to each other, while Lu Hanyan sat beside President Xi. Initially, the couples were taken aback by this arrangement, pondering its rationale. But it was a deliberate setup orchestrated by Lu Hanyan prior to their seating. After sipping some water, Lu Hanyan articulated the purpose of their gathering, prompting Geng Shulan to finally understand the reason behind the invitation for dinner. Geng Shulan epitomized the archetype of a bureaucratic woman. She sat silently, embodying a serene countenance that radiated tranquility, devoid of makeup, yet possessing an understated allure. Her style starkly contrasted with Lu Hanyan's. Throughout the encounter, she remained quietly observant, watching her husband engage in conversation with the captivating Lu Hanyan. It was only when Lu Hanyan revealed the reason for their dinner that it became Geng Shulan's moment to take the stage. "Director Geng, I previously worked in a prison, transitioning directly from military service to that environment, both of which are characterized by strict discipline. As such, I may not be entirely familiar with external work dynamics. So I kindly ask for your guidance, Director Geng, in this new endeavor," Chen Bo remarked. "This is a minor concern. I believe that individuals who have spent time in these two settings will find the tasks at the municipal office quite manageable. However, I must advise you to brace yourself. The municipal office is perpetually busy, with overtime being the norm. Isn't General Lu about to give birth? You may find yourself even busier, balancing family responsibilities and work." Geng Shulan's words were interrupted by Lu Hanyan. "There is no need for him to worry about home matters. My mother and the hired help can manage everything. I asked Director Geng to look after him when the time comes," Lu Hanyan affirmed. What more could Geng Shulan say? She could only respond with an assurance that there would be no issues. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, yet neither Chen Bo nor Qi Yongbua indulged in alcohol, and the two women certainly did not partake either. "This couple is quite intriguing," Geng Shulan remarked to Qi Yongbua as they bid farewell to their guest by the car. "What do you mean? They seem very affectionate. Perhaps it is simply because they are newlyweds. Over time, they might even grow weary of pretending," Qi Yongbua chuckled. "Not exactly. I can't shake the feeling that the man is putting on a performance, lacking naturalness, and his efforts seem overly forced, which creates a sense of discomfort," Geng Shulan observed. "Is that so? I didn't notice, but he is indeed rather handsome. Be cautious and don't let yourself get swept away. While I earn money, I refuse to sacrifice my wife for it," Qi Yongbua warned. "Get lost. Am I that kind of person?" Geng Shulan shot him a glance. Qi Yongbua had a keen eye for people. During the meal, he had noticed his wife's gaze drifting towards Chen Bo, as if she were entranced by something. "I'm merely giving you a heads up. Let's address certain matters up front. Do you think he resembles your ex-boyfriend?" "I recall that fellow had quite the demeanor," Qi Yongbua inquired. Geng Shulan chose to ignore him as the car continued its journey, but she called for a stop when they approached a turn. "Please drop me off here. I need to return to work." "What? A few words from me, and you give me this attitude?" Qi Yongbua asked, visibly displeased. "What do you mean? I already told you. I have to work late tonight. The governor is visiting the day after tomorrow, and as he is Mayor Xie's former superior, The municipal office needs to refine the reception process. My colleagues are working overtime. Should I, the deputy director, just go home and sleep? Geng Shulan retorted. At that moment, Chen Bo recalled that his wife had mentioned this earlier when she left for work, but he had been too consumed by jealousy to remember. Watching his wife enter the municipal compound, Chen Bo pressed the accelerator and drove away. Meanwhile, Chen Bo escorted Lu Hanyan back, and upon returning to his hotel room, he called Zhu Wenjun to report on his meeting with Geng Shulan. The deputy director is also a diligent worker. He may not determine your future, but having him around at the municipal office, despite your initial confusion, is beneficial. Should any matters arise, feel free to reach out to me. Furthermore, I received a call today from the wife of the municipal party secretary, conveying her reassurance and urging me not to overthink things. The investigation has clarified that your brother's case was merely an accident, and I should refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. When Zhu Wenjun expressed these words, her indignation was palpable. Sister-in-law, sister, allow me to say something. Chen Bo hastily intervened, preventing her from continuing. Chapter 42. A headache. Chen Bo discerned that Zhu Wenjun's emotional state was quite unstable. Thus, despite the lateness of the hour, he resolved to visit her residence. Although, by all accounts, his connection with Zhu Wenjun had diminished following the passing of his cousin Yi Yushan, Chen Bo harbored his own intentions. Zhu Wenjun's social acumen and extensive network were assets he desperately required, for he could scarcely depend on Lu Hanyan, nor did he plan to rely on her indefinitely. Furthermore, his cousin Yi Yushan had shown kindness to both him and his sister, and thus, stepping in to assist in their stead felt like a debt he ought to repay. Overall, Chen Bo was overwhelmingly grateful to his cousin's family. Chen Bo was a man of gratitude. Life, albeit brief, necessitated a certain integrity, which served as the foundation of one's character. However, he was willing to make compromises on matters that did not strike at the core of his principles. Moreover, with his cousin now deceased and his sister-in-law in distress, he believed he could offer some assistance. In truth, it remained uncertain who would benefit from whom. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Wenjun still felt a surge of indignation, particularly towards the wife of the mayor. How could she speak to her in such a manner? They had been such good friends, and she had saved her from the brink of death on 2 occasions. Yet this was the response she received. Chen Bo sat on the sofa, a cup of tea that Zhu Wenjun had poured for him before him. Sister-in-law, are you really going to drink such strong tea at this hour? Aren't you going to sleep? Sleep? I'm about to be driven to despair. How could I possibly sleep? Had I known she was such a person, I would never have saved her. Zhu Wenjun exclaimed angrily. Chen Bo remained silent, merely smiling as he listened to her vent, enduring until she reiterated the grievances she had expressed during her phone call. It is often difficult for individuals in a state of anger to articulate their thoughts coherently. Their discourse tends to be circular, primarily serving as an outlet for their frustration. Sister-in-law, I understand that you are speaking in anger. Given another 100 opportunities, you would still save her from the brink of death. You are a doctor, after all, and a healer at heart, right? However, what she said does raise some concerns. What do you believe her words imply? Chen Bo inquired. Zhu Wenjun turned to Chen Bo, awaiting his elaboration. In truth, the mayor's wife had likely been prompted to contact her by Mayor Qiu Cheng'an, which indirectly confirmed their suspicions that Yi Yushan's death was far from straightforward. Nonetheless, it would be inappropriate to silence Zhu Wenjun for her indiscreet remarks. Thus, the mayor's wife, as a friend, had ample opportunity to counsel her to refrain from causing further turmoil. However, as the director of the Finance Bureau of Nankong City, she was already a sensitive figure. Should the police chief be involved in an accident, public perception would immediately suspect underworld retribution. Conversely, if the finance director were to meet with misfortune, the initial societal response would be to question their integrity. Yi Yushan had been regarded as the financial benefactor of Nankong City, overseeing its fiscal matters. Any trouble he encountered would undoubtedly be linked to financial misconduct. Therefore, the city of Nangang is currently making concerted efforts to downplay the impact of this accident. If at this juncture, Zhu Wenjun remains restless and frequently speaks out as Yi Yushan's wife, accepting interviews and saying inappropriate things, it is Qiu Cheng'an who will bear the brunt of the repercussions. Should this situation escalate into a public outcry, it is difficult to assert that it will not eventually lead back to him. After Chen Bo's analysis, Zhu Wenjun's eyes widened in realization. She raised her right hand, extending her index finger, gesturing in the air a few times, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with your brother's accident, and that some individuals wish to suppress this matter?" "Not possibly, but certainly," Chen Bo affirmed. Chen Bo spent over an hour at Zhu Wenjun's residence, during which her emotions gradually stabilized. He further complimented her, stating that she had the capacity to analyze these matters herself. However, being embroiled in the situation had clouded her judgment. He suggested that if she could step outside of the situation to contemplate the issues, the complexities involved would become clear. Chen Bo was unaware of whom Kuan Zhengde had contacted, but he proceeded to the municipal office to seek out Geng Shulan, whom he had just met the previous evening. Today, Geng Shulan presented herself quite differently from yesterday. While she had donned more casual attire then, upon meeting him at the municipal office today, she was dressed in a notably conservative and conventional manner, unmistakably the attire of a bureaucrat. In contrast, Chen Bo felt as though it was his first day at the municipal office, dressed as if for a wedding, with his shoes polished to a high shine. Geng Shulan guided him through the formalities, remarking, "For now, just follow my lead. Familiarize yourself with the environment here. If you get the chance to work closely with any leaders, take it. If not, just mirror what others are doing in the office." "Thank you, Director Geng. I will certainly be attentive," he replied. "From now on, do not call me Director Geng. Here at the municipal office, there is only Director Zheng. We are all here to work. Just call me Lan Jie. Also, refrain from dressing like a groom. Change those shoes. We will be on our feet quite a bit, and leather shoes can be quite tiring. Observe how others are dressed and make the necessary adjustments," Geng Shulan advised. Geng Shulan had her own independent office, and, after briefing Chen Bo, finally allowed him to take a seat. Chen Bo, ever observant, noticed that Geng Shulan's cup was empty and reached out to refill it, only to have her gently press down on the cup to stop him. "Chen Bo, our work is work. I can manage these tasks myself. My husband's company is seeking assistance from your wife. Your role here is to assist me, or else my husband will surely scold me," Geng Shulan joked. "These matters are minor. I can inform Lu Hanyan later. As long as your brother's company produces quality products, it matters not whose assistance is utilized," Chen Bo responded, adeptly offering a tentative commitment. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. I'll be dining in the cafeteria at noon. Since your card isn't ready yet, join me," Geng Shulan said. Just as Chen Bo was about to respond, the phone on her desk rang. She answered with a few murmurs before promptly hanging up. "Tomorrow, the governor is scheduled to inspect Nankong City. This time, our municipal office is responsible for the reception. This matter has been under discussion for nearly a month, and today marks the final review of the plan. You might want to listen in," Geng Shulan suggested. Chen Bo nodded and followed Geng Shulan into the conference room. Geng Shulan, the deputy director of the municipal office, took her seat at the front of the conference table, while others occupied the second row of chairs. Chen Bo found himself squeezed into a chair in the corner. The director of the municipal office, Zheng Heping, sat at the center of the table, his back turned to Chen Bo, rendering him oblivious to Chen Bo's presence. However, Geng Shulan sat diagonally opposite him, allowing Chen Bo to observe her closely from this angle, a striking contrast to the woman he had encountered the previous night. Chapter 43. The essence of value China is never short of people, and within the system, there is an abundance of individuals dedicated to perfecting even the minutest details. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend those who meticulously align cups in a straight line during meetings. Is this meaningful to those outside the system? It appears to be a trivial pastime. Does it truly matter if the cups are arranged in a line? After all, do the individuals drinking from them possess arms of identical length? However, for those within the system, it holds significant importance, as this embodies their sense of worth. Therefore, when Chen Bo observed the attendees debating whether the governor should stay at a hotel adorned with blue and white porcelain teacups or purple clay cups, he felt no surprise. Apart from his military experience, the so-called human nature he encountered during his time in prison was, in many ways, more profound. The inmates were primarily deprived of their physical freedom, while the individuals at this meeting were ensnared within a mental prison, their thoughts confined by an ever-evolving set of rules. As no one paid him any heed, Chen Bo discreetly took out his phone and searched for the biography of the governor, who was scheduled to visit the next day. He had previously believed he would spend another 30 or 40 years behind bars, never imagining he would one day transition to another position. Consequently, he had little interest in the system that lay beyond the prison walls. However, circumstances had changed. He needed to integrate himself into their ranks, not only organizationally, but also mentally, exiting one prison only to enter another. Soon, Chen Bo perused the Governor Pang Goen's biography. Given his background, connections, and understanding of the political landscape in Donghai province, the document revealed nothing of significance. Nevertheless, Chen Bo found himself genuinely intrigued. Such meetings, rather than being about refinement, often serve to gather everyone together, sharing the potential burden of future responsibilities. This constituted a form of collective decision-making. Even if someone were to voice concerns later, it would silence dissent, as discussing matters openly during the meeting was far more prudent than whispering behind closed doors, which could carry severe repercussions. As the meeting concluded, Geng Shulan called out to Chen Bo, summoning him to Zheng Heping's presence once most had departed. "You may leave now," Zheng Heping remarked, glancing at Geng Shulan. She said nothing further and promptly turned to leave. Although Geng Shulan had facilitated Chen Bo's work arrangements at the municipal government office, it was Zheng Heping, the Secretary General of the municipal government and director of the office, who had truly paved the way for his entry. "Someone put in a word for you," Zheng Heping stated, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, gazing up at Chen Bo, who stood a meter away. "Regardless of your previous position or where you worked, once you are here, you must adhere to our rules and discipline. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Secretary General," Chen Bo replied. "I am aware that your wife is General Liu from the Nangang Grand Hotel. Why did you remain silent during the discussions earlier?" Zheng Heping inquired. "This is work. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with everything, so I will learn from everyone first," Chen Bo humbly expressed. Throughout the conversation, he maintained a consistent demeanor, showing no signs of pride when Zheng Heping mentioned the Southport Grand Hotel and Lu Hanyan. "That's all right. Hosting leaders is a significant matter, and everyone has the right and obligation to offer suggestions. Your wife is the general manager of the hotel, so if you have any good ideas, feel free to approach me or report to Director Geng," Zheng Heping noted. Seeing Chen Bo's positive attitude, his own demeanor softened gradually. Returning to his seat in the main office, Chen Bo had barely warmed his bench before being summoned by Geng Shulan. "What did the Secretary General say to you?" she inquired. "Not much. It was more of an introduction. I didn't know him before, and he mentioned the governor's stay at the hotel. I'm not a hotel operator. I merely consider myself an ordinary staff member of the municipal government office. Thus, I have no particular opinions. However, I did take a look at Governor Pang's resume." Chen Bo replied. Geng Shulan found nothing particularly noteworthy in his remarks and initially thought that the Secretary General had briefed him privately. As she aimed to excel in her duties, she sought to inquire if Chen Bo had any insider information to better align their efforts with the leader's preferences. "What about the resume?" Geng Shulan asked. "I noticed that Governor Pang is from Lini, Shandong, and has been serving outside since his university days. Should we consider creating something special from his hometown for the leaders?" Chen Bo pondered aloud. "Food? What kind of food? Local snacks? We have prepared some Shandong specialties, fruits and dried fruits, but I wonder if the leaders would appreciate them," Geng Shulan remarked. In truth, at this stage of life, leaders prioritize health like never before. At the level of Governor Pang, they often have personal health consultants, with strict regulations on what and how much they consume. Furthermore, who knows if the leaders have conditions like diabetes? Fruits are typically a diabetic's bane, and how many dried fruits can one eat? Moreover, these items are placed in the hotel where the leaders stay, and by the time they return, they are usually sated from previous meals, leaving little appetite for such offerings. The only opportunity for the leaders to indulge would be during banquets. Although they may not eat much, the unique flavors of their hometown can convey the thoughtfulness of the leaders from Southport City. Chen Bo recounted that during his time in the military, he had a leader from Lini, Shandong, who occasionally cooked in the mess hall to satisfy his cravings for home-cooked meals. This so-called hometown flavor refers to Lini's pancakes, which would be vacuum-packed for sale. However, The taste of freshly made pancakes with a hint of char is simply incomparable. Given that Governor Pang hails from Lini, he must have grown up eating these pancakes. Yet, according to his resume, he has been working away from Shandong since his university days. If during a banquet, the hotel were to present a few rolls of authentic jianbing from Lini, Shandong, prepared fresh on the spot, it would undoubtedly serve as a delightful highlight. What a splendid idea. I shall report this to the Secretary General at once. Geng Shulan exclaimed as she promptly rose to her feet. Oh, Sister Lan, do not rejoice too soon. Who among us possesses the skill to make Lini jianbing? Where shall we find someone to prepare it? You do not know how to make it? Did you not mention that your superior in the military has personally prepared it? Chen Bo replied, I have merely observed and tasted it. I cannot make it myself. Chapter 44. Is it necessary? Then let us search. Let the entire city search. Anything that can be found in Nangang City must be pursued, asserted Geng Shulan. Chen Bo hesitated for a moment and inquired, Director Geng, is this truly necessary? Of course it is. This is our duty, to serve our leaders well and ensure their satisfaction. We must even go to Lini to find someone skilled in making pancakes, if needed, Geng Shulan promptly replied. Chen Bo was at a loss for words and remarked, Then I shall take charge of this matter. I will return and consult with Lu Hanyan to see if she can devise a solution. As we are not particularly well-versed in the culinary field very well, return at once. Remember, this is of utmost importance. If you succeed, I shall commend you to the Secretary General. I find your observations meticulous and your approach to problem-solving quite unique. It is astonishing that none of us in the municipal office thought to examine the governor's background. Geng Shulan expressed, her frustration palpable. On his way back, Chen Bo phoned Lu Hanyan to discuss the idea of hiring someone to make pancakes on site. Just as she was about to chuckle, the door swung open, and in walked Qin Yunlu. Come back. She is here again, Lu Hanyan stated before hanging up the phone. Qin Yunlu, having misheard Lu Hanyan's previous remark, assumed she was merely arranging work over the phone. Observing the office's arrangement, Qin Yunlu strode directly towards Lu Hanyan, leaning over her desk with hands planted firmly, and declared, Lu Hanyan, you certainly have audacity. You dare to inform my father about my affairs. Now, it seems we have nothing left to discuss. What is there for us to discuss? I have made it clear to your father that I do not desire a single penny from your family. I am willing to formalize this with a notarization, and I can leave the country immediately if your father consents. What is the point of coercing me here? If you can persuade your father, I can relinquish this child, Lu Hanyan retorted, recognizing that both gentleness and weakness were futile against the unreasonable Qin family. Your father is aging. You may manipulate him as you wish. My two brothers have expressed their desire for this child, not to be born. Consider carefully whether you wish to terminate the pregnancy now or face the peril of losing both mother and child during delivery. Qin Yunlu questioned with a veneer of politeness concealing her malice. Lu Hanyan understood that Qin Yunlu's threats were not mere words. She was capable of following through. Yunlu, we are both women. I do not come from your privileged background. Please do not pressure me. I implore you. I do not wish to bear this child. Yet your father insists on it. What am I to do? What do you expect from me? Lu Hanyan cried out in despair. Prior to this encounter, Lu Hanyan and Qin Yunlu had scarcely met, as the latter had been studying abroad. Yet, inexplicably, she had returned and fixated on the issue of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy, evidently having received some sort of alert from someone. Qin Yunlu smiled, reclining in her chair with her feet propped up on the boss's desk, while Lu Hanyan stood there, trembling with trepidation, attempting to reason with her. Lu Hanyan, let us engage in a dialogue as women, she began. I pondered that should I fail to persuade you, my elder brother would intervene. He lacks my patience. Consider this. I shall not trouble you this time. Contemplate your response carefully. As for my father, you need not concern yourself with him. Between us, whom do you believe you would choose? Qin Yunlu inquired with a cold smile. At that moment, Lu Hanyan felt desolate. Her lips tightly pressed together, her teeth grinding audibly. She yearned to bring the child to term, hoping to exchange it for her daughter. Yet it seemed the Qin family's offspring would deny her that opportunity. Qin Yunlu had brought along the same two individuals. So when they beheld Chen Bo emerging from the elevator, a shiver ran through them, and they instinctively averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. They understood that they were no match for him, and, unable to resort to violence, chose to act as though they were unacquainted, too afraid to impede Chen Bo's entry. "Why are you here again?" Chen Bo entered and, spotting Kan Yunlu, furrowed his brow. Kan Yunlu felt a pang of unease at his presence. However, she maintained her composure. Her legs still draped over the desk, much to Chen Bo's displeasure. "I am fully aware of the situation. This is a matter concerning our family. It would be wise for you not to overstep, or you may find it difficult to remain in Nongong City. I was magnanimous regarding the previous incident, but should you display further disrespect, do not expect me to be courteous," Kan Yunlu retorted as she turned to face Chen Bo. Chen Bo retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator and seated himself beside her, stating, "Since you are already aware, let us speak candidly. During my years in prison, I took the opportunity to study law alongside the inmates. Regardless of the child's paternity, my marriage certificate with her is genuine, which imposes upon me a duty of protection. If I were to witness you harm her and remain passive, that would constitute a violation of the law, and you would have to contend with me." Kan Yunlu felt an urge to slap him. Never before had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even her father sought her counsel. Observing Chen Bo's audacity, she regarded him with incredulity. Kan Yunlu then glanced at Lu Hanyan, shrugged, and proclaimed, "Lu Hanyan, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Henceforth, I shall relinquish this matter to my elder brother. You and your affairs are no longer my concern." Rising to leave, she paused, turning back to Chen Bo, and added, "Do you believe no one in Nongong City dares to confront you? Do not forget, you are all from Nongong. Your sister works in the Municipal Finance Bureau, and your parents reside in your hometown. With just a few phone calls, I can gather all this information. Do you think we are so easily intimidated? Foolish creature. What connection do you have with her that you would protect her?" With that, Kan Yunlu shot Lu Hanyan a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. Lu Hanyan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first time hearing Kan Yunlu threaten Chen Bo, and to do so using her own family as leverage was utterly shocking. Kan Yunlu remained indifferent to whether Chen Bo was angered, nor did she concern herself with the clandestine discussions between the two. That was no longer her affair. It was far more prudent to leave this matter to her second brother, whose approach was straightforward and effective. Initially, she had contemplated persuading Lu Hanyan to terminate her pregnancy without resorting to conflict, but this woman was obstinately resistant to her suggestions. As Kan Yunlu made her way to the door, she was filled with resentment, yet she soon found herself facing the repercussions of her earlier words. Chapter 45. Unaccustomed to defeat indeed. Kan Yunlu sensed someone approaching from behind, yet she was utterly unprepared for Chen Bo's audacity to lay hands on her. Throughout her life, she had seldom encountered hardship. Aside from her father, Kuan Zhengde, who indulged her, she had two elder brothers who doted on her. Regardless of the turmoil Kan Yunlu stirred up outside, there was always someone to clean up her mess, ensuring she faced no repercussions. However, Kuan Zhengde believed that his wealth required a capable heir for management, as he could not expect to live for centuries. Her eldest brother now served as the deputy secretary in a county under Nongong City, while her second brother, lacking ambition, squandered his days mingling with the underworld in Nongong City. Nevertheless, he had some followers, and despite his frivolous lifestyle, he thrived more in the shadows than in legitimate pursuits. Hence, Kuan Zhengde placed his hopes on his daughter, who, as a woman, possessed less of his second brother's aggression, but was intelligent and academically capable. Thus, she was sent abroad for education, with aspirations of one day returning to inherit her father's vast fortune. While the eldest brother had entered politics, his role was irrevocably tied to it. To some extent, he was the gatekeeper of the Qin family's future. Without the backing of power, even great wealth could vanish in an instant, as a single deceit could strip one of control. The enterprises that one had labored to build could easily be relinquished, leading to disgrace. This was the ruthless nature of power. Understanding her father's intentions, Kan Yunlu felt emboldened regarding the matter of Lu Hanyan. "You wish for me to take over, yet you bear son, effectively making me a stepdaughter. What is your intention?" Thus, upon learning in England that Lu Hanyan's child was fathered by her progenitor. She was incensed and returned to confront Lu Hanyan. However, she was unprepared for Lu Hanyan's fervent attachment to the child. If Lu Hanyan had no designs on the Qin family's wealth, why would she desire this child so ardently? Clearly, Lu Hanyan's scheme hinged on maternal power. Yet after several confrontations, Qin Yunlu found herself consistently bested, and now faced with Chen Bo, this scoundrel, she vowed to inform her second brother to make Chen Bo disappear, as he was an unbearable obstacle and seemed to have forged an alliance with Lu Hanyan. But all thoughts dissipated as her mouth was silenced and her neck was seized. She yearned to call for the bodyguard outside, yet not only was she unable to utter a sound, even her efforts to kick the door were thwarted as he pulled her back. The door was mere feet away. She could almost taste freedom within her grasp. Yet her consciousness began to wane, ultimately succumbing to darkness. Indeed, in less than a minute, Qin Yunlu was rendered unconscious by Chen Bo's suffocating grip. This scene unfolded before Lu Hanyan could intervene, and thus Qin Yunlu was dragged into the restroom. When Lu Hanyan reached the restroom, she was confronted with the sight of Qin Yunlu, who had been so arrogant moments before, now rendered unconscious and slumped against the wall. What are you doing? Do you realize she is the apple of Kuan Zhengde's eye? You have put her in this state. We are doomed. Lu Hanyan stammered in fear. You did not hear what she just said? She threatened to do something to my sister and claimed that my family is here, so there is no escape for us. She believes she can act with impunity against anyone who poses a threat to my family, and I will strike first. Chen Bo replied. She was merely talking. She hasn't done anything yet. What are you going to do now? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded. For your sake, I'm doing this. Okay? Are you truly so frightened that you have lost your wits? Step outside for a moment. I need to think. As Chen Bo collected his thoughts, he realized that he had irreparably severed ties with the Qin family. Given his current capabilities, confronting them was undoubtedly reckless. Yet he could not tolerate Qin Yunlu's threats. He would a towel and gently placed it on Qin Yunlu's face. Moments later, she stirred awake, her eyes wide with fear as she instinctively pressed her hands against the floor, attempting to retreat, only to find herself cornered against the wall, unable to move. You speak of your family's trivial matters. Why involve me? I am currently employed by Lu Hanyan, earning 10,000 a day until she gives birth. You threaten her daily to abort the child. How am I to earn my keep? Chen Bo's argument was tinged with both desperation and indignation. Qin Yunlu, however, was unfazed by his rationale. Now, fully conscious, her mind began to process the events leading to her fainting spell. She recalled that it was he who had knocked her out and felt a sharp pain in her neck. Touching her neck, she glared at Chen Bo and said, Chen Bo, just wait. Once I return, I will ensure that my father and brother hold you accountable. Prepare to face your demise. And what if you cannot return? Chen Bo retorted, sitting on the floor and locking eyes with her. As Qin Yunlu met his cold smile, an icy dread seeped into her heart. When one has brushed with death, they fear nothing. However, upon returning from the brink, the utmost reverence is reserved for mortality. The two bodyguards are still outside. Shall I let them in to keep you company? Chen Bo asked icily. Qin Yunlu glared at him, demanding, What do you intend to do? Nothing much. You fainted from lack of oxygen, but that happened too quickly. I could allow you to experience it slowly, letting you witness your spirit departing your body. Would you care to try? Chen Bo proposed, suddenly rising to kneel on Qin Yunlu's lap, rendering her immobile while tightening his grip around her neck, applying pressure gradually. Qin Yunlu gradually felt as though she was suffocating, her hands desperately clawing at Chen Bo's grip. Yet his hands clamped around her neck like iron pincers, unyielding in their hold. Despite her futile attempts to rend his flesh, he seemed intent on extinguishing her very breath, ruthlessly severing the last remnants of air that dared to enter her lungs. It was then that Qin Yunlu became acutely aware of the sensation Chen Bo had described, that of her soul ascending from her body. Just as she was about to relinquish her struggle, he suddenly released her, allowing her to gasp for the life-giving air. At that moment, she felt as if she had been on the brink of death, yet now a glimmer of life flickered within her. She coughed violently, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Chen Bo returned after washing the blood from his hands, squatting before her and grasping her chin with his fingers. Chapter 46. It all comes down to money. You claim your family possesses vast wealth, with assets in the hundreds of billions. Yet, should you perish now, you would be unable to relish it. That must be quite disconcerting, wouldn't you agree? Chen Bo gently caressed Can Yunlu's chin as he spoke. In that moment, Can Yunlu had shed her earlier bravado, remaining silent, fearful of inciting his ire. Before her departure abroad, her father had firmly seated her in a chair for an entire evening's discourse, the essence of which was singular. A wise person does not suffer immediate losses. When one is out in the world, it is imperative to yield when necessary. Those unshod fear, not the shod. The Qin family has prospered, and as long as we do not squander, venture in a business, or gamble, this wealth suffices for several generations of your siblings. Thus, our lives are far more precious than those of others. The days when your father wielded a kitchen knife, seizing territory on the streets, are long past. You must comprehend the need to bend and to safeguard yourself from harm and even death. Consequently, Can Yunlu remained exceedingly cautious. Moments prior, she had feared for her very life, thinking she might be choked to death in Lu Hanyan's office. A truly unfortunate fate, indeed. Speak, what are your intentions? Do you wish to kill me? She gasped timidly. Chen Bo chuckled. Now you understand fear? Where was this awareness before? Ignoring her, he sat beside her, opened his phone, and retrieved a series of photographs from his album, presenting them to her. These are images taken by my comrades during missions. The bodies sprawled on the ground. Some are drug traffickers, others smugglers, and a few are intruders bent on destruction. This one, a leader's child who ventured to northern Myanmar to gamble, was subsequently held for ransom. We intervened to rescue him, and these are the ones I personally eliminated. Chen Bo recounted, flipping through the images meticulously. As Can Yunlu gazed upon the grotesque scenes of lifeless bodies, a chill coursed through her. Do you understand the significance of showing you these? Chen Bo queried, producing a cigarette, igniting two simultaneously and placing one between her lips. Is this your way of intimidating me? She replied, though he retorted, wrong. It is to convey that should you truly provoke me, say, by mistreating my family, I will ensure the Qin family vanishes from Nankong City. Your wealth means nothing to me. If you're all dead, who will spend it? With trembling hands, Can Yunlu nonetheless placed the cigarette in her mouth, inhaling deeply before erupting into a fit of coughs. How about we strike a deal? I assure you, she will not bear the child. You persuade your father to give her the child, and let it be known that she is merely your father's employee, not his mistress. What say you? Chen Bo proposed. Can Yunlu regarded him thoughtfully before asking, do you have feelings for her? You genuinely wish to build a life with her, don't you? Chen Bo offered no response, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry. Can Yunlu shook her head and said, I do not believe it. How could someone like you possibly be fond of such a person? How can you prove your affection for her? Chen Bo replied, you merely need to consider whether you can or cannot. The truth is, she has a child in your father's custody. If she were to reclaim her child, do you truly think she would willingly bear that burden? She does not harbor any feelings for your father. Having a child was a result of coercion. Thus, the root of the issue lies with your father. What can a woman do in such circumstances? Can Yunlu remained silent, her disbelief stemming from her lack of faith in Chen Bo's words and her conviction that Lu Hanyan would never dare to undertake such actions. In her eyes, Lu Hanyan could not even muster a single word of protest against Kuan Zhengde, let alone betray him. Even the most morally corrupt individuals tend to exhibit restraint in the presence of their children. Consequently, Can Yunlu was unaware of the pressure her father, Kuan Zhengde, had placed on Lu Hanyan, mistakenly believing that Lu Hanyan was merely a mistress who had accidentally become pregnant, now seeking to leverage that child to claim a portion of her family's wealth, while her father was simply bewitched by this cunning vixen. Chen Bo stepped outside for a brief moment, returning 5 minutes later with Lu Hanyan's phone. He opened it and showed it to Can Yunlu. Her eyes widened in shock, for the images depicted Lu Hanyan capturing moments of intimacy, with Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan nearly naked, lying on a bed. It was evident that Chen Bo was asleep, as most of the poses and actions were initiated by Lu Hanyan embracing him. Now do you believe me? You assist me, and I shall assist you. However, This matter must remain concealed from your father. I have no desire to escalate this situation. I merely wish to live quietly with Lu Hanyan, Chen Bo inquired. After speaking, he stood up, adjusted his attire before the mirror, and leaned against the vanity, gazing down at Qin Yunlu. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yunlu stood, touched her neck, approached the mirror, and forcefully pushed Chen Bo aside, scrutinizing her reflection. Strangely, despite the near-fatal encounter she had just experienced, there was no trace of it left behind. Stop searching. I am quite skilled in staging a person's demise. If you desire to depart this world quietly, I could assist you should you wish, Chen Bo remarked. At that moment, all Qin Yunlu wished for was to escape this terrifying individual. Lu Hanyan witnessed Qin Yunlu storming out of the restroom, slamming the office door behind her. Lu Hanyan rushed over, her urgency palpable. What did you discuss with her? You have no idea how fearsome Kuan Zhengde is. You have put me in grave peril. This could spell my doom. I trusted you too much. If Kuan Zhengde discovers our affair, he will surely annihilate us. Before she could finish her frantic tirade, Chen Bo interrupted her, stating, I made a deal with Kuan Yunlu. You must relinquish your determination to bear this child, compelling Kuan Zhengde to return the child to you and simultaneously release you. These tasks fall to Qin Yunlu. As for the ultimate outcome, it remains uncertain. Should Kuan Zhengde oppose it, you must insist on giving birth and contend for the Qin family's fortune. This child bears the Qin surname, so why should they not share in the inheritance? Lu Hanyan never anticipated that Chen Bo would harbor such intentions. Strangely enough, this development could indeed present her with an opportunity to extricate herself and potentially reunite with her daughter. While in the restroom, as he held Kuan Yunlu's chin to converse, an overwhelming sense of superiority surged within him, a feeling that emanated from his very core, catching him off guard. At this moment, Lu Hanyan stood before him, and he reached out, extending his hand towards her chin. Chapter 47. To speak the truth, as soon as his hand grazed Lu Hanyan's chin, she swiftly slapped it away. I see you have lost your mind. You truly do not comprehend the nature of the Qin family. There is not a single member who is easy to provoke. Just wait and see. Lu Hanyan sank despondently onto the sofa, cradling her head in her hands, her expression one of profound anguish. Chen Bo, taken aback, remarked, I am only looking out for your best interests. This is not an unreasonable proposition. What if Kuan Zhengde actually agrees? After all, it is his daughter bringing up this matter. We can simply pretend we know nothing and await the outcome. At his words, Lu Hanyan rose, casting him a fierce glare. She advanced toward him, step by step, until she had him cornered on the opposite side of the sofa. Leaning down, she pointed a finger at him, declaring, I do not care how you perceive this. If anything were to happen to my daughter, I would haunt you as a ghost. Chen Bo had never witnessed such a fierce and formidable expression on Lu Hanyan's face. It was evident that she was genuinely terrified. I doubt that is the case. Did you not say that Kuan Zhengde dotes on Qin Yunlu? Would he truly sever ties with his other children for the sake of this one? Chen Bo inquired skeptically. After departing from the Southport Grand Hotel, Qin Yunlu longed to summon her second brother immediately, wishing to have Chen Bo dealt with. However, she recalled his parting words. He had warned her that should the Qin family dare to bring harm to him or his loved ones, she ought to consider the consequences. Though their family wielded considerable influence in Southport City, they were not omnipotent, and she would have to choose her own fate. Settling into her car, she cast a cold glance back at the grand lobby of the hotel, seething with resentment as she drove away. In the following days, Kuan Zhengde was exceedingly busy, preparing for the governor's inspection of Southport City. According to the itinerary arranged by the city, he was scheduled to visit several companies under the Gui Lu Group, a gesture intended to support private enterprises. Upon returning home, Kuan Zhengde found himself sitting on the sofa, unwilling to move, only to discover that his daughter was also present in the living room. Ah, today seems a bit different. Why aren't you out having fun? Who has upset you? He inquired with a smile, sipping his tea. Kuan Yunlu shot him a cold glance and replied, I visited Lu Hanyan today to persuade her to terminate that child. Both my elder brother and second brother disapprove of her having it. The discussion about whether or not to keep the unborn sibling left Kuan Zhengde feeling somewhat embarrassed in his own home. Isn't this absurd? You should return to England tomorrow. There is no need for you to linger in the country. he said, displeased. He had not intended to bring the matter up. He was aware of Can Yunlu's previous confrontation with Lu Hanyan at the hotel, but had neglected to mention it upon his return, inadvertently emboldening her. And now, she had dared to confront him once more. Are you trying to drive me away, so you can have her bear us more siblings? Father, how old are you? Have you lost your senses? Are you truly infatuated with her, believing she harbors feelings for you? Nonsense. Her heart belongs solely to Chen Bo. They have become involved with one another, and you are still unaware of this, aren't you? You speak of your relationships being chaotic, yet I cannot discern who has betrayed whom. Can Yunlu has never been one to mince words. Faced with her scathing remarks, Kuan Zhengde seethed with anger, though he managed to restrain himself. Having risen from the ranks of a street thug to amass considerable wealth over decades of conflict, Kuan Zhengde is far from a fool, nor is he an easy adversary to confront. However, his one vulnerability lies in his offspring. Despite Kuan Yunlu's harsh words, he dares not engage in an argument with his daughter, burdened as he is by his own guilt. What do you propose? Kuan Zhengde inquired. Have her terminate the pregnancy and return the girl to her family. A sum of money could facilitate this, or simply send her away. I have spoken with her, and she has but one demand: the return of her daughter, Kuan Yunlu replied. You worry she might claim a portion of your wealth, correct? Fear not. She has assured me she will not ask for a single cent. Once the child is born, she intends to leave the country with the baby. As for you lot, you are all of an age where you ought to be providing me with grandchildren. Your elder brother's wife is preoccupied with in vitro fertilization, repeatedly unsuccessful. I have suggested to him that if this continues, he should consider alternatives. The Can family's considerable fortune cannot go without an heir. As Kuan Yunlu listened to her father's ramblings, it became evident that his core message was unwavering. The child must be born, and this was non-negotiable. However, he could draft a will stating that neither Lu Hanyan nor the child would receive a penny. Dad, have you lost your senses? You're a prominent figure in Nankong City. How many people are aware that Lu Hanyan is associated with you? What if she and Chen Bo truly become involved? Not what if, they're already entangled. Chen Bo has shown me photos of them together, completely undraped, lying in bed. And you still expect her to bear a child? Dad, are you out of your mind? With that, Kuan Yunlu stormed out of the house in a fit of anger. Soon after, Lu Hanyan received a call from Kuan Zhengde, instructing her to come to his villa immediately. Upon receiving the call, she hurried to find Chen Bo furrowing his brow. He contemplated before saying, this father and daughter duo must have confronted each other, and it seems they did not arrive at a favorable agreement. Regardless of his words, place the blame squarely on Kuan Yunlu. Assert that it was she who pressured you. In short, remain resolute. Never admit to what should not be acknowledged. Lu Hanyan felt a surge of fear, yet she dared not refuse to go. The living room of the villa was dimly lit. Kuan Zhengde had been resting when he heard the sound of high heels. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Lu Hanyan had arrived, and he beckoned her over. When it comes to familiarity with Nankong City, Chen Bo could not compare to Gao Ning. Thus he sought assistance for something as trivial as locating a pancake stall. Brother, how is your newlywed life treating you? My sister has inquired about you several times, Gao Ning remarked. Does your sister have an affinity for married men? Chen Bo replied disdainfully. She is concerned about you, not about any married man, Gao Ning countered. By the way, do you crave pancakes, or are you missing military? She glanced at Chen Bo as she posed her question. Do not waste time with idle chatter. If you are tasked with a search, then proceed with haste. I must attend to my responsibilities at the municipal office, for this is my inaugural assignment entrusted by my superior, and I cannot afford to falter, Chen Bo stated. Are you implying that the city leaders are to be appeased? By heavens, they seem to be quite well-fed indeed. Very well, I shall assist you in your quest. You need not worry, Gao Ning replied. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan knelt upon the frigid floor, one hand shielding her face. Yet the numbness from the blows delivered by Kuan Zhengde had rendered her visage insensible. Speak the truth, and I shall grant you mercy. Is there, or is there not, an affair between you and Chen Bo? Kuan Zhengde inquired, gesturing with a slipper in hand. Chapter 48. Holding on until the end, Lu Hanyan firmly insisted that she had no connection to Chen Bo. It was merely a fabrication by Kuan Yunlu, an attempt to ensnare her. Regardless, Lu Hanyan recalled Chen Bo's words, to endure to the bitter end, to never utter anything detrimental to herself, and to shift all blame onto Kinyan Lu. Kuan Zhengde finally tossed his slippers onto the floor, letting out a long sigh as he leaned back against the sofa. He was uncertain why he felt such sensitivity towards this matter. He could allow Lu Hanyan to entice other men, such as Yu Shan, along with other officials. Otherwise, she would not have gained such prominence in Nongguang City. However, he was aware of this, had permitted it, and had even orchestrated it. Yet, when he discovered that Lu Hanyan had secretly formed a relationship with that overseas return accountant and was now pregnant, his anger reached a boiling point. Now, with the rumors of Lu Hanyan and Chen Bo circulating, his fury was reignited. He feared that their pretense might become reality. Ultimately, Kuan Zhengde felt no affection for Lu Hanyan. She was merely a tool to execute his plans. Thus, no one would allow their instrument to develop a life of its own. Tools must possess no autonomy and must not act against their master's designs. Certainly, this was also a manifestation of his fear of loss. Over the years, under his coercion and enticement, Lu Hanyan had proven to be a highly effective tool, bringing down one official after another. As she aged, her body might have shown signs of wear, yet her capabilities had only sharpened. Such a valuable instrument had yet to be utilized to its fullest potential. Thus, her desire to withdraw at this juncture was out of the question. He still had numerous matters to address with the Gui Lu Group. For instance, the newly appointed mayor had remained outside of his influence, while the municipal party secretary, Chiu Qing'an, had been in Nongguang City for quite some time, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Tomorrow, he would finalize the divorce procedures. After all, it was merely the birth of a child, nothing overly complicated. What could not be accomplished in Nongguang City? He would ensure that Chen Bo kept his distance. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to allow any escape. After uttering these thoughts, Kuan Zhengde rose and ascended the stairs. When Lu Hanyan returned, it was quite late, and Chen Bo was still waiting for her. Her face was swollen from the blows, with dried blood still staining her lips. Upon seeing her condition, Chen Bo immediately understood what had transpired. Without a word, he made a call to the front desk, requesting ice and towels. For an hour, Lu Hanyan remained silent upon her return. Concerned for her state of mind, Chen Bo chose to stay by her side in quiet companionship. When he ordered dinner to be brought up, Lu Hanyan finally spoke. "Have you never been to the rooftop? Accompany me to see it. You may not have another chance in the future," she said. Chen Bo was taken aback by her words. At that moment, considering her mental state, a trip to the rooftop felt ominous. Was she implying a desire to leap? And what did she mean by not having future opportunities? Was this a prelude to confronting the Qin family? Chen Bo had intended to offer her some words of comfort, yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Naturally, he could not allow her to ascend alone, so he followed her to the rooftop. Upon their arrival, Lu Hanyan insisted that Chen Bo secure the soul fire exit door, and her pace quickened as if she truly intended to leap from the building. Chen Bo hastily pursued her, wishing to grasp her arm, but she broke free from his hold. In that moment, he was genuinely frightened. If she were to perish before his eyes, he would be left utterly speechless. To his astonishment, Lu Hanyan strode to the edge of the rooftop and suddenly leaned against the railing, violently retching. They had come up in haste, leaving their belongings behind. Chen Bo suggested he descend to fetch some water, to which Lu Hanyan gestured toward a nearby corner. In the dim light, he had failed to notice that a gazebo had been constructed there. Inside the gazebo, he discovered water and beverages, even a resting area. It became clear to him that Lu Hanyan often sought refuge in this spot. "Are you all right? Why are you being sick?" he inquired. "I'm fine. It's morning sickness. With my first child, it started around this time too, and I sometimes couldn't keep anything down," she replied. Chen Bo assisted Lu Hanyan to a seat in the gazebo and poured her a glass of water before taking a seat across from her. He refrained from broaching the subject of her relationship with Kuan Zhengde, recognizing that he could offer no assistance. Inquiring about it now would only lead to discomfort. Besides, he had to be mindful of his own position and not allow himself to be dragged into their turmoil. "Let us get a divorce over the next couple of days. We should take the time to handle the paperwork," Lu Hanyan stated. Though Chen Bo was somewhat taken aback, he quickly connected the dots. Given the severity of Lu Hanyan's injuries, it was likely linked to his showing those photos of her to King Lu. Alas, what was originally intended as a gesture for Chen Bo had ultimately backfired, leading to her own misfortune. Truly, a case of self-inflicted suffering. All right, no problem. It's a pity, though. If you could just hold on until the baby arrives, perhaps I could manage to buy a place in Nankong City. Chen Bo jested. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan asked, "Do you care so much for money? After all that has happened to me, are you not the slightest bit upset?" Chen Bo initially thought to dismiss her concern, but upon seeing her current state, he swallowed his retort. A kind word can warm even the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the warmest summer. Since they were parting ways, there was no need to speak in absolutes. Your relationship is far too complicated for me to grasp. Moreover, I lack the means to assist you. If we were destined to separate after my cousin's death, then we ought to finalize it now. Otherwise, Mr. may not take it well, he quipped. Lu Hanyan regarded Chen Bo intently, not merely with a passing glance, but with a piercing gaze. After a lengthy silence, she finally asked, "Chen Bo, aside from money, what else do you desire?" Chen Bo sensed the underlying implications in her words, yet at this juncture, he deemed it unnecessary to linger on the past. It would be more prudent to sever ties swiftly and cleanly. Chen Bo chuckled softly and said, "I desire nothing more, Chairman Lu. After all, we are fated to cross paths. Let us part amicably. Tomorrow shall suffice, as work is rather light. It is settled then, we shall divorce tomorrow." Having spoken, Chen Bo rose to leave, but was called back by Lu Hanyan. "Are you so eager to rid yourself of me? I have yet to finish my words. If you depart now, you shall undoubtedly regret it for the rest of your life." At this moment, Lu Hanyan regained her composure, her intellect once again asserting itself. Consequently, Chen Bo took his seat anew. Lu Hanyan stood and approached him, and as Chen Bo was seated, he had to look up to discern the expression on her face. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Hanyan's actions rendered Chen Bo somewhat unsettled. Chapter 49. The Deception Unbeknownst to Anyone. Lu Hanyan had produced a black remote control, pressing a button that caused curtains to descend around the pavilion. The refreshing breeze that had earlier graced the air was now replaced with a warm stillness, a mere prelude to her intentions. As the curtains fell, she deftly unfastened the first button of her blouse, followed by the second and third. Though Chen Bo's heart raced fervently, he was not unfamiliar with the sight of Lu Hanyan in a state of undress. His concern lay in the possibility of Ngd's men bursting in just as she shed the last remnants of her attire, a real-life version of a seductive trap. Discreetly, he activated the recording function on his watch. "Is it the case that once you remove your clothing, N's men will storm in and beat me senseless, tossing me from this very building?" Chen Bo inquired with a sardonic smile. As he observed her undressing, his thoughts wandered to when he might make his escape. Yet, even after she had fully disrobed, no one had entered from outside, and Lu Hanyan remained silent, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. "Chen Bo," she began, "you previously mentioned our fateful encounter, and I can see you are a man of ambition and desire. Unlike many men today who have succumbed to complacency, clutching their fantasies while claiming to lack desire, you wear your cravings openly." Lu Hanyan stepped closer, revealing a subtle curve of her abdomen, barely discernible through her clothing. Yet now, devoid of barriers, it appeared all the more alluring. A consummate seductress, Lu Hanyan was prepared to do whatever it took to conquer. She had reached a point of desperation. Noticing Chen Bo's lack of reaction, even to her provocative gaze, she felt a pang of disappointment. Previous suitors would have lunged at her with the fervor of wolves. Taking a bold step forward, she straddled his thigh, wrapping her arms around his neck. Gradually, her face inched closer to his, and just as he anticipated a kiss and contemplated how to rebuff her, she merely leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Let me be frank. Your desires are innate, while mine have been forged through hardship. Tonight, Ngd struck me 20 times with his slipper, and it hurt immensely, yet I remained silent. I understood that the louder I cried out, the more pleasure he derived from my suffering. I did not betray you. Those photos are mine, and you are not implicated." Lu Hanyan murmured softly, her breath warm against his skin. In truth, Lu Hanyan had not been entirely honest. During the beating, she had nearly fainted, her cries echoing beyond the villa's walls. However, Njdi's residence was isolated, surrounded by a garden with no neighbors within a 300-meter radius. Thus, he felt no fear of being overheard. At that moment, Chen Bo could discern the flush on her cheeks, a hue so vivid it seemed almost surreal, suggesting that her suffering had indeed been genuine. "What do you propose for our collaboration?" Lu Hanyan queried, pulling back to scrutinize Chen Bo's expression. "Collaboration? What kind of collaboration?" He responded, intrigued yet cautious. Chen Bo glanced at Lu Hanyan's face and then at her body. At that moment, she was perhaps trembling due to nervousness or embarrassment. "I think you should put your clothes back on before we discuss our cooperation. This isn't effective for me," Chen Bo remarked with a smile. Consequently, Lu Hanyan performed a little act of dressing for him. "Are you truly a gentleman, or is it that you simply cannot?" After donning her clothes, Lu Hanyan sat beside Chen Bo once more. He chose to ignore her. Tonight, she had experienced too much and undoubtedly had her own plans. Besides, this was their only opportunity to openly discuss matters together. Although Chen Bo had arrived at the municipal office, it was only because of Kuan Zhengde's prior arrangements. Who could tell whom Kuan Zhengde had approached? It was evident that Kuan Zhengde was displeased with him, raising concerns about how smoothly his days at the municipal office would unfold. However, he still saw a glimmer of opportunity, particularly through Lu Hanyan's experiences. He was privy to some of her affairs, and she had just mentioned that Kuan Zhengde had struck her. That old man certainly had the audacity. If Lu Hanyan truly wished to collaborate with him, it could be beneficial. Collaboration entailed exchanging their most valuable assets, and whether this exchange succeeded depended on how each party valued the other. Following Yi Yushan's death, the support he had recently acquired had been abruptly severed, leaving Chen Bo feeling quite vexed. Although there was still the potential for assistance from Zhu Wenjun, how much help could she provide now that her husband was gone? Once dressed, Lu Hanyan gradually regained her composure and began brewing tea for Chen Bo using the small charcoal stove on the table. "I've been thinking, if this continues, I might very well perish at the hands of the Qin family. So I must consider my own interests," Lu Hanyan remarked as she washed the teacups. Chen Bo remained silent, awaiting Lu Hanyan to reveal her bargaining chips. "I have served as the secretary to the board at Gui Lu Group for many years, so I am well acquainted with their affairs. To a certain extent, this child has become my protective talisman, yet it is also a harbinger of doom. Kuan Zhengde insisted I give birth, and his son and daughter would rather see me dead right now. Tell me, what is there for me to hesitate about?" Lu Hanyan inquired, gazing into Chen Bo's eyes. Chen Bo shook his head and asked, "What is your level of confidence? What are your intentions?" Lu Hanyan did not directly respond, but stated, "As I mentioned, I have worked as a secretary for many years. I plan to return to the group as either the secretary or a vice president. Only then can I reconnect with my previous relationships and assist you." Chen Bo understood her intentions. She was preparing to take the initiative. After giving birth to her daughter, she had retreated to the Southport Grand Hotel, wishing to sever ties with the group. However, now that the pressure was mounting, particularly from Kuan Zhengde's offspring, she too needed to consider her own future. Yet, relying solely on herself would prove difficult, especially for self-preservation, and that was when Chen Bo had appeared. "I don't quite comprehend." Chen Bo feigned ignorance. Lu Hanyan continued, "Do you think Gui Lu Group has achieved such prominence in Nangguang City solely due to Kuan Zhengde's capabilities? No. It is because he possesses the remarkable ability to discern how to allocate benefits among various individuals. During my tenure as the secretary of the board, it was I who undertook these responsibilities. I mingled with the relatives and acquaintances of the influential elite. I once organized a ladies' group and chartered a cruise ship, sailing the seas for an entire month, exploring Southeast Asia in its entirety. At this juncture, it would be disingenuous for Chen Bo not to comprehend this. Are you inclined to follow the path of the ladies?" Chen Bo inquired. Chapter 50. The Pai do not underestimate these women. Their energy is formidable. If you truly wish for my assistance in the future, it may well be from them that you must seek it, remarked Lu Hanyan. Chen Bo, upon hearing her words, remained non-committal, for he understood that in this world, one should never expect to receive something for nothing. What may initially seem like a genuine boon will inevitably reveal a hidden snare once one becomes accustomed to it. What can I do for you in return for such help? Chen Bo inquired. At this, Lu Hanyan lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with a fervent desire. It was evident from her expression that she was not devoid of ambition. For those lacking desire possess dull eyes that betray their spirit. I wish to find an opportunity to bring my child back or to rescue her from Japan. Regardless of the means, she cannot remain in their grasp, for I cannot live my life under their threat, Lu Hanyan declared. Chen Bo immediately responded, Do you believe I possess the capability to achieve this? I would not ask you to undertake that which exceeds your abilities. I have not yet devised a way for you to assist me, but I shall first extend my help to you. When you find the opportunity and strength, I will speak, Lu Hanyan replied. Chen Bo pondered, feeling the weight of the situation. He recognized he was incurring a debt of gratitude, yet this obligation was irresistibly compelling. After all, who would not desire to expend less effort and ascend higher over the span of a few years? In the past, Chen Bo might have doubted her capabilities, but after witnessing Yi Yushan's audacious maneuvers, he became acutely aware that what seems impossible often hinges on who wields power. Certain matters, from the perspective of those in true authority, are trivial. As Zhu Jun mentioned, Yi Yushan's rapid rise in recent years was largely attributable to his connections with the wife of the city's secretary, allowing him to ascend effortlessly. Some matters remain obscured because they are orchestrated beneath the surface. The invisible does not imply the non-existent. After Lu Hanyan concluded her remarks, her gaze shifted elsewhere, emanating a cold intensity. The meal of soul sautéed with shoe soles that evening had made her acutely aware of the years she had endured silence, persistently threatened by Kuan Zhengde, only to witness an escalation of his tyranny. Thus, starting from this night, she resolved to retaliate with every ounce of her strength, with the child she carried within her as her most potent weapon. Kuan Zhengde's desire for this child would lead him to remain oblivious to the fact that this very child would herald the downfall of his family. She had already adopted the most strategic stance, ensuring that Kuan Zhengde would draft a will stating that regardless of whether the child was a boy or a girl, they would receive no inheritance from the Qin family. This would provide reassurance to the Qin offspring. Moreover, from the moment the child was born, she could entrust the child to Kuan Zhengde's care, severing all ties henceforth. This series of declarations aimed to convey to Kuan Zhengde her disinterest in his family's wealth, thereby alleviating his concerns. She would not stoop to his level, using the child as leverage. The governor is scheduled to stay at your hotel. During my time in the military, I had an esteemed leader from Lini, Shandong, who specialized in making exquisite fried pancakes. The more one indulged in them, the more delightful they became, especially when complemented by a savory sauce made from Chinese tune. The taste is simply beyond description. I suggested this to Geng Shulan at the municipal office, and she entrusted me with the task of finding someone in Nankong City who can replicate this culinary delight. Is that so? Your work is quite meticulous, remarked Lu Hanyan. But is this really beneficial for you? Yes, why do you ask? I have tasted them in the military, Chen Bo replied. He glanced at the governor, who hailed from Lini and had not returned in many years, pondering whether he would have the opportunity to savor authentic Lini pancakes. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan looked at Chen Bo, smiled, and said, I was initially concerned about whether you would be a mere bystander, but it appears you possess the qualities necessary for this task. You are quite observant and capable indeed. Please, spare me your flattery. I'm merely doing my job. Chen Bo retorted, What's there to be embarrassed about? Although I am not within the system, I am somewhat aware of how things work. Isn't it often the case that those in your position undertake tasks to please their superiors, ensuring that their efforts are recognized so that when the time for promotions arises, they are remembered? Lu Hanyan questioned dismissively. Her words left Chen Bo momentarily perplexed. At first, they seemed misguided, yet upon reflection, he realized their truth. While one performs their duties diligently, if their efforts go unnoticed by leadership, it poses a significant problem, whether it be for advancement or other benefits. How could one expect to be remembered? In any organization, numerous tasks exist, many of which are routine and challenging to stand out in. Thus, Gaining the attention of superiors becomes exceedingly difficult. Conversely, certain tasks are more likely to attract leadership's notice. Those urgent, difficult, and critical challenges that others cannot resolve. Even if one cannot find a solution, simply offering a suggestion can be impactful. Consider, if you were the leader confronted with a perplexing issue and a subordinate provided you with a suggestion that illuminated a possible path forward. Wouldn't you instinctively recall that individual the next time a similar challenge arose? Human nature tends to gravitate towards those who assist. Governor Pang, being a figure of high status, has likely experienced a vast array of culinary delights. Unless he has someone in the provincial capital specifically preparing his hometown pancakes. The moment he is presented with a freshly made pancake, exuding warmth and a hint of charcoal flavor, he would graciously accept this thoughtful preparation and, in turn, share the joy of this hometown delicacy with the leaders of Nankong City. At 3 a.m, Gao Ning called to inform Chen Bo that he had located 2 establishments capable of making these pancakes, though the authenticity was uncertain. With no other options, Chen Bo had no choice but to seek out Gao Ning in the dead of night. A favor made possible only because Gao Ning had offered them compensation to awaken and prepare the pancakes for them. Having consumed 4 or 5 pancakes in succession, I continued to engage in a delightful discourse with this fellow from Lini regarding the intricacies of pancake preparation. However, the Lini local remarked that each region possesses its own unique methods, with customs varying significantly every 10 miles. He indicated that this was simply how they did it back home, implying that one could indulge or abstain as they wished. Is my consumption about right? Gao Ning inquired. Chewing thoughtfully, Chen Bo replied, it is somewhat lacking compared to what old Commander Lien makes. As he mentioned, customs differ every 10 miles. Well, it is what it is. At dawn, I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the hotel, taking along all your belongings to observe what is necessary for pancake making. Nothing must be overlooked. This serves as a deposit. Refrain from setting up your stall today. As the 2 ascended into the vehicle, Gao Ning was on the verge of inquiring about whom they were preparing for, when Chen Bo suddenly posed a question. Gao Ning, how is your relationship with Kinyumbwa? Chapter 51. Kinyumbwa? What brings him to mind? Gao Ning inquired, taken aback. I merely wish to know if you are acquainted. What is he currently up to? Chen Bo asked. His father bestowed upon him a construction company, which essentially operates as a demolition firm. This company handles the urban village development in Nangguang City. It is all under his purview. Kuan Zhengde is the developer, and he is responsible for the demolitions. He keeps the profits within the family, Gao Ning explained. You seem to be quite well informed. It appears you are rather familiar with him. Chen Bo remarked. Noticing his former superior's keen interest in Kinyumbwa, Gao Ning quickly became invested and, after some inquiry, learned of recent developments. However, Chen Bo refrained from mentioning the child in Lu Hanyan's womb, as it pertained to her private life. Despite rampant rumors, no one possessed concrete evidence, and should this secret slip from Chen Bo's lips, it would tarnish his own reputation. Brother Bo, how about I have a word with him? Perhaps he could tone down his harassment towards my sister-in-law? Gao Ning tentatively suggested. Let it go. Their affairs are no longer my concern. They can do as they please. Just take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Accompany me for a while until work begins, and I shall handle the paperwork, Chen Bo responded. Gao Ning was momentarily stunned. The Civil Affairs Bureau typically dealt with marriages and divorces, and Chen Bo had only just wed. Have you and sister-in-law encountered issues? Gao Ning questioned. If there is discord in feelings and she desires a divorce, so be it. A divorce would bring tranquility. One should refrain from impulsive decisions, Chen Bo stated, his tone indifferent. Gao Ning wished to inquire further, but noticed the weariness etched on Chen Bo's face. He had already reclined in his seat, eyes closed, pretending to doze. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gao Ning parked the car and glanced at the snoring Chen Bo before quietly exiting the vehicle. He promptly dialed his sister, Gao Anchi. Gao Ning's intention was straightforward. He wished to introduce Chen Bo to his single sister. Having endured 3 years of camaraderie and struggles with Chen Bo, he felt well acquainted with his character and was eager to facilitate an introduction. This was finally an opportunity. Are you out of your mind? You want to introduce someone others have discarded to my sister? Do you think my sister is a trash collector? Gao Anchi scolded sleepily over the phone. still in her slumber. "No, sister, I just asked him why he is getting a divorce, and he remained tight-lipped. He only shared part of the story. However, I gathered that Lu Hanyan's child is not my buddy's, so you need not worry about her becoming a stepmother. That is baseless. My friend likely seeks a divorce because he is aware the child is not his. There's quite a tale behind it," Gao Ning articulated. "Ah, is that so? Tell him I shall treat him to lunch to discuss some company matters," Gao Anqi said, her tone shifting to one of eagerness. The matters between Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan had been settled the previous night, so their meeting was brief and the divorce proceedings went smoothly. To ascertain the truth of the situation, Gao Ning chose to remain with Chen Bo until they both emerged with their divorce certificates, finally alleviating the worry that had weighed on him, for he needed to be able to explain to his sister. "Brother Bo, where to next?" Gao Ning cast a glance at Chen Bo in the back seat and inquired, "Please take me to the Southport Grand Hotel. Today, the provincial governor Pang is inspecting, and we must remain vigilant at the hotel all day, ensuring that no mistakes occur." Chen Bo responded with resignation, "Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. My sister mentioned that she wanted to invite you to dinner." Gao Ning turned back, smiling as he replied, "Business matters." Upon Chen Bo's arrival, Geng Shulan was tasting freshly made pancakes in the kitchen, surrounded by several individuals from the municipal office, effectively serving as a prelude for the provincial governor's culinary experience. At 1 p.m., Pang Goen and his entourage arrived at the hotel, promptly being escorted to the banquet hall. Although this was an inspection, numerous dignitaries from the city were present, all eager to participate. Standing in the corridor, Chen Bo observed the influx of guests into the banquet hall, where Pang Goen and Mayor Xie Yuanshan engaged in conversation while entering a small banquet room, accompanied by the secretary of the municipal committee, Qiu Cheng'an. The responsibility for hosting this event was assigned to the municipal office primarily because Pang Goen was an old superior of Xie Yuanshan, and the municipal committee preferred to avoid the associated complications. As Qiu Cheng'an aptly expressed, the relationship between Pang and Xie was such that our efforts in hosting would hardly draw their attention. Consequently, the municipal office assumed the burden of this significant responsibility, ensuring that any potential issues would not implicate the municipal committee. Although the hotel did not cease operations due to the governor's presence, it was evident that a considerable number of security personnel were stationed both in the corridors and outside the doors. Chen Bo observed the security team, glancing up at the chandelier in the hotel lobby, just above which was the office of Lu Hanyan. At that moment, he noticed Lu Hanyan hurriedly exiting the lobby elevator, leaving through the front door to get into a car and depart. Chen Bo was perplexed by her sudden exit, with the governor dining here. Shouldn't the general manager be present to attend to matters closely? "Hey, where are you going?" "The governor is about to dine, and who will take charge in your absence?" Chen Bo immediately called Lu Hanyan, questioning her departure. "I have an urgent matter to attend to and will return in half an hour. By the way, don't be foolish. I noticed numerous security personnel in the hotel. I know you are capable, but do not act recklessly to avoid injury." "That's all for now. I'll contact you later," Lu Hanyan replied before hanging up, leaving Chen Bo bewildered. Barely 10 minutes after Lu Hanyan's departure, dozens of cars arrived outside the hotel. The individuals disembarking presented a motley array, their attire unmistakably indicating a connection to the underworld. In former times, such a crowd would have faced no resistance, for it was a hotel after all, and who could deny them entry? However, today, with the provincial governor and city officials dining within, they were barred from entry. "Why can't I get in? This is my family's hotel. Kuan Zhengde is my father. On what grounds are you denying me access? Get out of the way," shouted the leader of the group, a man in his 30s with a shaved head, his rolled-up sleeves revealing tattoos that adorned his arms. However, the security measures were exceedingly stringent, with not only personnel from the municipal bureau present, but also security staff accompanying Governor Pang. Upon witnessing the scene, the guard stationed outside the private box promptly contacted the lobby entrance via their intercom to inquire about the situation. In that moment, Chen Bo finally comprehended that Lu Hanyan had hastily departed to avoid this individual, who claimed to be the son of Kuan Zhengde. If his deductions were correct, this must be Kuan Yunbo. But what brought him here at this particular moment? Chapter 52. I don't care. Despite the presence of numerous security personnel, no one anticipated that an incident would occur. who would possess such audacity to storm the hotel where the provincial governor resides? Regardless of whom you are seeking, bringing such a crowd, some wielding baseball bats, would spell disaster for those responsible for security. If they were allowed entry, they might as well resign and return home to their families. Consequently, a heated argument erupted at the hotel entrance between the security staff and Gui Group. I must inform you that there are leaders dining in the hotel today. Are you seeking your own demise? Demanded the head of security, Director Ho Wei-guang, as he firmly pulled Ken Yunbo aside to speak in hushed tones. Ken Yunbo, however, was unfazed by this so-called director. He was well aware of the favors he had bestowed upon Ho, and he found it audacious for Ho to confront him now. Staring defiantly at Ho, he retorted, "I don't care who is dining here. I am not looking for them. I am here to find that little vixen, Lu Hanyan. Step aside and spare us all the embarrassment. This is my family's hotel, and while you may play the role of guard, don't presume to obstruct me." Ho Wei-guang, taken aback by Ken Yunbo's brazen remarks, glanced at those accompanying him and commanded, "Subdue him and put him in the car. If anyone dares to intervene, deal with them severely and take them away in handcuffs." Ken Yunbo was astonished that Ho, who usually treated him with utmost respect, would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Just as he attempted to respond, he was silenced and forcibly pulled into a nearby police vehicle, which then sped away from the scene. Though Ken Yunbo had the audacity to disrespect Ho due to their past dealings, the rest of the crowd hesitated to challenge Ho's authority. After all, the title of City Bureau Director carried significant weight, and Ho's earlier declarations resonated profoundly, prompting the others to depart as well. Several minutes later, Lu Hanyan returned. In truth, she had not ventured far and had been observing the unfolding events from a nearby car. Unfortunately, the situation did not escalate as she had hoped, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, she had achieved her primary objective. Chen Bo stood silently in the corridor, a mere bystander to the unfolding drama, when Geng Shulan approached and stood beside him. The secretary had just reported the pancake matter to the mayor, who deemed it a splendid idea. "Chen Bo, why hasn't General Lu appeared yet?" Geng Shulan inquired, just as Lu Hanyan stepped into the lobby. "Oh dear, General Lu truly is working hard, even while several months pregnant. The governor's stay here has certainly caused the hotel considerable inconvenience. Alas, the city committee decided upon this arrangement, citing the government guest house renovations made it unfit for the governor's reception," Geng Shulan remarked with a hint of gossip. Once Chen Bo saw Lu Hanyan enter the elevator, he turned to Geng Shulan and said, "Sister Lan, I will need your assistance moving forward. There is something else I have yet to report. I have divorced Lu Hanyan. The paperwork was completed this morning." "What? Why?" Geng Shulan was genuinely taken aback. The wedding was quite the spectacle, with numerous attendees from the city showing their support. Yet, astonishingly, just a few days post-nuptials, the couple has opted for divorce. The youth of today truly exhibit a sense of capriciousness. Ahem, it appears they simply lack compatibility. By the way, Chi's matters remain unaffected, should anything arise. He can certainly approach General Lu, who would undoubtedly honor his commitments. Chen Bo jested. "Look at you. That is not what I meant. I was referring to how well-matched you two appeared, a perfect pair. What could have led to such a separation?" Geng Shulan inquired, somewhat incredulously. "My previous tenure in prison may have rendered me somewhat reclusive and not particularly loquacious, which perhaps hindered our connection. Sister Lan, should your company require any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Although divorced, I believe Lu Hanyan would still extend me a modicum of respect." This sentiment, however, struck Geng Shulan as mere self-aggrandizement, prompting her to respond with a polite dismissal, saying, "I just informed the Secretary General that the idea of sourcing authentic pancakes from our fellow countrymen was yours. The Secretary General even commended you for it. Ahem, regardless of what the leadership expresses, I stand firmly behind you, Sister Lan. Should there be any dissatisfaction with my work, I hope you will guide me." Chen Bo modestly replied. Geng Shulan chuckled lightly before taking her leave. Upon learning of Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan's divorce, she felt no desire to linger in conversation. In her perspective, Lu Hanyan's willingness to divorce while heavily pregnant indicated an insurmountable discontent. How burdensome must Chen Bo have been? Regardless, It seemed prudent to wait until after the child was born to address matters. Yet Lu Hanyan appeared unwilling to wait, potentially considering termination of the pregnancy shortly. Thus, Chen Bo's claim that his company could still be of service was sheer nonsense. It might be better for him to remain uninvolved, lest he jeopardize potential dealings with the Gui Lu Group. In truth, Geng Shulan had withheld a detail regarding the pancake situation, while she did report to Secretary General Zheng Heping. She made no mention of Chen Bo. This was not a significant matter, merely a detail concerning hospitality. Yet what may seem trivial to superiors could be deemed substantial by those executing the tasks. Often, such opportunities arise from the simplest of gestures. When the warm, charcoal-grilled pancakes, exuding a tantalizing aroma, were presented at the dining table, Governor Pang Goen's eyes lit up. He turned to Mayor Xie Yuanshun and remarked, "Ah, Yuanshun, you've outdone yourself. It has been 5 or 6 years since I returned to my hometown in Shandong, and the taste of these pancakes has been a dream." With that, he reached for a pancake, noting the 2 accompanying condiments, a fragrant spring bud sauce and pickled chili peppers, both crafted by the pancake-making compatriot. The exquisite flavor when rolled together was delightful, and those in the city government office had indulged in them heartily in the kitchen. "Secretary Chiu, come, and savor the local delicacies from Governor Pang's hometown," Mayor Xie Yuanshun said, visibly pleased, relishing the rare joy displayed by the esteemed leader. Governor Pang, seizing the opportunity, gestured to the small bamboo basket of pancakes, inviting others to partake in the delightful fare. At that moment, the waiter who had just delivered dishes to the small banquet hall had stepped outside. Meanwhile, Geng Shulan, the deputy director of the municipal office, had not yet departed. She stood at the entrance, awaiting the completion of the leader's meal, hopeful for an opportunity to receive their commendations. However, it was at this very instant that an unforeseen incident transpired. Pang Goen was indeed in high spirits. Thus his bites were larger than usual. Typically one to savor his food with meticulous care, he, in this moment of distraction, failed to manage a mouthful properly while simultaneously engaging in conversation about the flavor of the pancakes with others. Consequently, a piece became lodged in his throat. In that instant, he clutched his throat, coughing incessantly in an attempt to expel it. Yet, struggling to catch his breath, he lost his balance and collapsed. Chapter 53. A fatal meal in an instant, chaos erupted within the private room. Xiu Cheng'an was the first to rise, flinging open the door to summon the security personnel from the provincial capital, leading to an incessant uproar in the hotel. Uncertain of the cause behind the commotion, the provincial security officers found themselves at a loss, resorting only to shouting for an ambulance. Pang Goen, being relatively young and in excellent health, had not anticipated such a predicament during the reception, neglecting to arrange for an ambulance. Who could foresee that a meal could lead to such dire consequences? Geng Shulan, who had eagerly awaited the opportunity to be called in to present herself once the leaders were satisfied, now appeared pale and shaken. The event transpired too swiftly and too bizarrely, leaving everyone at a loss for how to respond. Chen Bo also noticed the turmoil in the small banquet hall and caught sight of Geng Shulan rushing towards him. "Lan Jie, what's the matter?" Chen Bo inquired. "It's over. Governor Pang just choked on a pancake and can't catch his breath. We're finished. What kind of terrible idea did you come up with? If this comes back to haunt us." Before Geng Shulan could finish her sentence, Chen Bo was already sprinting towards the small banquet hall. Geng Shulan had witnessed the entire sequence of events, accurately noting that Pang Goen choked while chatting and eating, caught up in the moment. Such incidents are not uncommon. Song Ziwen had perished from choking on a chicken bone. If the obstruction was not promptly removed, the likelihood of suffocation was grave. Geng Shulan had clearly articulated their suggestion to serve some local delicacies to Governor Pang, but now that he had choked on them, the potential blame loomed over them. Although they bore no direct responsibility, someone had to take the fall. Thus, Chen Bo was understandably anxious. Inside the small banquet hall, the scene was even more chaotic. As Chen Bo squeezed through the crowd, he found Pang Goen sprawled on the carpet, groaning and struggling for breath. Those present clearly had never encountered such a crisis. Who would have thought that a pancake could lead to choking? The security personnel knelt beside Pang Goen, attempting to soothe him while inquiring about the ambulance's delay. However, ambulances do not sprout wings, Barely 2 minutes had elapsed since the incident, and if the ambulance were to arrive late, it might be too late for the governor. Comrade, we must extract the obstruction first. Assist me. I have learned first aid during my military service, and waiting for the ambulance is not an option. Chen Bo urged as he crouched beside the security personnel. Who are you? I'm from the municipal government office, responsible for receiving Governor Pang. Enough with the small talk. Quickly assist me. Chen Bo insisted. The security personnel recognized the urgency. If they were to wait for the ambulance, Pang Goen might already be beyond recovery. Thus, they cooperated with Chen Bo, helping to prop Pang Goen upright on the floor. Chen Bo knelt behind him, pressing his head down while clasping his fists and applying firm inward pressure on his upper abdomen, repeatedly thrusting with force. Chen Bo was uncertain if he would succeed. At that moment, the security personnel also understood his intention. He was employing the renowned Heimlich maneuver. This technique must be executed during the critical window when an object is lodged, enabling its expulsion. For infants aged 6 months to 2 years, they should be laid face down across an adult's lap. The adult then forcefully strikes the child's shoulder blades and back until the obstruction is expelled. For older children, they too should be positioned face down, with hands placed between the navel and sternum and the arms tightened. The chest must be pressed multiple times until the foreign object is dislodged. Chen Bo, possessing robust physical strength, applied himself earnestly, and, on the third attempt, he successfully helped Pang Goen expel the obstruction, simultaneously allowing him to exhale a long-held breath. At that moment, Pang's face, due to the strain, had turned a deep purple. As Pang regained his breath and consciousness, a collective sigh of relief swept through those present. 5 minutes later, an ambulance arrived to transport Pang Goen to the hospital for examination. The on-site first aid had bought precious time, yet no one dared to relax their vigilance without a thorough medical assessment. 2 hours later, the personnel from the municipal government returned to the conference room, all of whom were involved in the reception. Zheng Heping wore a grim expression, having just received a reprimand from Xie Yuanshan. Consequently, he sought a scapegoat. Director Gong, please elucidate what transpired. Is this your idea of a surprise? Thankfully, Pang Governor is unharmed. Had anything occurred here, we would both bear the brunt of the responsibility. How did this happen? Zheng Heping exclaimed, slamming the door of the conference room behind him. As the Secretary General and Director of the municipal office, he bore full responsibility for the reception. After Pang Goen was taken to the hospital, he sat alone in a hotel chair, paralyzed by fear rather than exhaustion. Should any misfortune befall Pang Goen here, he would be first in line to face the consequences. Although the municipal office's operations generally fell under Gong Shulan's management, the final decisions rested with Zheng Heping. Thus, in a state of extreme anxiety, he felt compelled to vent his frustrations, especially after being chastised by Mayor Xie Yuanshan. Secretary General, I accept my share of the responsibility, but this cannot all be laid at our feet. We never anticipated such an incident, and moreover, the idea was not mine. Director Gong began. I am usually quite busy, and you handle the majority of the work. I recognize your good intentions, but when it's time to shoulder responsibility, you cannot shirk it. Are you implying that I directed you to do all of this? Zheng Heping was taken aback by Gong Shulan's public retort. He had intended merely to express his frustration, yet Gong not only deflected blame, but also dared to counter his words openly. That was not my intention. I was merely stating facts. This idea originated from Chen Bo, who remarked that Governor Pang hails from Lini, Shandong, which sparked this incident. Chen Bo, please clarify if this is accurate. Gong Shulan turned to Chen Bo, awaiting his response. At that moment, many in the municipal office were unfamiliar with Chen Bo, and their gazes converged upon him. Zheng Heping felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How did this person resurface? Initially, he had come at the invitation of Kuan Zhengde, but now he had inexplicably involved himself in this matter. Chapter 54. Let him go speak up, Gong Shulan exclaimed, and upon noticing Chen Bo's silence, she realized she could take advantage of him. The reason for her audacity was further reinforced by the fact that Chen Bo had divorced Lu Hanyan. In the pursuit of accountability, who could afford to concern themselves with anyone else? Gong Shulan had ascended from a selection trainee to her current position over a decade, which, without any connections, was quite remarkable. Therefore, She could not jeopardize her promising future over such trivial matters. As the deputy director of the municipal office, her role primarily involved serving the leaders. Once she departed from the central hub, returning would be akin to climbing a steep mountain. Although she had previously dined with Chen Bo and his wife, the nature of their relationship had fundamentally changed. At least, Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan were no longer united. Moreover, their divorce during Lu Hanyan's pregnancy indicated that their relationship was far from amicable, leaving Geng Shulan with little to fear. Consequently, all the blame was shifted onto Chen Bo. Chen Bo, if you have the audacity to act, you must also bear the consequences. The idea was yours, and the pancake vendor from Lini was also your choice, wasn't it? What? Are you hesitant to acknowledge it now? Geng Shulan, eager to absolve herself, meticulously clarified the sequence of events. She was not only seeking to evade responsibility, but also to present a narrative to Zheng Heping. Despite being the deputy director, she questioned why he chose to confront her publicly, wondering what he truly meant by it. You are correct, Director Geng. All of this was my doing. I am willing to assume full responsibility. Secretary General, Director Geng, I will abide by your decisions, Chen Bo stated. His admission relieved Geng Shulan, sparing her the trouble of gathering evidence to prove her innocence. Yet, this response ignited a fiery rage within Secretary General Zheng Heping. You certainly are audacious, so eager to accept responsibility. Very well, return whence you came. Do not linger here. After the meeting, arranged for his departure, Zheng Heping coldly articulated, each word dripping with disdain. The attendees remained silent, and once Zheng Heping had left, Chen Bo sank into a chair. Only then did the onlookers dare to cast sympathetic glances at this unfortunate soul. Geng Shulan intended to say something, but upon glancing at Chen Bo, she felt that any words would be superfluous. Thus, she gathered her notebook and retreated to her office. Throughout this ordeal, Mayor Xie Yuanshan had remained at the hospital, only feeling at ease once his elder superior had been examined and deemed well. Oh, dear elder, you truly frightened me. My hands have been trembling the whole time, Xie Yuanshan remarked, a statement he made without exaggeration, as his hands still shook. Pang Goen, reclining on the hospital bed, chuckled softly. Ah, joy can lead to sorrow. Nevertheless, it is for the best. This experience has taught me to eat more slowly in the future. The ancients said, do not speak while eating, nor while sleeping. Our ancestors had their wisdom, yet we often ignored it. Alas, now I have made a trip to the gates of death, which has broadened my horizons. Xie Yuanshan nodded, remaining at the bedside until Pang Goen inquired about the identity of the person who had saved him. Although he found himself trapped, his consciousness remained clear, allowing him to recollect the sequence of events from the moment he became ensnared until his arrival at the hospital. Thus, during the examination, he continually reflected upon this incident, only now mustering the courage to speak of it. Chen Bo pondered that after emerging from prison and having made such a convoluted journey, he would likely have to return there. It seemed that was where he truly belonged. Upon returning to his seat and organizing his belongings, he had just exited the municipal building when he received an unexpected call from Director Geng Shulan. Director Geng, is there something you need from me? Chen Bo inquired. Where have you been? Come to my office quickly, Geng Shulan urged with evident urgency. Director Geng, I just stepped out. The Secretary General ordered me to leave, and I have finished packing. Is there anything else? Chen Bo replied, reflecting on his time since being discharged to the prison. Chen Bo maintained a respectful demeanor towards the prison leadership, as his official status remained intact. He contemplated seeking out his former superiors upon his return, perhaps offering a substantial sum to resolve any issues. This expedition had unveiled a harsh truth. Not everyone is suited for life outside prison walls. He recalled bidding farewell to his superiors as he departed, when they suggested that working outside was preferable, and should he wish to return, he could always do so. Yet, he was uncertain whether their words still held any weight. Just the Secretary General wishes to see you. Hurry along, Geng Shulan insisted. Thus, clutching his belongings, Chen Bo made his way to Geng Shulan's office. She said nothing further, but instructed him to leave his things with her before leading him to meet the Secretary General. En route, Geng Shulan glanced back at Chen Bo and whispered, Chen Bo, please don't hold it against me. I am powerless in this situation. If something were to happen to the governor, we would all be in trouble. This arrangement is better than nothing. Are you returning to your original unit? Conveniently. Your paperwork has yet to be finalized. I can have them suspended. Thank you, Director Gong. If it's not too much trouble, could my paperwork be redirected from the Finance Bureau to the Nankong City Prison? Chen Bo inquired. Geng Shulan, wishing to avoid complications, replied perfunctorily. I'll see if that's feasible. In principle, your paperwork must revert to the Finance Bureau since that is where it originated. I'll inquire and let you know. Zhang Heping was on a call when he noticed Chen Bo and Geng Shulan entering, gesturing for them to wait. They were unaware of the nature of the call, but observed Zhang Heping responding affirmatively. A minute later, he ended the call. Xiao Geng, I need to discuss something with Chen Bo. You may leave now, Zhang Heping asserted, dismissing Geng Shulan, not wishing to intervene in Chen Bo's matters. Geng Shulan nodded and departed. At that moment, Zhang Heping picked up his phone and bag, addressing Chen Bo. Come, we're heading to the hospital. Chen Bo was taken aback, asking, to the hospital? Why? Enough with the questions. Just follow me, Zhang Heping replied. Chen Bo, filled with helplessness, was uncertain about the situation at the hospital and could only follow along. On the way there, Zhang Heping glanced at the driver and said, when the leaders inquire later, you need only respond truthfully. As for how you arrived and whose connections you utilized, simply evade those questions. Do you understand? Chen Bo comprehended the implication. Someone at the hospital wished to see him. He surmised that the only person capable of prompting Zhang Heping to personally handle this matter was Mayor Xie Yuanshan. However, he was ushered in through the connections of Kuan Zhengde. In Zhang Heping's evident trepidation about Xie Yuanshan discovering this arrangement made it clear why he felt the need to caution Chen Bo specifically. Chapter 55. Afterthought. Chen Bo followed Zhang Heping to the hospital, where at the entrance of a ward he encountered the security personnel he had seen at the hotel. Luo Mi, I brought him, Zhang Heping said with a smile as he approached. Very well, just hand him over to me, Luo Mi replied. Noticing that there was no intention from the other party to linger, Zhang Heping turned to glance at Chen Bo before departing. Hello, I am Luo Yang, Secretary to Governor Pang. I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Without your intervention, the situation could have been dire. I still feel a sense of trepidation when I reflect on it, Luo Yang expressed. It was then that Chen Bo realized this individual was not merely a security personnel, but rather secretary to Pang Goen. He had remained in the hotel, only catching a distant glimpse of Pang Goen upon his arrival, unable to distinguish one from the other. Secretary Luo, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of knowledge, Chen Bo replied courteously. Let's not dwell on pleasantries. Governor Pang wishes to meet you. Once inside, please do not take up too much of his time. He requires rest, as he will continue his inspections tomorrow. The doctor has advised that he be observed overnight, and if all goes well, he may resume his duties by morning, Luo Yang instructed. Luo Yang led Chen Bo into the ward, where, apart from Pang Goen, there was another individual, Xie Yuanshan. Chen Bo followed closely behind Luo Yang, who then stepped aside and introduced him to Pang Goen. This is Chen Bo, a former soldier, currently working in the city government office. Pang Goen nodded and extended his hand, which Chen Bo promptly grasped with both of his. Pang Goen merely uttered a brief thank you. For any matters in the future, you may approach him, Pang Goen indicated towards Luo Yang. Luo Yang nodded, while Chen Bo felt an urge to express that he was likely to be sent back to prison soon and that their opportunities for future encounters might be scarce. However, he refrained from voicing any requests and modestly stepped aside. Throughout the interaction, Xie Yuanshan remained silent, quietly appraising Chen Bo. The city government office housed numerous personnel, and it was improbable that he would recognize every individual. However, Chen Bo struck him as unfamiliar, perhaps someone temporarily assigned to assist, which was not uncommon in such offices. He resolved to inquire with Zhang Heping later. Regardless, Chen Bo had secured precious time for Pang Goen. Had circumstances been different, he might well have been lying in a morgue at that very moment. Perhaps addressing Chen Bo, or merely recalling a thought, Pang Goen turned to Xie Yuanshan and remarked, Alas, it's a pity I cannot savor the delicacies of this hotel. Their pancakes are quite commendable. I must partake again tomorrow, for I rarely have the opportunity to enjoy such authentic pancakes in the provincial capital. Old leader, You still wish to indulge? Xie Yuanshan expressed with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Indeed, to abstain would be a source of ridicule. We cannot allow a minor mishap to deter our enjoyment. Besides, those pancakes are genuinely exquisite. By the way, were they prepared by someone from Lini? Pang Goen inquired. Glancing at Chen Bo, Chen Bo hesitated before responding. They were specifically arranged by someone from Lini. See, I told you, Yuan Shun, you have a discerning eye, Pang Goen said, visibly pleased. Chen Bo cast a glance at Luo Yang beside him, prompting Luo Yang to escort him out. Engaging in conversation with such high-ranking officials was beyond his comfort. Thus a brief meeting sufficed. Chen Bo found it difficult to disclose his situation to the leadership in the ward, yet he felt compelled to inform Luo Yang. Seizing the opportunity presented by the governor's announcement about continuing to enjoy pancakes tomorrow, he subtly conveyed his predicament, awaiting Luo Yang's response. Secretary Luo, if there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. The governor mentioned that we should still have pancakes tomorrow. You must personally relay this to the municipal office. We cannot allow our fellow townsman from Lini to leave the hotel, or it will be challenging to retrieve him. Given the seriousness of the situation, I wonder if our compatriot is still present. You need to inquire about this yourself, Chen Bo hesitantly articulated. Luo Yang, nearing 40 and having served as secretary to Pang Goen for over a decade, quickly discerned that Chen Bo was not being entirely forthright. With his hands clasped behind his back, he inquired, "What is going on?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Bo quietly replied, "I have only recently joined the municipal office, and it just so happens that the reception work is assigned to us. Upon reviewing Governor Pang's background, I suggested incorporating some local delicacies from his hometown. Unfortunately, this led to unforeseen complications, and since I proposed the idea, I shall bear the responsibility. I must return to my original post at the Nansong City Prison." Upon hearing this, Luo Yang comprehended the gravity of the situation. After the incident involving Governor Pang, the city would inevitably seek accountability. It was ironic that the idea originated from Chen Bo, who had also been the one to assist in the matter, yet he was still being sent back. Luo Yang placed a comforting hand on Chen Bo's shoulder and said, "You need not shoulder this burden. It is not your fault. You acted with good intentions. Do you require me to speak with the municipal office on your behalf?" No. Chen Bo declined the offer. "I did not imply that I wanted you to intervene. This is a decision made by the city. It matters not. My previous position was quite satisfactory, peaceful, albeit lacking in freedom and convenience. Nevertheless, I have grown accustomed to it. I shall return to my duties." Having spoken thus, Chen Bo felt it was sufficient. He and Luo Yang were not intimately acquainted, and to make demands for favors over such a matter would render the sentiment rather trivial. After bidding farewell to Chen Bo, Luo Yang remained in the corridor until the latter's figure disappeared at the end of the hallway. He found Chen Bo quite intriguing. Despite being sent back to his original unit, he maintained a composed demeanor. "Perhaps," Luo Yang said, "it was not an act, but rather a response to the day's unsettling events. Being cast aside as a scapegoat could indeed be disheartening." At that moment, a nurse approached to conduct a checkup, and then Mayor Xie Yuanshan emerged. "Mayor Xie, this young man, Chen, is rather interesting. He just informed me that he is being sent back to his original position. I offered to intercede on his behalf, but he declined and left promptly. He seems upset, yet I feel this treatment is rather unjust." Luo Yang recounted the events. "Is that so? I shall inquire further about the situation," Xie Yuanshan responded, taken aback. After exiting the hospital building, Chen Bo did not leave, but instead sought out Zhu Wenjun. "How did you find your way here?" Zhu Wenjun, engrossed in writing a medical report, looked up in surprise upon Chen Bo's entrance. "I thought you might be busy, sister-in-law," he responded. "Whether one is busy or not is of little consequence. Take a seat and pour yourself some water," said Zhu Wenjun, as he completed the final strokes in a medical record and closed the file. "I might have to return to prison. I took a gamble, though I'm uncertain if it was wise. The governor is in your hospital's ward, did you know?" Chen Bo inquired. "I have heard of this matter, but what does it have to do with you? What brings you to the hospital?" Zhu Wenjun sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Chapter 56 Farewell Dinner. Did you truly flatter him to the point of stepping on his toes? Zhu Wenjun reflected upon Chen Bo's words. Indeed, Chen Bo had managed to flatter excessively, yet who would have anticipated that a grown adult could nearly choke while eating? Fortunately, the ordeal had passed without incident, and having just met the governor, he appeared to be in reasonably good spirits. After all, they were in a hospital now. Whatever transpired thereafter would have little bearing on him. As they conversed, Chen Bo's phone rang. It was a call from Lu Hanyan. "I'm at the hospital with my sister-in-law. Is there something you need?" Chen Bo inquired. "I heard about the incident at the hotel. Are you all right? How could you be so reckless? Wait for me at the hospital. I'll be there shortly." Without allowing Chen Bo a chance to respond, Lu Hanyan ended the call. "What does she want?" Zhenwen asked. Her brow furrowed. "I'm not sure, sister-in-law. Do you think I might be sent back to prison? After this incident, I've come to realize that colleagues are merely those who work together. When trouble arises, no one will take the blame for you. They've placed the burden upon me, especially that Geng Shulan. It's truly—" "Never mind, I won't speak of it further," Chen Bo lamented. "You should have known this long ago. I have reiterated this to your cousin countless times. In the workplace, there are only colleagues, not friends. When issues arise, no one will shoulder the blame for you," Zhenwen advised. Certain matters eluded Chen Bo's understanding, prompting him to seek Zhenwen's counsel to help him analyze whether his career had reached an impasse. If he were indeed returned to prison, he would be utterly despondent. Nevertheless, he took note of Zhenwen's warnings. Forging friendships at work could be perilous. Once friendships are formed, one inevitably exposes personal details, family, income, and even humorous remarks shared in private. In this era of rampant informants, a single utterance could jeopardize one's entire existence. The words you have spoken and the jokes you have made could become the noose around your neck. To express a sense of hopelessness, sometimes seeking someone to confide in is less fruitful than giving a homeless man on the street $10 for a listening ear. I don't believe it's that dire. This evening, take some time to bid farewell to Secretary Luo. I still have her special local liquor from Nangang City. Perhaps you could bring him a couple of bottles. The governor is unscathed, which is a blessing for him. In light of this incident, he owes you a favor. Avoid reaching out to the city officials. They are unreasonable and only seek to evade responsibility. Therefore, consider visiting Luo Yang. You might still have a chance to remain in the city government office, Zhenwen suggested. "All right, sister-in-law, I will heed your advice," Chen Bo replied. After this exchange, a silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. If Lu Hanyan had not mentioned her intention to come, he would have taken his leave. Thus, he found himself waiting in the room. "Sister-in-law, to be honest, I was genuinely disappointed just now. I never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. However, your analysis has illuminated my heart considerably. Sister-in-law, may I frequently seek your counsel regarding these matters in the future?" Chen Bo spoke with a hint of hesitation. "You regarding Yi Yushan's affair." Zhuo Wenjun felt a lingering unease. All her years of effort seemed to evaporate with Yi Yushan's demise. Moreover, since his passing, she noticed that many colleagues in the courtyard regarded her with different eyes. Indeed, she was no longer the wife of the finance director. It must be said that although she had aided in his ascent to the majority, she was merely Yi Yushan's wife, with the underlying connections invisible to all. "If it is inconvenient for you, could we perhaps communicate by phone? I genuinely believe you possess the most profound understanding of the political landscape in Nangguang City. Many matters are utterly unfamiliar to me. Sister-in-law, if you do not assist me, I fear my prospects in Nangguang may be rather limited," Chen Bo asserted with utmost seriousness. "And what benefits might I derive from this?" Zhuo Wenjun felt flattered by the praise. Indeed, one can never underestimate the power of flattery. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, anything within my capabilities, I shall undertake without a hint of hesitation. What about your relationship with Lu Hanyan? How do you perceive that?" "We have separated. It was finalized earlier today. From this moment forth, I have no association with her. Hence, when she mentioned coming here to see me, I truly wished to avoid her," Chen Bo replied. This revelation took Zhuo Wenjun by surprise. Just as she contemplated her response, the door swung open, and Lu Hanyan entered, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Though her expression bore a mocking demeanor. "What clandestine matters are you two discussing behind closed doors? It wouldn't be something taboo, would it? Chen Bo, you must be cautious. Despite our divorce, your connection with doctors will remain familial. Do not act recklessly. As Lu Hanyan spoke, her eyebrows danced playfully, and the implications of her words were unmistakable. Zhuo Wenjun chose to ignore her. The more one elaborates on such matters, the more complicated they become. After all, Chen Bo and she were divorced, and her involvement seemed rather futile. She simply hadn't anticipated their relationship to dissolve so swiftly. You came to find me? With flowers in hand? I appreciate the gesture, Zhuo Wenjun replied coldly. Little did she know, Lu Hanyan was far from restrained. Rather, she appeared somewhat triumphant. Placing the flowers aside, as she said, "This bouquet is not intended for you. I came to the hospital to visit a superior. They are residing in our hotel and nearly encountered a mishap. Hence our hotel must express its concern." Chen Bo and Zhuo Wenjun then comprehended that Lu Hanyan had come to see Penguin, which made sense, as she was the hotel manager and a shareholder of the Gui Lu Group. At least on the surface, her visit to Penguin appeared entirely justified. "Will you accompany me shortly?" Lu Hanyan inquired, turning her gaze towards Chen Bo. "We are divorced. Is that appropriate? Should I accompany you in public?" Chen Bo questioned. "What is this? Have you hastily decided to sever ties with me? Have you found someone else?" With that, Lu Hanyan provocatively glanced at Zhuo Wenjun, posing her question. Zhuo Wenjun certainly understood that Lu Hanyan did not come to embarrass her. Therefore, she chose to endure and not stoop to her level, particularly upon learning that Lu Hanyan's daughter was in the hands of Kuan Zhengde and had been taken to Japan, leaving the mother and daughter to connect only through video calls. As a woman, Zhuo Wenjun felt a profound sympathy for Lu Hanyan. Why must women complicate each other's lives? "Dr. Zhu, please find a safe place for us to dine later. My acquaintance with him is due to you, so consider this my farewell meal with him. I would appreciate your presence as a witness." Upon finishing her words, Lu Hanyan reached out to grasp Chen Bo's hand. Chapter 57. Not a good soul. "Ah, this act has been played before, hasn't it?" Chen Bo retracted his hand and remarked. Lu Hanyan shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "Sister, do you see it clearly now? There isn't a decent man among them." Zhuo Wenjun, feeling equally helpless, reflected on her own husband, Yi Yushan, who had been ensnared by her charms step by step. Although she felt a deep-seated resentment, what could she do? "Have you discovered anything regarding Lao Ye's situation?" Zhuo Wenjun inquired. Upon mentioning this matter, Lu Hanyan ceased her jesting demeanor, swiftly suppressing her smile. "Sister, I have been keeping an ear out, but if I uncover the truth, it may not be long before death follows. The Qin family are not to be trifled with, which is why I came to the hospital. Come, accompany me to visit the leader." Chen Bo was initially reluctant to go, but Zhuo Wenjun subtly signaled him to follow Lu Hanyan. He felt exceedingly awkward standing once again at the door of the hospital room, especially since Luo Yang was still seated in the corridor outside. Upon seeing Chen Bo approach, accompanied by a woman of considerable elegance, he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Secretary Luo, this is the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, General Lu," Chen Bo said with an awkward smile. Lu Hanyan, displeased by his introduction, playfully pouted and remarked, "Why didn't you mention that I am your wife? Is it too embarrassing for you?" Chen Bo wished to clarify, yet Luo Yang did not afford him the opportunity. Instead, he continued, "Oh, does General Lu have business here?" "Secretary Luo, it is indeed a privilege for us to host Governor Peng at our hotel. However, we must also acknowledge our responsibility in this matter, as the medical arrangements were inadequate. I have come to admit our fault to the leadership. Additionally, I have matters to personally report to the governor. I wonder if Secretary Luo could assist me?" Though Chen Bo stood beside her, Lu Hanyan was undeniably captivating. When speaking with Luo Yang, her voice was sweet and her expressions alluring. Despite being in his 40s and possessing considerable experience, Luo Yang found himself at a loss on how to refuse someone of her caliber. This situation was, in fact, a serendipitous twist of fate. Lu Hanyan had brought Chen Bo along to introduce him to the leadership. Perhaps for the last time, she would overtly assist him. Little did she realize that her opportunity to meet Governor Peng stemmed from the nascent rapport between Chen Bo and Luo Yang, a connection forged through their association with Governor Peng. As Luo Yang stepped inside to consult, Lu Hanyan persistently advised Chen Bo from outside the door to speak little and simply listen to her when they met. Governor Pang had some familiarity with Southport City, and upon learning that the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel had come to visit, he instinctively glanced at Xie Yuanshan. Xie Yuanshan frowned at Luo Yang and remarked, "The hotel belongs to the Gui Lu Group, and this General Lu is also connected to Kuan Zhengde. What is her purpose for coming?" Secretary Luo, "Inform her that the leadership is resting and it is inconvenient for a visit." Luo Yang nodded and continued, "She just mentioned that she came to pay a visit to the leaders and also has matters to report. I did not inquire further, so I shall let her go." Upon hearing this, Pang Goen remarked, "There is no need to create an atmosphere of alarm. She has come with good intentions. Let her in and see what she has to say." With the leader's words, Xie Yuanshan had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, as they entered, Chen Bo lagged behind. Lu Hanyan had assumed he was following her, only to realize, upon entering the room, that this rascal had not come in, and the door was now shut. Secretary Luo Yang took the flowers and placed them on a nearby table, while Lu Hanyan commenced her performance. "Governor Pang, Mayor Xie, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Nankang Grand Hotel. It is our responsibility that, while you are staying at our hotel, we have not provided adequate service." As Lu Hanyan moved to the center of the room, maintaining a respectful distance from Pang Goen, she began her apology, her demeanor earnest and her expression solemn. Regardless of whether the incident was related to the hotel, one could not help but be moved by her attitude, warranting forgiveness. "Oh, Ms. Lu, you exaggerate. This incident cannot be blamed on you. The meal was in my mouth. Who could have controlled it? By the way, I would like to have the pancake vendor prepare another batch tomorrow. In truth, I owe you my gratitude. Your work has been meticulous and considerate." Pang Goen replied with a smile. Beside him, Xie Yuanshan beamed as well, recognizing that one should not strike a smiling face, since she had come to apologize. Despite her ties to Kuan Zhengde, it was essential to maintain a semblance of civility. It was possible that Lu Hanyan's visit was arranged by Kuan Zhengde. Thus, to rebuff Lu Hanyan would be to slight Kuan Zhengde. Xie Yuanshan was not eager to confront such matters prematurely, so, given that Lu Hanyan had come to apologize, it was necessary to extend her the courtesy she deserved. At this juncture, the four individuals in the hospital room believed this to be merely a formality, a simple act of courtesy involving flowers and apologies, sufficient in itself, as it bore no relevance to the hotel. However, they were taken aback by Lu Hanyan's subsequent remarks. "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed leaders. This is one of the matters for which we owe you an apology. Additionally, there is another issue regarding our general manager, Kan's second son. I have just learned that during lunchtime, our group's second son, accompanied by a group of ruffians, attempted to patronize the hotel, leading to a conflict with the city's security personnel. Here, I must also extend my apologies. It is our failure to ensure proper conduct which has disturbed you, esteemed leaders." Lu Hanyan's words surprised both Xie Yuanshan and Pang Goen, as they had been dining in a private banquet hall with the door closed, entirely unaware of the events transpiring outside the hotel. Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan turned to Luo Yang, who nodded and replied, "That indeed occurred. The colleagues responsible for security at the Municipal Bureau intervened in a timely manner, preventing any significant issues. This is also our negligence. I have already reported this to General Manager Kan, who will also come to apologize to all of you," Lu Hanyan said with a smile. "Ah, these are mere trifles. Once resolved, they suffice. Please convey to General Manager Kan that it is unnecessary to make another trip." Xie Yuanshan, as the local magnate, spoke on behalf of Pang Goen. Lu Hanyan nodded and reiterated that this final statement was indeed the purpose of her visit. Otherwise, her earlier casual remarks would likely leave little impression on the minds of these high-ranking officials. Chapter 58. The second young master allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of General Manager Kan for the magnanimity of all the leaders present. In truth, this second young master has been a source of great vexation for General Manager Kansas, despite having been entrusted with the company and imparted with the knowledge of business. He remains engrossed in frivolities, indulging in debauchery, and gambling without restraint. General Manager Kan has often had to clean up after him, and he frequently boasts that there is nothing he dares not do in Nankang City. This, of course, infuriates General Manager Kansas gradually. Those present began to sense that something was amiss in her words, yet they refrained from interrupting Lu Hanyan, for she represented the Gui Lu Group in their eyes, and thus her voice deserved consideration. However, her remarks appeared less a defense of the Gui Lu Group and more akin to an exposure of internal flaws, directly targeting the second young master, Qin Yunbo. In his youth, General Manager Qin was consumed by his work, devoting himself entirely to his career, which resulted in a lack of discipline over his children, leading to their erratic temperaments. I implore all leaders not to take Qin Yunbo's statements to heart. Consider them mere bluster, for he often claims that without the Qin family, the economy of Nankong City would falter, surely a grandiose self-promotion. Thus, on behalf of the Gui Lu Group, I extend my sincerest apologies and assure you that General Manager Qin will address the behavior of this second young master. As Lu Hanyan spoke, her demeanor fluctuated from beaming smiles to earnest seriousness, yet her words were undeniably sensational. This visit was, in fact, her true intention in seeing Governor Pang Goen, and she would subsequently report to Kuan Zhengde regarding her visit, ensuring to exaggerate the incident involving Qin Yunbo's unruly behavior at the hotel. These matters were fit for public discourse. What ought not to be openly discussed, however, is the matter of human sentiment. As a tool of Kuan Zhengde, Lu Hanyan possessed acute awareness of the various factions among the leaders of Nankong City. This knowledge was essential for Kuan Zhengde, who had instructed her on whom to cultivate relationships with, the means to do so, and the alliances among the leaders, details she grasped with clarity. Xie Yuanshan, in particular, was a source of considerable concern for Kuan Zhengde. Since his arrival in Nankong City, he has consistently rebuffed Qin Zhengde's overtures, displaying an unwillingness to engage. His absence from any inspections of Kuan Zhengde's enterprises was a rarity in Nankong City. This situation caused unease for Kuan Zhengde. His support came from Qiu Cheng'an, but the latter had been in Nankong City for an extended period. It was anticipated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Qiu Cheng'an would soon be reassigned, leaving Kuan Zhengde to ponder whom he could rely upon. Moreover, given the current political dynamics, it was highly probable that the mayor would ascend to the position of secretary following the secretary's departure, unless the mayor encountered issues or was usurped by another. However, Xie Yinchuan's backing came from Governor Pang Goen, making the latter scenario unlikely, considering Xie Yuanshan's cautious approach since his arrival in Nankong City. The likelihood of him encountering problems seemed minimal, which contributed to Qin Zhengde's growing anxiety. Thus, Lu Hanyan resolved to take a bold step, seizing the opportunity to invite the provincial governor and the mayor, Xie Yuanshan, under the guise of an apology, subtly revealing a glimpse of the issues surrounding the Gui Lu Group. Although this took Xie Yuanshan by surprise, he, being no fool, must have understood that any substantial connection he had with the Gui Lu Group should not have warranted such complaints in this setting. Consequently, as Lu Hanyan concluded her remarks, both Xie Yuanshan and Pang Goen appeared momentarily dazed. It was Luo Yang who responded swiftly, suggesting, "General Manager Lu, the leaders are already informed. Perhaps you should take your leave for now." Lu Hanyan smiled and offered a slight bow as she bid farewell to Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan. Once the hospital room door closed, Pang Goen turned to Xie Yuanshan and remarked, "It seems the internal situation is not entirely unified. You have an opportunity now." In response to his former leader's optimism, Xie Yuanshan could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, saying, "If only it were that simple. I've been here for nearly 2 years, and progress has been elusive. They have concealed matters so well that, after much investigation, I finally unearthed a few leads, only to discover that the primary individual involved has passed away." "You mean Yushan?" Pang Goen shifted slightly, prompting Xie Yuanshan to quickly fetch a pillow to place behind him, ensuring his comfort. Indeed, there were some clues regarding Yushan, but with his untimely death, all leads have been severed. Reconstructing the narrative from here will prove immensely challenging. Xie Yuanshan resumed his seat and stated. Pang Goen straightened his posture, gazing at the wall across from him for a considerable time, before finally saying, "Ultimately, it all comes down to the people involved. I was opposed to your reassignment here from the beginning. This city of Nangang, for all these years, has been impenetrable, Everyone knows there are issues at hand. I advised you against it back then, yet you insisted that this bone must be chewed through. Are you feeling disheartened now? Pang Goen's words reddened Xie Yuanchuan's face. He had arrived with fervor, only to find himself continually thwarted, realizing that fulfilling his political aspirations was far more difficult than anticipated. While that was manageable, the most daunting aspect was his awareness of the intricate web enveloping Nangang, yet he remained clueless as to where to tear it open. After finally grasping the nuances surrounding Yi Yushan, he was dismayed to learn of the man's death, rendering over a year of effort futile. The leader is correct. It indeed boils down to the people. I find myself devoid of capable allies here. Trusting anyone is a formidable challenge. Even my secretary was not brought along. In essence, the locals in Nangang are inextricably linked to the Qin family, and the formidable protective umbrella behind them instills a sense of trepidation in taking action. I have let down the trust and expectations of the organization, Xie Yuanchun confessed with a sense of shame. Observing his former subordinate's despondency, Pang Goen felt he had sufficiently conveyed his admonitions and decided to adopt a different conversational approach, such as the caliber of leadership, the finesse of dialogue. To put it in contemporary terms, it is akin to first breaking your legs, then providing you with crutches, all while asserting that without me, you would be incapable of taking a single step, thereby instilling a sense of gratitude. Recently, Pang Goen expressed his disapproval of Xie Yuanchuan's decision to come to Nankang City. Despite his objections, Xie Yuanchun insisted on gaining experience in the field. At that time, there were no suitable positions available for him other than in Nankang City. Pang Goen suggested that he wait a little longer, yet his advice fell on deaf ears. Consequently, the outcome was as it was. This incident reflects Pang Goen's discontent with Xie Yuanchun, as he truly needed his presence at that time. However, Xie Yuanchun chose to proceed without hesitation, showcasing a leader's frustration. Now that it has passed, let us turn our attention to the matter of individuals. Observing Xie Yuanchun with his head bowed, Pang Goen finally began to relent. Chapter 59. A change of scenery. Yuanchun, if you find it difficult to make headway in this place, perhaps we should consider relocating? Pang Goen inquired. Xie Yuanchun felt as though he had been struck across the face, for upon his arrival, he had resolutely declined Pang Goen's invitation to stay. Now, having to rely on his former superior to change venues was something he could not accept under any circumstances. Nonetheless, in light of his old leader's goodwill, he chose to politely refuse. Old leader, if I were to retreat now, even if we were to change locations, I would still feel unsatisfied. I have decided to remain here, Xie Yuanchun asserted. Pang Goen lifted the thin blanket covering him, seemingly preparing to rise from his bed. Xie Yuanchun hurried to assist him, but was met with a refusal. Pang Goen made his way to the restroom, while Xie Yuanchun waited at the door. In this room, they were alone. Even Secretary Luo Yang had discreetly excused himself. It must be noted that Pang Goen was a man deeply rooted in nostalgia. Xie Yuanchun was his first secretary, and after his departure, Pang Goen had employed several others, none of whom proved suitable until he encountered Luo Yang. Although both Luo Yang and Xie Yuanchun hailed from secretarial backgrounds, they differed significantly. Luo Yang was exceedingly obedient. In the bureaucratic system, it is no easy feat for a leader to find a subordinate who is entirely compliant, for individuals possess thoughts and emotions, rendering them unlike machines programmed to operate in a predetermined manner. Driven by their own interests and inclinations, subordinates often either compromise or excessively adhere to their leader's directives. However, Luo Yang exhibited a remarkable ability to navigate this balance, neither placing himself in jeopardy nor inciting Pang Goen's dissatisfaction. After employing numerous secretaries, it was only Luo Yang who inspired the utmost confidence in him. Yet, Luo Yang's most significant flaw lay in his lack of ambition. He fulfilled his superior's requests without straying beyond the confines of his role. In contrast, Xie Yuanchun had not been so constrained. His departure from a secretarial position had been a conscious choice, aimed at seeking personal growth. On this matter, Luo Yang had never broached the subject. Despite Pang Goen having inquired several times and even arranging a commendable position for him, Luo Yang steadfastly refused to leave. preferring to remain by Pang Guan's side as his secretary. This choice brought Pang Guan both comfort and regret. The regret stemmed from the understanding that had his secretary ventured out to stand on his own, it would have expanded his network. Should Luo Yang excel, he could have evolved into an invaluable ally. However, Luo Yang's steadfast refusal to move on was indicative of human nature's complexities. Upon emerging from the restroom, Pang Guan was promptly handed a towel by Xie Yuanshan. As he dried his hands, he inquired, "When there is no one to rely on, tasks become insurmountable. Have you made any progress in this regard? I have arrived here in a state of complete ignorance. In this city of Nankong, few exist who are unconnected to Secretary Chiu and Kuan Zhengde. Even those who are indifferent merely observe from the sidelines, with hardly anyone willing to stand by my side." Xie Yuanshan replied, "Indeed, it is in accordance with the factual circumstances." Pang Guan nodded. Thus far, the Secretary General of the Municipal Government, Zheng Heping, appears to be the only one inclined to support my position. However, he is merely a secretary, and his authority wanes significantly beyond the confines of the municipal government. Xie Yuanshan sighed. "Are all these standing committee members connected to Kuan Zhengde?" Pang Guan inquired with a furrowed brow. "To my knowledge, although the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, Gao Xingyan, presents himself as impartial, he is fundamentally an upright individual. Nevertheless, his children exhibit questionable behavior. His daughter runs a beauty salon and distributes business cards indiscriminately, while his son, recently discharged, merely idles away his time at the municipal bureau, accomplishing little of note," Xie Yuanshan remarked. Upon hearing this, Pang Guan, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the window, repeatedly striking his legs with his hands, a lingering ailment from his youth in the military. The cat-ear tunnels of the southern border had afflicted him with severe rheumatism. Any onset of pain foretold impending rain, more accurate than any weather forecast. "Is it true that the water must be murky for fish to thrive? Have you discussed Yi Yushan's situation with Gao Xingyan?" Pang Guan asked. "I have indeed. He has received a letter of complaint, but the pivotal figure is Yi Yushan. The letter fails to indicate any connections to others, let alone implicate Secretary Chiu." Xie Yuanshan replied in a hushed tone. A month prior, Pang Guan had issued a notice to inspect Nongong City, yet he delayed his visit until after Yi Yushan's incident. Some matters cannot be adequately addressed over the phone, and certain individuals cannot be met through telecommunication. Hence, Pang Guan deemed it necessary to be present. As the foremost administrative authority of Donghai Province, his visit was ostensibly routine, creating an illusion among the local officials that the governor's purpose was to assess economic conditions. However, prior to his visit, he had been entrusted with the task of evaluating the political ecology of Nongong City. Had the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary come to inspect, it would have been a clear signal to address disciplinary matters, especially in the wake of Yi Yushan's case. If the provincial secretary had arrived at such a critical juncture, it would inevitably have raised alarms. Thus, Pang Guan's inspection carried considerable weight and responsibility. As Chen Bo entered the vehicle, Lu Hanyan chastised him for being a timid turtle, questioning his reluctance to seize such a significant opportunity. "Oh, you do not understand. Had I gone, I might have inadvertently hindered you. Frankly, you should not have informed Secretary Luo that I am your ex-husband. Now I am certain to return to prison for work." Consequently, Chen Bo divulged all that had transpired to Lu Hanyan. "You should have mentioned this sooner. Did you think it prudent to keep such matters from me? I intended to assist you by bringing you along. Had you disclosed your alternative plans earlier, I would not have been put in this predicament. Well, never mind. Let's not dwell on it." Lu Hanyan recognized the unsettling nature of the situation. She pondered whether her recent conversation might bear unforeseen consequences. Yet she hoped that Chen Bo's absence would not implicate him in any manner. Zhuanjin had indeed chosen a discreet location. After disembarking, they searched the underground parking for an extended period before ascending and meandering through a narrow alley, leaving them disoriented. "Sister-in-law, where did you find this place?" "I am completely lost," Chen Bo complained upon their meeting. Zhu Wenjun glanced at the perspiring Lu Hanyan and remarked, "It does not matter to us. We are here for her. If anyone were to see her with us, who knows if she would survive until dawn. Please have a seat. This is a tea house owned by a friend of mine. The entrance you used was the back door," so no one is aware of our presence here. Chapter 60. I have done my best. How well did I flatter? After everyone took their seats, Zhu Wenjun turned to Lu Hanyan and inquired. She was referring to Lu Hanyan's recent visit to the provincial leaders, eager to learn about the outcome. I have done my utmost. As for the results, I cannot say. Those old foxes, are they not all shrewd? Can they not see through my little schemes? Yet, this is precisely my intention. I want them to be aware of my thoughts. Otherwise, how can we proceed further? Lu Hanyan reached for a tissue to wipe the sweat from her neck. She then recounted her conversations with the leaders from both the provincial and municipal levels to Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo. Initially, Chen Bo did not sense anything amiss. But as the dialogue unfolded, he gradually realized the underlying implications of her so-called little schemes. If this information were to reach Kuan Zhengde, she would be in grave peril. After finishing her account, Lu Hanyan pulled out her phone and showed Chen Bo a photograph. I know your memory is remarkable. Do you remember this little girl? Chen Bo paused, puzzled. Who is she? My daughter. She is in Japan, under the watch of Kuan Zhengde's people. If I were to perish one day, could you assist in bringing her back to be raised by Dr. Zhu? Lu Hanyan questioned. Both Chen Bo and Zhu Wenjun were taken aback by her words, sensing an air of finality in her tone. What was her true intent? Ms. Lu, though I harbor animosity towards you, please do not act foolishly. Even if Yu Shan is deceased, any resentment I might hold is a matter of the past. What is the purpose of this? Zhu Wenjun was the first to respond, feeling the need to express her stance in the current atmosphere. From the moment I entered that hospital room, I was gambling on the notion that they are not allies of Kuan Zhengde. I firmly believe that in Nankang City, neither Kuan Zhengde nor Qiu Chengyan can wield absolute power. They too have their fears. Thus I express those words. Whether they resonate with them or not is beyond my control, Lu Hanyan remarked. However, Chen Bo perceived Lu Hanyan's actions as unnecessary. Even if Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan truly absorb her message, they would not be able to deal a fatal blow to Kuan Zhengde immediately. Nor would they investigate Qiu Chengyan without solid evidence. Her actions could potentially lead her into dire trouble. I find myself with no choice. Kinyan Lu has threatened me. You must help me scare her back. I have heard she has returned to England, but what about Kinyunbua? The situation with the child has now shifted to Kinyunbua. That is why they dared to create a scene at the governor's dinner. Had it not been for the intervention of City Bureau Chief Ho Wei Guang, they might have stormed into my office by now. Am I to continue enduring this? Lu Hanyan pressed. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo and Zhu Wenjun finally understood that Lu Hanyan's visit to the hospital under the guise of offering apologies to Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan was not merely a gesture of goodwill, but rather an attempt to wield their influence as a weapon against her adversaries. In a hotel where provincial leaders were staying, Kuan Zhengde's son brazenly stormed in during broad daylight, accompanied by 40 to 50 men armed with various weapons. She wagered on whether Pang Goen possessed the courage to act, and whether Xie Yuanshan still had any semblance of dignity left. If they were indeed allies with Kuan Zhengde, then Lu Hanyan would be doomed, and she would accept her fate. Although Chen Bo had been demobilized for 2 years, he had remained engaged in prison work, his daily tasks rather mundane, leaving him ill-informed about the political landscape of Nangguang City, thus lacking the standing to speak. However, Zhu Wenjun was different. She was entrenched in the situation and possessed a comprehensive understanding of the political dynamics in Nangguang City. Mr. Lu, I fear you may be disappointed. Xie Yuanshan has been in Nangguang City for 2 years without any significant accomplishments. He arrived with no entourage and has had little to do with Kuan Zhengde, rendering him not an ally of Kansas. Consequently, many departments have been uncooperative with the city government, causing significant delays over these 2 years, Zhu Wenjun remarked. I'm aware of that. Had this been earlier, I would not have held any expectations. However, given your husband's untimely death, which you deem suspicious, what of Xie Yuanshan and the provincial leader? Do they genuinely believe your husband's demise was accidental? Lu Hanyan inquired. At her words, Chen Bo turned his gaze towards Zhu Wenjun. He had previously informed her that the city's disciplinary committee head, Gao Xingyan, had expressed anger over the sudden death of Yi Yushan, who had recently been reported for misconduct. The conclusion drawn by the city bureau was that it was indeed an accident, leaving no room for further discourse. Thus the trail ended there. Now, as Lu Hanyan revisited this issue, Yi Yushan's predicament seemed to be a question on a test paper that had been redrawn with a crimson pencil. You possess remarkable audacity. I did not expect you, pregnant as you are, to involve yourself in such matters. Zhu Wenjun sighed deeply. Lu Hanyan smiled and asked, "Can you make me a promise? Should I meet my end, I need you to retrieve my child from Japan and entrust them to Dr. Zhu for upbringing. I wish for them to study medicine and save lives, thereby accumulating some merit to counterbalance my transgressions." Zhu Wenjun remained silent, directing her gaze towards Chen Bo, implying that he should express his stance first. Retrieving the child was imperative. Without that, how could she provide care? Chen Bo remained quiet, contemplating the veracity of Lu Hanyan's words. Given her current plight, it was challenging to ascertain whether she was deceiving them. Yet, as someone who had danced on the precipice of life and death multiple times, he sought to discern Lu Hanyan's true intentions. "Very well, that can be arranged. It has been a while since you were released. Perhaps it is time to return?" Chen Bo suggested. Lu Hanyan, perceptive as she was, recognized Chen Bo's skepticism and that he had further inquiries that could not be openly discussed in Zhu Wenjun's presence. Alas, the two of them together had an abundance of secrets. On the way back, with no one around, Chen Bo stated, "Lu Hanyan, what exactly do you intend to do? You must clarify your plans, otherwise I cannot assist you." Lu Hanyan smiled gently, glancing at Chen Bo, and said, "There are many things I wish to accomplish, but I cannot divulge them to you. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, I fear that your kind-hearted nature may lead you to worry about me. Chen Bo, tell me honestly, have you ever felt a fleeting affection for me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bo cast a sidelong glance at her, and at that moment, Lu Hanyan was also observing him. Setting aside the question of affection, does the notion of taking action count? Chen Bo inquired. "Taking action? What do you mean by that?" Lu Hanyan asked, puzzled. "Well, while I have yet to experience any heartfelt emotions, I must confess there have been a few instances of taking action. After all, if a man does not react at all, wouldn't he be considered utterly ineffectual?" Chen Bo replied with a rather mischievous grin. Chapter 61. Cowardice upon hearing his words. Lu Hanyan shot a fierce glare at Chen Bo. "Do you know whom I loathe the most? I detest those men who merely talk big. If you possess the courage, take action. If not, keep your mouth shut," Lu Hanyan expressed with displeasure. Chen Bo thought to himself, "Take action? How naive." On their way back, Lu Hanyan drove, while Chen Bo sat in the back seat. "I have no escape left. The only retreat I have is the child within me, both my bargaining chip and my burden. However, I have no choice. So, about what I mentioned earlier, do you consider an agreement?" Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, momentarily stunned, before responding, "Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to risk everything. One lives but once. One must conserve their life for the most critical moments." "I understand. Thank you. Rest assured, in the future, I will not treat you poorly. May I be blessed to live until that time," Lu Hanyan replied. Chen Bo alighted from the car at a bustling area, watching as Lu Hanyan's vehicle drove away, uncertain whether they would meet again. Xie Yuanshan, the mayor, had numerous responsibilities and could not always be by Pang Goen's side, especially at dinner time, when the municipal secretary, Qiu Qingyan, also came to visit Pang Goen, prompting him to send Xie Yuanshan away. Luo Yang was waiting outside, and stood up upon seeing Xie Yuanshan emerge. He escorted Xie Yuanshan to the elevator, who smiled and said, "The old leader has aged over the years. You've been by his side. Please encourage him to rest well. He cannot afford to have health issues. Today's incident nearly frightened me to death. Indeed, I often advise him. Brother Xie, you've been with him, so you know his work habits are beyond my influence," Luo Yang replied with a wry smile. Xie Yuanshan nodded and asked, "We just mentioned you. You've been by his side for quite some time. Haven't you? Perhaps you should come down and exercise a bit?" Luo Yang was taken aback, unsure of the meaning behind Xie Yuanshan's sudden remark. Was he testing him? Moreover, was this genuinely Xie Yuanshan's suggestion? Or was it something Pang Goen had instructed him to convey? Regardless, the fact that Xie Yuanshan expressed such a thought was noteworthy. They had met countless times before, yet he had never said anything like this to Luo Yang. Thus, Luo Yang glanced toward the hospital room and asked, "What does the old man mean?" "No, this has nothing to do with the old man. It is my desire for you to assist me in Nansong City. To be candid, I do not trust the people here, which makes me hesitant in my actions. Having been here for so long, I have made little progress. And the old man is dissatisfied with me, Xie Yuanchun stated with a smile. Brother Xie, both you and the old man are aware of my lack of ambition. For me, merely excelling as a secretary is already a significant limit. I possess neither the capability nor the desire to take on governance. I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this matter. Luo Yang initially thought that Pang Goen wanted him dismissed, only to realize that it was Xie Yuanchun's intention, leading him to feel less constrained. Luo Yang indeed harbored no desire to assume a position of governance. As Pang Goen remarked, Luo Yang possessed little ambition and preferred to avoid the intricate machinations of local politics. It was far more comfortable to remain close to his superior, dutifully following orders without bearing significant responsibility, all while enjoying a pleasant life. Those within the system are well aware that the tasks assigned to them are often repetitive. While one might argue that the work is not particularly challenging, the complexities of interpersonal relationships can wear one down. It could be said that a considerable portion of one's energy is consumed navigating these social dynamics within the bureaucracy. Since one is entrenched in the system, few genuinely relinquish aspirations for advancement without being affected by the promotions of their colleagues. However, once the notion of promotion takes root in one's mind, it is as though a hook has latched onto the heart, making tranquility elusive. That evening, upon seeing Xie Yuanchun return in a change of clothes, Luo Yang first headed to the hospital ward. Leader, I would like to request leave for the night, planning to return before midnight, he whispered to Pang Goen. Pang Goen glanced at him, and Luo Yang nodded in affirmation. Consequently, Pang Goen offered no further remarks, merely advising him to exercise caution on the road. As the clock struck 9, signaling lights out, Bai Yongnian was unexpectedly summoned. He realized someone wished to see him. However, few could gain entry to the prison at such a late hour. Thus, when he discovered it was Luo Yang, a wry smile crossed his face. Yet the tension in his heart dissipated. What brings you here at this hour? Bai Yongnian inquired. Well, have I not come at this hour? Luo Yang replied. I haven't visited you in over a year due to my commitments. Here, I brought you some tea, knowing it is to your liking. With that, he placed 10 kilograms of tea leaves on the table in front of Bai Yongnian. Bai Yongnian leaned in, inhaling deeply, and instantly felt invigorated. This aroma is delightful and authentic. It will last me for some time. Do you have any books? Indeed, I brought 10 books. You had requested the comprehensive mirror to aid in government last time, so I brought that as well, Luo Yang said, laying out the items on the table. With tea and books, Bai Yongnian found contentment. The two then engaged in conversation. If Chen Bo merely provided Bai Yongnian with updates on societal news from outside the prison, Luo Yang brought significant political news from the province and city, information that was inaccessible to Chen Bo. Pang Goen was aware of the relationship between Luo Yang and Bai Yongnian. Each time Luo Yang visited the prison, he never concealed his intentions from Pang Goen, always requesting leave and clarifying the purpose of his visit. Years prior, it was Bai Yongnian who had recognized Luo Yang's potential and recommended him to Pang Goen. However, this alone would not suffice to explain the risks Luo Yang took to visit a former provincial secretary. Rather, it was the bond that had formed. As Bai Yongnian regarded Luo Yang as a younger brother, one might argue that Bai Yongnian harbored personal ambitions in nurturing his connections. Nonetheless, he undeniably imparted a wealth of knowledge to Luo Yang. While some of his wisdom may stem from innate talent, it is important to acknowledge that such exceptional individuals are few and far between. The opportunity for subsequent learning, coupled with the guidance of a mentor, is a tremendous boon within the confines of an institutional framework. Many individuals meander aimlessly within such systems, akin to headless flies, lacking direction and the courage to curry favor with their superiors. However, as the decades pass and one reflects on the days spent in this aimless existence, a realization dawns. What indeed are these lamentable days? Yet, Luo Yang encountered Bai Yongnian, whose methodologies and experiences were imparted to him in a truly hands-on manner. Consequently, Luo Yang flourished within the provincial department and was ultimately recommended to Pang Goen. How is your health? Luo Yang inquired, observing Bai Yongnian's graying hair at the temples. Chapter 62. The good fruit. As long as one refrains from chaotic thoughts, the body remains well enough to allow for restful sleep. MIH. What more is there to seek? To eat well, drink well, rest well, good health surpasses all, Bai Yongnian remarked. Indeed, health is paramount. I almost didn't get to see you this time. Luo Yang recounted the events surrounding Pang Goen. Initially, Bai Yongnian was taken aback, but soon nodded in understanding. Remarkably, he displayed no inclination to mock Pang Goen, nor did he indulge in sardonic comments. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Your fate is more fortunate than mine. Old Pang is fine, and you can continue your endeavors. Should anything happen to him, however, your career would come to an abrupt halt. That is indeed the case. However, prior to my visit today, I had a conversation with Xie Yuanshan. Even now, I remain uncertain whether the matter reflects Governor Pang's intentions or Xie Yuanshan's own. I suspect it leans towards the latter. Luo Yang shared his dealings with Xie Yuanshan. For Bai Yongnian, these matters were trivial. Despite his imprisonment, every time Luo Yang came to see him, he would relay the current state of affairs outside. When Luo Yang mentioned the tragic accident that claimed the life of Finance Bureau Director Yi Yushan, Bai Yongnian furrowed his brow. Old Xie has been in Nansong City for 2 years, yet has made little progress. Although Governor Pang has never explicitly stated his dissatisfaction, I can glean it from his words and demeanor. Luo Yang refilled Bai Yongnian's teacup and continued. Bai Yongnian chose to disregard Luo Yang's observations and inquired, what is the official stance regarding Yi Yushan's death? The conclusion conveyed by the authorities is that it was an accidental death. Beyond that, there is little else to say. However, he had been reported prior to the accident, and it coincided with his pivotal moment of proposing a deputy mayor, complicating matters significantly. I know someone who recently left from here, just transferred, seemingly connected to Yi Yushan. I wonder what that fellow is up to now. In retrospect, perhaps it would have been better to share tea with me here in prison, Bai Yongnian mused. As Luo Yang was unaware of Bai Yongnian's association with Chen Bo, he shared all pertinent information regarding Nansong City while omitting Chen Bo's name. Yet, when Chen Bo departed from prison, he had specifically sought out Bai Yongnian for a farewell tea. Thus, upon hearing of Yi Yushan's demise, Bai Yongnian was immediately reminded of Chen Bo. Who is that? Luo Yang set down his teacup and inquired. He is likely still at the Finance Bureau. However, with Yi Yushan gone, his support has vanished. This lad is named Chen Bo. He worked here for 2 years and has been quite considerate towards me. We shared a compatible temperament, often enjoying tea together and exchanging boasts. He has also been generous in bringing me books from the outside. Bai Yongnian chuckled, shaking his head in reflection on the unpredictable nature of life, as if fated by the heavens. Are you certain this individual is named Chen Bo? Luo Yang's interest was piqued at the mention. Is there any doubt? Since his arrival, he has indeed been quite supportive of me. Whenever I needed assistance, he would invariably manage to resolve it. Even if immediate solutions were elusive, I was confident he would eventually find a way to handle matters adeptly. Bai Yongnian savored the moment, as if relishing both the tea and the memories shared with Chen Bo. Luo Yang suddenly laughed and recounted the events of the past few days, particularly those concerning Pang Goen, but this time he included Chen Bo's name. With Bai Yongnian's narration, Luo Yang gained a deeper understanding of Chen Bo, forming a more comprehensive perception of him. Since you are aware, if you can lend a hand, please do. The lad is quite admirable, capable, and loyal. With Yi Yushan's demise, he has been left hanging, Bai Yongnian remarked. However, he mentioned he might have to return to prison. Given your good rapport with him, wouldn't it be better for you if he comes back? Luo Yang jested. Bai Yongnian shot him a glance and replied, I will be out in a few years, but that boy will be stuck here for life. Such a pity. So, will you help or not? All right, I'll assist. Is that not acceptable? Look at you getting all worked up. I need to inquire about him with old Xie. If it doesn't pan out, I'll recommend him to old Xie. If he is willing to take him, fine. If not, we'll discuss it then. I trust your judgment on those you endorse. Old Bai, Luo Yang said. Hearing this, Bai Yongnian smiled wryly, glanced around the room, and sighed. No matter how high-spirited one may be, when confined within these 4 walls daily, it will gradually erode your spirit. I've long since come to terms with it. As for Chen Bo, if you wish to help, do so. If not, it's no matter. Our acquaintance isn't particularly deep. Yet, I ponder, had I not promoted you back then, would I have this tea to enjoy now? With that, old Bai slowly placed his hand over the tea leaves before him. Luo Yang instantly grasped the underlying meaning of his words and exclaimed, "Old Bai, there's no need to curse me like that. Are you suggesting that I too will end up here drinking tea brought by Chen Bo?" Bai Yongnian shook his head and said, "Return and find an opportunity to inform Pang Goen that the issues in Nankong City originate at the provincial level, not within Nankong itself. Therefore, it makes no sense for old Pang to pressure Xie Yuanshan. However, it cannot be said that Xie Yuanshan lacks capability. He is simply inept. While the root cause lies at the provincial level, uprooting it must begin from Nankong City, and tackling it from above would entail exorbitant costs and high standards. Nonetheless, Xie Yuanshan is indeed incompetent." Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed discreetly. "Do not laugh. If you possess that ability, you should agree to Xie Yuanshan's request and come to Nankong City to take charge. Hiding behind old Pang will lead to no achievements." Bai Yongnian expressed his dissatisfaction. Facing Bai Yongnian's reproach, Luo Yang appeared indifferent, as though he had grown accustomed to such grievances. "If I were to assume any official position, I would be unable to visit you here for tea. It is precisely because I am of such a disposition, uninterested in a political career, content with a job, that no one could do anything about me. You know well enough that the system is most helpless against individuals like us who lack ambition. After all, they cannot dismiss someone merely for lacking drive, can they? Thus, pursuing a leadership role is ill-suited for me. However, I will certainly keep your earlier words in mind and consider recommending Chen Bo to Xie Yuanshan." Luo Yang chuckled. Bai Yongnian remained dissatisfied, for in his eyes, Chen Bo was merely a child, lacking any significant abilities. Furthermore, Xie Yuanshan required a seasoned politician, not an inexperienced novice like Chen Bo. Nevertheless, Luo Yang's promise to speak on Chen Bo's behalf brought a measure of joy to Bai Yongnian. He even began to envision the expression on Chen Bo's face when he was given a second chance. Completely unaware that this was a fortuitous outcome of his own deeds within the confines of the prison. Chapter 63. Waiting for your return. Luo Yang returned to Nansong City at the appointed time. Pang Goen was still awake, but he had sent Xie Yuanshan back to rest. "Governor, you're still awake?" Luo Yang inquired. "I awaited your return." Pang Goen gestured towards the chair beside the bed and spoke. Luo Yang obediently took a seat, anticipating Pang Goen's questions. "How is he?" Pang Goen asked. "His health remains stable, and he is quite talkative. I brought him a few books and 10 pounds of tea leaves, his favorites," Luo Yang replied with a smile. Pang Goen nodded, observing Luo Yang. Before long, Luo Yang lowered his gaze under Pang Goen's scrutiny. "Luo Yang, do you know what your greatest flaw is?" Pang Goen inquired. "Governor, you have mentioned this before. I am too sentimental, which prevents me from achieving great things. I am content being a secretary beside you. I lack the ambitions of Mayor Xie. Thus, whether in work or family, I am quite satisfied following your lead," Luo Yang responded. Indeed, Pang Goen had previously expressed such sentiments. This evening, he wished to reiterate them, hoping to provide Luo Yang with another opportunity. After consulting Luo Yang, Xie Yuanshan intended to persuade Pang Goen to place Luo Yang in Nansong City, thereby securing himself an able assistant. However, Luo Yang was astute. As Pang Goen began his discourse, Luo Yang preemptively concluded the conversation, clearly indicating to Pang Goen that he was suited only for the role of secretary and had no desire or willingness to pursue anything beyond that. "You are my secretary. You have visited Lao by more than once. I wonder what others might think. He indeed nurtured you in the past, and your frequent visits over the years reflect your gratitude. It would be best not to go anymore," Pang Goen stated. Initially, Luo Yang remained silent, contemplating before he replied. "All right, I understand. He was the secretary of Xiang Xinghua, who was now missing, neither alive nor dead. It could be said that as long as Xiang Xinghua was unaccounted for, someone would undoubtedly be watching him. Given the conspicuous nature of his visits, it was likely that he would attract attention, and when he sought to go elsewhere, how would others perceive him?" Pang Goen questioned. Luo Yang intended to express that he was not ambitious and thus indifferent to others' opinions. However, He found a restriction on visiting Bai Yongnian to be excessive. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, for he was a compliant secretary, a dutiful subordinate. This was his essence. The leader had never explicitly forbidden him from visiting Bai Yongnian. Now, such a direct statement suggested that Pang Goen possessed certain information unknown to Luo Yang, or was perhaps attempting to shield him from potential pitfalls. What more could he say? Interestingly, upon witnessing Luo Yang's prompt agreement, Pang Goen felt a sense of relief. His trust in Luo Yang stemmed from the latter's obedient nature. When he declared not to go, it was a certainty that he would not. This man's words were indeed reliable. Luo Yang conveyed to Pang Goen the matter concerning Chen Bo that he had mentioned during his meeting with Lao Bai, initially intended merely as a topic for conversation. Pang Goen unexpectedly exhibited interest. Lao Bai has a keen eye for people. What is your perspective on this matter? Pang Goen inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang replied, I am not well acquainted with Chen Bo, and we cannot claim to share any camaraderie. However, based on today's incident, his fundamental character appears commendable. Lao Bai remarked that Chen Bo has treated him quite well since entering prison, demonstrating care and concern. Given the authoritative environment of such a place, his ability to maintain such integrity speaks volumes of his character. The favors from Lu Hanyan were not given in vain, nor were the flattery and compliments unreciprocated. When Xiao Chengyan visited Pang Goen, the latter informed him of the incident involving Qin Yunbua's assault on the hotel. Although Xiao Chengyan maintained a cordial demeanor, Pang Goen's temperament was far from pleasant as he interrogated Xiao Chengyan about whether actions akin to those of Kuan Zhengde's son could be classified as belonging to an organized crime syndicate. How many individuals like him exist in Nangong City, and what is the actual state of its business environment? Originally intending to extend his visit to Pang Goen, Xiao Chengyan found himself subjected to a torrent of rebuke. Had it merely been a few harsh words, the situation might have been tolerable. However, Pang Goen's subsequent arrangements were particularly intriguing. Several companies under the Gui Lu Group had been designated for inspection by the governor, but in light of the incident involving Qin Yunbua, all visits were promptly canceled, leaving the city to suggest alternative companies, or none at all. His original purpose for coming to Nangong City was to support Xie Yuanshan, yet he could not afford to appear overtly biased. Just as he was searching for an opportunity to reprimand Kuan Zhengde, fate delivered it to him, as he opted to cancel all inspection activities at Gui Lu Group's companies. Such matters often hinge upon a single word from a leader. Consequently, upon returning, Xiao Chengyan summoned Kuan Zhengde to his office. Secretary, everything has been arranged meticulously. We are not new to hosting leadership inspections, regardless of the company or staff. We are seasoned performers, guaranteed to deliver a stellar performance without faltering. Kuan Zhengde thought he was being called in merely to review the inspection procedures for the following day. Kuan Zhengde, can you even manage your own son? Or shall I find someone to oversee him for you? Xiao Chengyan asked with a cold smirk. Kuan Zhengde was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the secretary's sudden inquiry regarding his son. He was unaware of any recent troubles his son had encountered, which led to a surge of cold sweat as he pondered the implications. Secretary, what on earth has happened? I have been completely in the dark. Thus, Xiao Chengyan recounted the incident of Qin Yunbua leading a group of 40 to 50 individuals in an attack on the hotel. Kuan Zhengde had not received any reports because the hotel fell under Lu Hanyan's management, and indeed, nothing of great significance had transpired, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events. Because it was his own son who brought this calamity upon himself, who would dare to report Qin Yunbua? Thus, to this day, Kuan Zhengde remains blissfully unaware. Who in their right mind would risk their own safety to inform Kuan Zhengde of his son's folly? Upon hearing this, Kuan Zhengde broke into a cold sweat. However, Xiao Chengyan continued, let us cancel the inspection. Governor Pang is furious and has expressed his wrath vehemently. I must say, your son will bring about your ruin sooner or later. Is he lacking in money or women? Why does he revel in such a reckless lifestyle? Is it an inherent trait, much like yours? Xiao Chengyan's words were harsh, yet Kuan Zhengde dared not utter a sound. Secretary, please do not be angry. I shall go and apologize to Governor Pang at once. It is too late. Do not embarrass yourself further. Your manager, what was her name? Lu Hanyan? She is already gone, but it bore little fruit. As for the visit to your enterprise, we shall postpone it, Cheng'en exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. Chapter 64. Utter disappointment. Qin Yunlu's luggage was neatly packed and placed in the center of the living room. Kuan Zhengde wore a sullen expression, remaining silent as they awaited the arrival of one person, Qin Yunbo. Meanwhile, Qin Yunbo was seething with anger, having been forcibly silenced and shoved into a police car by Ho Weiguang's men. Although Ho Weiguang later sought him out for tea and offered apologies, the indignation he felt was far from dissipated. While he could issue commands to Ho Weiguang, there was no guarantee that he would be heeded, for he was acutely aware that his authority in Nanyang City largely stemmed from his father's influence. Should that influence wane, he could easily find himself behind bars. Understanding the dynamics at play, Qin Zhengde insisted that he return home, and Qin Yunbo dared not defy him. He was acutely aware of the implications behind his father's summons. Thus, upon entering the house and casting a glance at his sister Qin Yunlu, who was engrossed in her phone, he remained silent and abruptly knelt on the floor. Qin Yunlu, observing this scene, merely scoffed. His predictability had grown tiresome, devoid of any novelty. Elder brother, I have a flight tonight back to the UK. I relinquish all domestic matters to you. I can no longer navigate this chaos. By the way, father, I must make my stance clear. If you truly desire that illegitimate child, then I shall not return. I have no demands other than funds for my sustenance and entertainment. As for everything else, you may father children with whomever you please. There are no limits on quantity. I have no objections. Elder brother, I am leaving. Having spoken her piece. Qin Yunlu did not wait for Kuan Zhengde's response. She grasped her suitcase and made to depart. Her decision to wait for Qin Yunbo's arrival before voicing her thoughts was deliberate, aimed at clarifying her position before their father. She had no interest in entangling herself in domestic affairs any longer. Wait a moment. Qin Yunbo seized Qin Yunlu as she passed by. She gave him a glance, her disdain for his demeanor palpable. Yet, she felt a certain relief that he was indeed this way. Otherwise, the prospect of inheriting the family legacy would not have fallen to her. Turning to their father, Qin Yunbo inquired, Father, do you genuinely wish to keep that child? Have we three failed you in filial piety or neglected our business responsibilities? I may be immersed in the underworld, yet I have managed numerous affairs for our group. There are aspects that I cannot entrust to others, correct? Now, as you seek to redeem yourself, are you prepared to cast your son aside? The implication in Qin Yunbo's words was intriguing. On the surface, it appeared to be a plea for understanding. Yet it served as a warning to his father that many unsavory tasks had been entrusted to him. Elder brother has entered politics, and our younger sister is still a child. As your second son, I have shouldered a significant burden for you. Are you now contemplating absolution at my expense? This was the privilege of a son. Had anyone else dared to speak thus, they would have surely been cast into the backyard's piranha pond. At this, Kuan Zhengde slowly rose and approached Qin Yunbo, looking down at his son, who had indeed been a great aid to him. Since Qin Yunbo had ventured into the underworld, many concerns had been alleviated from his shoulders. Yet, it was precisely this reliance that made him increasingly wary of his son. The duality of many matters is a well-known truth. The swiftest blade is also the most susceptible to fracture. Kuan Zhengde, having navigated the complexities of society for many years, is acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he has persistently pondered how to achieve a stable landing and ensure the safety of his wealth for future generations. With a resounding slap, he unleashed all his strength. He had never struck Qin Yunbo with such ferocity. The impact reverberated painfully through his own hand, let alone the face of his son. Despite his advancing age, Qin Zhengde is no stranger to the struggles of the world, having once wielded a machete to carve out his territory. Consequently, the force of that slap was significant, toppling Qin Yunbo to the ground. Caught off guard, no one could withstand such a blow. Qin Yunlu, terrified, hid in the corner, too frightened to utter a word. She had never witnessed her father in such a furious state. I have told you countless times, be low-key, be low-key. Our family is like an ant on a hot griddle in Nansong City. Someone is stoking the fire, and you are still performing antics on the griddle. Tell me, why did you go to the hotel? Do you not know that provincial leaders are dining and lodging there? Did no one inform you at the entrance? Kuan Zhengde bellowed, his voice hoarse. In that moment, both Qin Yunlu and Qin Yunbo fell silent, realizing that their father's ire was not directed solely at them. After delivering that singular slap, Kuan Zhengde retreated to the sofa. Today, Secretary Chiu summoned me and berated me mercilessly. What was supposed to be a planned inspection of our enterprise has now been entirely canceled. You stormed into the hotel with 4 or 5 dozen people, and regardless of your intentions, they perceive it as an affront to the leaders. How can it be explained? No explanation would suffice, you fool. You are a blundering nuisance. Achieving nothing while causing chaos, he scolded Qin Yunbo, his voice rising to a crescendo, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Qin Yunlu hurried to pat her father's back, and after a considerable effort, he managed to quell his cough, though his energy was nearly depleted. Yet, the siblings dared not leave. One knelt while the other stood, frozen in the living room. As for Lu Hanyan's child, I am well aware. This matter does not concern you. How that child is handled is not your affair. Qin Yunbo, should you stir up any further trouble, I will send you abroad and forbid you from returning for a lifetime. If you must perish, let it be far from our shores, away from the calamity you bring upon us, Qin Zhengde declared, his anger palpable. In the ensuing hour, he imparted a political lesson to the siblings. Those who were barefoot fear not the shod. When they were among the unshod, they could act recklessly, taking to the streets with knives to seize territory, even compelling their own son to engage in illicit activities, deeming it unavoidable. Bloody blades require a blade to begin with. However, once they don shoes, their circumstances altered. It is often said that as one ages, courage diminishes. Is it truly age? Not necessarily. Rather, with age comes an accumulation of wealth and experience. The more one possesses, the more timid one becomes, as each individual seeks to safeguard their holdings, thus fostering a sense of trepidation. At this moment, Qin Zhengde's courage dwindled increasingly. Over the years, he had navigated through challenges, yet the arduous task of maintaining his enterprise proved far more daunting than the initial act of founding it. The fear of loss weighed heavily upon him, leaving him utterly fatigued. Much of his wealth was intricately tied to his political power. Thus, the withdrawal of that power would render his very backbone fractured. Since the rumors of Qiu Chengyan's impending transfer had begun circulating several years ago, he had been proactively strategizing. I am weary. You all, your elder brother. Who among you possesses the capability to take over this burden now? Do you have what it takes? Qin Yunbo, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Kuan Zhengde uttered through gritted teeth in the end. Chapter 65. Incomprehensible when Zheng Heping, the Secretary General of the Nankang City Government, received a call from Luo Yang. He was taken aback by an utterly astonishing request. Similarly, Chen Bo found himself equally bewildered. Despite his efforts, his fate within the municipal office was not solely in his hands. For the time being, he could only wait. Initially, he was dismissed, but after a visit to the hospital, he received a call from Geng Shulan, instructing him to delay his resignation process. In truth, he had not yet fully commenced his employment, making the notion of resignation rather absurd. The following morning, Zheng Heping personally called Chen Bo, requesting that he accompany the municipal office's reception team in continuing to serve the leaders during their inspection. Chen Bo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that he must comply. One does not let an opportunity slip away when it is presented with such esteem. However, after concluding his conversation with Luo Yang, Zheng Heping's thoughts began to swirl with possibilities. He surmised that this must have originated from the governor, as Chen Bo's remarkable performance the previous day had undoubtedly bought precious time for the governor's recovery. Had it not been for Chen Bo, the governor might have faced dire consequences in Nankang. Thus, it seemed only natural for him to be summoned to accompany the inspection. In his uncertainty, Zheng Heping refrained from mentioning Luo Yang's call when he spoke to Chen Bo, instead emphasizing the need for him to continue his reception duties. If the governor's secretary required his presence, he would ensure that Chen Bo was included. The events that followed would be beyond his control. Nonetheless, he promptly reported the situation to Mayor Xie Yuanshan. Understood. Please come to my office, Xie Yuanshan instructed, glancing at the clock and noting that it was still early. Zheng Heping soon found himself in the mayor's office. I've been meaning to ask, Where did this Chen Bo come from? Is he on loan from another department? Xie Yuanshan inquired. Although Chen Bo had saved Pang Goen's life during a critical moment, which greatly aided Xie Yuanshan, he harbored reservations about this individual, having lacked the time to thoroughly investigate the matter. Upon hearing the mayor's question, Zheng Heping glanced towards the door and lowered his voice. This situation is quite complex. He then recounted the origins of Chen Bo and his intricate social connections, observing the mayor's expression darkening with each revelation. Mayor, I was left with no choice. Refusing outright could lead to unforeseen complications. My initial thought was to let him in, if necessary. We could always reassign him to the street office or a rural township in a few days. He would not remain in the city government for long. Once he was in, we would have myriad ways to manage him. What I feared was any disruption he might cause externally. Who could foresee the subsequent events? It appears that one's plans often fall short of fate's design, Zheng Heping lamented. Regarding Chen Bo, Zheng Heping held nothing back, sharing all the information he had gathered. Mayor, I am uncertain what Secretary Luo intends by insisting that Chen Bo participate in today's enterprise inspection. How should we proceed? Zheng Heping sought the mayor's guidance. Let him come, though this Secretary Luo is rather meddlesome, Xie Yuanshan replied with evident displeasure. Zheng Heping shook his head and remarked, if this were Secretary Luo's own intention, it would be acceptable. However, if it originates from Governor Pang, it could become rather troublesome. They met today, and if we have to address this later, it would be quite inconvenient. Xie Yuanshan chuckled in response, saying, Old Zheng, you are overthinking it. The old gentleman is so busy. He hardly has the time to concern himself with that. This is likely Luo Yang's idea. Now, please prepare a document summarizing Chen Bo's background for me. Mayor, are you worried that they are attempting to undermine the municipal government? Zheng Heping inquired with a furrowed brow. It's not merely my concern, it is a reality. At this juncture, they still wish to insert individuals into our ranks. They truly hold us in high regard, Xie Yuanshan replied with a resigned smile. Among the crowd of service personnel, Chen Bo appeared the most inconspicuous, clad in ordinary attire and busily attending to his duties until he was called over by Luo Yang. At that moment, the group of 40 to 50 individuals was inspecting a relatively large factory. Luo Yang beckoned Chen Bo, who was preparing to assist. It truly is you. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you earlier. Before the inspection, I called your secretary to have you come over, Luo Yang stated. Thank you, Secretary Luo. Without your intervention, I would not have had the opportunity to serve the leaders, Chen Bo replied, glancing at his colleagues, who looked on with curiosity. However, as Luo Yang's pace slowed, they gradually fell behind. Chen Bo discerned that this was intentional on Luo Yang's part. My schedule is quite tight. Ordinarily, I would return tomorrow, but I have canceled several inspection projects, so I will be heading back to the provincial capital today. Before I leave, I wanted to see you and also request a small favor, Luo Yang said. Chen Bo pondered, as the secretary to the governor, what could possibly require his assistance. Nevertheless, recognizing the esteem in which the secretary held him, he felt compelled to accept the honor. Zheng Heping, the secretary general trailing the group, had been observing Chen Bo intently since Luo Yang called him over, his gaze unwavering until they fell behind and paused in the courtyard of the enterprise. Zheng Heping could not afford to return and monitor them at this moment, so he continued with the group, as serving the leaders remained the primary task of the day. Such a remarkable coincidence. Chen Bo, somewhat bewildered by Luo Yang's words, could only respond, indeed, it is rather coincidental. Even I find it hard to believe. I am quite busy with work, primarily revolving around the leaders. Thus, I would like to entrust you with the task of visiting him when you have the time. Lao Bai is a decent person. You will certainly benefit from meeting him more often. I do not concern myself with who you are or your affiliations. But since you treated Lao Bai well during his time in prison, I trust you, Luo Yang declared. In truth, there were two additional layers to Luo Yang's unspoken thoughts. One was that when Pang Goen was in a precarious situation, there were no fewer than 20 people present, yet not one dared to step forward and attempt a rescue. He believed that there must be someone who understood the Heimlich maneuver. Thus, one of the reasons he trusted Chen Bo was that in such dire circumstances, those who acted were driven by instinct rather than deliberation. Moreover, There lies a deeper meaning in Luo Yang's belief in Bai Yongnian's discernment. Bai Yongnian not only places his trust in Chen Bo, but also takes the initiative to recommend him, hoping to assist him in suitable circumstances. The fact that old Bai, even in the dire environment of a prison, still contemplates extending a helping hand to Chen Bo reinforces Luo Yang's perception of Chen Bo as a trustworthy individual. Secretary Luo, I shall visit him once a month. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will make up for it, Chen Bo expressed. Chapter 66. A whisper of knowledge upon hearing this. Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively and remarked, there is no need for such frequency. Visit him whenever you find time. If he requires anything, bring him some tea or books, that is all. You're not unfamiliar with him. However, this matter is to remain solely between us, as it is my personal request to you. I understand. I shall not disclose it to anyone, Chen Bo replied. That is reassuring. By the way, do you still wish to remain at the municipal office? I can speak to Zheng Heping on your behalf. He is likely to grant me some consideration. Anywhere is fine. Even returning to prison would suffice. However, a good horse does not return to old pastures. If Secretary Luo could intercede for me, I would be most grateful. Chen Bo smiled as he spoke. He had refrained from making any demands previously, fearing that Luo Yang might perceive him as self-serving. Yet, circumstances had changed. With Luo Yang's recent request for him to visit Bai Yongnian occasionally, given his 2 years of experience working in the prison, it should not be a daunting task. Moreover, knowing the prison leadership would facilitate many matters, thus rendering this responsibility manageable for him. Since Luo Yang had entrusted him with this task, if he were to continue acting as a person devoid of desire, how could he cultivate a relationship that might lead to further assistance? The essence of relationships often lies in transactions. It is through such exchanges that connections endure. Furthermore, given his current predicament, to stubbornly refuse assistance would only come across as disingenuous. Now that Luo Yang had once again offered to speak on his behalf, it was prudent for him to seize the opportunity, lest he remain stationary, merely enduring the harsh winds. In a few days since his arrival in Nankong City, Chen Bo had come to realize that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Thus, remaining at the municipal office might not be entirely advantageous. However, with no other options available, he would endure for the time being. When the opportunity arose, he would extend his greetings to Mayor Xie. As for the governor's matter, I must once again express my heartfelt thanks. Had things gone awry back then, our conversation here might never have transpired. Luo Yang sighed. Chen Bo chose not to elaborate further on the issue, as excessive commentary would seem like self-aggrandizement, while excessive politeness might appear hypocritical. Therefore, he merely nodded in response. At that moment, the inspection team turned towards another workshop, and they gradually followed along. Zheng Heping, the Secretary General of the municipal office, had been observing this exchange intently. He found it perplexing how Luo Yang, as a secretary to the governor, could have so much to discuss with Chen Bo. Was it not merely about the incident that transpired at the hotel? Why did it seem to linger indefinitely? As the chief steward of the municipal government, Zheng Heping's responsibilities were manifold, and he was the sole individual to openly align himself with Xie Yuanshan. Being a native of Nankong, he also had a connection with Kuan Zhengde. While their relationship was not particularly close, politically, Zheng Heping was unequivocally on Xie Yuanshan's side. Having been in Nankong for 2 years, Mayor Xie Yuanshan should ideally focus on economic matters. However, due to Kuan Zhengde, he had never set foot in the Gui Lu Group, the city's earliest publicly listed enterprise. Before arriving in Nankong City, the reputation of the Gui Lu Group had already preceded it. Numerous cases of petitioners were associated with this group, leading Xie Yuanshan to form a rather unfavorable impression of the Gui Lu Group. Given this context, it seemed unlikely that he would support Kuan Zhengde at the Gui Lu Group. However, upon taking office and delving deeper into the background and origins of the Gui Lu Group, Xie's negative perception only intensified. This contributed to Kuan Zhengde's persistent anxiety, as Qiu Qingyan could not remain in this position indefinitely. Consequently, he began to strategize for the political landscape following Qiu's departure, leading to the emergence of Yi Yushan as a candidate. Yi was an ally of Qiu Qingyan, intended to serve as a counterbalance to Xie Yuanshan, a scheme that Xiao and Qin had meticulously orchestrated. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Yushan met with a bizarre fatal accident, illustrating the unpredictability of fate. With the inspection plans altered, Pang Goen seized the opportunity to deliver a significant reprimand to Kuan Zhengde, which also resonated with Xiao Cheng'an. The inspection scene unfolded interestingly. Once the Enterprise's representatives had concluded their introductions, Xiao Cheng'an leaned toward Pang Goen and whispered, "Governor Pang, what if we give Gui Lu Group another chance? The young ones often lack understanding." Kuan Zhengde was infuriated. He had made his inept son kneel in the courtyard all night as punishment. Pang Goen maintained a smile, appearing quite pleased with the enterprise they were visiting. In response to Xiao Cheng'an's suggestion, he remained non-committal, merely nodding without affirming or denying the proposal. Upon bidding farewell to the enterprise, Pang Goen paused at the vehicle door and summoned Xiao Cheng'an to join him in his car. The others took their respective seats, while Luo Yang, who had remained detached from the visiting group, climbed into Xie Yunchuan's vehicle, a detail noted by Zheng Heping. "Governor Pang, I realize that my earlier suggestion was somewhat premature. I should have considered the situation regarding Gui Lu Group more thoroughly," Xiao Cheng'an remarked, sensing Pang Goen's reluctance to agree. "Comrade Cheng'an, enterprises, much like governments, inevitably encounter challenges as they expand. Though fleas may be small, they are quite agile. Are you aware of the multitude of issues plaguing the Gui Lu Group?" Pang Goen inquired, still wearing a smile. Xiao Cheng'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Pang Goen would confront him with such a question. The Gui Lu Group faced numerous and significant problems, yet Xiao Cheng'an was reluctant to acknowledge them openly, just as the Nankong city government preferred to keep these matters under wraps. In essence, as long as he could delay matters until his departure, he would not concern himself with the impending chaos that might ensue. "Have you heard about the issues arising in Wuyan County?" Pang Goen slowly turned to fix his gaze on Xiao Cheng'an, posing the question. "I have heard a little." Pang Goen continued. "Wuyan County boasts beautiful mountains and waters, as well as abundant natural resources. The Gui Lu Group has a vast estate of 1,800 acres there. Are you aware of the current situation?" A fine sheen of sweat began to bead on Xiao Cheng'an's forehead. To his knowledge, the Gui Lu Group's presence in Wuyan County was far more complex than merely that expansive estate. It appeared that the provincial authorities were already apprised of the circumstances in Wuyan County. To invite Pang Goen for an inspection of the Gui Lu Group at this juncture was akin to knowingly placing a leader on a searing hot stove. Chapter 67. A pessimistic outlook. Governor Pang, I am not thoroughly acquainted with the specifics, but I assure you I will investigate promptly and resolve the issues without allowing them to escalate, Xiao Cheng'an pledged immediately. "Comrade Cheng'an, the current situation is generally rather bleak. However, as the Gui Lu Group is a publicly listed company, any emerging issues would significantly impact the local economy. The Provincial Economic Conference this year has already underscored the necessity of mitigating systemic risks. Yet, it appears that Nankong City has been woefully inadequate in this regard. How much embellishment is there in the economic indicators from the first 2 quarters?" Pang Goen's inquiry struck at the very essence of the matter. Economic data is a perplexing subject. When the economy flourishes, some exaggeration is to be expected and often tolerated. Typically, higher authorities scrutinize and filter out discrepancies in the reports submitted from below. Nonetheless, during prosperous times, even if issues exist, the general atmosphere remains vibrant enough to withstand scrutiny. Conversely, when the economy falters, excessive embellishment within the economic data challenges the perception of higher authorities, who are not oblivious to the reality of the economic conditions under their governance. Therefore, despite Pang Goen's brief 2-day investigation in Nankong City, the proximity to the provincial capital means that any disturbances are quickly noticed by the authorities there. In this scenario, it is indeed challenging for Xiao Cheng'an to feign ignorance. However, being questioned directly by a superior regarding the integrity of the economic data is undeniably awkward and uncomfortable. Should Xiao Cheng'an claim there is no embellishment and that the data is entirely accurate, would Pang Goen believe him? It would be absurd to think so. All parties operate within a unified system governed by the same rules, having ascended through the ranks from the grassroots level. In essence, most of our officials have experience at the local level, particularly in the current era of cadre selection, which mandates grassroots work experience. This design subtly implies a precaution against lower-level officials deceiving their superiors. Thus, Chengde hesitates to guarantee the absence of embellishment. Yet, when pressed to quantify the degree of exaggeration, he finds himself at a loss. Moreover, Mayor Xie Yuanshan is aligned with Pang Gouan, which suggests that Pang Gouan is likely already privy to the true state of the data. To inquire further at this juncture would only serve to place Qiu Chengyan in a compromising position. Governor, the shortcomings in our colleagues' work are my responsibility. However, they are reluctant to appear inferior, leading to inevitable exaggeration of their achievements. I acknowledge this is wrong, and I will convene a meeting to ensure this matter is addressed properly. Moving forward, all data must be accurate, devoid of any embellishment, Qiu Chengyan asserted. Pang Gouan smiled. You plan to convene a meeting to ensure proper implementation? I fear that what may transpire is not the extraction of embellishment, but rather a strategy to better disguise it. Having nearly starved as a child due to the inflated claims of the production team leader, who boasted yields of over 1,000 kilograms per mu, while grain was surrendered, I can hardly be surprised. The perspectives of officials and the populace will never align. Officials are concerned with their positions and titles, while the common folk are preoccupied with the sustenance in their bowls. Different positions yield different interests and, consequently, distinct methods of contemplation. This is understandable, as human nature often leans towards self-interest. In another vehicle, Luo Yang offered Xie Yuanshan a cigarette and ignited it for him. After the old man returns, you must encourage him to rest more. He has changed significantly since I last saw him a month ago. His hair has turned considerably grayer, Xie Yuanshan remarked. Ah, it is easy for you to say. How can I persuade him? You know well that he oversees economic matters. Last year, Donghai province's economy fell out of the top 5 for the first time, which caused quite a stir in the province. The old man bore the brunt of it, spending several sleepless nights despite medication, ultimately resorting to intravenous therapy to find rest. Luo Yang sighed, gazing out the window. Xie Yuanshan recalled his discussions with Pang Gouan over the past few days, predominantly focused on the economic development of Nangang City. Despite its proximity to the port, progress had been sluggish, and numerous enterprises had relocated, which infuriated Xie Yuanshan, leaving him with a sense of frustration without a clear outlet. As Pang Gouan's later secretary, Luo Yang refrained from instructing his senior counterpart, instead subtly conveying some of Pang Gouan's sentiments, all while maintaining the delicate balance of not downplaying the seriousness of the issues at hand. Brother, there's someone I think you should consider, if he could be of use. Luo Yang inquired with a smile. Who is it? Are you trying to stir up trouble for me? Xie Yuanshan feigned a stern expression. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. This fellow has some merit. At the very least, Lao Bai holds him in high regard. Having worked with him, do you believe he would misjudge someone? Luo Yang took a deep drag from his cigarette and asked. Xie Yuanshan paused, his mind racing. Yet he could not recall who it was, as Chen Bo had never been on his radar. Thus, when Luo Yang mentioned Chen Bo's name, he was taken aback. After Luo Yang elucidated the background, Xie Yuanshan nodded and replied, Since you, Secretary Luo, have made the request, how could I refuse? I will take a look. However, I am aware of his complicated background, and he is also the partner of that female manager from Gui Lu Group. Do you think I could trust him? Luo Yang, undeterred by Xie Yuanshan's reservations, replied calmly, Brother, the governor reprimanded me last night, stating that I am too sentimental. Bai Yongnian had once done me a favor, leading me to forego numerous promotion opportunities just to find time to visit him and see how he is faring. I fear he may perish within those walls. Xie Yuanshan was well aware of Luo Yang's relationship with Lao Bai, but surprised him to hear it directly pointed out by Pang Gouan. I inquired on your behalf. Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan had a sham marriage and are now divorced. I did not have the opportunity to delve deeper into the specifics. But you might want to investigate further. There could be valuable insights to uncover, Luo Yang suggested. Understood. You, esteemed secretary, have spoken. Rest assured, I shall personally inquire into this matter. If he truly possesses talent, I will ensure he is well utilized. However, if he does not, do not hold me accountable. Henceforth, regarding matters pertaining to this individual, do not seek my counsel again. Xie Yuanshan has essentially sealed the conversation, preemptively silencing Luo Yang. Luo Yang felt a sense of helplessness. Yet this is the nature of humanity. It is also the reason why Xie Yuanshan has struggled to make headway in Nankang City for 2 years. His disposition makes it challenging for him to trust others, and his preconceived notions render everyone suspect. Lao Bai has more to say. Would you care to listen? Luo Yang turned to Xie Yuanshan and inquired with a smile. Chapter 68. The end. Bai Yongnian's remarks about Xie Yuanshan were rather unflattering, yet Luo Yang, being astute, refrained from taking them at face value. Thus, Bai Yongnian's words here served merely as a straightforward analysis. After listening, Xie Yuanshan remarked, "This old fellow is not behaving even in prison. I suggest you keep your distance from him. While his affairs may seem concluded on the surface, the real resolution lies beyond his say-so. As long as Xiang Xingwu remains at large, Bai Yongnian cannot extricate himself from the situation." Upon hearing this, Luo Yang chuckled softly and gazed out the window. The vehicle had now entered the city, and although Nankang City is a coastal metropolis and proudly bears the title of a port city, its harbor has long since lost the splendor of yesteryears. The port has aged and failed to adapt to contemporary circumstances, and in recent years, the provincial plans have not favored Nankang City. Suddenly, Luo Yang turned to Xie Yuanshan and asked in a hushed tone, "Do you think Bai Yongnian is aware of the Xiangxingwu matter? Having known him for so many years and visiting him in prison multiple times, we have never broached this topic. I realize that if I were to inquire, our friendship would reach its terminus." Xie Yuanshan seized Luo Yang's arm and reiterated his caution. "That is precisely why I advise you to cease any further association with him. Although you may not aspire to advance in your career, you must not allow the old gentleman to be implicated." Luo Yang nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Yet the matter was left unresolved. After bidding farewell to Peng Goen, tranquility returned to Nankang City. Chen Bo continued his routine at the municipal office. Yet his affairs had been suspended. No progress was made, nor was he reinstated, leaving his organizational status in a frozen state. Xie Yuanshan was preoccupied and, in the midst of his busyness, completely forgot Luo Yang's warning. Hence, Chen Bo enjoyed a few days of relative peace, though he pondered where he might collect his salary. He sought an opportunity to inquire about his predicament, yet Geng Shulan was entirely unhelpful. When Chen Bo approached her for clarification, she evaded responsibility, acting as though she had never met him, treating him with cool indifference. Everyone in the municipal office was aware that Secretary General Zheng Heping had publicly told Chen Bo to leave during a meeting. Thus, in the days that followed, Chen Bo found himself with an abundance of free time at work. No one assigned him tasks, nor did anyone inquire about his needs. He felt like a specter, existing only in the eyes of those in the office who were merely spectators. A week later, Zheng Heping finally concluded his workload and recalled that Chen Bo's situation remained unresolved. Therefore, during a report to Xie Yuanshan, he deliberately mentioned Chen Bo, seeking guidance on how to proceed. In truth, Zheng Heping possessed both the authority and the right to dismiss Chen Bo. Yet he had observed the jovial exchange between Luo Yang and Chen Bo, understanding the dynamics of Xie Yuanshan and Luo Yang's relationship. He was cautious. He was uncertain whether Chen Bo had somehow ingratiated himself with Luo Yang. Hence his inquiry to Xie Yuanshan regarding the next steps. "Mayor, this is all the information I have gathered regarding Chen Bo. Should any additional material surface, I shall supplement it accordingly. I am inclined to return him. However, I have observed that Secretary Luo seems quite familiar with him, which raises my concerns about potential repercussions. After all, I would prefer not to have Secretary Luo claim that we are unable to accommodate individuals." Zheng Heping bowed slightly and handed the materials to the seated Xie Yuanshan. Xie Yuanshan tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Had you not mentioned this, I would have entirely overlooked it. Luo Yang specifically told me before his departure that Chen Bo is quite commendable and worth evaluating. What is your perspective?" As he spoke, Xie Yuanshan took the materials and scrutinized them, yet the more he read, the more his brow furrowed, culminating in a pronounced frown. The cousin of Yi Yushan initially transferred to the Finance Bureau, subsequently married Lu Hanyan, and is now divorced. Moreover, his sister is also employed in the Finance Bureau under a contract, which raises suspicions. "Old Zheng, we think." I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here, Xie Yuanchun inquired. Zheng Heping had not contemplated these complexities. He merely intended to seek guidance before returning Chen Bo. Little did he know that this would pique Xie Yuanchun's curiosity. Furthermore, Luo Yang had explicitly endorsed Chen Bo as a viable candidate, yet thus far, Zheng Heping had not perceived any exceptional capabilities within him. Nevertheless, since Xie Yuanchun had expressed his thoughts, Zheng Heping replied, "Indeed, his background is intricate. Having served as a prison guard, it is difficult to ascertain any discernible talents. However, if Secretary Luo holds him in high regard, perhaps we should afford him an opportunity." As the chief administrator of the municipal office, Zheng Heping recognized that Xie Yuanchun, out of respect for Luo Yang, had indeed begun to scrutinize Chen Bo more closely, thereby providing Zheng Heping a means to acquiesce to Xie Yuanchun's sentiments. Certainly, since Secretary Luo has made his recommendation, we must extend a gesture of goodwill. How shall we present this opportunity? Xie Yuanchun queried. Zheng Heping furrowed his brow in contemplation, then glanced up to see the expansive map of Nankong City hanging in Xie Yuanchun's office. Over the past 2 years, Zheng Heping had witnessed Xie Yuanchun pondering deeply before this very map on numerous occasions. Yet to date, Zheng Heping could only strategize his ambitions upon this map, while the realization of those ambitions remained uncertain. As Zheng Heping contemplated the map, Xie Yuanchun turned his gaze toward him and asked, "What do you believe are the odds that Chen Bo is affiliated with Kuan Zhengde?" Zheng Heping was taken aback, quickly considering that Xie Yuanchun's suspicions stemmed from the peculiar circumstances surrounding Chen Bo's recent marriage and subsequent divorce from Lu Hanyan. Additionally, Chen Bo's arrival at the municipal office had been personally facilitated by Kuan Zhengde. Would Kuan Zhengde have taken the trouble to ensure his placement if Chen Bo were not in his employ? Rather than respond immediately, Zheng Heping pointed to a corner of the map and remarked, "Whether he is associated with Kuan Zhengde can be discerned through a trial placement in this location." Guiyang County? Xie Yuanchun inquired, frowning. "Precisely," Zheng Heping affirmed, indicating the area he had referenced. "Are you suggesting we assign him to this location?" Xie Yuanchun asked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The lid over Guiyang County seems increasingly difficult to maintain, yet they persist in their efforts to keep it sealed. Moreover, Kuan Zhengde's eldest son, Hanyan Shan, is personally overseeing this endeavor. Should Chen Bo align himself with them upon arriving in Guiyang County, he would soon find camaraderie with the Qin family. If not, we could glean invaluable insights into the inner workings of Guiyang County through him. An opportunity not to be missed, remarked Zheng Heping. Xie Yuanchun nodded in agreement, stating, "It appears that when Governor Pang visited for inspection, he took note of Secretary Chiu. Thus, yesterday, Secretary Chiu mentioned forming a task force to station in Guiyang County, indicating his awareness of the gravity of the situation. Let us assign Chen Bo to this task force. I entrust this matter to you." Chapter 69. Provocation. Should I have a serious discussion with him to see what he has to say? Zheng Heping inquired. Such probing is not uncommon. Every leader engages in several rounds of testing and tugging before fully trusting a subordinate and considering them part of their inner circle. After all, once someone is regarded as an ally, it often signifies placing one's back in their hands. Thus one must ascertain their true character before feeling secure. In other words, I would rather not employ you than grant you the opportunity to stab me in the back. Zheng Heping's rationale stemmed from the fact that this individual was recommended by Luo Yang. Should this matter reach Luo Yang's ears, it was likely he would be aware of it. Thus, as the Secretary General, Zheng Heping felt an obligation to caution Xie Yuanchun. Although their relationship was amicable, should one not also contemplate the potential repercussions? No need for a discussion. Let us proceed directly. We will observe first, Xie Yuanchun decisively stated. Consequently, before the end of the afternoon workday, Chen Bo received notification to visit the Secretary General's office. He mused that it was highly probable his role would soon be determined, which would be beneficial. Having clarity would ease his mind. Whether to stay or leave, he could accept either outcome, yet returning to prison was something he resented. Thus, he resolved that if Zheng Heping dismissed him, he would seek out Zhu Wenjun. hoping to leverage her connections as the wife of the city committee secretary to explore possibilities of remaining in the municipal office. In any case, before returning to prison, he would exhaust all avenues. Only when every option was exhausted would he resign himself to fate. Secretary General, you called for me? Chen Bo entered Zheng Heping's office, speaking with unpretentious boldness. He had contemplated that the worst outcome would be returning to prison, which was not entirely unfavorable. Therefore, if departure was imminent, he would do so with decisiveness and a measure of dignity. If the municipal office could not accommodate him, he saw no reason to grovel. Such behavior would be utterly humiliating. Chen Bo, take a seat. I summoned you regarding your work arrangements. Do you have any thoughts? Zheng Heping inquired. My thoughts? Are they of any consequence? I wish to remain in the municipal office. Is that feasible? Chen Bo replied candidly, articulating his request without hesitation. Zheng Heping rose and approached Chen Bo, patting him on the shoulder before guiding him to the seating area. Of course, it's entirely possible. Here's the situation. There is a task I would like you to undertake. Once you commence, it is imperative to execute this task with diligence and detail. You will provide daily reports on your progress. I will give you my email, and you will send me a report each day. How's that sound? Are you able to manage that? Zheng Heping queried. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the implications of this task. Secretary General, you're not suggesting I go to the Meteorological Bureau to manage the weather, are you? He asked, frowning. Zheng Heping found Chen Bo's question amusing and waved it off. You have quite the imagination. The Meteorological Bureau requires specialized expertise. Could you handle that? Chen Bo remained silent, awaiting further instructions. Are you familiar with Wuyan County? Zheng Heping asked. I have heard of it, but I have never been there. Are you asking me to work in Wuyan County? Chen Bo inquired. Yes. Is there a problem? Well, it's not much of a difficulty, but what would I be doing there? Chen Bo's heart sank as he asked. To be honest, Chen Bo felt quite disheartened, yet at least he was not being sent back to prison. However, this felt akin to being pushed away. He was aware of Wuyan County, but had never set foot there. Thus, Chen Bo understood that regardless of whether Luo Yang had spoken on his behalf, remaining in the municipal government office seemed implausible. The bureaucratic system is a peculiar entity, for any organization possesses a central hub, and the municipal government office serves as one such nucleus in Nankong City. To progress swiftly, one must be remembered by the leaders, which necessitates prior acquaintance. Consequently, when one distances themselves from the core of the organization, it signifies their exclusion. In this regard, power and real estate share a commonality. Centrality is paramount. Location, and once again location. The value of property is dictated by its proximity to the city center, and Chen Bo sensed himself drifting away from that prime position. Wuyan County boasts both mountains and rivers, and the Gui Lu Group has developed a substantial tourism real estate project there. Currently, it faces issues, with numerous complaints reaching the provincial level. Hence, the city has decided to form a task force to address the matter, and I have arranged for you to join this task force. Zheng Heping's words pulled Chen Bo back from the brink of disappointment. It was not a transfer to Wuyan County, but rather participation in the task force. It appeared to be a temporary assignment, leading Chen Bo to believe he would eventually return to the municipal government office. When will I return? Chen Bo asked. Didn't you just get divorced? Is your family unable to do without you? Zheng Heping queried. Chen Bo shook his head, replying, No, I was merely asking. Upon my return, that will depend on your work performance. I will discuss it with the mayor later. Chen Bo, I understand you seem quite familiar with Secretary Luo, but work is work, and personal relations are personal relations. If Secretary Luo truly values you and wishes to transfer you to the provincial office, I have no objections. I could even facilitate the process personally. After all, you also hail from Nankong City. However, if you wish to work in Nankong City, you must be diligent, correct? Zheng Heping, the capable steward of the municipal government, excelled at navigating such discussions. Zheng Heping considered that managing numerous individuals within the municipal government would make handling Chen Bo a trivial task. Chen Bo, with a resigned smile, replied, Secretary General, you misunderstand. I have no close relationship with Secretary Luo. We merely exchanged a few words. His inquiries were solely about the local customs of Nankong City, nothing more. From Zheng Heping's words, Chen Bo discerned a warning, a clear message that in Nankong, he was to heed Zheng's authority. The notion that if he truly had a strong rapport with Secretary Luo, Zheng would readily orchestrate his departure, celebrating his exit with fanfare. Chen Bo dared not entertain such thoughts, as Zheng Heping already harbored some prejudice against him, the origins of which remained a mystery to Chen Bo. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt utterly powerless. I have just learned about the matters concerning the working group. It appears that the situation can no longer be concealed. Lu Hanyan murmured after receiving a call from Chen Bo. Is something amiss? Chen Bo inquired. Why don't you come to my house? I can elaborate on the details, and there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. However, with Zhu Wenjun present, I find it inconvenient to speak freely. Do you have the courage to come? Lu Hanyan provocatively asked. Chapter 70. Arrogance. Chen Bo made his way to Lu Hanyan's home under the cover of darkness. Lu Hanyan's mother remained oblivious to their divorce, and due to the Chen family's lack of regard for the marriage, her attitude towards Chen Bo was far from cordial. As soon as he entered, the elderly lady began to murmur discontentedly, and Chen Bo could only offer continual apologies until Lu Hanyan intervened. However, the old woman found it perplexing that instead of retreating to the bedroom, the couple had chosen to enter the study and close the door behind them. I still do not grasp what the work group is truly doing. What can a person like me, devoid of position or power, possibly accomplish by following them? Chen Bo inquired, bewildered. While he could not discern their motivations, there was one matter he could clarify. The municipal committee had decided to dispatch a work group to Wuyang County after the departure of Pang Goen, a decision that was made by Qiu Qing'an. From the information I possess, it seems that the tourism project is likely to face abandonment, as many homeowners have already escalated their grievances to the provincial level. Pang Goen's absence in Wuyang County likely indicates an intention to afford the Nansong municipal government some respite. If this issue is not resolved adequately, the entire group could collapse, Lu Hanyan explained. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback, pondering that this outcome was precisely what she desired. The demise of the Qin family would indeed liberate her. Are you not pleased? He asked. What is there to be pleased about? You fail to comprehend that the company's finances and personal wealth are two distinct entities. Even if the company crumbles, Kuan Zhengde will continue to thrive. Over the years, he has amassed countless benefits through various means. Even if the Gui Lu Group faces bankruptcy and delisting, it would not harm him in the slightest. The Nansong municipal government merely requires this FA-aude of a company. They cannot afford to let the Gui Lu Group fall, Lu Hanyan articulated. Chen Bo spent 3 hours at Lu Hanyan's residence, during which they discussed matters pertaining to the company, the Qin family, and the background of the tourism project in Wuyang County, alongside the intricate relationships with the Nansong municipal government. He began to piece together the complexities of the situation. Additionally, he learned a piece of information that no one had previously divulged to him. Kuan Zhengde's eldest son, Kuan Yinshan, held the position of deputy secretary of the county committee in Wuyang County. Though Kuan Yinshan was not the foremost authority in Wuyang County, he operated within his domain. How could he justify the failure of such a substantial tourism real estate project developed under his oversight? In business, it is rare for one to embark on a venture with the intention of incurring losses. However, from the outset, Kuan Zhengde had not harbored high hopes for this tourism project, primarily due to Wuyang County's remoteness. Yet, the project had been tailor-made to attract investments for his son, as Kuan Zhengde envisioned it as a pathway for his son's advancement. Thus, the financial gain from this project was secondary. What truly mattered was to enhance its reputation. Consequently, extensive advertising campaigns were launched not only in Donghai province but across the nation, aiming to establish this project as a hallmark of tourism in Donghai province, leading to the emergence of villas, mid-rise buildings, and garden apartments along the banks of Wuyang Lake. However, the scale of operations had grown excessively vast, and gradually, the economy began to enter a downward cycle. Not only did the stock market falter, but even banks sensed an impending winter, making financing increasingly arduous. Consequently, the development of the Gui Lu Group at Wuyang Lake slowed considerably. The common folk who had purchased homes were not oblivious. In a sprawling area of 1,800 acres, only a mere 100 workers toiled on site, fewer than the stray cats that roamed the construction site. Thus, the homebuyers began to realize that something was amiss. It was unclear when precisely the notion of a loan suspension trend began circulating online, but it rapidly spread, prompting the homeowners at Wuyang Lake to initiate their own loan suspensions. Kuan Zhengde initially believed that these individuals were merely voicing complaints, yet unexpectedly, the banks began to knock on doors. Moreover, suppliers in the downstream supply chain started to exhibit reluctance, ceasing to extend credit, and some enterprises even commenced litigation against the Gui Lu Group. Shortly after Chen Bo departed from Lu Hanyan's residence, a car came to a steady stop in front of a villa on the outskirts of the city. 5 individuals emerged from the vehicle, wielding clubs, and forcefully kicked open the villa's door, inciting the owner's guard dog to bark ferociously. However, these intruders were evidently well prepared. One among them brandished a wire snare, swiftly ensnaring the dog's neck, a professional tool for dog theft capable of causing fatality within a minute of capture. Upon hearing commotion in the yard, the villa's owner hurried out without donning any clothing, only to find a dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Inside the villa, only he and his spouse were present, while the armed assailant was brought by Kingyunbua. At that moment, he sat in the main seat of the villa's living room, surveying the opulent decor. The mahogany furniture, though somewhat rigid, exuded an air of sophistication. "Lao Chui, do you know why I am here today?" Kingyunbua inquired, gazing at the trembling middle-aged man before him. The man addressed as Lao Chui shook his head, and the individual standing behind him delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Show him the video," Kingyunbua commanded with a wave of his hand. At that juncture, one of Kingyunbua's subordinates presented a phone to Lao Chui, who was utterly stunned upon witnessing the video. It depicted several individuals grasping his daughter's neck, compelling her to plead for mercy while they struck her. This was no mere act. Lao Chui, who had been feigning ignorance, could no longer maintain the facade. He immediately rose and knelt before Kingyunbua. "Chui Jingxin, consider this. How much have you earned over the years through our group? Now, owing a small sum for materials, you resort to suing us? Lao Kui, you have set a dreadful precedent, even seeking a lawyer from Beijing. Bring him to Nangang and withdraw the lawsuit. Let this matter be settled. In truth, even if a lawsuit were filed, given Kuan Zhengde's influence in Nangang, it was highly improbable that a court session would ever truly commence, and no one knew how long it would be delayed. Nonetheless, the prevailing sentiment was exceedingly unfavorable. Moreover, Chui Jingxin was acutely aware that no lawyer in Nangang City dared to take on this case. Consequently, he sought the expertise of a prominent attorney from Beijing. As the stakes were exceedingly high, an old Chui was willing to pay handsomely. Upon the arrival of the Beijing lawyer, the court, recognizing the overwhelming evidence, consulted with Qiu Chengyan and proceeded to officially file the case. However, the proceedings thereafter stagnated. The Beijing lawyer was precisely after this effect. Once the case was filed, he had material to work with. Consequently, in recent days, a deluge of reports regarding the stalled developments in Wuyang County and a lawsuit against the Gui Lu Group flooded the internet and permeated the political and business circles of Nangang City. "Look, this is the application for withdrawal of the lawsuit. I prepared it for you. Just sign and seal it, and I will deliver it to the court tomorrow, and this matter will be settled. Rest assured, your daughter is fine. She is still in school. I was merely jesting." Kingyunbua departed with an air of arrogance. Chapter 71. Chui Jingxin. After Kingyunbua departed, Chui Jingxin promptly dialed his daughter. She was still weeping on the other end of the line, yet informed him that she was unaware of the intentions of the group that had just dragged her from her dormitory to the playground and struck her a few times. Chui Jingxin felt his blood pressure surge, nearly smashing his phone in frustration. However, he needed to console his daughter, urging her to remain at school and refrain from venturing anywhere else. Once the call concluded, he turned to his wife, who appeared utterly stunned. Despite being a wealthy woman accustomed to a life of luxury, she had never encountered such turmoil, leaving her momentarily disoriented. It wasn't until Chui Jingxin slapped her face a few times that she regained her composure. "What about our child? What has happened?" she cried. "Everything is fine. The child is safe. I just spoke to her." "Listen, at daybreak, Go to Shanghai immediately and bring her home. She must not continue her studies here. We will send her to Canada. Leave at once, do you understand? Once you are gone, I will feel a bit more at ease. Wake up. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Cui Jingxin repeatedly slapped his wife's face, pressing her for a response. What about you? If we leave, what will happen to you? If we are to depart, we must all go together. Otherwise, we will not leave at all. Sighing, he replied, if I leave, what will happen to the debts owed to the company? The downstream partners are all people I brought from my hometown. If I abandon them, they will never see their money again. They are all from the same village, and if this situation cannot be resolved, I will never be able to return. Each individual has a family, a spouse, and children to support. I cannot simply walk away. You must go first. I will visit the Qin family tomorrow morning. Bow my head in apology and find another way. Cui Jingxin made arrangements for his wife at home, ensuring all necessary items were packed before summoning a trusted driver to escort her to the flight bound for Shanghai, finally feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Kuan Zhengde was at home watching the news on Morning News. Holding the formally stamped withdrawal application, Cui Jingxin personally visited the Qin family villa. Upon entering, he observed Kuan Zhengde engrossed in the news, choosing not to interrupt and instead standing silently by. It appeared that Kuan Zhengde was oblivious to his presence, as he continued sipping tea and watching television. Beside him sat a woman whom Cui Jingxin recognized, Lu Hanyan, the general manager of the Nanking Grand Hotel under Kuan Zhengde's purview. He had attended her wedding and gifted her a substantial sum. Lu Hanyan subtly shook her head at him, glancing toward the door, prompting Cui Jingxin to quietly retreat from the villa's living room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hanyan emerged. Old Cui, what brings you here? Is there something you need? She inquired softly. Cui Jingxin surveyed the surroundings. Aside from a few bodyguards standing nearby, there was no one else present. He then produced the withdrawal application and immediately knelt before her. Despite nearing 50, he was resolute in kneeling before this young woman. In business, one must prioritize interests, especially when family lives are at stake. Lowering his head and admitting fault was not a matter of shame. Thus, even though Lu Hanyan was considerably younger, he understood that maintaining pride was not an option in such dire circumstances. Alas, old Cui, what is the necessity of this? Let's speak plainly. Lu Hanyan reached out to grasp him, resolutely preventing him from kneeling. General Lu, please say a word on my behalf. I, Cui Jingxin, have been misled by others. I was wrong. I should not have troubled General Kan at this moment. Reflecting on General Kan's care for me over the years, my actions are indeed beneath contempt. I am truly remorseful. Here is my prepared application for withdrawal. Please inform General Kan, and I shall personally submit it to the court shortly. My lawsuit against the Gui Lu Group ends here. I, Cui Jingxin, will stand with the Gui Lu Group in unity and adversity. Lu Hanyan was aware of Cui Jingxin's lawsuit against the Gui Lu Group, yet she had been oblivious to the reason for his visit until now. Observing the stark contrast between his current demeanor and his previous bravado, she could not help but deduce the underlying logic. He must have faced some form of coercion. However, this was not the moment to seek clarity on the situation. She could only proceed in accordance with his words. Wait here. I shall inquire further. Lu Hanyan declared before turning to the living room. Before Lu Hanyan could utter a word, Kuan Zhengde seized the remote control and switched off the television, commanding, "Let him in." Lu Hanyan's refusal to allow him to kneel did not imply that Kuan Zhengde would be equally accommodating. Thus, when Cui Jingxin entered the living room, he still prostrated himself before Kuan Zhengde, reiterating the words he had just spoken to Lu Hanyan. Kuan Zhengde maintained a stern expression, and only after Cui Jingxin had finished speaking did he respond. Jingxin, you are genuinely honest when you choose to be, yet your dishonesty is equally profound. You claim to recognize your mistakes and intend to withdraw the lawsuit. I find this credible, but could it be merely a strategic maneuver? Kuan Zhengde inquired with disdain. He retrieved a cigar from a box and nonchalantly clipped its end, showing no concern for the pregnant Lu Hanyan nearby. Some indulgences must be maintained, keeping a safe distance. Lu Hanyan observed this exchange with a cold gaze, eager to comprehend the means Kuan Zhengde had employed to transform the previously arrogant Cui Jingxin, who had vowed to reclaim the blood and sweat money for his comrades, into a supplicant groveling on the ground overnight. General Kan, I assure you, this is not the case. I swear I will stand united with the Gui Lu Group, harboring no ulterior motives. You have cared for me all these years. Now is my moment to demonstrate my loyalty to the Gui Lu Group. How could I dare to entertain any disloyalty? Cui Zhengde reiterated his pledge. Is that so? Then why did you send your wife and child to Canada? Do you believe that by sending them away, they will be safe? Our homeland is quite good, is it not? By sending them away, they're in unfamiliar territory, grappling with language barriers and the challenges of daily life. These issues will arise regardless. It would be wiser for them to remain here. Lu Hanyan seemed to sense an underlying implication. Surely, something had transpired last night that she remained unaware of, prompting Cui Zhengde to come forth in a state of submission. Her conjecture was likely accurate. Kuan Zhengde must have threatened Cui Zhengde's family, which compelled them to hasten here in a display of meekness, while simultaneously, Cui Zhengde sought to send his family away as a precaution. Reluctantly, Cui Zhengde made a phone call to his wife in the presence of Kuan Zhengde, requesting the return of their child and arranging for a leave of absence from school, instructing that they remain in Nankong City without venturing elsewhere. As Cui Zhengde exited Kuan Zhengde's villa, his face was ashen, yet Lu Hanyan perceived a glimmer of hope in him. Though she concealed her emotions skillfully until Kuan Zhengde broached the subject of the work group with her. Chapter 72. The task force you must take command in Wuyang County. The task force has already departed, and I hope the situation remains contained there, without any leaks or complications for Yanshan, Kuan Zhengde asserted. Lu Hanyan, upon hearing this, immediately declined. I cannot go. I am currently unwell, and besides, Chen Bo has also been assigned to the task force. Are you not suspicious of my connection with him? Lu Hanyan replied disdainfully. Kuan Zhengde paused momentarily, then responded, What time is it? And you are still sulking like a child? If the situation in Wuyang County escalates, it will have far-reaching consequences. The Gui Lu Group will find it exceedingly difficult to manage the aftermath, and the city will struggle to provide an explanation to the province. He Peicheng, the executive deputy mayor, is leading the team, which is a significant position. You know him, and I cannot afford for the task force to encounter any issues. Lu Hanyan remained silent, awaiting Kuan Zhengde's next words. As for Chen Bo, have you not divorced him? What further entanglements could exist? I am not concerned about any issues between you. After all, the crematorium will not miss him. If you dare to, I will ensure that both of you are incinerated together, Kuan Zhengde stated calmly. At this, Lu Hanyan was suddenly reminded of the man she had personally placed into the cremation furnace, a wave of nausea washing over her. She covered her mouth and rushed out of the living room, retching violently. In truth, the idea of going to Wuyang County had crossed her mind when Cui Zhengde was bowing and apologizing, yet she lacked a valid reason to do so. As a manager of the Nansong Grand Hotel, she had no ties to Wuyang County. Thus, when Kuan Zhengde presented her with this opportunity, she feigned reluctance. I wish to return to the board of directors. This is a tumultuous time for the group, and I have previously served as the secretary to the board. Therefore, you must offer me a suitable position. Otherwise, when the time comes for me to represent the company, what will my role be? Am I your wife or a leader of the company? Lu Hanyan inquired after returning from her bout of sickness, seating herself before Kuan Zhengde. I would like Yin Lu to return as the secretary to the board. What do you think? Kuan Zhengde countered with a question, disregarding her request. That's inconsequential to me. I will focus solely on my responsibilities. I am currently the hotel manager, and matters beyond this do not concern me. Furthermore, I intend to have a child, so I truly lack the energy to be deeply involved in company affairs. Blood is thicker than water during this time. The public must witness the unity of the Qin family. I believe appointing Qin Yunlu as the secretary to the board is quite fitting. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lu Hanyan stated, standing up and ignoring the murderous glare from Kuan Zhengde. This was the first step in Lu Hanyan's plan, to gradually reintegrate herself into the company's leadership. She had been away from this role for too long, and if she did not return now, she might never have another chance. Given the current circumstances of the group, Kuan Zhengde required someone to publicly face scrutiny on his behalf, making her request to return timely. Just as she was about to enter her vehicle, Kuan Zhengde appeared at the doorway of the living room. I will notify the board and ensure they follow the proper procedures. You must return as the secretary to the board. You must go to Wuyan County, he declared. Lu Hanyan remained silent, directly starting the car and departing. Chen Bo had traveled to Wuyan County in a government vehicle, while Lu Hanyan's driver overtook the business car. She glanced back at the vehicle behind and began composing a message for Chen Bo, but ultimately decided against sending it. Her thoughts turned to Cui Jingxin, prompting her to immediately make a phone call, summoning him to Wuyan County under the guise of Kuan Zhengde's intentions. As the work group was set to conduct investigations in Wuyan County, it was only natural that she would call upon the largest material supplier. Before Chen Bo arrived in Wuyan County, Lu Hanyan had already met with Cui Jingxin at the highest point of the expansive 1,000-acre development. This meeting was devoid of any followers. Despite her pregnancy, Lu Hanyan ascended to the pinnacle of the community, overlooking the vast expanse of Wuyang Lake below. Her driver waited below as she observed the aging Cui Jingxin climbing step by step. Thank you, General Lu, for today as assistance. Without your presence, I wouldn't have made it through. I shudder to think of the potential consequences. I was indeed foolish, focusing solely on my affairs without regard for the broader implications. Despite meeting Lu Hanyan, Cui Jingxin continued to reflect critically upon his own actions. Lu Hanyan maintained a smile, gazing into the distance towards the opposite shore of the lake, and suddenly addressed Cui Jingxin. Repaying debts is a matter of course. Old Cui, you needn't blame yourself. No. It is I who failed to consider General Kan's difficulties. I find myself in a quandary. On one hand, there are my fellow townsfolk, many of whom have risked their entire fortunes to support the Gui Lu Group, now facing ruin. On the other, General Kan has been exceedingly generous to me. We were once thriving together, so I felt compelled to act as I did. Thankfully, I have withdrawn the lawsuit now. Cui Jingxin abruptly realized he had spoken at length, noticing that Lu Hanyan seemed disinterested, offering no response. Old Cui, there are matters I am unaware of. Please tell me the truth. What transpired last night? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hanyan turned to Cui Jingxin and inquired. He hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the details to her. Before coming here, I had a discussion with General Kan, agreeing that I would soon return to the group as the secretary of the board. I might be able to assist you, but only if you share the facts with me. Otherwise, how can I help you? Lu Hanyan pressed. Cui Jingxin, after a moment's hesitation, recounted the events of the previous night. As he spoke, he observed Lu Hanyan's expression, anxious that any sign of impatience might compel him to stop. However, Lu Hanyan listened attentively, prompting Cui Jingxin to grow increasingly animated in his narration, until she gently reminded him to remain calm and speak slowly. General Lu, I am in a difficult position. As I mentioned, I am caught between conflicting interests. The bank has yet to initiate legal action against the Gui Lu Group, but should they do so, the debts owed by the Gui Lu Group would be insurmountable. Selling the company would not suffice to cover the debts, leaving us suppliers with no hope of ever receiving our payments, Cui Jingxin lamented. Lu Hanyan nodded slightly and said, Kan Yunbua is truly a beast. The deeds he has committed deserve to be met with capital punishment 100 times over. I empathize with your current predicament. You find yourself in a position where you are neither favored within nor without, caught in an inextricable dilemma. I understand, but have you considered the implications of continuing down this path? Kan Yunbua is capable of anything, and I am acutely aware of that. Have you thought about it? Your child is still in the country. What if there's a next time? Chapter 73. Astonishment. Cui Jingxin was utterly taken aback by Lu Hanyan's words. He never anticipated that she would speak of Kan Yunbua in such a manner. In his perception, as well as in the whispers circulating through society, Lu Hanyan was closely associated with the Kan family, particularly with Kuan Zhengde, a connection that was widely acknowledged and even speculated upon, with many believing her to be his clandestine lover, although she had married another man. Her early morning appearance at the Kan family's villa raised too many questions that Cui Jingxin was unprepared to answer. Given his ignorance of the intricacies at play, he deemed it prudent to remain silent. While Lu Hanyan could speak freely, he was acutely aware that any careless words from him could potentially reach Kuan Zhengde's ears. He could not afford to gamble with his daughter's safety a second time. His wife had called, expressing concern, and his daughter remained in a state of disorientation. He felt it imperative to stay in Shanghai to accompany her to a psychiatrist, as the child was undoubtedly traumatized. The mere thought of this ignited a fierce fury within him towards Qin Yunbei, yet he recognized that such sentiments were best kept to himself. He dared not act upon them, nor voice them aloud. Old Chui, although I am returning to the board, this is at Chairman Can's behest, and has nothing to do with Qin Yunbei. In fact, I share your sentiments. Qin Yunbei has threatened me as well, thus my relationship with him is not significantly better than yours, Lu Hanyan remarked with a resigned smile. What? No way. Cui Jingxin responded in disbelief. Many have speculated about my relationship with Chairman Can. Indeed, their conjectures are correct. This child is also his. As for the marriage, it is merely a facade for the public. Qin Yunbei would gladly eliminate me to prevent me from bearing a child who could contend for the Qin family fortune. Is that not laughable? Lu Hanyan gazed into the distance, her tone nonchalant. Cui Jingxin was momentarily rendered speechless. Although he had heard rumors in private, the gravity of such admissions from the involved party was profoundly different. Old Chui, have you considered what you would do if anything were to happen to your child at your age? Could you bear to have another? And if so, when could you nurture another daughter to such a splendid state? If something were to befall her, you would regret it for a lifetime, Lu Hanyan continued, her voice still calm. Cui Jingxin was overwhelmed by shock. Chairman Lu, I have always held you in high regard. You must assist me. I harbor no ill intentions towards the Qin family. Has Chairman Qin spoken ill of me again? He pleaded in fear. Observing Cui Jingxin, Lu Hanyan placed a hand on her abdomen and declared, Old Chui, if anyone dared to threaten my child, I would strike first and eliminate the threat before it even materialized. Cui Jingxin's blood pressure had been elevated since last night, and despite taking medication, it remained ineffective, leading to a severe headache. Thus, upon hearing Lu Hanyan's words, his blood pressure surged once more. I know Qin Yunbei's character, and I assure you, this must have been orchestrated by Chairman Kansas. Just think of the terror. How could they have infiltrated the school and dragged someone out in the dead of night to humiliate them? What if they were to undertake something even more heinous? Have you contemplated the consequences? Lu Hanyan gradually intensified the psychological pressure on Cui Jingxin. His hands trembled slightly, yet Lu Hanyan offered him timely reassurance. You need not worry. I shall handle this matter. You should arrange for your wife and child to go abroad. This way, you can confidently pursue your business endeavors. However, I advise you to hire a few bodyguards. The issue is Qin Yunbei possesses a firearm. Do you? Lu Hanyan was methodically instructing Cui Jingxin on how to navigate the situation. But President Qin has forbidden my wife and child from leaving the country. I dare not. Cui Jingxin replied, First, send them away, and I will help cover for you. However, you must also be vigilant about your own safety. Otherwise, the next time they come looking for you, it may not be so simple. The turmoil you have stirred has already impacted the stock market, causing Gui Lu Group to face several trading halts. Do you think simply withdrawing the lawsuit will suffice? President Kim will undoubtedly seek retribution, Lu Hanyan asserted. She understood that resolving this issue would not be instantaneous. Although Qin Yunbei had exerted considerable pressure on Cui Jingxin, it had not yet reached the point of inducing violence. While she communicated the potential risks and pressures to Cui Jingxin, she also sought to win his favor. They were acquainted, but not intimately familiar, and trust was far from established. However, Lu Hanyan perceived Cui Jingxin as a potentially useful ally, prompting her to engage him in this conversation. Naturally, she was cautious for her own safety, fearing that old Chui might betray her, so her words were laden with implications, yet devoid of any overt evidence of manipulation. Even if Cui Jingxin, out of fear for his family's safety, were to act preemptively, he would not be able to trace any culpability back to Lu Hanyan. He pondered for a moment before saying, President Lu, I am at a loss as to what to do. However, I must first ensure my wife and child are sent away. I cannot rest easy with them here. Lu Hanyan nodded, responding, This is merely a stopgap measure and does not address the root of the problem. Consider this. If they can locate your wife and child in Shanghai, will they not also pursue them abroad? Old Chui, you have billions in debts tied to Gui Lu Group. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't he that resolve their issues? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out along Cui Jingxin's spine. He could not discern whether this sentiment originated from Lu Hanyan or was a reflection of Kuan Zhengde's intentions. If Kuan Zhengde indeed harbored such thoughts, then Cui Jingxin's continued existence served merely as a temporary asset to stabilize the supply chain. Once he was deemed unnecessary, Kuan Zhengde would not hesitate to act. Lu Hanyan observed her surroundings and approached Cui Jingxin, positioning herself on the path she needed to take. As she passed by him, she whispered in the Kuan family, "The dirty work is all handled by Kingmaker. For now, both you and your family must remain wary of him. But can you truly guard against him for a lifetime?" With those words, Lu Hanyan strolled down the mountain, having spotted the work group's vehicle arriving at the entrance of the community below. Cui Jingxin watched Lu Hanyan descend the mountain, his back drenched in cold sweat. He was an astute individual, acutely aware that Lu Hanyan's words were veiled insinuations. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Kingmaker, and her recent statements were evidently intended to incite treachery. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his wife calling. "Old Cui, you must devise a plan. I need to leave. I must take the child with me. They have even followed us to the hospital." Chapter 74. The sauce vendor. It can be said that the villa districts in reality bear little distinction from those portrayed online. In fact, the representations found online may be more comprehensive than what one encounters in person. This is particularly true as some homeowners, unable to access the premises, have resorted to aerial photography using drones. He Pengsheng has consistently followed in the footsteps of Qiu Cheng'an. Thus, his presence in Wuyang County was inevitable, especially since Qiu Cheng'an personally summoned him, leaving him no choice but to comply. However, he remained uncertain about the purpose of his visit. The agitated homeowners were not within the community. Instead, they awaited discussions with representatives from the Gui Lu Group in the county seat. Consequently, it was primarily the locals of Wuyang County who maintained order. As for He Pengsheng's arrival at Wuyang County and his decision to inspect the site, it was fundamentally a matter of stance. After all, the journey and statements made would be newsworthy, and the drafts of these speeches had undergone scrutiny, crafted by the secretarial department and deliberated upon by the municipal office, culminating in a finalized version. The leadership of Wuyang County differed from Lu Hanyan. Upon their arrival, they proceeded directly to the high vantage point of the community. They awaited at the community's entrance, maintaining communication with their convoy, fully aware of its whereabouts. The internal roads of the community were not yet completely paved, and since Lu Hanyan needed to meet Cui Jingxin, she had to choose a secluded location for their rendezvous, leading her to the highest point of the community where she could survey the surrounding landscape and monitor the entrance concurrently. Cui Jingxin, the principal material supplier for this project, had visited this site countless times, thus familiar with all its entrances and exits. Long before the arrival of the working group, he had already positioned himself in an operational equipment area within the community, while Lu Hanyan had vanished on her route to the county seat. Chen Bo was seated at the rear of the coaster, making him the last to disembark. During the journey, he grasped Zheng Heping's intentions in including him in the working group, to keep a vigilant eye on its activities and to be apprised of every intricate detail regarding their work. Upon alighting, he observed Vice Mayor He Pengsheng engaging in cordial exchanges with the leadership of Wuyang County. It was evident that Mayor He was quite familiar with these individuals, as their greetings suggested familiarity. However, being positioned too far back, he could not discern their conversation. Thus, from the moment he exited the vehicle, he discreetly quickened his pace, subtly overtaking a few individuals until he was in close proximity to the leaders. Despite a few people still separating him from them, he could overhear their private discussions. This marked Chen Bo's first encounter with Kinyan Shan, who, at that moment, was likely unaware of his presence. In truth, aside from Kuan Zhengde and Canyon Lu, the Qin family had paid little heed to Chen Bo, especially Kinyan Shan, who had been preoccupied with crisis management for this project and had not returned home for several weeks, leaving him oblivious to Chen Bo's identity. He Pengsheng did not appear to be addressing issues directly. Rather, he seemed to be relaying intelligence, articulating matters that presumably stemmed from discussions among the city's leadership during meetings. Yet he conveyed them verbatim to the officials of Wuyang County. He Pengcheng shares a remarkably close relationship with these individuals, even relaying the opinions of various leaders directly to the authorities of Wuyang County, concluding with a reminder that they must devise their own public relations strategies, as his assistance is limited. Meanwhile, Qin Yunshan remains silent, his expression clouded with discontent. In truth, the emergence of this issue has placed the greatest burden upon him, as this enterprise belongs to his family and was intended to pave his own path. However, instead of creating a thoroughfare, it seems he has constructed a dead end. His recent days have been fraught with difficulty, primarily because he serves as the deputy secretary of the county committee, and this project is officially attributed to him. Ultimately, the resolution will likely fall upon the shoulders of the Gui Lu Group, making it impossible for him to absolve himself of responsibility. Consequently, all matters concerning this project are directed to him. Since it was tailored specifically for him, he must see it through to the end. Furthermore, other county leaders are well aware of Qin Yunshan's father's ties to the municipal party secretary, Qiu Cheng'an. Ultimately, if the government does not intervene, this project is destined to fail. In light of this, the other county leaders have stepped aside, and a working group has been formed at the municipal level, which has also established a corresponding team at the county level, appointing Qin Yunshan as the leader. Only when he deems it necessary will the county committee convene to discuss relevant matters. This situation effectively places Qin Yunshan in a precarious position, with the other leaders indifferent to his plight. However, this is the unspoken understanding within Wuyang County, which cannot be publicly acknowledged or acted upon. Thus, when He Pengcheng arrived in Wuyang County, both the county party secretary and the mayor were present. After pleasantries were exchanged, He Pengcheng approached Qin Yunshan, while others tactfully maintained a respectful distance. Your father and Secretary Qiu are facing difficulties. You've been managing this situation. Do you have any viable solutions? He Pengcheng inquired softly. If I had a good solution, we wouldn't be awaiting the municipal working group, Qin Yunshan replied. Recently, when Governor Pang Goen came for an inspection, everything seemed fine until an unexpected incident occurred. Your brother led a group to storm a hotel, inciting considerable anger from Governor Pang. Consequently, all inspections of your family's enterprises have been canceled. Normally, this wouldn't be a significant issue. If he misses this visit, there's always next time. However, Governor Pang has singled out Secretary Qiu and your family, particularly regarding this project, and it appears complaints have reached the provincial level, seemingly tied to ecological concerns. Qin Yunshan was already aware of these developments. He was eager to understand the city's intentions and whether leniency would be afforded to the Gui Lu Group. Yet, faced with He Pengcheng's trivialities, he remained attentive. As they ascended to the vantage point recently occupied by Lu Hanyan, Qin Yunshan reluctantly pointed out various aspects of the community, while He Pengcheng nodded in agreement, refraining from offering any comments. We require support from the city. The bank must not abruptly sever our funding. Otherwise, how will we complete the construction that is already halfway done? We are out of funds, and the contractors are unwilling to advance any capital. Thus, we find ourselves trapped in a vicious cycle. In my opinion, the city must loosen its constraints on us, Qin Yunshan remarked. He Pengcheng pondered. The Qin family truly treats the municipal finances of Nongguang City as a cash machine. However, this matter does not fall within my jurisdiction. The real headaches belong to Qiu Cheng'an and Kuan Zhengde. I am merely a bystander in this situation. Upon the work group's return to the county seat, a banner was unfurled in front of the largest hotel. Down with the unscrupulous developer, the Gui Lu Group. Chapter 75. Leave a line for humanity. Having just settled into the hotel, Chen Bo unexpectedly received a call from Gao Anqi. Prior to his arrival here, he had spoken with Gao Ning, requesting him to look after his sister during his stay in Wuyang County. How did you know I was in Wuyang County? He inquired. Oh, right, I mentioned it to Gao Ning. You came here because I have a beauty salon here. Did you think I only operated in the city? If you find the time, do drop by my shop, Gao Anqi suggested. Not at the moment. I need to follow the work group. Let me check my schedule and get back to you, Chen Bo replied. Of course, work is paramount. I'll be here for a few days, so feel free to visit anytime, Gao Anqi said. The first order of business was a dialogue session between the work group and the homeowners. The homeowners were exceedingly agitated. Had it not been for the numerous police officers present, it would have been difficult for anyone to leave that room. It was understandable, as many of these homeowners were elderly, having invested their life savings into this project with hopes of retiring here. Now, it appeared that not only was retirement in jeopardy, but even the prospect of resting in peace seemed bleak. Those who had paid in full were particularly distressed compared to those with mortgages. The latter group might still escape with only the loss of their down payments, while those who had fully paid were facing total financial ruin. Chen Bo sat in a corner, observing He Pengcheng engage with the distressed homeowners, when suddenly a few individuals squeezed in through the door. His pupils involuntarily contracted upon recognizing Qin Yunbua's arrival. Kan Yinshan spotted his brother and exchanged a few words with He Pengcheng before rising to leave. Chen Bo could not follow and remained in the room, watching as He Pengcheng addressed the homeowner's grievances. Noticing his elder brother stand, Qin Yunbua stepped back outside. "Why aren't you answering your phone? Are you that busy?" Qin Yunbua remarked upon seeing his brother. "What brings you here? I advise you not to involve yourself with the matters of Wuyang County. Tell father that this situation must be handled gradually. There is no need to rush. After the meeting, I'll head back to the city." He Pengcheng believes the solution lies with the municipal government, and if things continue to deteriorate, I fear the provincial authorities will intervene, leaving us with no way out, Qin Yinshan explained. As a member of the establishment, his perspective differed significantly from his brother's more aggressive approach. He believed that resolving the current predicament of the project necessitated the involvement of the municipal government. Relying solely on the Gui Lu Group would be insufficient. "I'm not here to solve your problems. I have no authority over this situation," Qin Yinshan replied. "Then what are you here for?" Qin Yunbua queried, glancing back at the meeting room, which had once again erupted into noise. He needed to return quickly, realizing that He Pengcheng's speech was merely a fade, lacking any substantial response. The homeowners remained dissatisfied, and it was imperative to engage He Pengcheng tonight to devise a viable solution. As the head of the working group, it is your responsibility to present viable solutions to the city's problems rather than engaging in pointless discussions. Anyone can engage in idle chatter. "What is the purpose of your presence here?" "Lu Hanyan has arrived in Wuyang," Qin Yunbua remarked. Qin Yinshan was taken aback and inquired, "What is her purpose for being here?" The old man did not mention this matter, and I have yet to see her addressing the working group's affairs. Noticing his elder brother's agitation, Qin Yunbua pulled him aside and said, "Brother, there is an issue with the old man. We must devise a plan to deal with Lu Hanyan." Qin Yunbua gestured towards his head, insinuating that Kuan Zhengde was losing his faculties. "What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Yinshan's anger flared at such implications. Although his younger brother was known for his reckless demeanor, he found such remarks about their father intolerable. Consequently, he shook off Qin Yunbua's hand in frustration. This morning, the old man agreed to let Lu Hanyan rejoin the board of directors as the secretary. What does that signal? My concern is that the old man is aging and not thinking clearly, being manipulated by this woman. Currently, he is the only one in the board representing our family. I have voiced my desire to join the board numerous times, yet he consistently refuses. Now, it appears he intends to bequeath our family's fortune to that unborn child, Qin Yunbua elaborated with fervor. Qin Yinshan was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Where did you hear this? Is it true? If you doubt me, feel free to call the old man and inquire. If I am lying, I shall meet my demise on the way back," Qin Yunbua asserted vehemently. Seeing his brother's earnestness, Qin Yinshan gradually calmed down. "What do you propose we do?" he inquired. "I have no specific plan. I merely wish to safeguard the interests of the three of us. The assets of the Kan family should be divided equally among us. No more, no less. Brother, we will need your support to maintain the Gui Lu Group in the future. Thus, regarding today's matter, you have heard nothing, and should any issues arise, I will shoulder the responsibility alone," Qin Yunbua replied. Qin Yinshan felt an urge to caution him against recklessness, yet he found himself secretly in agreement with his brother's approach. If Qin Yunbua succeeded, it would absolve him of any repercussions. Therefore, he shifted the topic. "Xiaobo, given the current circumstances, how much longer can the Gui Lu Group endure?" Qin Yinshan implied that with the present state of affairs, contemplating the future seemed futile. Consequently, he swiftly diverted the conversation. "That old dog Cui Zhengde has withdrawn the case. He seems unaware of the repercussions of provoking our family. Having feasted, he now bites the hand that feeds him. I intend to settle the score with him. By the way, my brothers in Shanghai captured videos and photographs. Cui Jingxin's daughter is rather attractive. Just as Qin Yunbo was about to continue, Qin Yunshan interrupted him. Enough, after all, it has been over a decade of camaraderie. Exercise caution and refrain from cornering others too tightly. It is wise to leave a sliver of space for others. Do not push yourself into a desperate situation, for a corner dog is a perilous creature, Qin Yunshan advised. After exchanging these words, the two brothers departed. A vehicle was stationed at the very spot they had occupied, with a driver reclining comfortably in the driver's seat. Lost in slumber, a narrow crack in the window allowed the driver to overhear their entire conversation with clarity. It was only after their departure that he dared to sit upright and capture a glimpse of the brothers' retreating figures. Chapter 76. Adding insult to injury, the meeting persisted. And as a material supplier, Cui Jingxin naturally accompanied the delegation to the county seat, as requested by Vice Mayor He Pengcheng. The intention was straightforward, to showcase Cui Jingxin as an example during the proceedings. The Gui Lu Group was currently in distress, and the halt in construction was attributed to the machinations of the material supplier. At such a critical juncture, instead of rallying in support of the Gui Lu Group, Cui Jingxin had the audacity to initiate litigation against them, exacerbating their plight. When He Pengcheng arrived, the course of action had already been delineated by the city, which was unequivocal. This task force was merely a facade for appeasement. The most vulnerable figure in this scenario was Cui Jingxin, especially after it became apparent that he had succumbed to pressure and submitted a request to withdraw the lawsuit. This revelation emboldened Vice Mayor He even further. The root of the construction halt lay in the discord between the construction party and the material supplier. However, the stance from He Pengcheng and the city was clear. To reclaim the previously advanced payments for materials and labor, construction must resume, and further payments must be made. Otherwise, the prior investments would be irretrievably lost. Everyone was in the same boat as the Gui Lu Group. Hence, solidarity was imperative. When He Pengcheng called out Cui Jingxin's name, he realized the man was absent from the venue, leading to a chorus of puzzled exchanges among the attendees. He had hoped that Cui would step forward, assuring the continuation of material supply and construction, which would at least pacify the increasingly irate homeowners and deter them from escalating their grievances to the provincial level. Yet, at this critical moment, Cui Jingxin was nowhere to be found. He Pengcheng cast a glance at the Deputy Secretary of Wuyang County, Qin Yunshan, silently inquiring about Cui's whereabouts. Hadn't you just assured me everything was settled? Why is he missing now? The others from the county were equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Cui Jingxin stood at a corner behind the hotel, summoned by his driver, who happened to be his nephew. The conversation between the Can brothers at the rear of the vehicle had not escaped the attentive ears of the driver. While he was not privy to all matters, the situation concerning his uncle's daughter was of particular concern. It was well known in Nangang City that any woman targeted by Qin Yunbo would find no escape. Did they truly say that? Are you certain? Cui Jingxin inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Uncle, it's chaotic here. Our vehicle is surrounded by others, and I'm worried about your safety, so I've remained in the car, waiting for a chance to leave. When they discussed this matter, there was no one around, which emboldened their audacity. Look, I managed to capture a candid shot of them leaving. Although the image was merely a silhouette, Cui Jingxin recognized one of the figures as Qin Yunbo, as he had slightly turned his body during the moment of capture. Uncle, we must prevent Aunt and my sister from returning. They should stay hidden for a while. Once we return to Nangang, I fear they may never escape again. Just as Cui Jingxin was about to respond, his phone rang. Qin Yunshan was on the line, immediately questioning his whereabouts and urging him to return without delay. Cui Jingxin hung up the phone and glanced up at the hotel's upper floors, saying, "Here's the plan. You should call your aunt shortly and arrange for your sister to be hospitalized in Shanghai. Let your aunt stay with her. There is no need for you to return." "All right, I will take care of it right away." His own nephew had been his constant companion for nearly a decade, driving him around, and Cui Jingxin trusted that he would not fabricate stories, especially given his assertion that no woman chosen by Can Yunbo in Nangang City could escape his grasp. Thus, his precious daughter must not return at this critical moment. Moreover, amidst his nephew's conversation regarding the Kan brothers, there was mention of another individual, Lu Hanyan, who had sought him out earlier that day. Lu Hanyan had summoned him to the pinnacle of the development, and though he understood her implications, he wished to conduct his business sincerely, avoiding unnecessary troubles and lacking the courage to take preemptive action. However, the circumstances had shifted significantly. Upon returning to the conference room, it was without surprise that Shui Jingxin found himself subjected to harsh criticism by He Pengcheng, who treated him as a soft target. Had his nephew not approached him beforehand, he might have reacted with indignation, questioning why, despite his withdrawal of the lawsuit, they continued to press him, as if he were an easy mark. Yet as the vice mayor, subtly criticized him for being ungrateful and for complicating matters for the government, Shui Jingxin remained unresponsive, his mind consumed by fear. This fear stemmed from the content of the dialogue with the Kan brothers. He recognized that escape was impossible, his capacity for resistance was lacking, and yet he found himself unwilling to accept a passive demise. What could he do? After the meeting concluded, the agitated property owners were somewhat pacified and gradually exited the venue, while Chen Bo observed the proceedings with a detached demeanor. Once the owners had been ushered out, He Pengcheng immediately adopted a more congenial demeanor, approaching Shui Jingxin and patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Shui, I may have been too harsh just now. Please do not take it to heart. We are all in the same boat now and must unite." Shui Jingxin seemed to be intimidated by He Pengcheng's earlier fervor, nodding repeatedly, though his gaze occasionally darted towards the direction of Hanyan. From Chen Bo's perspective, Shui Jingxin's actions were rather conspicuous. Following Shui's line of sight, Chen Bo noted the stern expression of Hanyan, who had just stepped out briefly but returned quickly, undoubtedly having met with Hanyan. Chen Bo mentally cataloged these observations, intending to draft an email to Zheng Heping that evening, striving to depict the events here as meticulously as possible. However, certain matters remained elusive to his understanding, such as whether Hanyan had indeed met Hanyan during his brief absence, what they discussed, and what brought Hanyan to Wuyang County. The meeting concluded, and naturally, it was time for a meal. However, Shui Jingxin hurriedly returned to his vehicle and called Lu Hanyan, insisting on immediate meeting. They agreed to convene at a vantage point of the development, a location within Shui Jingxin's territory, ensuring that his return to the premises would not attract undue attention. While Lu Hanyan, as of yet, had not secured a place to settle, Kuan Zhengde had summoned her, primarily to address the matter concerning He Pengcheng. Yet, she remained uncertain about her approach, pondering how to mitigate the adverse publicity surrounding the development. A successful resolution of this issue was imperative for her to gain entry into the board of directors and swiftly return to the epicenter of power. Chapter 77. As anticipated, is what you said true? Lu Hanyan awaited Shui Jingxin's arrival. However, the news he brought sent a wave of unease through her. Yet, after the initial turmoil subsided, was this not within the realm of her expectations? She had merely not anticipated that Kuan Zhengde would send her to Wuyang County with the intention of providing an opportunity for his son. Upon reflection, it made sense. Being distanced from Nangguang City could facilitate matters. But was this truly Kuan Zhengde's intent? If he wished for her demise, why complicate matters so? Especially during the tumultuous times facing the Gui Lu Group? Once news of her death spread, what benefit would it confer upon the Gui Lu Group? Thus, she resolved to inquire about Kuan Zhengde's true intentions. At that moment, Kuan Zhengde was en route to the municipal government, where he was to meet Xiao Cheng'an. The Gui Lu Group was currently under immense scrutiny. As the earliest public company in Nangguang City, it had an inherently intertwined relationship with the city itself. How could Kuan Zhengde remain complacent if the city neglected the plight of the Gui Lu Group? I have arrived in Wuyang. It seems you have truly invested considerable effort into this matter. I simply wish to know, when do you intend for me to meet my end? How shall it transpire? After following you for so many years, is this my destined fate? Lu Hanyan's inquiry was direct and charged with emotion. Indeed, she was seething with anger. What has transpired? Have you lost your senses? What has occurred? I mentioned upon my arrival that my presence in Wuyong would be of little significance. Yet, you insisted I come. I cannot fathom why a mere he pengcheng requires my intervention. A simple phone call from you, or Qiu Cheng'an, would suffice. He would surely comply with your requests. What is there to discuss? Kuan Zhengde patiently endured Lu Hanyan's incessant complaints as their vehicle reached the municipal government. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I instruct Yunbo to go to Wuyong? Kuan Zhengde reprimanded her before entering the municipal building. As he pondered her words in the elevator, he felt compelled to call Qin Yunbo. Initially, the latter denied being in Wuyong. But when Kuan Zhengde demanded his presence at the group office within 30 minutes, the truth finally slipped out. Qin Yunbo was baffled as to where the miscommunication lay. After consulting his elder brother, he confirmed that the leak did not originate from him. Nonetheless, he understood the urgency of returning promptly. Kuan Zhengde explicitly warned him that if Lu Hanyan suffered any harm, he would hold him accountable and expected him back within the hour. Despite his reluctance, Qin Yunbo dared not defy his father's wishes and resolved to return without delay. Lu Hanyan genuinely exhaled in relief. From Kuan Zhengde's tone, it was evident that the one wishing her harm was not him, but rather that scoundrel Qin Yunbo. President Lu, what shall I do about my situation? I instructed my wife to keep the child in the hospital in Shanghai, yet she claims to have noticed someone following them. Should anything happen, my hands would be tied. Cui Zhengxin lamented, his face a mask of distress. Lu Hanyan glanced around, pointed ahead, and strolled forward with an air of purpose. Cui Zhengxin, bewildered, followed suit. No longer casting a glance at Cui, Lu Hanyan fixed her gaze on the distance and remarked, "Old Cui, our previous interactions have been scant. Yet you must realize that neither of us is in a more favorable position than the other." Cui Zhengxin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had approached the legal avenue against the Gui Lu Group, which was on the brink of collapse, yet he never anticipated the ensuing chain of repercussions. Had he foreseen such turmoil, he might have opted for a discreet escape, seeking refuge abroad instead. My situation is slightly better, albeit marginally. At least General can still values our past camaraderie. As for you, old Cui, if you have the opportunity to leave, you should seize it. Do not linger in the country. Before you depart, entrust the company to someone else, and when bankruptcy strikes, let it be. Although it may adversely affect many, it is preferable to bury yourself in despair, Lu Hanyan advised. Her words, laden with sincerity, gradually penetrated Cui Zhengxin's consciousness. The Qin family's offspring have no room for me, and I remain uncertain about the future. There are moments when I resent being a woman, lacking a formidable support system, unlike you, who commands a loyal following that believes in your every word. As for me, I command no such loyalty. If I were you, I would not hesitate to eliminate Qin Yunbo. He is the root of our troubles. Only by vanquishing him can we hope for a brighter future, Lu Hanyan mused, as if lost in her thoughts, yet her words were clearly an incitement to Cui Zhengxin. Upon hearing this, Cui Zhengxin's eyelids flickered with trepidation. He pondered, after all this, are you suggesting I commit murder? Particularly against the son of General Kan? If he were to discover my intentions, I would surely face dire consequences. Old Cui, I speak without ulterior motives. By the way, how old is your daughter? Perhaps I could speak to General Kan about arranging a match, allowing your daughter to marry Qin Yunbo. This way, we would become relatives, and it would mitigate any perceived harm between us. I would no longer be pointing a metaphorical gun at your head, and such situations would be rendered obsolete, Lu Hanyan stated with utmost seriousness. Her words were a calculated strike, wielding the power of manipulation. Each time Cui Zhengxin hesitated, Lu Hanyan would invoke thoughts of his daughter, inflating his courage and intensifying his animosity towards the Qin family. The distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to narrate stories. In doing so, listeners often immerse themselves within the narrative. Thus, the unmanifested events become ingrained in the minds of the audience as they follow the storyteller's plot, eventually leading them to worry about the unfolding narrative. Although Lu Hanyan may not fully grasp the intricacies of psychological suggestion, she adeptly employed such tactics. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Lu Hanyan, Cui Zhengxin's anxiety for his daughter intensified profoundly, particularly as he found himself 1,000 miles away, with his wife and child still in Shanghai, under the watchful gaze of Qin Yunbo. The words spoken by the driver echoed ominously in his mind. Qin Yunbo had claimed that his brother had seen Shui's daughter in Shanghai, remarking on her beauty and vowing to settle the score upon her return. Old Shui, I empathize deeply with your predicament. As fellow parents, we inherently comprehend the constant worry that accompanies our children. At times, I ponder the necessity of bringing this child into the world. While Qin Yunbo and his siblings may acknowledge him or not, let them face their own demise. In confronting Cui Jingxin, Lu Hanyan displayed a visage of clenched teeth and resolute determination. Chapter 78. A sharp intake of breath as the two were on the verge of parting ways. Lu Hanyan suddenly called out to Cui Jingxin, requesting to borrow his phone. My phone is dead. I need to make a call, she said with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Chen Bo had finally concluded the tedious meeting and witnessed the bureaucratic approach to such matters. Local governance at the grassroots level. The residential community was still under construction and had not yet been handed over, yet they had already established a new property management company, staffed by personnel transferred from other divisions of the Gui Lu Group, who had taken up residence in the community ahead of schedule. Within the shortest span of time, they had completely sealed off the community's walls, permitting only construction workers to enter or exit. Most absurdly, He Pengsheng was tasked with notifying the city that the airspace above the Wuyang Lake project and within a 10-kilometer radius was a no-fly zone. This effectively severed any hope for the homeowners to ascertain the basic construction status of the properties they had purchased, denying them even the right to take a glance. This was a cunning stratagem devised by He Pengsheng, indeed rather ruthless. Upon receiving a call from an unfamiliar number, Chen Bo answered, only to discover it was Lu Hanyan. As she spoke on the phone, Lu Hanyan gradually moved away from Cui Jingxin until she was at a considerable distance, before glancing back at him. This is Cui Jingxin's phone. I fear for my safety. Chen Bo, I am in danger. Qin Yunbo has come to Wuyang, and he is after me. Lu Hanyan relayed the conversation she had overheard regarding the Qin brothers, as well as her psychological manipulation of Cui Jingxin. And of course, how Qin Yunbo had threatened Cui Jingxin in his own home at gunpoint, demanding he withdraw his lawsuit. She divulged all these intricate details to Chen Bo. You want me to help you? Speak up, how can I assist? Chen Bo inquired. No, I never intended to drag you into this. You managed to distance yourself from me. To involve you now would betray my promise. You haven't forgotten your commitment, have you? Lu Hanyan asked. I remember. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you, Chen Bo assured her. Then I can breathe easy. Don't worry, I am capable of self-preservation. I refrain from retaliating because I am human, not a dog. However, it seems I must act preemptively, regardless of how far I go in the future. I hope you will not forget your promise to me, Lu Hanyan stated, rather than merely reminding Chen Bo to uphold his promise. Lu Hanyan was subtly revealing to him the hidden truths he was unaware of. After ending the call, Chen Bo observed that the work group had become disorganized, the members scattered and lacking the cohesiveness they had upon arrival. He then reached out to Gaoanchi. The county was not large, so Chen Bo hailed a 3-wheeled vehicle to make his way there. Well, come in. Upon arrival, Chen Bo noticed a massive advertisement erected at the entrance. But the provocative imagery displayed made him feel as though he had stumbled into the wrong place. Sister Anchi, this. I feel quite embarrassed to enter. Can we not choose a different location? Chen Bo reluctantly stepped inside. In the coming days, the grand opening is set, and having chosen an auspicious date, I have come to take a look. This establishment has seen an investment of 800,000, resulting in such a transformation. I'm here to offer my insights. Gaoanchi is a quintessential businesswoman, possessing a clear objective, to amass as much wealth as possible while her father remains in his position, for once he steps down, who would still value her? If the large, provocative images outside serve to emphasize a woman's overall beauty, the interior adopts a more subtle approach, highlighting the exquisite details of femininity. Chen Bo felt quite awkward perusing each image, prompting the two to ascend to the tea room on the 3rd floor. Gaoanchi is not particularly fond of coffee, yet she is undeniably a master of the tea ceremony. Thus, despite her infrequent visits, the tea room is a necessity. Are you here Because of the owner's disturbances? Gao Anqi inquired. Indeed, Chen Bo replied. The city has formed a task force, and Zheng Heping has assigned me to the team for some practical experience. While that sounds appealing, I'm uncertain of his true intentions. Chen Bo spoke bitterly. Zheng Heping is quite shrewd, an old-timer in the city, yet due to his strained relations with the Qian family, he has been kept firmly in check, Gao Anqi remarked. Intrigued by this revelation, Chen Bo recalled his entry into the municipal office, facilitated by a referral from Kuan Zhengde. Their rapport may not be particularly close, yet it certainly was not antagonistic. Thus, he recounted his experiences within the municipal office, to which Gao Anqi responded, "That does not signify much. You're not from the Nangan urban district, or rather, you are not part of this circle before. Consequently, there are matters you remain oblivious to." Zheng Heping's brother-in-law met his demise at the hands of Qin Yunbo. Indeed, those outside this circle will perpetually remain ignorant of its inner workings. Chen Bo was genuinely astonished upon learning that Zheng Heping's brother-in-law had perished at the hands of Qin Yunbo. As Gao Anqi unfolded the narrative, Chen Bo began to grasp an alternate reality within this realm that he had previously overlooked. The demolition of the old district in Nangan City fell under the purview of Qin Yunbo, who often resorted to intimidation and violence. Zheng Heping's mother-in-law resided in the old district. During the demolition, the two parties failed to reach an agreement, leading to an unfortunate incident where Qin Yunbo inadvertently injured Zheng Heping's brother-in-law, who later succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Regardless of circumstances, a life was lost. Although the Qin family possessed wealth, they had yet to reach their current level of arrogance. Thus, Qin Zhengde personally intervened on behalf of Zheng Heping, who at that time was not yet the Secretary General of the municipal government, persuading him to negotiate with his in-laws. The Qin family offered compensation, whatever sum was deemed necessary, but insisted that no one should be arrested, no sentences should be imposed, and the matter must not escalate. Under the dual pressures of power and wealth, Zheng Heping's in-laws could not withstand the strain. Had they chosen to pursue legal action, not only would they mourn the loss of their son, but their son-in-law's position could also be jeopardized, a testament to the collective responsibility of the new era. While the system offers numerous advantages, it also binds individuals with chains that are not easily shed. When issues arise, the first step is to investigate whether any family members are entrenched within the system. If so, resolution becomes simpler. If not, the process becomes significantly more arduous. Zheng Heping swallowed his pride, enduring a bitter defeat, even as he faced the humiliation of losing his front teeth and tasting blood. Yet, in a bid to ascertain Zheng Heping's loyalty, Qin Zhengde would occasionally delegate tasks to him and even invite him for drinks, seizing these moments to gauge whether the Secretary General of the municipal government had truly submitted. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo couldn't help but gasp. Realizing that Qin Zhengde's current position was not merely a result of luck, his cunning ran exceedingly deep. Nevertheless, as he gazed at the man seated across from him, Qin Yunbo, he let out a long sigh and remarked, "Tell me, when will you truly mature?" Chapter 79, The Layout Father. I believe my elder brother may require my assistance in Wuyang, which is why I chose to observe the situation. I cannot fathom how you have entangled me with Lu Hanyan. It is simply unfounded. Qin Yunbo understood that if he admitted his visit to Wuyang was for Lu Hanyan, he would inevitably face a barrage of reprimands. Thus, regarding matters involving Lu Hanyan, he resolutely refused to concede. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengde let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Take a look at this." As he spoke, he picked up a tablet from the sofa and handed it to Qin Yunbo. Qin Yunbo quickly rose to accept it, and as he beheld the text displayed on the screen, his mind buzzed with disbelief. He gazed incredulously at his aging father, stammering, What does this mean?" Qin Zhengde took a sip from his teacup, sinking back into the sofa as he explained, "This was sent to me by Lu Hanyan before your arrival. I never anticipated that after all these years, she would be aware of so many of our affairs, including the financial fraud during the company's IPO. This must have been passed to her by that fellow you incinerated. The issue is, should this information leak, our family would face catastrophic ruin." At this revelation, Qin Yunbo abruptly stood, indignation boiling within him as he exclaimed, "Father, With this, you still intend for her to be the secretary of the board? You wish for her to partake in company matters? Are you not afraid she might truly betray us? Kuan Zhengde shook his head, gesturing towards the tablet in Kan Yunbu's hands. Continue reading. One must not rush into matters without employing some intellect. The final page was a table listing names, each accompanied by a series of numbers and corresponding dates and locations. Undoubtedly, this was a ledger of illicit dealings, and Kan Yunbo recognized several names, causing his distress to escalate further. That wretched woman. Father, we must eliminate her. She cannot be allowed to live. Even if King Yunbo lacked wisdom, he comprehended the gravity of the document's implications. Eliminate her? The moment anything occurs, this document will surface. It will be dispatched not only to provincial authorities and the National Disciplinary Committee, but also to economic investigations, the Securities Regulatory Commission, and every relevant department. Do you think we can afford such a risk? Kuan Zhengde inquired. To speak candidly, when Kuan Zhengde first received the documents, he too was taken aback. However, being a seasoned veteran, he managed to stabilize his nerves despite the initial panic and called Kan Yunbo back. His intent was not to strategize on how to resolve the matter, but rather to prevent King Yunbo from rashly disposing of Lu Hanyan. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that after sending him the documents, Lu Hanyan had called without articulating any demands. She simply expressed her desire to live well, to give birth to her child, to serve as the board secretary at Gui Lu Group, and to accompany him into old age. She made no mention of the child in Japan. In truth, even if she had made a request, Kuan Zhengde would have ensured the child was sent to her promptly. However, she did not even broach the subject. Kuan Zhengde had been pondering the true desires of this woman. However, when he finally voiced his doubts, Lu Hanyan revealed her intentions to him, advising him against contemplating murder to silence her, as such actions would be detrimental to the current state of the Gui Lu Group. She assured him that if he proceeded with such a plan, within a week, the documents would be disseminated to various national departments. For she believed that no one could conceal the truth indefinitely. The timeline for the dispatch of these documents was subject to updates, with delays extending up to a maximum of 7 days. Thus, if Kuan Zhengde believed himself capable of coercing her into silence within a week, he was welcome to attempt it. She alone could drag his entire family into hell, which would be a fair exchange. Upon hearing Lu Hanyan's chilling words, Kuan Zhengde felt not just blood run cold, but his very bones chilled to the core. Does she not want her child? Kan Yunbo inquired. This was also a source of deep regret for Kuan Zhengde. For so long, he had leveraged Lu Hanyan's child as a means of coercion, compelling her to adhere to his whims, believing he could dictate her every action. Yet, he had overlooked a crucial truth. The distance created by time had a profoundly corrosive effect on emotions. Had Lu Hanyan's child been in the country, with regular visits weekly or monthly, the current despair would not have manifested. The reality was that each time Lu Hanyan encountered her child, it was met with a sense of hopelessness, perhaps not her intention, but her subconscious had relinquished all hope, convinced that Kuan Zhengde would never return her child. Additionally, she was pregnant. Despite her lack of affection for this unborn child, the undeniable connection they shared, breathing the same air and sharing a fate, was inescapable. It was upon reflecting on these factors that Kuan Zhengde recognized his own folly. Discerning that Lu Hanyan had not once requested a video call with her child during this period, an anomaly indeed. When Kuan Zhengde conveyed these revelations to Kan Yunbo, he was left astounded. He realized that even if he were to wield a knife and reduce Lu Hanyan to pulp, he could not alter the current predicament. Therefore, no one shall entertain any thoughts of harming her. We shall wait until the child is born. After all these years, I still understand her. She undoubtedly possesses vulnerabilities unknown to us. We must proceed, as she suggested. You will enter the board of directors, sever ties with your former companions, and conduct yourself as a proper businessman. Your sister will return next year. Our time is limited, Kuan Zhengde declared. Wuyang County had become the most bustling locale in Nankong City, attracting various factions and dubious characters, rife with instability, yet teeming with opportunities for those seeking fortune. At this juncture, Lu Hanyan had not departed. Rather, She had refrained from settling down, instructing her driver to traverse the streets without any intention of stopping. It was only when the vehicle reached a fork at the expressway entrance that she finally commanded the driver to halt. Not long after, another vehicle descended from the highway and parked not far from her car. She alighted and walked over, while the driver of the approaching car remained inside. Lu Hanyan entered the back seat. Lu, what on earth is happening? The driver was Xue Shanshan, the sales manager of Taikong Biopharmaceuticals, and she was alone. How is the task I assigned you progressing? Any developments? Lu Hanyan inquired. There has been progress. We are now cohabitating and spend nearly every night together. At this point, a flush crept across Xue Shanshan's cheeks.